In the early stages, the pacing is somewhat slow. Initially, the protagonist seeks only to protect his family and survive the Night of Annihilation, but eventually contemplates the moral complexities of the ninja world, culminating in a desire to reshape it according to his vision. Only failure is the gravest, since success renders me a savior. Chapter 1. Rinshin. In the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, deep within the dense forest behind the Uchiha clan's residence, the last rays of the setting sun filter through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on a clearing. A 7-year-old boy with black hair sits cross-legged at the center of the clearing, holding a wooden stick, intently sketching the outline of the hidden leaf village on the ground. Enough already, he mutters, suddenly tossing the stick aside and reclining onto the soft grass. The fragrant scent of grass mingles with the earthy aroma, yet it cannot dispel the turmoil within his heart. His name is Rinshin. Originally an ordinary office worker on the Azure planet, a sudden car accident, specifically a collision with an out-of-control dump truck, transported him inexplicably to this ninja world known as the Great Ninja War. Upon his arrival, Rinshin had fantasized about becoming a formidable hero like the protagonists in those adventure novels, conquering all in his path. However, reality struck him hard. His talents were pitifully mediocre. In the world of Naruto, lineage serves as the most powerful enhancement. No matter how hard one strives, it pales in comparison to the innate bloodline limits. Although Rinshin fortuitously reincarnated into the Uchiha clan, which possesses a bloodline limit, he unfortunately found himself amidst the most tumultuous period in the clan's history. The Sharingan is indeed powerful, with a defined evolutionary path and an exceedingly high potential. Yet, the fraught relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village is the true peril. How long can a family that is feared by the elite and shunned by the villagers endure? Rinshin silently computes. He is 7 years old, born during the Second Great Ninja War. According to the original plot, the Night of Annihilation should occur shortly after the births of Sasuke and Naruto, just after the Third Great Ninja War has concluded. This means he has at most a decade left. A decade. Truly sufficient? Rinshin muses bitterly. The harsh reality is that he is merely a rookie ninja, having barely graduated from the Ninja Academy. There is a real possibility he may not even survive the Night of Annihilation, perishing on a mission instead. After completing his physical training, Rinshin sits cross-legged to recuperate, meditating to regain his strength. When he opens his eyes once more, the sun has already set, and the shadows in the forest have deepened. I am still too slow, he frowns, surveying the damaged trunks and ground, dissatisfied with his progress. Having spent 7 years in this world, his peers, like Kakashi, have already advanced to the rank of Chunin, showcasing their prowess on the battlefield. Meanwhile, he barely scraped through to graduate, vividly recalling his teacher's telling remark during graduation. Rinshin, you may truly lack the talent to be a ninja. Perhaps his teacher was right, but in this cruel, survival-of-defeatist world, a lack of power means being at the mercy of others. The lives of ordinary people are as insignificant as grass, and even ninjas are mere pawns in the hands of those in higher positions. Understanding this truth, Rinshin dares not allow himself a moment of complacency. Yet fate seems particularly cruel. Despite exerting far more effort than the average person, he is met with evaluations of mediocre physical skills, clumsy ninjutsu, and insufficient chakra. At times, he feels even more unfortunate than Rock Lee, for at least Lee possesses an astonishing talent for physical combat. Driven by his unwillingness to accept defeat, Rinshin continues to train tirelessly. The wounds on his palms heal and reopen, and he can only hastily bandage them before resuming his training. Day after day of arduous practice earns him the ironic title of the effortful failure. After tidying up his training equipment, Rinshin wearily makes his way home. The Uchiha clan grounds are bustling at dusk, yet few familiar faces greet him. His long-standing solitary practice and dedication have left him with few friends in the clan. However, such reclusive behavior is rather typical among the Uchiha, a family known for its eccentricities. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, he is met by a dimly lit entryway filled with a musty scent. The wall bears the scars of time, silently narrating the storied history of this old abode. Yet to Rinshin, this place is his only refuge in this unfamiliar world. "Grandma, I'm home," he whispers softly. At the low table in the center of the living room sits a frail old woman with white hair. Time has etched deep lines into her face, and upon hearing Rinshin's voice, she nods slowly. "It's good that you're back. You're still young, don't push yourself too hard. Rinshin does not know the old woman's full name, only that the clan members refer to her as Granny Stone. As a war orphan, he has been raised by this blind elder since childhood. It is said that Granny Stone's children and husband fell in battle, and she had lived alone for many years before taking Rinshin in. Fortunately, Rinshin, having been reborn with the mind of an adult, began living independently at an early age, even caring for his elderly guardian and younger sister in return. You returned earlier than usual today, Granny Stone remarks, her touch searching for the tea set, her tone laced with concern. Rinshin typically trains until late into the night before coming home. I have a mission tomorrow, so I finished training early, Rinshin replies, skillfully pouring a cup of hot tea for the elder. Granny Stone's hand trembles imperceptibly. A mission? Her voice tightens. Even seemingly simple drank missions are fraught with danger for a lower-ranked ninja. Without an experienced jonin to lead, even a minor mistake could lead to dire consequences. Even more cruelly, once the rookie phase is over, in the event of war, these young ninjas become the first wave of cannon fodder. Rinshin's parents met such a fate, as did Granny Stone's family. In this world, the lives of ninjas have never been valued. Kanai hasn't returned yet, and you're already being sent on a mission. The old woman sighs deeply, but understands that this is an inescapable fate. In this survival-off-thefitist world, becoming a ninja at least allows one to grasp their own destiny. Ordinary people lack even that choice. Such is the world. Granny Stone ultimately concedes with a helpless shake of her head, her murky eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. Returning to his room, Rinshin collapses onto his bed. The damp air carries the scent of the wooden furniture, while the silvery moonlight filters through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. He gazes at the bright moon in the night sky, recalling the sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, and unknowingly drifts in a slumber. In his dream, a cerulean lake reflects the vast, clear sky. A towering ancient tree stands quietly by the lakeshore. Beneath the tree, a sleeping boy bears an identical visage to Rinshin, while a shadow looms above, observing everything. Should an elder of the Uchiha clan be present, they would be astonished by the crimson hue of the shadow's eyes, adorned with 6 black markings that form a flawless pattern. The 4-pointed star, slowly rotating within the pupil. It is the Uchiha clan supreme ocular technique. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 2. Mission. The following morning, at the 7th training ground of the Hidden Leaf Village, a thin mist envelopes the training ground like delicate gauze, with morning dew crystallizing into glistening droplets on the grass blades. A few uncollected shuriken still protrude from the ninja tool target at the edge of the training area, indicating that someone had trained vigorously until late the previous night. In the faint morning light, a golden-haired boy clad in white stands as still as a pine. He stands beside a weathered wooden stump in the center of the training ground, arms crossed, his pale green eyes resembling a frozen lake, betraying no hint of emotion. The morning breeze tousles the strands of hair falling over his forehead, yet fails to disperse the cold, aloof aura surrounding him. Rinshin's footsteps echo from the forest path. The boy merely shifts his eyes slightly, casting a sidelong glance without any further reaction. His stance remains unchanged, as if his arrival were that of a mere stranger passing by rather than a teammate. Rinshin had long since acclimatized to this indifferent manner of greeting. He expertly navigated to the opposite side of the training ground, commencing his wrist exercises. The warm-up routine before morning practice is a mandatory course for ninjas, yet at this moment his attention inevitably drifted toward the silent figure of Yamamoto Ryota. Despite his youth, this Leaf Genin had already endured the tragedy of losing 2 comrades. One incident occurred at the border of the Land of Rain, where they fell victim to an ambush by Rock Ninja. The other transpired during an escort mission when they were attacked by a rogue ninja group. Good morning, Rinshin greeted succinctly, his voice resonating distinctly in the vast training ground. The only response was the chirping of birds in the woods. The boar and deer of Konoha were usually inseparable, yet now only the wild boar stood alone. Rinshin could empathize with the sorrow of Yamamoto Ryota. The two stood in silence, the air thick with an inexplicable understanding. Rinshin could hear the sound of his own breathing, accompanied by the faint cries of vendors in the early morning market. Minutes passed as the dew on the training ground began to evaporate, glimmering like scattered jewels in the morning. It was then that a deep blue figure burst into the tranquility. Good morning. The girl's melodious voice sliced through the morning mist like a silver bell. Donghua had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, the tips dancing joyfully with her movements. She held a half-eaten dango skewer, with a hint of red bean paste smudged on her lips. Rinshin nodded in acknowledgement, while Ryota remained utterly still, not even casting a glance in her direction. But Donghua was undeterred. She devoured the dango in a few bites and casually shoved the bamboo skewer in her ninja pouch, eager to commence her monologue. The clouds today look like cotton candy. I just passed Ichiraka ramen, and the old man gifted me 2 bowls of new tonkatsu ramen. The broth is so thick it could hold chopsticks. She gestured exaggeratedly. What flavors do you prefer? Miso or soy sauce? Faced with this verbal barrage, Rinshin subtly shifted 2 steps to the right, attempting to conceal himself in the shade of an oak tree. However, Donghua promptly followed, continuing her one-sided dialogue. On my way here, I saw a calico cat chasing butterflies, but it fell into a ditch, haha. The leaves piled up in that ditch were so thick, they could serve as a cushion. The girl's soliloquy churned on like a perpetual motion machine. Surprisingly, Ryota seemed entirely immune to this cacophony, not even furrowing his brow, as if Donghua's voice blended seamlessly with the rustling leaves and chirping birds. As the sun climbed to the treetops, their Chunin instructor, Uemura Yuji, finally made his tardy appearance. This scruffy, middle-aged jonin yawned while scratching his disheveled hair. One button of his uniform jacket misfastened. Seeing the trio gathered, he sheepishly smiled. I was up late last night, studying new techniques. Yet upon noticing the stains on his collar, Rinshin surmised that he had indulged in too much alcohol the previous night. Donghua's energetic assault ceased, and Rinshin breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his unkempt appearance, this jonin was a rare embodiment of gentleness. He recalled how, during their last mission report, even the Hokage had frowned upon their performance, yet Uemura merely patted their shoulders and said, "Be more careful next time." The escort mission to the Land of Soup. Uemura extracted a scroll from his ninja pouch, tossing it to Ryota. "Crank, escorting a medicinal herb merchant convoy, we depart immediately." Donghua leaned eagerly beside Ryota to examine the scroll, confidently declaring, "It's an easy task." She excitedly pumped her fist. "This time, I will definitely prove myself." However, Rinshin recalled last month's Drank Bandit extermination mission, where Donghua had trembled while holding a kunai. When a bandit's blade nearly struck her, the girl who claimed she wanted to become a great kunoichi had burst into tears. This memory caused a vein to throb at Rengsen's temple. "Let's go." Uemura clapped his hands, gathered at the village entrance. As they made their way to the village gate, shops gradually opened, the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting in the air. Donghua suddenly leaned closer to Rinshin. "You rarely go shopping, do you?" Noticing the boy's hesitation, as if he wished to avoid conversation, she instantly donned a sorrowful expression. The last incident of cold violence still haunted Rinshin. On that day, Donghua had cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, attracting the attention of patrolling ANBU, resulting in the 3 of them being interrogated for a full 2 hours. I mainly train in the clan territory. Rinshin felt compelled to explain while cautiously maintaining a safe distance. The girl's eyes lit up with understanding. "No wonder I've never seen you at Gonli." She began counting on her fingers. Last week's chestnut yokan, the strawberry daifuku from the day before. She could never grasp why Rinshin always seemed so tense, just as he envied her ability to treat perilous missions as leisurely outings. Passing a flower shop, Donghua even paused to inhale the fragrance of freshly arrived lilies, while Rengsen's hands never strayed far from his ninja pouch. As they turned the corner of the commercial street, they encountered the Namikaze team, eliciting squeals of joy from Donghua. "Lin." She waved her arms and dashed over. The glimmering golden hair of Namikaze Minato sparkled in the sunlight like flowing gold as he smiled and nodded at Uemura. Noera Rin's medical pouch still bore droplets of dew, clearly a remnant from a recent nocturnal mission. Behind them, Obito's gaze was fixed intently on Rin, while Kakashi observed coldly, his right hand resting on his short blade. Rinshin had always felt uncertain about how to approach Uchiha Obito. What role would he ultimately play in the unfolding narrative of the world? Rinshin had contemplated eliminating him or altering his fate, but subsequently realized that even in Obito's absence, there would still exist Uchiha Obito, or perhaps Uchiha. Rinshin doubted if he lacked the ability to command the chessboard, it would be futile to fantasize about changing the pieces. Thus, whether it was Kakashi, Obito, or Noera Rin, Rinshin maintained a respectful distance from them. Both teams had their own matters to attend to, resulting in only superficial exchanges primarily, the 2 girls greeting one another while the others remained enveloped in an Awkward silence. After parting ways, as Rinshin and the others walked for a while, they finally reached the village gate. Beneath the massive gates at the village entrance, the merchant convoy was fully prepared to depart. A dozen ox-drawn carts formed a lengthy procession, laden with neatly bundled medicinal supplies. Upon confirming the documentation, they exited the village, and the team dispersed in a tactical formation. Ryota vanished like a specter into the woods ahead, responsible for reconnaissance. Uemura and Donghua provided support in the center, while Rinshin instinctively took position at the rear, tasked with guarding their flanks. The farther they ventured from the village, the more Rinshin sensed an intangible surveillance dissipating. The watchful eyes of the Leaf's barrier team, patrols, and ANBU, which usually shadowed them, were gradually fading away. Walking at the back, he occasionally had to dodge cow dung mines dropped by the carts ahead. As they traveled, he practiced hand signs with one hand. The afternoon sun elongated his shadow, and the advantages of his 3 elemental chakras required swifter hand movements, particularly for fire release, the cornerstone of being. An Uchiha.by evening, the convoy set up camp by the riverbank. Rinshin ventured alone to the rocky shore downstream, took a deep breath, and swiftly formed the hand signs. Si, Wei Shun, Hai Wuyin, Grand Fireball Technique. An orange-eared fireball surged forth, transforming the tranquil water's surface into a molten expanse. The heat distorted the air, and the pebbles on the shore crackled as they were scorched. Rinshin could feel the chakra surging through his veins, but after 30 seconds, a sharp pain shot from deep within his brain, the chaos of chakra abruptly halting his technique. Amidst the billowing steam, the boy clenched his trembling hands. Several fish, boiled to death, floated lifelessly on the surface, their pale bellies glaringly visible in the twilight. Must I truly give up? He murmured to himself. Yet, recalling the fateful night of the massacre under the blood-red moon, he gritted his teeth once more and formed the hand signs as the starlight bathed the campsite. The seemingly slumbering Kemomura Yuji gazed at the resplendent Milky Way and sighed softly. Were it not for the constraints of talent, his unfinished words dissipated into the evening breeze, fragrant with the scent of herbs. In the distance, Donghua was enthusiastically assisting the caravan in kindling a fire and preparing a meal, while Ryota remained silently perched atop a tree, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon a certain point in the darkness. Chapter 3. Encounters of Fate. The merchant caravan rested at night and journeyed during the day, making their way to the seaside after several days of intermittent travel. In stark contrast to the sunny beaches depicted in picture books or cinematic works, the sky here, close to the ocean, was shrouded in darkness and a slight chill, with the buildings appearing quite dilapidated. By the old wharf, only 2 laborers sat in a dejected manner, their eyes devoid of any hope. To the north lay the warrior nation of the Iron Country, and from this port, one could faintly glimpse the distant land of whirlpools, once a friendly ally of Konoha. The land of whirlpools had long since been obliterated, with the remnants of the Uzumaki clan vanished, leaving behind only crumbling ruins as proof of the nation's existence. Consequently, this once thriving port town, reliant on freight, had fallen into decline, with only a handful of merchant caravans still operating in the area. Aboard the cargo ship, the goods had been fully loaded. The caravan leader expressed his earnest gratitude, indicating that their mission had concluded and that Rinkai and his companions could take their leave. With their arrival at the seaside, they no longer needed to worry about mountain bandits, for the only threat at sea was from pirates. However, due to the recent efforts by the water country to fortify trade routes, a significant crackdown on pirates had occurred, rendering the current period relatively safe. For the remainder of the journey, the caravan would not require the protection of ninjas, as they needed only to sail across the ocean for several days to reach the land of hot water. I hope you arrive safely, said Kamikaze Yuji, who understood that the original mission agreement stipulated they were to escort the caravan only to this point. After bidding farewell to the caravan, he decided to stay in the vicinity for a few days. Your foundations are not particularly solid. Here, I can provide you with a series of training sessions, he remarked to his 3 teammates. Noticing a steep cliff by the seaside, Kamikaze Yuji realized it would be beneficial for physical training and chakra control exercises. Training? Do we not return to the village? Donghua blurted out, provoking a frown from Kamikaze Yuji, who swiftly struck her on the head with the edge of his hand. What are you thinking? I still have the authority to linger here for a few days. During missions, one often encounters unexpected events, and a short delay outside was permissible. However, Prolonged absence would require notification and approval from the village. Otherwise, they would be treated as rogue ninjas. The inn was chosen for its proximity to the sea, with rooms that opened to the ocean view. The three lower-ranking ninjas shared one room, while Rinkai and his two companions occupied another. Kamikaze Yuji claimed this arrangement was for their safety, stating he had other matters to attend to, thus allowing the three to look after one another. Donghua suspected that the real reason was Kamikaze Yuji's reluctance to spend money, and upon voicing this thought, she received another swift strike from him. Inside the room, after a long journey, Donghua declared her need for rest and quickly fell asleep on the bed. Rinkai sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating, while Yamashita Ryota gazed out at the sea from the window. As Donghua remained silent, neither Rinkai nor Yamashita Ryota spoke. After half an hour of meditation, Rinkai stood up. "I'm going out to train by the sea," he announced before exiting the room. Yamashita Ryota glanced at Rinkai's departing figure, then turned his gaze back to the sleeping Donghua, resuming his watch of the ocean. By the seaside, Rinkai stood, hands forming seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A small fireball erupted from his mouth, scorching the sea's surface and creating a mere wisp of steam, leaving no further disturbance. This was Rinkai's assessment of his fireball technique. As a member of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their mastery of this jutsu, he understood it deeply. A fireball like Rinkai's, short-lived and weak, could only be considered the most inferior version of the technique. After exhausting his chakra with several fireballs, Rinkai climbed down to the base of the cliff and began to ascend. Once his physical strength was depleted, he vacantly gazed at the sea, lost in thought. As he spent more time in this world, Rinkai gradually forgot many memories of his previous life, feeling an inexplicable fear of losing everything he once knew. Without understanding the source of this anxiety, time passed, and suddenly, a commotion nearby jolted Rinkai from his reverie. "You were just a wild brat. Haha, little wild brat." Turning to investigate, he saw a group of children gathered around a smaller boy, who appeared to be the target of their bullying. Initially, Rinkai intended to ignore the situation, but the raucous laughter of the children broke his resolve. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he leapt down from the rock and approached them. "Hey, you little brats. Be quiet." The leading bully, upon hearing Rinkai's voice, opened his mouth to retort, but promptly fell silent upon noticing the ninja headband on Rinkai's forehead. Fear, trepidation, and apprehension flashed across the children's faces, and they collapsed to the ground in terror. "Ninja-sama, no, it's not like that." The innate fear of ninjas deeply rooted in the souls of ordinary people stemmed from the natural dread of the weak towards the strong, compounded by tales of ninjas who killed at will, rendering them nearly speechless. "I don't care what the situation is, get out of here right now." Rinkai held no fondness for bullying, and since he had decided to intervene, he would not show them any mercy. Though he was not a murderer, he was more than willing to teach them a lesson. Realizing they might be in for a beating, the children immediately scrambled away, leaving only the initially bullied boy curled up on the ground. Rinkai's intention had never been to rescue him, nor would he engage in conversation. As he turned to leave, the boy's voice called out to him, "Wait." Rinkai looked back to see the small boy, appearing around 6 or 7 years old, thin and underdeveloped, with disheveled red hair resembling dried grass. His face bore dirt and bruises inflicted by the other children. "Thank you," the boy exclaimed before running off, leaving behind a trail of tiny footprints on the sand. Rinkai chuckled softly, finding the boy rather amusing. That night, in the inn, Donghua, unable to sleep on the single bed, began to pester Rinkai and Yamashita Ryota. Her conversation ranged from expressing boredom to inquiring about Rinkai's activities that day, and then questioning whether Yamashita Ryota had engaged in any illicit activities while she slept, followed by wondering why Kamikaze Yuji had not returned yet, speculating if he was still drinking. After enduring her chatter for some time, Rinkai finally sighed and replied, "The captain is likely on a mission." Both Donghua and Yamashita Ryota were taken aback. Observing Yamashita Ryota's astonished expression, Rinkai inwardly scoffed, thinking, "Wow, I didn't realize you were oblivious too. I thought you were just pretending to be an expert by not speaking." That day at the port, the presence of the Leaf Village's insignia indicated that the captain's delay was likely due to his involvement in a mission with other ninjas from the village. Typically, a team leader would not stray far from their group unless exceptional circumstances arose, such as when another team's mission encountered trouble, prompting the leader to act independently if they deemed it necessary to leave behind other members. "Wow, you figured that out," Donghua exclaimed. her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Rinkai. "It's quite obvious, isn't it?" Rinkai thought, as a few sweat drops appeared on his forehead, beginning to question the reliability of his two teammates. In a room where several individuals found themselves with nothing to occupy their minds, Rinshin and Yamamoto Ryota were disinclined to converse. Yet, they were compelled by Donghua's insistence to engage in discourse for an extended period. As the night deepened, they prepared for rest, extinguishing the lights and closing their eyes. Although Rinshin sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness gradually drifted into slumber. However, just as he succumbed to sleep, an icy, piercing sensation surged from the depths of his soul, as if a pair of watchful eyes were fixed upon him, rendering him restless. Forced awake, beads of sweat adorned Rinshin's brow. Was it happening again? This physical condition was not unprecedented. Throughout his life, Rinshin had harbored the unsettling feeling that a portion of his chakra lay suppressed within him, yet he had never resolved the matter. He had subtly inquired within his family about anyone experiencing similar issues, and even had individuals use the Sharingan to inspect him, only to receive the same conclusion: there was nothing amiss. Rinshin harbored a foreboding sense that if he could not rectify this predicament, his potential would remain forever constrained, stifling his growth. Chapter 4. Sublimation. In the days that followed, Kamikami Yuji operated in secret, executing missions, while Rinshin continued his training by the seaside. The small boy he previously rescued remained hidden behind a rock, observing his practice. Although Rinshin was aware of this, he chose to ignore it. Donghua, feeling bored, would occasionally drag Yamamoto Ryota to stroll nearby. Having never seen the ocean before, Donghua felt a surge of inexplicable excitement upon her first sighting. Occasionally, the two would accompany Rinshin in his training. Surprisingly, despite Yamamoto Ryota's seemingly indifferent demeanor, he never declined Donghua's invitations to venture out. One evening, Rinshin inquired why he never refused. Yamamoto Ryota replied coldly, "I fear for her safety." This revelation surprised Rinshin. Was Yamamoto Ryota genuinely concerned for Donghua? Upon reflection, it made sense. Donghua had a carefree nature and often overlooked potential dangers, while Yamamoto Ryota had suffered the loss of two teammates, instilling in him a sense of responsibility towards her. In many ways, they were unexpectedly harmonious. On another day, after training on the beach, Rinshin prepared to meditate when an elderly voice called out from behind him. "Your training lacks significance." Turning to investigate, Rinshin beheld an old man leaning on a cane. Though he was missing a leg and an arm, his posture remained erect. Rinshin sensed that this elder was no ordinary individual, at least not in the past. "Who are you?" he inquired. Just as he posed the question, a small boy with red hair emerged behind the old man. It was the child Rinshin had saved a few days prior. "I am the grandfather of Hongya. I must thank you for aiding my granddaughter." "Granddaughter?" Rinshin glanced at the child named Hongya, initially mistaking her for a boy. However, more than her gender. He was intrigued by the elder's words. "What do you mean by saying my training lacks significance?" For several years, he had grappled with this very issue, and it was indeed true that his efforts had yielded little fruit. Though he understood the reason, hearing it articulated by another was a novel experience. Your body harbors a strange chakra that interferes with the flow of your own. Much of your chakra is devoted to suppressing this foreign energy, resulting in minimal training efficacy. Rinshin's pupils dilated in shock. This was the first time someone had directly identified the issue plaguing him. The bluntness of the statement instilled a sense of fear within him. "You must understand that I am of the Uchiha clan. If there were abnormalities within my body, do you think my family would remain unaware?" Rinshin feigned calmness, masking the tumultuous waves of emotion within. The elder chuckled softly, responding, "Your clan possesses a profound understanding of chakra. However, our comprehension of it is not inferior." As he spoke, the old man's gaze drifted towards the distant land of whirlpools, revealing a mixture of sorrow, nostalgia, and heartache. Observing the red-haired child named Hongya, and then following the elder's gaze towards the vanished land of whirlpools, Rinshin began to piece together the elder's identity. Whirlpool? Upon hearing the term, the elder did not directly answer Rinshin, but merely lowered his head slightly. Who knows? The elder nearly confirmed his identity, though he refrained from explicitly stating it. If he was indeed of the Whirlpool clan, it was true that their understanding of chakra would rival that of the Uchiha. "What purpose do you have in seeking me?" Rinshin pressed further. "How can I resolve this issue?" Upon hearing Rinshin's inquiry, the elder waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. The child named Hongya gestured for Rinshin to follow. "Come with me." The elder, due to his physical limitations, moved slowly, hobbling along with Hongya supporting him. Rinxin trailed behind them until they arrived at a nearby fishing village. The elder's home was situated in a secluded corner, appearing dilapidated and barely sufficient to shield against the elements. Once inside, Rinxin seated himself on the floor while the elder took a place opposite him. "Bring it out." Hearing the elder's directive, Hongya began to rummage through the room. Seizing the moment, Rinxin curiously asked, "Why do you wish to help me?" Despite being a member of the Uchiha, the esteemed clan of the ninja world, he was neither the son of a clan leader nor a renowned prodigy within Konoha. Thus, he found it perplexing that the elder would risk revealing his identity to assist him. After the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the Whirlpool clan scattered throughout the ninja world, choosing to live incognito. "Because you aided Hongya," the elder initially stated. Noticing the disbelief on Rinxin's face, he continued, "Consider this an investment in you. Our current situation cannot worsen, but we hope you might assist Hongya once you have grown." Investment? A faint smile of irony crossed Rinxin's face. He never anticipated that the first to recognize his potential would not be the village, his family, or even himself, but rather this previously unseen elder. In the midst of their conversation, Hongya emerged from the room, holding an item the elder required, a sealing talisman. "What is this?" Rinxin inquired as the elder accepted the talisman and explained, "A sealing talisman." With one hand, the elder gestured for Rinxin to approach. Initially hesitant, Rinxin grappled with trust in a stranger. What if this person meant him harm? Yet, Hongya's encouraging nod dispelled his trepidation, and an inexplicable trust in her emerged. Is this the infamous affinity of the Whirlpool clan? Gritting his teeth, Rinxin resolved that even if he faced a dire outcome, it could not be worse than his current situation. With newfound trust in Hongya, he stepped forward. Upon seeing Rinxin approach, Hongya patted her thigh, signaling him to lie down. Rinxin adjusted his position, reclining upon her lap. The instant their gazes met, the gem-like quality of her eyes momentarily captivated him. "Close your eyes," she whispered softly. And Rinxin complied. The elder placed the talisman over Rinxin's eyes, while Hongya laid her hands atop it. As a trickle of chakra flowed into the talisman, it began to glow, gradually fading until it vanished from Rinxin's sight. Simultaneously, several patterns emerged around his eyes, encircling them as the talisman's incantations dissipated. However, before long, these patterns vanished, and as Rinxin opened his eyes once more, he became acutely aware of the transformations within his body. First and foremost, his limbs felt extraordinarily light, and his senses had sharpened significantly, as if he had previously perceived the world through a veil that had now been lifted. Even more exhilarating for Rinxin was the realization that the flow of chakra within him had accelerated remarkably, and the quantity of chakra he possessed was now almost incomparable to before. Upon closer examination, he discerned that the quality of this chakra was far superior to what he had experienced earlier. "What is this?" he pondered. "This is the form you were always meant to embody," the elder explained, noticing Rinxin's confusion. "You are familiar with Jinchuriki, I presume?" Rinxin nodded knowingly. The elder continued, "Your situation is akin to that of a Jinchuriki, where the additional chakra within you, which does not belong to you, has been suppressing your own chakra. Due to the scarcity of your own chakra, it has been nearly entirely subdued, which is why your progress has been so slow. However, as you mature and your body develops, this issue will gradually dissipate." After listening to the elder's words, Rinxin did not perceive them as futile. He was profoundly grateful. "I solemnly vow that once I have gained strength, I shall not forget your kindness." The elder merely smiled at Rinxin's promise, well accustomed to discerning the sincerity in people's words. As Rinxin departed, the dilapidated room still held traces of his warmth beside the elder, who sat next to the young woman, Koyuki. She, perplexed, inquired, "Is he truly capable of bringing about change in this world?" The elder responded, "Princess, I have only felt such chakra once before, and that belonged to a man who quelled the chaos of the era. His name was Uchiha Madara." Chapter 5. Return to the village. Upon returning to the inn, as soon as Rinxin entered, he caught the attention of Yamamoto Ryota, who was seated by the window. Ryota seemed to sense a change in Rinxin, but chose to remain silent. "Rinxin, you appear somewhat different than before," he remarked. Not only Ryota, but the oblivious Donghua also noticed Rinxin's transformation. Chakra, a fusion of spirit and body, often reflects one's mental state. Previously, Rinxin's chakra had exuded a colder essence. Yet now that chill had notably diminished. Although they could not directly perceive Rinxin's chakra state, they sensed the shift. Is that so? I doubt it, Ringxin replied, settling down on the floor to rest. Donghua exchanged a knowing glance with Ryota, both nodding in silent agreement. It certainly is. Later that evening, when Kamimura Yuji returned, his first words were, "Hey, Ringxin, have you fallen in love?" Even while seated on the floor examining a scroll, one could see the smile playing at the corners of Ringxin's mouth, and the previously furrowed brow had relaxed, as if the sudden experience of love had transformed him entirely. Love? Ringxin tilted his head, deep in thought. When had he ever been in love? He found it perplexing that Yuji could arrive at such a conclusion. It was merely a light-hearted jest on Yuji's part. He did not genuinely believe Ringxin had fallen in love, yet he sensed something significant had occurred with him. Just as Yuji was about to inquire further, Donghua interrupted his train of thought. "Captain, you're back?" Donghua groggily rose from her bed, yawning and appearing still half asleep. Noticing the attention of his companions, Yuji briefly explained his recent whereabouts. "A nearby team encountered some unusual circumstances, and I've been assisting them these past few days. Apologies for not informing you in advance." Seeing that Yuji did not elaborate further, the group refrained from pressing for details. Understanding that many matters within the ninja village were confidential, some of which they were perhaps not meant to know. With Donghua's interruption, Yuji momentarily forgot about Ringxin's situation, especially after spending several exhausting days outside. The following day, the four of them prepared to return to Konoha. Compared to their journey there, their return was significantly quicker, as they were all ninjas and could travel at remarkable speeds. Their outward journey had been slower to accommodate the merchant caravan, but the return was unimpeded, allowing for a swifter pace. Upon arriving in Konoha and completing their mission, they received their rewards and bid each other farewell, dispersing in different directions. Ringxin first returned home to indulge in a much-needed rest, having not had proper sleep for several days. Now that his issues had been resolved and his condition improved, he felt a surge of exhilaration and realized he required some time to recuperate. Waking from his slumber the next morning, Ringxin greeted his grandmother and grabbed 2 rice balls, hurrying to the training ground while munching on them. He was eager to experience the newfound vitality of his body, something he had been unable to fully explore while away. His physical training began with long-distance running, push-ups, and sprinting. In the crisp morning of Konoha, the grass and foliage glistened with dew, and the animals remained ensconced in their dreams as the dark-haired youth dashed through, excitement illuminating his face. He ran 3 times the distance he had previously managed, yet fatigue eluded him. Next came ninjutsu training. It was time for his favorite technique from the Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball technique. By the stream, Ringxin formed hand seals, channeling chakra through his body, and exclaimed, "Great Fireball technique." A fireball, more potent than any before, erupted from his mouth, crashing into the water's surface, scorching it and generating a plume of steam that almost halted the flow of the stream. This is the Great Fireball. This is truly the Great Fireball. The thrill of the moment caused Ringxin to lose control of his chakra. An ember brushed against his lips, causing him a brief moment of pain and bringing him back to his senses. Gazing at the flowing stream and the steam, an idea sparked within him. He wished to attempt a technique he had long practiced, yet never mastered. He formed the necessary hand seals. Water release, water barrier. The water in the stream responded, coalescing before him into a barrier of flowing water. Ringxin had consistently practiced the water barrier technique, but given that he had previously struggled with the Great Fireball, he had never succeeded with the water barrier. Now, with his issues resolved, he executed the technique with ease. His chakra flowed seamlessly, devoid of the previous clumsiness, and he finally comprehended the hardships he had endured before. After spending a while honing his shuriken techniques and managing to suppress his excitement, evening approached. Noticing the twilight sky, Ringxin decided to halt his training and head home. Before he could even step through the door, he sensed familiar traces in the yard. "Can I?" Upon hearing Ringxin's voice, the person inside opened the door and joyfully exclaimed, "Brother!" The black-haired Uchiha girl before him was his half-sister, Uchiha Kanai. Unlike Ringxin's previously lackluster talents, Kanai had showcased her potential upon entering the ninja academy, excelling in her studies and mastering techniques with remarkable speed. Though she enrolled a year after Ringxin, she graduated ahead of him. Due to her exceptional abilities, the clan had placed considerable emphasis on her training, even assigning an elder to guide her development. In comparison to Ringxin, she seemed to exist in an entirely different realm. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, The young girl named Uchiha Kanai remains the most cherished family member to Renkshin in this world, aside from the elderly stone woman. Renkshin harbors no feelings of jealousy towards her. Instead, he feels a profound joy for her exceptional abilities. "How long do you plan to rest after this mission?" he inquired, affectionately ruffling Kanai's hair. He anticipated a substantial period of rest for himself after his last task, yet he was uncertain about the duration of Kanai's respite. If her break were prolonged, they could spend quality time together. Since becoming ninjas, their daily lives had been consumed by training and missions, leaving them with diminishing moments together, especially as Kanai's prowess continued to flourish, resulting in fewer shared conversations. "I don't think it will be long," Kanai replied, a hint of fear threading through her words. "The missions we've received lately have been quite perilous. Our last assignment nearly resulted in a grave incident, but thankfully, our instructor acted swiftly." The memory of their previous mission loomed large, where a teammate had inadvertently triggered an explosive tag trap, and without their Jonin teacher's timely use of body flicker technique, Kanai could have lost a comrade. Kanai's strength was considerable, and their team was led by a genuine Konoha Jonin, which meant their tasks were invariably challenging. Such missions were the quickest path to enhancing their abilities, albeit fraught with danger. Renkshin wished for Kanai to thrive safely, yet in the world of ninjas, he recognized himself as merely a pawn, lacking the authority to instigate change. Chapter 6. Training once his body was free from disturbances. Renkshin's foremost priority was to master this newfound power. Previously, his potential was limited to that of a Genin, but now he had reached a level akin to a Chunin. However, if he did not harness this abruptly acquired strength, he would be unable to utilize it effectively. The most effective way to enhance his abilities would be to seek a competent mentor or engage in combat practice with someone. Unfortunately, Renkshin found himself devoid of such options. Among the village and his clan, he barely knew any capable Jonin, and his elders lacked the necessary connections. Perhaps he could train with Kanai? This thought flitted through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Kanai had finally earned a moment of rest, and it would be inconsiderate to encroach upon her time. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel envious of Uchiha Obito, who was assigned to Minato Namikaze's class, the most conducive environment for advancement. With Minato's comprehensive prowess and extensive mission experience, and the presence of the prodigious ninja Kakashi as a sparring partner, not to mention the healing abilities of Rin Noera, one could focus solely on improvement without any other concerns. In fact, Renkshin had almost been selected for Minato's class. Following the ascension of the third Hokage, the selection process for the fourth Hokage commenced, and Minato was among the candidates. If the third Hokage's task was to balance the various clans of Konoha with the village itself, the fourth Hokage's role would involve managing the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Thus, the selection of Minato's students was deliberate and meaningful. One was Kakashi, the son of the legendary White Fang, who possessed both talent and renown. His influence would significantly aid Minato, whether by garnering support for his election as Hokage or later serving as the head of ANBU. The second student, Obito, was also a calculated choice. Unlike Kakashi, Obito lacked both talent and reputation, yet this was precisely what Konoha required. With the Uchiha connection, Minato could garner substantial support during his Hokage election. Should Minato ascend to the position of fourth Hokage, the Uchiha clan could re-establish their influence within Konoha through Obito, simultaneously alleviating tensions between the clan and the village. Moreover, Obito's displayed abilities during their academy years were rather unimpressive. Thus, even if he later grew stronger, he would find it impossible to contend for the Hokage position against Kakashi's superior skills and popularity. Consequently, the Hokage position would remain beyond the reach of the Uchiha clan. As for Rin Noera, she served purely to bridge and mediate the relationship between Kakashi and Obito, as the three had grown up together. Yet Kakashi and Obito's rapport was strained. Her presence as a buffer was essential to ensure harmony within the team and prevent covert sabotage. Renkshin's exclusion from Minato's class was largely attributable to his personality. He was markedly more taciturn than Obito, who, despite being a hot-headed fool, expressed his thoughts openly, while Renkshin required deeper contemplation. The former was simply easier to manage than the latter, which led to the decision against including Renkshin in Minato's class. He learned of this from an elder of the Uchiha clan, yet he exhibited no signs of regret. What if he had joined Minato's class and replaced Obito? That could have drawn the attention of Uchiha Madara. With no plans for training, Renkshin resolved to wander the village for a change of scenery. The long-standing pressure stemming from his talent had weighed heavily upon him, but with this burden somewhat alleviated, he felt it was time to grant himself a reprieve. Where to go? Although he had spent several years in this world, Renkshin had never truly explored Konoha. Thus, he decided to thoroughly enjoy the scenic spots of the village, finally experiencing this world in earnest. First stop, Hokage Rock. As the emblematic structure of Konoha, Hokage Rock currently bore only 3 faces, and Renkshin stood atop the head of the first Hokage, surveying the entirety of Konoha. The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara had quelled the chaotic times through their unparalleled strength. But could the world or the hearts of men ever be as idyllic as a fairy tale? The eventual outcome was Madara's departure and the first Hokage's demise. With the absence of their absolute power, the ninja realm was plunged back into conflict, reigniting wars. And even the tailed beasts allocated to various ninja villages became tools of war. If the first Hokage laid the foundation for Konoha, the second Hokage perfected its structure. He established various systems and bound the clans to the vessel of Konoha, even going so far as to disband the Senju clan, leading to the disappearance of the Senju lineage and the emergence of Konoha ninjas. However, the second Hokage was twofold. He possessed a yearning to create the great family of Konoha while also embodying the darkness inherent to ninjas. His disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, represented these dualities, one advocating Konoha's beauty with smiles and warmth, while the other engaged in the underhanded dealings of a ninja to achieve his objectives. As for the third Hokage, Konoha had recently emerged from the Second Great Ninja War, with ongoing tensions among the ninja nations, painting a picture of impending turmoil. The third Hokage was fervently attempting to consolidate and suppress the various clans within Konoha. Those clans that complied would be rewarded, while those that did not would face Danzo's intervention. The Uchiha clan was the most vehemently resistant, resulting in a particularly strained relationship with Konoha. Yet, due to the war's backdrop, both sides were willing to afford each other some leeway, preventing a complete breakdown. Atop Hokage Rock, Renkshin briefly analyzed the relationships between the village and the clans before departing. When asked if he had any solutions, he could only assert that such high-level matters were beyond him. Let those in power manage them. For now, his priority was to satisfy his hunger. At the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, "Boss, I'd like a bowl of soy sauce tonkatsu ramen, please." As a renowned destination in Konoha, Renkshin decided to indulge in a bowl of ramen here. Sure thing. Legend has it that the enigmatic proprietor of Ichiraku Ramen appears quite youthful, swiftly preparing a delectable bowl of ramen. The flavor is commendable, prompting Renkshin to extol the virtues of Ichiraku Ramen, which explains the throngs who frequent this establishment. The noodles possess a delightful chewiness, and the broth is rich and flavorful without being greasy. In terms of ramen, Ichiraku truly excels. As Renkshin savors his meal, a familiar voice resonates behind him. Renkshin. Few dare to call his name so openly on the streets, yet without turning, he recognizes it as his teammate, Donghua. However, upon turning around, he is met with a sight that leaves him both astonished and perplexed. Donghua, dressed in casual attire, seems entirely ordinary. Yet the presence of his stoic teammate, Yamashiro Ryota, carrying numerous bags beside her, defies his expectations. Renkshin would rather believe that their captain, Uemura Koji, is accompanying Donghua for shopping than accept the reality of Yamashiro Ryota's involvement. He remains frozen with his chopsticks for a full 10 seconds, while Donghua, puzzled by his expression, and Yamashiro Ryota, maintaining his impassive demeanor, stand nearby. Do you often go out together? Renkshin muses, questioning whether his absence has skewed his understanding of the world. Seeing them shopping together is a sight he could scarcely believe without witnessing it firsthand. While he comprehends Yamashiro Ryota's protective nature towards Donghua when they are outside, the notion that he would continue to accompany her back in the village suggests that he might actually relish this arrangement. Donghua shakes her head in response to Renshin's inquiry. No, today is the first time I sought out Ryota. I thought he wouldn't agree to come, yet he did so immediately. Chapter 7. The Cat Before Ichiraku Ramen. 3 individuals are enthusiastically devouring their bowls of ramen. Donghua appears to have no sense of personal boundaries, casually transferring pieces of meat from Yamashiro Ryota's bowl into her own, and subsequently glancing at Renshin's bowl. Fortunately, Renshin had started eating a bit earlier, leaving him with only the broth. Renshin, aren't you going to order another bowl? Renshin suspects that Donghua's inquiry is less about concern for him and more about her desire for the meat in his next bowl. After confirming his own fullness, he shakes his head. I'm fine, you two enjoy. Rising, he calls out, Boss, we'll settle the bill for 3. As he prepares to leave, Donghua interjects. Aren't you going to join us for a stroll, Rinshin? Just as he readies to decline, Donghua's tone softens. We Haven T spent time together outside of missions. Sometimes I envy how Lin and her classmates can enjoy their time together. Since Ryota is out with us, do you really intend to head back alone? Have I done something wrong? Hearing her begin to ramble, Rinshin feels a headache coming on. Yamashiro Ryota fixes his gaze on Rinshin, his expression clearly indicating that if he refuses, Donghua will persist in her plea, revealing why he had chosen to join them. All right, Rinshin concedes. Though one teammate is overly vivacious and the other excessively somber, he knows he can rely on them. Reflecting on his limited time spent with them, he acknowledges that nurturing camaraderie and understanding among teammates is indeed crucial. Burdened by bags and trailing behind the two, Rinshin soon regrets his decision from half an hour prior. It must be said that women possess an innate talent for shopping. Donghua flits from item to item, purchasing without pause, while Rinshin and Yamashiro Ryota bear the weight of her acquisitions. Strangely, Rinshin feels that this brief excursion through the commercial streets is more exhausting than a long-distance training session, with the bags proving heavier than any weighted training gear. Shall we take a group photo at the photography studio ahead? After a long day of shopping, they finally reach a place where they can set down their burdens and rest. Yamashiro Ryota remains silent, and Rinshin, too, does not speak as they naturally enter the studio. Rinshin sets down the items he carries and takes a few deep breaths to regain his strength. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Ryota, slightly perspiring, appears to be in a similar state, though he remains silent. Would you like to take a picture? The prices are quite reasonable. The proprietor greets them warmly, noting that business has been thriving since the formation of their 3-man squad, as many wish to capture memories together. Yes, Donghua affirms, while Rinshin and Yamashiro Ryota position themselves near the camera, adjusting their attire. What pose should we strike? Donghua ponders, but Rinshin has already adopted a peace sign, knowing that this gesture is universally appropriate regardless of the setting or company. Yamashiro Ryota stands still, staring blankly, prompting Donghua to step forward. Wrapping her arms around both of them. Click. The shutter snaps, and the proprietor announces, the photo is ready. You can collect it tomorrow. After exiting the studio, Donghua suddenly remarks, I hope my outfit looked all right. I should have worn something prettier today. It's not that complicated. Ryota and I are wearing our usual clothes as well, Rinshin replies. Perhaps he inadvertently voiced his thoughts, as Donghua immediately complains, you two should have worn something cleaner. Your clothes are dusty, and the photo will surely turn out poorly. Rinshin and Yamashiro Ryota dare not contradict her, both nodding in agreement. As dinner time approaches, the two escort Donghua to her doorstep before parting ways, one heading towards the Yamashiro clan and the other to the Uchiha clan. As they walk away, they can still hear Donghua calling out, let us go shopping again sometime. Rinshin does not respond, merely slowing his pace. That night, while sleeping, Rinshin inexplicably dreams of the moment when Akane was bullied, and upon waking the next day, he sits at the edge of his bed in contemplation. The Uzumaki clan's decision to live in obscurity is not without reason. Their potent chakra is their most treasured possession, yet without the strength to protect it, they risk becoming tools for other ninja villages. While Akane and her grandfather are safe for the moment, what of the future? With this thought, Rinshin resolves to take action in gratitude for their kindness. Summoning technique. As the summoning array materializes, a black cat appears in Rinshin's room. The Uchiha clan has a cooperative relationship with the Nikko clan, who serve as summoning beasts to aid the Uchihas in intelligence gathering and equipment forging, while the Uchihas provide protection for the Nikko clan. The black cat, initially expressionless, sniffs the air, its demeanor shifting slightly as it speaks in a childlike voice. What has happened to you recently? As Rinshin's longtime summoning beast, the cat is well acquainted with him, noting the significant enhancement in the quality of his chakra over the past period. Just a minor incident, but I require your assistance. The black cat flicks its tail, seemingly displeased. Oh, you only seek my help now after being absent for so long? Understanding the cat's temperament, Rinshin refrains from elaborating, instead reaching out to gently stroke its belly. Black, I need you to observe a red-haired girl in a town called Heichao by the seaside of the Fire Country. The cat, enjoying the attention, closes its eyes and purrs. That can be arranged, but I am quite busy over in Nikayu City as well. He knew that she was about to make a request, so without engaging in conversation, he merely nodded in agreement. I will assist you with the matters concerning Cat's Return City. Although the spirit partners consisted of one beast and one human, this did not imply that one was the servant of the other. Their relationship was founded on equality. When Rinshin required assistance, Hei would lend a hand, and conversely, when Hei encountered difficulties, Rinshin was obligated to assist Hei as well. Such a symbiotic relationship was essential for their bond to flourish. Otherwise, it could lead to the rejection of the spiritual connection altogether. Matters such as placing spies were best entrusted to the spirit beasts, like the Nico Ninja, who could easily mingle with the local cats to gather desired intelligence. Observing a girl in a mundane town was a trivial task. With Rinshin's promise secured, Hei extracted several fish jerky from his attire, relishing them while enjoying Rinshin's massage. You only call upon me when you need something. Humph, more ungrateful than a cat, he remarked. Rinshin remained silent, continuing the massage. After a while, once Hei had finished his indulgence, he gently tapped Rinshin's hand with his paw. All right, I will keep an eye on that matter. Remember to visit Cat's Return City in 2 days. Otherwise, the old lady will scold me. With that, the black cat transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished from the room, leaving Rinshin contemplating his upcoming work assignment in Cat's Return City, forcing a bitter smile. Chapter 8. Flowing water in the early morning. Akatsuki stirred in bed and opened her eyes, stretching her hand out from under the covers to yawn. The scene of Rinshin aiding her surfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She then buried her face back into the blankets. I wonder what he is doing now? She mused aloud, only to be startled by a voice that answered her. He is currently working in Cat's Return City. The voice of Hei startled her so much that she almost tumbled from her bed. Turning to the source of the voice, she beheld a black cat perched on her windowsill, having just spoken. Who are you? She inquired. I am the spirit beast of Uchiha Rinshin. He has sent me to watch over you, and I shall inform him should anything occur. Hei's pupils narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the child before him. Her short red hair framed a delicate, pale face that appeared slightly gaunt, yet undeniably cute. Did Rinshin have feelings for her? Upon realizing that this was Rinshin's spirit beast, Akatsuki's heart eased, and she tentatively reached out to embrace the black cat. Hei did not resist, gracefully leaping into her arms. With youthful curiosity, Akatsuki asked, Does this mean he is protecting me? Hei's response did not disappoint her, in a sense. Yes. In Cat's Return City, Rinshin could not recall when he last visited. It felt as though the timber from his previous relocation still lingered. Ah, Rinshin back again. A Nico ninja lounging on a beam greeted him, inhaling deeply. This guy smells better than before, the cream-colored Nico ninja murmured, revealing a fierce expression. Do you have any fish jerky? Hand it over. Knowing the nature of these Nico ninja well, Rinshin took a step back. No, if I had any, I would have offered it to Lady Shiritsu. Upon hearing Rinshin had no fish jerky, Shiritsu's demeanor shifted to one of disdain. She flicked her tail and turned her back on him, clearly disinterested in further conversation. Recognizing this, Rinshin understood that if he were to summon Shiritsu again, he would likely face her complaints. However, he chose to postpone such thoughts, focusing instead on hastily completing his work. As the residence of the Nico Ninja clan, Cat's Return City was substantial in size, primarily constructed of wood, requiring regular maintenance. This task was typically managed by Hei, but since Rinshin had summoned him for work, it naturally fell upon Rinshin to undertake the duties in his stead. Days later, beneath Cat's Return City, Rinshin wielded an axe, diligently chopping wood. As the sound of the axe striking the timber echoed, Rinshin's thoughts drifted to why he had entered into a contract with the Nico Ninja clan. Years prior, when Rinshin was troubled by the wear and tear of his ninja tools, Granny Ishii had informed him that the Uchiha clan had a summoning contract with the Nico Ninja clan, which could assist them in refurbishing their ninja tools. As she spoke, Granny Ishii unearthed a summoning scroll. All you need to do is write your name on it. Rinshin, then naive and uninformed, merely contemplated the benefits of signing the summoning contract, believing it would relieve him of his worries regarding ninja tools. However, upon summoning Hei for the first time, Rinshin quickly found himself thrust into the role of an unexpected caretaker. At the time of Hei's summoning, he was still in the nursing phase, unable to speak, persistently burrowing into Rinshin's embrace. Due to his inexperience with summoning techniques, Rinshin struggled to dismiss the connection, ultimately resorting to purchasing sustenance for Hei from a pet shop, feeding him bit by bit. It was only after some time, With Rinshin fulfilling the role of a caretaker, that other Nico ninja arrived to take Hei back. Hei was considered Rinshin's exclusive spirit beast. Other Uchiha clan members, despite having a summoning contract with the Nico ninja clan, could not summon Hei. Additionally, Shiratsu was the spirit beast of Rinshin's sister, Kanai, and Rinshin also possessed summoning rights. Eventually, Rinshin would learn that while the Nico ninja clan would refurbish the Uchiha clan's ninja tools, a fee was required if one lacked the means to pay. They were obliged to work in Cat's Return City. At that time, Rinshin's mission earnings were meager, necessitating that he labor in Cat's Return City for a period after each refurbishment, thus becoming quite familiar with the locale. As his thoughts returned to the present, he noted that he had already chopped a considerable amount of wood. The remaining processing tasks would be handled by others, so Rinshin wiped the sweat from his brow, preparing to conclude his day. Time for a meal. Not far off, Shiratsu approached with a cloth bundle in her mouth, containing a lunchbox, making her way toward Rinshin. Although working in Cat's Return City yielded no wages, meals were provided. Thank you. After delivering the food, Shiratsu did not leave, but instead sat obediently beside him. Aware of her intentions, Rinshin opened the lunchbox and offered her some fish. Thus, the two, one human and one cat, sat atop a tree stump, gazing at the setting sun. 6 months passed. During this time, apart from his missions, Rinshin trained with fervor, as his previous efforts had not yielded results. Now, with his ninjutsu and taijutsu training progressing seamlessly, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. In these 6 months, Rinshin made remarkable strides, successfully passing the CH Nin exams and becoming a CH Nin of Konohagakure. 3 days after attaining CH Nin status, while organizing his ninja tools in the courtyard, an elder from his clan entered. Rinshin. Upon seeing the elder, Rinshin nodded and called out, "Grandfather Ryukawa." Uchiha Ryukawa, one of the clan elders, had hardly crossed Rinshin's path before his talents began to manifest. Yet as his abilities became evident, members of both the clan and the village began to engage with him. Uchiha Ryukawa took a few steps into the courtyard before inquiring, "How has life been lately? Any problems?" His tone exuded the warmth of a caring elder, instilling a sense of familiarity. Yet, Rinshin understood that this concern was predicated on his own strength. "No issues here, Grandfather Ryukawa. Is there something you wish to discuss?" If there were no pressing matters, Rinshin had little desire to continue the conversation, intending to respond briefly and then find an excuse to depart. Uchiha Ryukawa, however, was unfazed by Rinshin's demeanor. He had long since grown accustomed to the Uchiha's disposition. On the other side of the village, there are plans to transfer you to a new team. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? Speak up, and I can offer you some guidance. Uchiha Ryukawa's words appeared to solicit Rinshin's opinion, yet they subtly hinted at something more. Logically speaking, as a member of the Leaf Village, any personnel changes should be directly communicated to Rinshin by the village, or at the very least, through his mentor, Kamamura Yoshimitsu. However, the family's message serves as a clandestine reminder to Rinshin, underscoring the closer ties that family connections hold over village affiliations. The inquiry into Rinshin's thoughts suggests that if he desires a particular team, he may express it openly, and the family will consider facilitating it. This is the privilege of a prodigy, a fact not lost on Rinshin, though he knows few individuals and feels indifferent about which team he is assigned to. Rinshin replied to Uchiha Ryukawa, "Thank you, Grandfather Ryukawa. I trust the family will arrange for me a suitable team." Upon hearing Rinshin's response, Uchiha Ryukawa felt content, smiling before turning to depart. However, it was mentioned that your new teammates are also acquaintances of yours, which might give you something to look forward to. Acquaintances? Rinshin stood momentarily stunned, realizing his circle of familiarity within the village was quite limited. Who could these new teammates be? Chapter 9, Sand and Salt, Part 1. Is this truly our last mission? Gripping the scroll tightly, Rinshin pressed his knuckles, causing his skin to pale under the pressure. This task may present some danger, yet considering your current capabilities, it should pose no significant problem. Over the past 6 months, Kamamura Yoshimitsu has witnessed the true essence of genius. It was as if enlightenment dawned upon him as he observed the boy named Uchiha Rinshin, who had surged from the ranks of a lowly genin to the level of a chunin. Given a little more time to cultivate his abilities, Kamamura Yoshimitsu felt he might not even match Rinshin's prowess. In the underground city, will there be monsters lurking? Donghua expressed her trepidation, unchanged after half a year. Her physical skills had improved slightly, her ninjutsu had grown a bit stronger, and she had grown a little taller, but little else had changed. The task at hand was to explore an underground ruin in the Land of Wind. A noble from the Land of Fire had somehow learned of treasures from an ancient dynasty hidden within and sought these relics, thus commissioning this mission to the Leaf Village. Due to the potential for combat and unknown dangers within the ruins, the mission was categorized at the highest level that Renshin and his team had ever undertaken. Upon reaching a border town in the Land of Wind, the four donned new attire. Wearing Leaf Village clothing would easily attract the attention of the Sand Ninja, even if the vastness of the Land of Wind made such encounters unlikely. A visit to the Land of Wind would be incomplete without sampling local delicacies. Kamamura Yoshimitsu led the group into an inn, where the border town bustled with a mix of traders, arnin, and solitary ninjas. The most striking presence was that of a samurai seated at a nearby table. The warriors from the Land of Iron wore standardized armor, fully encasing them, which made them stand out like someone dressed in winter clothing on a sweltering day. The samurai appeared unfazed, quietly pouring sake into his cup. The roasted lizard, grilled cactus, large flatbread, and sand fruit that they ordered were soon served. The waiter's voice drew Renshin and his companion's attention back to the table, where 4 wooden plates were arranged. A sizable roasted lizard occupied the center, flanked by 3 smaller plates. Kamamura Yoshimitsu deftly took a piece of flatbread, removed a leg from the roasted lizard, and placed it atop, followed by a slice of grilled cactus and 2 sand fruits, gently squeezing to release their juices before placing them in the bread. Finally wrapping it all together. "Oh, teacher, you eat quite well," Donghua exclaimed, mimicking Kamamura Yoshimitsu's technique. She rolled her flatbread and took a bite, letting the juice from the sand fruit trickle down her chin. "Delicious," Renshin concurred, appreciating the delightful combination. The tartness of the sand fruit countered the richness of the lizard, while the cactus imparted a fragrant essence. The mingling flavors infused the flatbread, softening it while enhancing its taste. "Ryota, what do you think?" Donghua inquired of Yamamoto Ryota, who, through their years of companionship, had gradually emerged from his former shadows and now exhibited a more cheerful demeanor. "It's good." After relishing the local delicacies, the 4 emerged from the inn, preparing to accompany a caravan of salt merchants to Salt Village. The Land of Wind suffers from a scarcity of water resources. Although Salt Village is near a lake, the water is saline and undrinkable. However, the local villagers dry and filter it to produce salt, trading it with merchant caravans for water and food, ensuring their survival. "It's fortuitous that we're heading there. If you can provide protection along the way, that would be greatly appreciated." The leader of the salt merchants, a middle-aged man, bore the rough texture of a face weathered by the sun and sand, his eyes reflecting weariness. Upon hearing that 4 ninjas would accompany them to Salt Village, he readily agreed. In the desert, there exist robbers and wild beasts, the greatest fears of any merchant caravan. The salt merchants, burdened by their heavy cargo, travel slowly and are easy targets for ambushes. Lacking the means to hire ninjas for protection, they must fend for themselves. The presence of ninjas would significantly enhance their safety. To accommodate the only woman in their group, they even cleared a space on a camel for Donghua to ride. For Donghua, this was her first experience riding a camel. Initially, she found it novel, but soon the monotony set in. The desert landscape was unchanging, with nothing but sky and yellow sand, save for the occasional cactus or small creature that brought a modicum of interest to the journey. If it's not profitable and dangerous, why venture to transport salt? Renshin walked alongside Yamamoto Ryota, who was leading the camel for Donghua. The salt merchant ahead sighed upon hearing Renshin's question. Long ago, Salt Village had water, otherwise, people wouldn't have settled there. Oddly enough, amidst the saline terrain, there once existed a spring of fresh water. The villagers relied on it for sustenance. However, after a significant earthquake, that spring vanished. Now, the villagers depend entirely on us merchants for the transportation of their water and food. Without our aid, they would perish in the desert. Renshin was taken aback by the story behind Salt Village. Donghua and Yamamoto Ryota, close by, also absorbed the tale. "Uncle, you truly are a good person," Donghua remarked. The salt merchant, having lived many years, felt a bit bashful at the sudden praise, scratching his head. "It's not really that. I grew up in Salt Village, and it is my home, so I must provide for my family." "Family, you say?" As Renshin walked, his consciousness gradually began to blur. The conversation between Donghua and the salt merchant behind him seemed to fade into oblivion. Since his arrival in this world, he had always felt a sense of estrangement, akin to the affection one might feel for a character in a film. knowing well that the character is but a figment of imagination, a mere construct. And so it was for Rinshin, as he grappled with the uncertainty of this world's authenticity. A grain of sand was swept by the wind, striking Rinshin's face. The physical pain jolting him back to reality. Is it normal for sand to fly about in your region? He inquired. The salt merchant leader's expression darkened immediately, and with a grim tone, he replied, "Certainly not. A sandstorm is imminent." What was more dreadful than bandits and beasts was the sandstorm that ravaged the desert. In a land devoid of vegetation, once the winds began to howl, they became an unstoppable force, sweeping yellow sands that obscured the sky and sun. Not only did one lose their sense of direction, but the aftermath of a sandstorm could irrevocably alter the landscape. Fortunately, the salt merchant leader had extensive experience traversing the desert and promptly commanded the caravan to hasten their pace. Not far ahead lay several large stones, providing a potential refuge from the impending storm. Finding cover would be ideal. If none were available, the caravan would have to halt and let the camels lie down as makeshift shields. The caravan sprang into action, urging the camels onward, and as luck would have it, the winds had just begun to rise. Amidst the chaos, the carefree Dong Hua continued to cheer on the camels, exclaiming, "Come on, run faster." The foolish camels seemed to understand her encouragement, surging to the front of the line. Upon reaching the stones, the caravan discovered they were not alone. Seated there was a solitary figure, none other than the warrior from the Iron Nation they had encountered at the inn. The Iron Nation's warriors were reputed for their honorable reputation, with no tales of indiscriminate violence attached to them. Given the spaciousness beneath the stones, the likelihood of conflict was minimal. Yet, the caravan maintained a respectful distance, with Kamimura Yoshimitsu positioning himself at the periphery, closest to the warrior, ready to shield the group should any hostile intent arise. The howling winds raged, and the sound of sand striking the stones resembled raindrops. The sky had grown profoundly dark. "Are you headed to Shine Village?" The warrior's voice resonated, slightly muffled by his helmet. Taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, the salt merchant leader hesitated before responding, "Yes, esteemed warrior." Upon hearing this, the warrior removed his helmet, revealing a weathered face. "There is no need for such formalities. I merely wish to return to my homeland." Homeland. The warrior's words implied he hailed from Shine Village. A shared birthplace often breeds familiarity, and the elder warrior's sentiment eased the salt merchant's wariness, prompting him to inch closer. Chapter 10. Sand and Salt, Part 2. Then, the old warrior began to recount his story. 50 years ago, I was born in Shine Village, where I grew until the age of 12. My childhood was not without its hardships, yet at least I was surrounded by family, and the villagers were kind to me. However, due to a lack of water, I left at 12 to seek fortune elsewhere, hoping to return and aid my hometown. I journeyed through various lands and eventually became a warrior in the Iron Nation. The old warrior paused, wiping away the tears that gathered in the corners of his eyes. Yet, when I finally managed to reconnect with my village, I learned that my parents had passed away. Thus, I settled in the Iron Nation, married, and raised a family. Time has slipped by, and now I am of advanced age, aware that my days are numbered. Yet, the faces of my parents have resurfaced in my mind, and I yearn to return and see them once more. At his age, this return likely meant he would never again return to the Iron Nation. After wandering for half his life, he sought to return to his roots. As the winds howled, echoing like an elderly man weeping, some were moved by his tale, lost in contemplation, while others remained indifferent, treating it as merely a story of another. When Rinshin awakened, it was already midnight. The winds and sands had ceased, leaving only the stars shimmering in the night sky, a breathtaking sight. The old warrior's words stirred something within him. Having forgotten the memories of his past life, and with his parents long gone, he felt an acute sense of solitude in this world. Save for his sister Kanai and the old woman, Granny Sure. In his final moments, the old warrior wished to return to his birthplace. Where could Rinshin find solace? Shine Village appeared somewhat dilapidated, and before the caravan's arrival, numerous villagers emerged, clutching bags of salt in hopes of exchanging them for resources. The salt merchant leader expressed gratitude for their journey, acknowledging their assistance, and began distributing supplies to the nearby villagers. Meanwhile, the old warrior ambled towards a secluded corner of the village, knowing well where his parents would be laid to rest. Kamimura Yoshimitsu unfolded a map, centering on Shine Village, and after assessing the surroundings, he led the three towards the salt lake not far away. Beside the desolate lake, a few small salt fields lay scattered, where villagers toiled, their bodies marred by scars from years of labor and the corrosive waters. Nearby, a spring existed, yet its waters had turned to salt, rendering them undrinkable, and the surrounding crops lay lifeless, no longer cultivated. A short distance from the lake, several barren hills stood devoid of any greenery. Following the map's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of a cave at the foot of the hill. Kamamara Yoshimitsu, confirming the location, stated, "This is the site of ancient ruins. As long as we retrieve the treasure, our mission will be complete." Rinshin ignited a torch with a fire technique and stepped at the forefront of the group. "Let us proceed." Jiri followed closely behind, with Donghua trailing and Kamamara Yoshimitsu bringing up the rear. After a few minutes of walking, they encountered a large stone door within the cave, ajar yet partially concealed. Surrounding the door lay several human skeletons, a grim testament to those who had previously attempted to seek fortune within, only to meet their demise. On high alert, Rinshin stepped through the stone door. Inside were the ancient ruins, the space markedly smaller, with walls constructed of stone bricks, perfectly aligned despite the passage of time. As they advanced down the corridor, they soon encountered a section where the passage had collapsed, the ground beneath covered in fine sand. "I will go first. You all remain vigilant." Kamamura Yoshimitsu moved from the back of the group to the front, recognizing the danger suggested by the corpses at the entrance of the ruins. The sudden appearance of sand further convinced him that this place was a trap. The narrow terrain, combined with the passage's age, posed a risk of collapse at any moment. Explosive talismans were out of the question, leaving them with other means to probe ahead. Kamamura Yoshimitsu retrieved a wooden stake, half the height of a person, intended for use in a substitution technique. With a slight exertion, he tossed the stake onto the sandy surface, and within a second of its landing, a massive mouth emerged from the sand, devouring the stake whole. "Is that a sandworm?" Though the encounter was brief, Kamamura Yoshimitsu recognized the creature, a legendary monster said to inhabit the desert, the sandworm. In the land of wind, there has long been a legend about a creature known as the sandworm, which dwells deep within the desert. These monstrous beings are said to navigate beneath the sands, devouring unwary travelers and camels alike. However, many have never witnessed such a beast, leading some to dismiss its existence as mere folklore. Now, however, Rinshin and his companions have encountered a genuine sandworm, which has unfortunately blocked their path. How will they proceed? Donghua posed a crucial question. Their mission was to retrieve treasures from the ruins, not to slay the sandworm. Yet the distance to the sand was too great for the four to leap or circumvent. "Let us traverse above," Rinshin suggested, gathering chakra beneath his feet and leaping onto the rocky ledge above. Little did they expect that the vibrations could also be detected by the sandworm. As Rinshin reached the surface, the sandworm surged upward, its gaping maw lined with sharp, ring-shaped teeth that could easily tear flesh, releasing a nauseating stench. Rinshin narrowly evaded the creature's attack with a backward leap, only to find the relentless sandworm emerging from the sands in pursuit. Yamamura Yoshiji stood at the edge, launching a kunai at the sandworm's body. But the creature's hardened exoskeleton rendered the attack futile. "Retreat," he shouted. The passage was too constricted for combat, and the kunai could not inflict harm. So they had no choice but to withdraw and devise another plan. The four fled towards the exit, with the sandworms spitting acidic saliva in their wake, which they narrowly avoided. The corrosive liquid left deep pits in the stone floor, revealing why some had fallen at the cave's entrance. They likely succumbed to the acid during their escape. After sprinting nearly 100 meters, the sandworm ceased its pursuit, retreating back into the sands. With the threat diminished, Rinshin and his companions paused to catch their breath. "That was terrifying. We would have been doomed had it caught up to us," Donghua said. Her hand pressed against her chest, striving to calm her racing heart. Rinshin, unfazed, jested, "If it had caught us, it would not have mattered. We only need to outrun you." Donghua, aware of his jest, puffed up her cheeks and playfully lunged at him. After observing their banter, Yamamura Yoshiji interjected, "We still need to find a way to get past it. Unfortunately, my family's secret technique is ineffective against it. Otherwise, I could have controlled the beast." His family's technique was particularly effective against humans, but proved useless against such a creature. "I have an idea," Yamamura Yoshiji announced. Chapter 11, Sand and Salt, Part 2. Why should I assist you? In an ancient dwelling, the elderly warrior rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, his expression devoid of emotion. With his swordsmanship, He could indeed breach the sandworm's armor, yet these Leaf Village ninjas held no significance to him. Thus he had no reason to intervene. Yamamura Yoshiji anticipated this response and presented a compelling offer. The sandworm is a rare creature. Its head is quite valuable. You could sell it and use the proceeds to aid in the reconstruction of Sandsalt Village. The old warrior pondered for a moment. Indeed, Sandsalt Village was impoverished, and a financial influx could significantly improve the villagers' conditions. He nodded in agreement with Yamamura Yoshiji's plan and resolved to assist them in dealing with the sandworm. The five returned to the passageway. With the old warrior's assertion that he could penetrate the sandworm's shell, their task was to lure the creature out and expose its body. After removing a section of the wall's bricks and creating an opening large enough for a person, the old warrior positioned himself inside, while Rinshin leapt onto the rocky ledge above to entice the sandworm. Although the sandworm moved swiftly, Rinshin was quick on his feet. Evasion was not a challenge for him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. On the 4th step, a slight tremor resonated through the rock into the sand below, awakening the lurking sandworm, which surged forth from the earth. "Here it comes," Rinshin exclaimed, swiftly turning to flee toward the passage. The sandworm, oblivious to the trap, followed relentlessly. Once fully emerged and exposed before the old warrior, he unsheathed his sword, channeling chakra into it, causing the blade to gleam. This was why Yamamura Yoshiji believed the old warrior could rupture the sandworm's shell. A chakra-infused blade is unyielding, and the elder likely mastered this technique, hence his request for assistance. The elder raised his blade high and delivered a powerful downward slash, cleaving the sandworm's body in two. Its tough exterior crumbled like parchment before the might of the chakra blade. Without hesitation, the old warrior followed up with 3 more rapid strikes, each severing the sandworm further. Mortally wounded, the sandworm turned to retaliate against the old warrior, while Rinshin prepared his jutsu from behind. With the creature's insides now exposed, a single move would suffice to vanquish it. Fire style, great fireball technique. A magnificent fireball erupted from Rinshin's mouth, a testament to his mastery over fire jutsu, striking the vulnerable innards and incinerating the sandworm. With the creature defeated, the obstacle was removed, and Yamamura Yoshiji took the sandworm's head, offering it to the old warrior. However, the elder did not depart. Instead, he expressed his intent to accompany them further. If there are more treasures within, this old body can still be of assistance. His words were a pledge of support, which Yamamura Yoshiji gladly accepted. The 5 traversed through the sand, arriving at a less obstructed passage, where they soon spotted an altar. Above it, water cascaded down, flowing into the earth. What is this? The altar bore a conspicuous gap, and at its base lay a blue orb, presumably the treasure of the ruins. "This must be the item we are tasked to retrieve. Let us take it and depart," Donghua suggested, stepping forward to collect the blue orb. "Wait," Rinshin called out, harboring some thoughts regarding the object. Why did the freshwater spring in Sandsalt Village turn saline after the earthquake? Initially, he and the others believed it was due to the disruption of an underground freshwater source. However, upon observing the altar and the fallen blue orb, Rinshin began to suspect otherwise. He approached, took the blue orb from Donghua, and returned it to the altar. The altar emitted a soft blue glow, enveloping the surrounding area until, moments later, the blue light vanished. Rinshin bent down to taste the water flowing beneath the altar. What had once been saline now transformed into fresh water after passing through the altar. The realization dawned upon them. The ancient kingdom's treasure held remarkable power. The old warrior smiled, understanding that the fresh water of Sandsalt Village likely originated from this source, connecting through the subterranean channels. "Ninja, might I request that you leave the orb here?" The old warrior bowed respectfully to Rinshin and his companions, imploring them to leave the precious orb in its rightful place. Fresh water is of utmost importance to the village of Cheyenne. He firmly believes that if fresh water were available, the village could once again resume cultivation, sparing them from the need to purchase water from outside sources, and it would undoubtedly thrive once more. Donghua also wishes to leave the blue gem here, but being a task item, she is momentarily at a loss as to what to do and turns to her teammates. Rinshin, however, finds the situation quite manageable. "Let us exchange it for the sandworm's head. Those nobles are unaware of the treasures contained within. As long as what we present is sufficiently precious, we can complete the task." The old warrior naturally agrees to this plan, for his intent in obtaining the sandworm's head is to aid in the development of Cheyenne Village. And currently, This freshwater is more valuable to them than any treasure. Ultimately, we utilized an explosive talisman to slay the sandworm and secured its head. When Shangtsu and Yongji slightly altered the account of events and presented the sandworm's head before the noble of the Land of Fire, the latter gazed upon the grotesque and terrifying head with an uncontainable excitement. Such a rare trophy is worth its weight in gold. The sandworm, being a creature shrouded in mystery, is seldom seen by ordinary people, let alone obtained as a prize. Furthermore, Shangtsu and Yongji's assertion that there was nothing else within the ruins led the noble to believe that the treasure mentioned in the map referred solely to the sandworm. This is also due to the rarity of the sandworm, which allowed Rinshin and the others to substitute it for the blue gem. Had they presented a few ordinary stones, the task would have surely been deemed a failure. Upon acquiring the sandworm's head, the noble promptly dispatched individuals to transport it for processing, subsequently rewarding Rinshin and the others for their successful task completion. Excellent. You have performed remarkably well. Chapter 12. Parting and beginnings such as the nature of things. Donghua's voice quivered with emotion. Merely 3 days prior, they had celebrated Rinshin's promotion to Chunin, yet in less than 2 days, he was to be reassigned to another team. Yamamoto Ryota had anticipated this possibility. 6 months prior, when Rinshin displayed his talents, he realized that their paths would inevitably diverge. Wolves and lambs cannot coexist. It is not Rinshin's fault for leaving them behind. Rather, it is their own inability to keep pace with him. I am sorry. Rinshin lowered his head. These two teammates had been with him for several years, individuals he could entrust his back to. Had he been an ignorant child, he would have resisted the village's reassignment, even if unsuccessful, rather than passively acquiescing as he did now. I like you, and I also like Ryota. Wouldn't it be nice if we could all stay together? As Donghua wiped her tears, she uttered these words, her affection not of a romantic nature, but rather the bond of comrades and friends. Rinshin took a few steps forward and, to their astonishment, embraced both of them. I am sorry. At a loss for words, Rinshin could only articulate those two. Ryota's body initially stiffened but soon relaxed, patting Rinshin's back in reassurance. It's all right. Within their team, Yamamoto Ryota had always been the quiet one, yet his unexpressed sentiments were greater than Rinshin's. Among the group, he knew that the one furthest from everyone was Rinshin, not himself. Now, as he embraced them, Ryota realized that Rinshin too struggled to express himself but held a deep regard for their team. Donghua continued to weep as Rinshin added, "Take good care of Donghua. With her impulsive and innocent nature, she ought to have grown up as an ordinary girl rather than a ninja. However, the world offers no such choices." And Rinshin could only hope that Yamamoto Ryota would protect her well. Understood. The sky began to rain, droplets cascading from the eaves into Rinshin's hands. His expression was complex, tinged with melancholy. He had not anticipated how much this team meant to him until the moment of parting. Rising to his feet, his shoes sank into the damp earth, leaving a footprint that soon filled with rainwater while Rinshin walked away. Arriving at a clearing within the village forest, he discerned a few figures beneath the trees, his new teammates. As he approached, he was taken aback to find that among the three, 2 were familiar faces. A black-haired girl leaned against the trunk, her expression one of impatience. But upon seeing Rinshin, she sprang up and waved her hand. "Brother, Kanai." Rinshin did not expect to be assigned to Kanai's team. However, he recalled hearing from Hakuro that one of Kanai's teammates had perished, leaving her in a state of sorrow for some time. Among those standing there were 2 girls, one being Kanai and the other a girl whom Rinshin recognized but was not well acquainted with long white hair and white eyes. Clad in the traditional garb of the Hyuga clan, her features were so distinctive that forgetting her was nearly impossible. Hinata Shirayuki. They had been desk partners during their years at the Ninja Academy until she graduated early and departed, leaving him without further contact. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that 2 of his new teammates were his sister and his former desk mate. "You must be Uchiha Rinshin. I will be your captain from now on, Asahi Daitsu." The final speaker was the team's Jonin leader, Asahi Daitsu, whose cold demeanor and dark attire, coupled with the long sword on his back, revealed him to be a master of the blade. Swordsmanship? Rinshin mused inwardly. In the ninja world, few excel in swordsmanship. Aside from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the warriors of the Land of Iron, only a handful of sword experts can be found in each village. In the realm of assassination, the ninja blade is invariably less convenient than shuriken. Once a ninja resorts to using a sword for assassination tasks, they have typically fallen into a precarious situation, hence the rarity of sword-wielding ninjas. Uchiha Rinshin, formerly of Shangsu and Yongji's team, Chunin, proficient in shuriken jutsu, fire release, and medical ninjutsu. With some knowledge of water and lightning release, and yet to awaken my Sharingan. He succinctly introduced his information, as it was essential to convey these details to his new teammates to prevent unforeseen complications during missions due to any potential misunderstandings. Asahi Daitsu was aware that the Uchiha clan was renowned for their exceptional shuriken jutsu and fire release, and Kanai was similarly skilled in these areas. After hearing this, Asahi Daitsu regarded Rinshin with increased interest. While he knew the child from his class was a genius, he was surprised to learn that Rinshin also possessed medical ninjutsu. Many teams still lacked a medical ninja, and since the proposal by Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, to include a medical ninja in squads, it had gained swift traction. However, training a medical ninja is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. Although Konoha has a ninja academy, it is not designed to cultivate medical ninjas. The knowledge acquired there is mostly theoretical. To truly specialize in a skill, one must study further after graduation, and whether one succeeds depends on resources and talent. Hinata, you should assess his abilities. Asahi Daitsu turned to Hinata Shirayuki, as practical combat would reveal much about Rinshin's strength, even if the opponent possesses medical ninjutsu. If their fundamental strength fails to meet Asahi's expectations, he would still refuse to allow Rinkai to join the team. Hinata Shirayuki approached, undeterred by the rain that continued to fall from the sky. In the center of the clearing, the two stood facing each other, while Kanai and Asahi observed from a distance beneath a tree. The rain persisted, and Rinkai formed the sign for confrontation, mirrored by Hinata Shirayuki, momentarily evoking memories of their first sparring session back in ninja school. A raindrop landed on a leaf, splashing droplets as Asahi called out, "Begin." The two sprang into action, trampling the grass and sending sprays of water flying. In the next moment, their kunai clashed together, the sound of metal scraping echoed in the air. The fine hairs on Hinata Shirayuki's face were distinctly visible as the kunai remained locked in a stalemate, neither party able to gain the upper hand. Rinkai had no intention of defeating Hinata Shirayuki with the kunai. Instead, he aimed a punch at her abdomen with his empty left hand. "Too slow," Hinata Shirayuki remarked, gripping Rinkai's wrist to prevent his escape. In an instant, she released her grip and swiftly tapped his forearm with her fingers. "Gentle fist?" Rinkai realized. Recognizing her as a member of the Hinata clan, being struck by their gentle fist would lead to complications. As a martial arts ninja with ample close combat experience, Hinata Shirayuki relaxed her right arm, deftly redirecting Rinkai's kunai away while executing a rapid spinning kick. Rinkai stumbled, unable to regain his balance in time as Hinata Shirayuki's kick landed squarely on him. The force sent him hurtling to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He understood that testing her with martial arts was ill-advised, although aware of her formidable physical prowess. He had not anticipated the vast disparity in their skills. Within just a few exchanges, he had fallen into her rhythm. Shaking his left hand, he felt a tingling sensation in his forearm, and his chakra flow was obstructed. Without allowing him a moment to catch his breath, Hinata Shirayuki advanced. Knowing that as long as her opponent showed any weakness in physical combat, the Hinata clan could maintain relentless pressure. This was the strength of the Byakugan and Gentle Fist in close-quarters battles. Water release, water barrier. Rinkai would not permit Hinata Shirayuki to dictate the pace of the fight so easily. Ignoring the impediment to his left hand's chakra, he swiftly formed the seals to unleash the water barrier. Among the fire, lightning, and water chakra natures he mastered, only the water release had defensive capabilities. And given the rainy conditions, even with his chakra hindered, the release of the water barrier flowed seamlessly, without any hesitation. Even Asahi, observing from afar, nodded in approval. The effectiveness of an offensive ninjutsu is judged by its power, range, and suitability for various scenarios. But the key measure of a defensive ninjutsu's quality lies in its release speed, especially during life-and-death situations, where every second counts. In the air, droplets quickly coalesced to form a protective wall of water around Rinkai. Seeing this, Hinata Shirayuki showed no signs of hesitation, channeling her chakra into her palm to pierce the water wall, shattering the barrier. Utilizing the water barrier, Rinkai managed to create some distance, but as Hinata Shirayuki breached it, she intended to pursue him, only to be momentarily halted by a few spinning shuriken that struck the ground around her. Though the shuriken embedded themselves in the ground, Hinata Shirayuki was undeterred, continuing her charge toward Rinkai. As a taijutsu ninja, Rinkai had to strategize how to maintain distance, while Hinata Shiryuki needed only to press forward. Yet this time, rather than retreat, Rinkai remained rooted in place, forming seals. As Hinata Shiryuki entered the attack range, a smile crept onto Rinkai's lips. Lightning release, ground walk. With both hands pressed to the ground, a bolt of lightning surged toward Hinata Shiryuki. Brother released it too early, Kanai observed. The range of ground walk was limited. Although it could reach Hinata Shiryuki, Rinkai's hasty execution provided her with time to react, and given her speed, she could evade the attack. Sure enough, Hinata Shiryuki halted, leaping backward, avoiding the reach of the lightning. Not quite. As AJ Nin, Asahi's keen observation revealed that Hinata Shiryuki was still within the attack range of ground walk. Indeed, the initially inadequate reach of the attack surged forth, striking Hinata Shiryuki. Kanai, perplexed, wondered why the range had expanded so much. Could her brother have modified the technique? In the next moment, upon seeing the flickering lightning along the fine wire, Kanai understood. The shuriken Rinkai had thrown after Hinata Shiryuki broke the water barrier were not merely to interrupt her pursuit, but were laced with fine wire for conducting electricity, significantly enhancing the range of the lightning ninjutsu and allowing it to connect with Hinata Shiryuki. As the lightning struck her, Hinata Shiryuki, realizing she could not escape, surged her chakra outward, dissipating the ground walk's effect. Rinkai had not anticipated the failure of his technique, and by the time he attempted to form seals again, it was too late. Hinata Shiryuki charged toward him with renewed speed, closing the distance in an instant. As she approached, Rinkai could glimpse a hint of anger in her Byakugan eyes, perhaps astonished that she had fallen prey to his lightning ninjutsu. The ensuing battle was predictable. Unprepared for a serious confrontation, Rinkai found himself overwhelmed by Hinata Shiryuki's prowess, rendered to a mere passive defense. He could not create distance nor retaliate effectively. If he had possessed the Sharingan, perhaps with its superior dynamic vision, he could have engaged her more competitively, but alas, he did not. After a tumultuous struggle, Rinkai ultimately succumbed to Hinata Shiryuki's speed, falling to the ground and signaling the end of their sparring session. The rain had lightened considerably as Asahi and Kanai emerged from beneath the tree. Acceptable, Asahi commented. He had never expected Rinkai to triumph over Hinata Shiryuki. In his view, losing was entirely normal. He merely wished to gauge Rinkai's combat awareness. After this encounter, he was quite satisfied with Rinkai's instincts in battle. Apart from the initial exchanges of close combat with Hinata Shiryuki, he exhibited no significant issues. Although it appeared Hinata Shiryuki had won effortlessly, breaking through the ground walk had depleted a considerable amount of her chakra. Furthermore, Rinkai demonstrated a wide array of ninjutsu, capable of utilizing water, fire, and lightning release, as well as medical ninjutsu, complemented by a commendable skill in shuriken jutsu, making him a valuable asset for ranged firepower and support within the team. Tomorrow at this time, gather here to prepare for a mission, Asahi commanded shortly after Rinkai's induction into the team. Where to? Kanai inquired, taken aback by the suddenness of the orders. The location is Yuin Village, and the objective is to investigate a cult. Chapter 14. Drizzle. Upon hearing the name, Yuin Village, Rinkai's thoughts immediately shifted away from the hot springs and the Yuin ninjas, instead conjuring an image of the seaside village leading toward Yuin Village. The thought of the crimson leaves crossed his mind. Since the last time they parted, Rinshin had not seen Hongya again. Although they had exchanged letters through the cat spirit Hay during the past 6 months, the specifics of the situation remained unclear. If the mission route passed through that area, Rinshin thought it would be nice to pay her a visit. It was not merely because Hongya was adorable. Rather, it was a simple desire to repay their kindness. As the rain ceased, the morning sun broke through, and after completing the mission briefing, Chori abruptly vanished, leaving Kanai and Hinata Shiryuki behind. Kanai urged Rinshin to hurry home, worried about him getting drenched in the rain and falling ill, especially with the impending long-term mission starting the next day. It would be tormenting if he did not prepare himself properly. Wait a moment. Rinshin noticed some scars on Hinata Shiryuki's hand, likely the result of enduring a lightning release technique where chakra had failed to shield certain areas. A soft green chakra enveloped his hand as Rinshin said, "Extend your hand." Hinata Shiryuki offered no resistance and stretched her hand out. The gentle green medical chakra enveloped the scars, and in less than a minute, they healed completely. An astonishing speed that surprised Hinata Shiryuki. Remarkable. This is medical ninjutsu, she exclaimed. Kanai gazed at Rinshin with admiration, unaware of when he had secretly mastered such techniques. However, Rinshin had only recently begun his journey into medical ninjutsu, mastering it to a basic level. In the face of severe injuries, he would be ineffectual. Nonetheless, it was impressive. Medical ninjutsu differed fundamentally from ordinary ninjutsu. It could not simply be learned through practice. Pursuing this path required continuous learning, which could influence a ninja's own training. Many understood that the essence of a ninja was power, and for many, learning medical ninjutsu seemed counterproductive. Medical ninjutsu served combat, and combat demanded greater strength, which deterred many from pursuing it. Do you intend to follow the path of a medical ninja? Hinata Shirayuki asked as she observed her arm had already healed. No. While esteemed doctors command respect, I do not believe I can tread this path. If it weren't for the pressure from my village and clan, I would be indifferent. However, with the threat of extinction looming over us in a few years, pursuing medical ninjutsu would be a dead end for me, Rinshin replied. I have merely scratched the surface. I do not aspire to become a formidable medical ninja. I simply hope to be capable of emergency care during battles. Hinata Shirayuki refrained from pressing further, bidding farewell to the two before departing. Kanai nudged Rinshin from behind, urging him to return home and change into dry clothes. The rain had been substantial, leaving both Rinshin and Hinata Shirayuki drenched. Upon returning home, Rinshin spotted a familiar figure standing in the yard. It was Grandpa Ryukawa. Kanai approached him first, as he was akin to her mentor within the Uchiha clan, having taught her much and procured numerous resources for her. Upon seeing Rinshin return, Uchiha Ryukawa tossed him a sword. Chao Ridden is a master of swordsmanship in the village. You can learn from him. The clan has already spoken to him, and he will accommodate you. The Uchiha clan possessed its own sword techniques, yet few gained renown through them. Moreover, Rinshin had yet to awaken his Sharingan, making it challenging to utilize many of the clan's taijutsu and sword techniques effectively. It would be more beneficial for him to train directly under Chao Ridden, a renowned sword-wielding ninja in Konoha. The sword was a straight blade, and Rinshin had encountered many swords during his time in Katyu City. Just by examining the blade's sheath, he could ascertain its quality. He caught the long sword, assessing its weight. It was neither too heavy nor too light, evidently crafted with special treatment for its length. Drawing the blade revealed a straight edge glimmering with a chilling sheen, with a middle groove to reduce weight, making it exceptionally balanced and easy to wield. What's the name? Rinshin suddenly wondered if this sword was called the Kusanagi, given the prevalence of swords with that name in the ninja world. Fortunately, Uchiha Ryukawa's response was not Kusanagi. It has no name. This sword is a gift for you, and you should decide its name. After bestowing the sword and building some rapport, Uchiha Ryukawa departed, leaving Rinshin cradling the sword in his arms. Glancing curiously at Kanai beside him, do you not intend to practice sword techniques? After all, Kanai was Uchiha Ryukawa's disciple, and if she wished to learn swordsmanship, that sword would likely have been meant for her rather than him. No need, Kanai replied, closing her eyes momentarily before opening them again. Her previously dark irises transformed into the double Tomo Sharingan. I already possess the strongest weapon in this world, our Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Rinshin felt the atmosphere grow slightly awkward. While he understood that members of his clan often spoke this way, witnessing his sister declare such sentiments before him was somewhat disconcerting. Well, we have a mission tomorrow. It's best to rest early. After a few seconds, unable to formulate a proper response, Rinshin hastily exited, leaving Kanai behind. Once back in his room, Rinshin closed the door and exhaled deeply, shedding the facade he had maintained outside, revealing a look of despondency in his eyes. Was the gap truly so vast? He had assumed that as a Chunin, he and Hinata Shirayuki would be relatively equal. But today's battle clearly demonstrated that Hinata Shirayuki's prowess as a Chunin overshadowed his own. From the outset of the close-quarters combat, Rinshin had already lost. Even with strategies in place, he could not prevent his opponent from closing in. Now that I think of it, I don't believe I have ever won against her. Back in the Ninja Academy, they had been desk mates, rivals in physical training, but Rinshin had never managed to defeat Hinata Shirayuki, regardless of the circumstances. Now, despite his improved skills, he could only manage a slight struggle, unable to alter the outcome. It would be unjust to blame Rinshin. In terms of overall strength, Hinata Shirayuki was indeed slightly stronger. However, the current disparity stemmed from her specialization in taijutsu, which countered Rinshin's abilities considerably. While he could throw shurikens, breathe fire, and unleash electric shocks, Hinata Shirayuki relied solely on her taijutsu. In a dynamic battle with many variables, his advantages paled in comparison, which was why Chao Ridden had chosen Rinshin. A ninja was not merely about one-on-one combat prowess, but rather the ability to adapt to various situations and fulfill diverse missions. In one-on-one encounters with members of the Hyuga clan, only those who had awakened their Sharingan could stand a chance. It was entirely reasonable that Rinshin, without his eyes opened, could not prevail against Hinata Shirayuki. Chapter 15. Reunion. Losing to Hinata Shirayuki had indeed struck a blow to Rinshin's confidence. That day, he pondered extensively about how he might approach their next training session, yet he could not conceive many viable strategies. Perhaps through swordsmanship, he could hold his ground against Hinata Shirayuki in a physical confrontation, but the Hyuga clan was not without counter-techniques for swordplay. In close quarters, a blade was often less effective than fists and feet. To narrow the gap with Hinata Shirayuki, he would have to wait until he awakened his eyes. After all, the Uchiha clan had an old saying, once your eyes are opened, everything will be fine. If unable to win in the Genin stage, one would wait for their first Tomo Sharingan. If unable to win in the Chunin stage, the double Tomo Sharingan would ensure victory. And if unable to win at the Jonin stage, one would wait for the triple Tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan possessed an inexplicable confidence. No matter how strong the opponent currently was, as long as they awakened their eyes, everything would improve. The following morning, Rinshin had regained his composure, ready to embark on his mission. Do not embark on your tasks burdened by negative emotions. This is a common teaching at the Ninja Academy. Many individuals find themselves straying from their paths due to encounters with adversaries during missions, leading to unforeseen incidents. The brash individuals from Yunin are particularly prone to losing control over their emotions. Often, when a comrade falls, they recklessly throw themselves into battle. Moreover, feelings of sorrow and loss can impair one's judgment, and even the slightest mishap during a mission could result in death. Thus, the ability to promptly recalibrate one's mindset is a crucial aspect of a ninja's training. The long blade rests upon their backs. Most sword-wielding ninjas carry their weapons this way. A blade hung at the waist is characteristic of samurai. While drawing the sword may be more convenient, it can cause unnecessary movement during missions. As Rinkai stepped out of the room, Kanai was already outside, having gathered her belongings. Let us depart, she said. Following closely behind Rinkai, Kanai walked at a steady pace, finding this experience rather novel. Although Rinkai is her brother, their communication has been sparse. Ever since graduating from the Ninja Academy and commencing missions, their interactions have diminished even further. Kanai graduated before Rinkai and displayed remarkable talent as a ninja from a young age. Awakening her dual Sharingan before the age of 10, she is indeed a prodigy. However, she knows little about her brother. She has only a vague understanding of Rinkai's character and habits, but she senses that he harbors deeper secrets within. Even the typically reticent Hinata young lady seems more familiar to Kanai than her own brother. The two of them walked in silence until they reached the designated location for their mission. Upon arriving at the clearing in the forest from the previous day, Asahi had seemingly been waiting there for quite some time. After Rinkai and Kanai's arrival, Hinata Shirayuki was the last to join them. Once you're prepared, we shall set off, Asahi commanded upon confirming their presence. Yesterday, Uchiha Ryukawa had informed Rinkai that he had conferred with Asahi, allowing Rinkai to learn swordsmanship from him, prompting Rinkai to regard Asahi with heightened interest, considering he would be his sword instructor. The mission's objective was to investigate the existence of a cult in the land of hot springs. According to the mission scroll, this cult had been operating for a considerable time, previously managing to remain under the radar. However, their recent frenzied abductions for blood rituals had drawn the attention of the authorities, leaving the ninjas of the land of hot springs overwhelmed and seeking assistance from ninjas of other villages. The land of hot springs, although a small nation thriving on tourism due to its hot springs, has faced suppression from the 5 great nations without significant military aggression. After all, conquering a bathhouse holds little strategic value, and it is far more practical to collect periodic protection fees. As all 4 individuals are ninjas, their travel speed was remarkably swift, and they reached the border of the Land of Fire in just a few days. By nightfall, Rinkai informed Asahi that he wished to step out. I need to meet someone. As he spoke, 2 gazes fell upon him. One was Asahi's, and the other belonged to Kanai. Who? Asahi inquired, wanting to ensure Rinkai's safety by knowing the identity of the individual he intended to meet. a friend from a nearby village, an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Asahi ceased to impede him, simply instructing Hinata, accompany him. This level of mission does not require the secrecy of an umbu task. As long as it does not interfere with the mission, Asahi is not overly stringent with the management of his subordinates. Nevertheless, Asahi remained somewhat uneasy about Rinkai going out alone, yet he trusted that Hinata Shiryuki's abilities would mitigate any potential issues. At the beach, Hinata Shiryuki walked alongside Rinkai. As they separated from the group, Kanai whispered in Shiryuki's ear, urging her to discover who Rinkai was meeting. Kanai was taken aback that her typically aloof brother had acquaintances outside the village, which reshaped her perception of him. Unable to accompany him, she relied on Shiryuki to gather the information she sought. As they neared the village, Rinkai remarked, "You need not follow me any longer." It would indeed be awkward for Shiryuki to accompany him to Akane's home, not one to pry unnecessarily. Shiryuki understood the importance of granting her comrades a degree of privacy and nodded in agreement. "I shall wait for you here." After Rinkai departed, Shiryuki remained behind, resisting the fleeting impulse to use her Byakugan to peek, as she deemed it disrespectful. The cottage, compared to 6 months prior, had improved significantly. Back then, it was rather dilapidated. The roof had missing tiles, and the walls bore visible cracks. Now, those issues appeared to have been rectified. Perhaps it was due to a letter she had received indicating that Akane had become a doctor, prescribing medicine and treating ailments, which likely improved her family's circumstances. Just as Rinkai was about to knock on the door, a familiar voice called out, "Long time no see." Standing beneath the eaves was a girl. Her face no longer marred by dirt. Her skin had regained its smoothness and radiance, and she had gained a bit of weight, shedding the gaunt appearance from before. Her short red hair gleamed with vitality. "What brings you outside?" Akane's cheeks were flushed, appearing almost intoxicated under the night's embrace. "I sensed your presence nearby, so I wondered if you might come," she explained. Though it sounded reasonable, Rinkai recognized that her waiting outside was merely conjecture, had he not arrived. How long would she have remained? A wave of emotion and compassion washed over him. "Indeed, it has been a while. I'm glad I came to see you." Chapter 16. Departure. Hinata Shiryuki and Rinkai returned to the inn, their journey marked by silence. Shiryuki did not inquire about whom Rinkai had met, yet she sensed a shift in his emotions, as though even his chakra radiated warmth. The four of them rested overnight at the inn, and the following day they boarded a cargo ship bound for the land of hot springs. Asahi had negotiated with the ship's captain, and the four of them would act as bodyguards to ensure the safety of the vessel while being transported to their destination. Naturally, the captain welcomed such a proposal. Despite the recent crackdown in the land of water, the seas remained perilous, with the potential threat of pirates looming. And the fact that these ninjas would not charge a fee was a significant boon. Standing upon the deck, the coastline receded further into the distance, the vast ocean stretching before them, while the sky above grew increasingly overcast. Just as Rinkai was about to utter something, his complexion suddenly paled, and he was overtaken by a wave of nausea. Indeed, he had succumbed to seasickness. Among the four, Shiryuki exhibited similar symptoms. Initially enjoying the view from the deck alongside her teammates, she soon swayed unsteadily before hastily retreating to her quarters. "You too," Kanai remarked, bemused by the state of her comrades. She herself felt little discomfort. After all, seasickness is often a matter of one's innate constitution. Rinkai managed to endure, but Shiryuki was faring worse, being sick until noon, necessitating Kanai to bring her meals during that time. In the dead of night, Rinkai stood on the deck, his seasickness having greatly subsided. The clouds had dispersed, revealing a pristine moonlit sky adorned with twinkling stars. Rinkai gazed upward, lost in thought. "What are you contemplating?" Kanai's voice broke through from behind. She too had not succumbed to slumber. "I'm feeling a bit homesick." "Missing home?" Kanai replied, puzzled, as it had only been a few days since their departure, and Rinkai did not strike her as a particularly sentimental person. The home envisioned by Renkshin naturally differs from the one that Kanai understands. Although the ninja world is vast, Renkshin feels a profound sense of insignificance in this realm. Life in his homeland was not particularly remarkable, yet he occasionally finds himself longing for it after leaving. He believes he will return in a few days, trusting that his grandmother can take care of herself at home. Kanai misinterprets Renkshin's sentiments and continues the conversation. Both were raised by Granny Stone, and thus she holds significant importance in their hearts. "You two seem quite spirited," a voice from behind them interjected. It was Hinata Shiryuki, who had spent the day resting in bed and appeared to be recovering well. Upon seeing that Hinata Shirayuki was all right, Kanai couldn't resist teasing her. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Hinata clan is rather delicate, a little jolt, and she can't handle it. Hinata Shirayuki shot an irritated glance at Kanai, but chose to ignore her. The waves crashed against the ship's hull, and a couple of fish leaped from the water's surface. The inky sea reflected the moonlight, and the sea breeze tousled Rengshin's hair, revealing his gem-like, dark eyes. Standing on the deck, feeling the ocean breeze, Rengshin turned to Kanai and asked, "What motivates you to become a ninja?" This question, directed at Kanai, was also an inquiry into his own heart. Aware of the Uchiha clan's impending fate, he sought strength to survive, yet he remained uncertain about his own aspirations. Unlike those fated heroes reborn to defeat the Dark Lord, Rengshin arrived in this world without guidance on what he was meant to accomplish. Kanai, upon hearing her brother's question, was about to respond instinctively, but paused, furrowing her lovely brow in contemplation for a few moments before affirming, to strengthen the Uchiha clan. It seemed evident that her sister embodied the essence of a true Uchiha. After all, the family tradition emphasized contributing to the clan, especially under the mentorship of Elder Uchiha Ryukawa, who was known for his pro-war stance. Over time, it was only natural for Kanai to align her thoughts with her family's ideals. "And what about you, Hinata?" Rengshin shifted his gaze to Hinata Shirayuki, presuming her answer would also revolve around her clan. "Hokage." The two simple words spoken by Hinata Shirayuki astonished both Rengshin and Kanai, causing Asahi, who was eavesdropping nearby, to nearly lose his balance. It wasn't that her dream was particularly extraordinary, but rather that it was strikingly ordinary. If one were to ask the ninjas of Konoha what their dreams were, over 90% would respond with the aspiration to become Hokage. Thus, hearing Hinata Shirayuki articulate such a commonplace ambition caught them off guard. Disregarding the two, Hinata Shirayuki continued. "The Hinata clan is divided into the main family and the branch family. To protect the main family's Byakugan, the branch family members are marked with the caged bird seal. When I was 3, an older sister who grew up alongside me was chosen to be my branch family's protector. From that day forth, her gaze towards me changed. She was no longer the gentle sister I once knew. Initially, the intent behind the caged bird seal was to safeguard the Byakugan. But the constraints imposed by the seal rendered branch family members akin to slaves in the eyes of the main family. The abrupt transition from a normal life to one of servitude was incomprehensible to many, breeding resentment that would inevitably extend from the institution to the individual. Even the closest of bonds could be severed, leading Hinata Shirayuki to feel the burden of her sister's disdain. I was too young to understand at the time. It was only during that final encounter, when she perished while protecting me, that I saw a smile upon her face, not one of relief from saving me, but rather one of liberation from the caged bird's constraints. In that moment, I realized that my beloved sister, the only one who ever cared for me, had truly died the day she was marked by the caged bird seal. Thus, I aspired to become Hokage to change this abhorrent and fearsome tradition of the Hinata clan. After sharing her story, Hinata Shirayuki gazed up at the starry sky, falling silent. Rengshin was taken aback by his former classmate and new teammate's past. He opened his mouth to offer comfort, but found himself at a loss for words. He had never experienced such a past. He couldn't simply say, "I understand you. I have gone through something similar." The atmosphere turned tense, with Hinata Shirayuki still lost in her thoughts while Rengshin and Kanai found themselves at a loss for conversation. As time passed, Rengshin decided it would be best to allow Hinata Shirayuki to have some quiet. "It's getting late. I should return to my room." Just as he turned to leave, Hinata Shirayuki spoke up. "We've shared our dreams, but you haven't shared yours. That's unfair." To Rengshin's surprise, Hinata Shirayuki was earnest about such matters. Kanai nodded in agreement, prompting Rengshin to realize that remaining silent would be inappropriate. "My dream is quite simple, to live well in this perilous world." To live? Hinata Shirayuki seemed to find no mockery in his words. Rather, she believed that if one wished to survive, becoming a ninja might not be the best path. If that's the case, why not just stay in the village? Given the current environment of various villages, the prevailing mindset was one of trading life for money. The village raised him, and in return, he completed missions to earn money, and everyone accepted this as the norm. For someone as talented and strong as Rengshin, there was an expectation to contribute even more to the village. Yet, some feared combat and chose not to become ninjas, opting instead for a simpler life in the village, a notion that seemed plausible. Your dream is surprisingly ordinary. Kanai had never considered that Rengshin's relentless drive stemmed from a desire merely to survive. Unaware of what lay ahead, she naturally perceived it as commonplace. However, Asahi, not far away, could somewhat empathize with Rengshin and even speculate on his thoughts. As a jonin of the village, he had access to the core of its power and was aware of the tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan. Yet, he believed Rengshin needn't fret too much, as the third Hokage was still able to maintain a balance. Unless something unforeseen occurred, the relationship between both parties would likely not deteriorate. Chapter 17. The Will of Fire. After 2 days of sailing, an unexpected event unfolded, revealing that this world was not as tranquil as it seemed. At that moment, Rengshin was in the dim recesses of the deck, polishing his kunai, when Asahi called for everyone to gather. As he hurried to the front, he noticed Hinata Shirayuki had activated her Byakugan. Ahead lay a pirate vessel, one of its crew being a ninja, while the others were rogue samurai, with the remaining dozen or so being ordinary folk. When Hinata Shirayuki referred to ordinary people, she meant those without chakra, not mere commoners. In such situations, the strategic value of the Byakugan became evident. While it may not significantly aid in a one-on-one confrontation, it was invaluable to the overall strategy. With a single glance, Hinata Shirayuki assessed the enemy's personnel distribution and strength level with clarity, providing their side ample time to devise a counter-strategy. However, considering the pirate gang led by a mere genin, there was no need for intricate tactics. 3 chunin and 1 jonin on their side could easily overpower them. "You 3 go," Asahi instructed, observing the approaching pirate ship. He determined that the 3 young ninjas could handle this without his intervention, allowing them to gain experience while he remained nearby in case of an emergency. The trio walked across the water, swiftly making their way to the pirate ship. Meanwhile, one of the pirate genin reported, "Boss, 3 kids are approaching." The pirates realized that the trio could stand on water, indicating they were ninjas, though their distance made it impossible to ascertain their village affiliation. Yet, this detail was of little consequence. 3 little demons, at most, possessed the skills of a low-level ninja, and they had merely traversed the waters. The children within the ninja village, those low-ranking ninjas, were the weakest among their ranks, having only recently achieved the status of a ninja, yet they fancied themselves capable of making a name for themselves in this world, oblivious to the fact that a simple explosive tag could extinguish their lives. Contemplating this, the pirate's low-level ninja began to form hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The art of ninjutsu hinges upon the ability to leverage momentum. Utilizing the appropriate technique at the right moment conserves chakra and amplifies its efficacy. The power of water-based ninjutsu is at its zenith when performed at sea. As the water dragon coalesced, it swiftly homed in on its target, charging towards the trio not far away. Observing the approach of the water dragon bullet, Renshin quickly formed his own seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The distance was ample for Renshin to complete his hand seals, and with the aid of the ocean's water, his water dragon bullet surpassed the opponents in might. The 2 water dragons collided in the middle, neutralizing each other and transforming back into seawater, failing to impede the trio's advance. What? The pirate's low-level ninja was taken aback by the opponent's proficiency in water ninjutsu, as his own water dragon bullet was effortlessly countered. Before he could contemplate his next move, the 3 had already leapt onto the pirate's ship. "I'll handle the ninjas, Renshin will take on the samurai, and Kanai will deal with the rest." The trio had clear roles. Hinata Baiwa was the first to locate the pirate ninja, swiftly engaging him in combat with her gentle fist technique. Kanai, like a wolf among sheep, plunged into the ranks of the pirates, who were merely slightly sturdier common folk, utterly incapable of contending with a ninja. Renshin's adversaries were a band of wandering samurai, each wielding a long blade. Renshin unsheathed his own sword, eager to practice his swordsmanship. The rogue samurai, accustomed to bloodshed, displayed no fear even against a ninja. Perceiving Renshin as merely a child, they believed victory was within their grasp. One samurai swung his sword, and Renshin sidestepped the attack, executing a swift upward slash that cleaved a gaping wound in the assailant's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Previously inexperienced with swords, Renshin had primarily fought with shurikens like most ninjas. However, after switching to a sword, he had practiced enough to avoid injuring himself, though he lacked mastery. A sword is a lethal weapon, inflicting far deeper wounds than shurikens, and with Renshin's blade designed to minimize blood loss. A single strike could result in severe injury or death. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan requires emotional turmoil to awaken, and in the act of killing, anyone would inevitably experience some degree of negative emotion. Those who derive pleasure from taking lives are not of sound mind. Uchiha Longchuan had entrusted this sword to Rinshin with the hope that he would be exposed to ample bloodshed during battle, thus eliciting the emotional response necessary to awaken his eyes. Blood stained the deck, dismembered limbs littered the ground, and shattered guts lay like refuse. Merely a few rounds of combat had resulted in such carnage. Rinshin suddenly felt regret. He should never have accepted this sword, while he had killed before. Fully aware that he could only tread the path of a ninja, he had never hesitated in his tasks. Yet today was unlike any other. As the clamor on the deck subsided and silence enveloped the scene, the battle concluded, leaving only the three standing. Blood dripped from the hem of his clothing. Gazing at his handiwork, Rinshin remained silent, merely leaping off the ship and plunging into the water. In the evening, during dinner, Rinshin appeared unfazed, as if the events of the day had left no mark on him. Asahi approached him. "Do you now understand what a sword is?" Rinshin paused in his meal, responding, "A killing tool." Asahi nodded in agreement, then inquired, "And what about a ninja?" This time, Rinshin took a few seconds to answer, contemplating before replying, "A tool for killing." Asahi concurred with this response as well, affirming, "Indeed, a sword is meant for killing, and ninjas are but blades wielded by the lords and nobles. The difference lies in the hands that grasp the sword." Rinshin seemed to grasp something profound, eager to understand. What does it mean to hold the sword? At that moment, Asahi appeared to see a reflection of his younger self in Rinshin, recalling a time when he too had been lost and confused, guided by a mentor, none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wielding a sword for others differs from doing so for oneself. Ninjas embody this principle. If one fights solely for personal gain, they are merely a weapon. I do not claim that killing for others is justifiable, but at least it imbues one's actions with meaning. Third Hokage, is this the will of fire? Rinshin pondered, realizing that his determination to grow stronger stemmed from not wishing to witness the destruction of his clan, nor the deaths of his grandmother and Kanai on that fateful night. With this revelation, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Truly, even without Asahi's words, the impact of such transformations accumulates gradually. The clouds dispersed, the moon shone, and on the deck, Asahi began imparting his swordsmanship insights to the youth. Chapter 18. The Land of Hot Water. The prolonged voyage across the sea finally came to an end. As they disembarked, Hinata Baiwa inadvertently created a bit of a spectacle. As her feet touched solid ground, her body swayed involuntarily, as if having adjusted to the tumult of the ocean but not the stability of the land. The Land of Hot Water, we have arrived. Kanai inhaled deeply, only to wrinkle her brow. What is that smell? Rinshin twitched his nose and quickly identified it. Though faint, it was the scent of sulfur. The Land of Hot Water is known for its hot springs, and the air is permeated with a subtle sulfur odor. This sulfuric hot spring effectively eliminates bacteria from the human body, thereby ensuring health, which is why many are drawn to this land for relaxation. Do not let your guard down. The Land of Hot Water is rife with danger, even more so than the outside world. Asahi cautioned the trio as he led the way. If one were to identify the greatest peril in the ninja world, it would not stem from beasts or bandits, but rather from encountering ninjas from other villages. When two factions of assassins collide, any conflict arising from their missions can easily escalate, and the Land of Hot Water is a large pool where such encounters are likely. Beyond the nature of the Land of Hot Water, its geographical position plays a significant role. It borders the Land of Thunder to the north, the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron to the left, and the Land of Water to the right. Nobles and ninjas from these nations often visit to unwind, making confrontations with other ninjas all the more probable. Despite being ninjas, the tumultuous journey across the sea had left them fatigued, especially Hinata Baiwa, who had suffered the most from seasickness. "Should we take a break?" Baiwa suggested. Though her tone sought the captain's approval, her eyes clearly communicated her desire for respite. Asahi was not one to solely focus on missions. He reminisced about the comforting experience of the hot springs in the Land of Hot Water, wondering when he last enjoyed such a luxury. He could hardly recall. "Very well. Let us find an inn with hot springs to rest." Asahi nodded. This decision was made to accommodate his team, though he too felt a slight yearning for rest. "Hooray!" Kanai exclaimed, having longed to experience the hot springs of the Land of Hot Water. With their captain leading, The four soon located a modest inn, not particularly extravagant, but bearing the marks of age. Pushing open the door, an elderly man with grizzled hair sat behind the counter, greeting the newcomers with a warm smile. "Welcome," he said. The proprietor, along with 3 companions, arranged for 2 rooms. As he cast a glance at the price list, Asahi felt a sense of relief. Realizing the costs were within his modest means, reflecting the reality of a jonin's salary, neither high nor low. While the payment was still being processed, Hinata, Shirayuki, and Kanai eagerly made their way towards the women's hot spring area. In the bathing area, shampoo lathered up as fingers worked through his hair, the strands becoming damp. Bubbles formed atop his head, cascading down as a basin of water was poured over him, prompting Rinshin to apply more shampoo for a thorough wash. Though Rinshin's hair was neither long nor short, it resembled a slightly shorter version of Uchiha Madara's hairstyle, requiring a bit of time to cleanse properly. After taking his time in the bath, Asahi was already relaxing in the male hot spring. Asahi sat with his eyes closed, the lower half of his body submerged in the warm water, arms resting on the edge. A wooden tub nearby held sake, and even a little yellow rubber duck floated by, presenting a picture of utter enjoyment. Clearly, he was quite familiar with the pleasures of soaking in a hot spring. For Rinshin, who had lived 2 lives, this was his first experience in a hot spring. Immersed in the soothing warmth, he felt his skin reveling in satisfaction, his cells rejoicing. This comfort surpassed that of a mere hot shower. It was no wonder so many people adored hot springs. As the warm water enveloped him, his mind began to unwind, and he gradually closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of rest. With training and missions consuming his daily life, Rinshin had almost forgotten what it felt like to truly relax. The slightest urge to pause would often trigger an inexplicable agitation, compelling him to press onward. "Should I take a break sometimes?" he mused to himself, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Yet, the fear of doing so held him back. Perhaps he was simply too fatigued. As he soaked, he unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. When he was eventually roused, he couldn't tell how much time had passed. Groggy, he dressed and made his way to the room, pulling back the covers in the corner and burrowing inside, eyes closing once more. The room was shared. Rinshin and Asahi occupied one, while Hinata, Shirayuki, and Kanai were next door. Having not rested well on the journey, the 4 were somewhat fatigued, resulting in a late rise the following day, only departing from the inn as midday approached. After spending an entire day traveling, they finally arrived at Yuyan village. "Are we in the wrong place?" Kanai questioned, echoing Hinata Shirayuki's confusion. The village before them bore no resemblance to a ninja settlement, with hot spring establishments, inns, restaurants, and tourists milling about. It felt more like a quaint hot spring town. "No, this is indeed Yuyan village," Asahi confirmed, though he scrutinized the map again to ensure they hadn't strayed. Reflecting on its past, he noted how much the village had developed, with improved infrastructure indicative of a burgeoning tourism industry reliant on its hot springs. Is Yuyan abandoning its ninja roots? Kanai pondered, observing the village's distinct lack of a ninja-like atmosphere. It was no wonder they sought assistance from ninjas of other nations. Their own ninjas seemed preoccupied with the hot spring business, leaving little time for missions. "You are ninjas from Konoha, correct?" Just as they stood there, uncertain, a man with a headscarf approached swiftly. Hinata Shirayuki initially thought he was an employee trying to solicit customers, raising a hand to indicate their disinterest. "We're not staying here." The man halted, seemingly aware of how his attire might be misleading, and quickly clarified, "I am a ninja from Yuyan, tasked with coordinating your missions." "Ninja?" Rinshin examined the man's sandals, then his hot spring work attire, and finally the towel on his head, struggling to see how he resembled a ninja. "Follow me," the man instructed, leading them into a hot spring inn. "Wait, we've been deceived. This guy is truly a hustler." Just as Asahi prepared to lead the group out, he noticed 4 mist ninjas standing in the inn's lobby, 3 children and 1 adult, a classic ninja squad configuration. "Are you ninjas from Konoha?" The mist Jonin's tone was cold, appearing to question Asahi while signaling his team to prepare for action. Rinshin and his companions recognized the tension, instinctively placing their hands on their ninja tool pouches, ready for confrontation at the slightest provocation. "Everyone, please refrain from escalating this. The inn may be destroyed." The Yuyan attendant and the innkeeper quickly intervened. "Do not misunderstand. They are all here at our request." Asahi relaxed his hand from the hilt of his weapon, and the Miss Jonin also gestured for his team to stand down, both sides offering cautious smiles. "So, You are here to investigate the cult as well. I almost misjudged the situation, Asahi noted. Let us put our weapons away. We wouldn't want anyone getting hurt. As both sides prepared to take a step back, a young mist ninja revealed a cruel smile. Eliminate them, he shouted, charging forward. Asahi immediately drew his sword to strike, but the mist jonin, Kirigikure's Gato, intervened, blocking the blow with a punch. Asahi's sword met Gato's hand, yet instead of blood, it became ensnared in a watery form. Water clone technique. With their leader occupied, the charging boy continued his assault, aiming a punch at Asahi's abdomen. Hinata Shiryuki would not allow an attack on her captain, activating her Byakugan. She intercepted the blow with a gentle fist, flipping the boy onto the ground with a knee to his back. The female mist ninja in the rear began to form hand seals, but Renshin swiftly brandished a kunai, signaling his intent to disrupt her if she continued. Recognizing the cramped quarters were not conducive for ninjutsu, the mist kunoichi halted her advance, and both sides remained at an impasse. Everyone should cease hostilities, otherwise, this will be reduced to rubble. The Yuyin attendant was overwhelmed, fearing that a confrontation would end in disaster. With the mist boy pinned down, Asahi sheathed his sword, indicating his desire to de-escalate, while Gato remained vigilant. I believe this is merely a misunderstanding, Asahi stated, noting that, while uncertain of the outcome of a true conflict, they currently held the upper hand. Misunderstanding? Gato observed Asahi's smile, yet his wariness remained. The two parties resembled a powder keg, momentarily still but ready to ignite at the slightest friction. It seems our side overreacted, my apologies. With that, Gato kicked the mist boy still on the ground. How embarrassing. Get up. Once released by Hinata, the mist boy returned to his team, and the atmosphere began to ease. Gato, slightly displeased, addressed the Yuyin attendant. Do you doubt our capabilities, resorting to hiring ninjas from other villages? Mist ninjas, often confined to the sea, had limited commissions and earnings. Thus, they were eager to secure lucrative cross-national assignments, knowing that each additional ninja from another village would mean a smaller share of the profit. As the representative of the soup country, Tang displayed no assertiveness in the face of the formidable ninja elders. He understood that he must not be negligent, for harboring any resentment could lead to dire consequences, such as choking on his meal one day. My apologies, Lord Hakus, but the cult has indeed caused significant disruption in our land. To prevent further deterioration of the situation, we deemed it necessary to enlist the assistance of the Leaf Village ninjas. And what of the remuneration? Hakus's lengthy discourse ultimately circled back to the matter of compensation. The original task was to investigate and resolve the cult issue. If only their team had undertaken the mission, the reward would have been theirs upon completion. However, now that they had summoned ninjas from the Leaf Village, the distribution of the reward was in question. The soup country had evidently anticipated this dilemma. You may rest assured, both parties will receive their due share of the reward, provided you diligently fulfill your duties. It was clear from the soup country's stance that they had already prepared 2 portions of compensation. Anyone who participated in the task would ultimately receive payment, regardless of which side accomplished it. Humph, that is for the best. Hakus turned and led his team toward the room, leaving the Leaf ninjas and the somewhat awkward soup ninjas behind. How about I take you to bathe? The accommodations arranged by the soup ninjas were indeed far superior to what they had booked, featuring a small living room, 2 bedrooms, and even a quaint yard with an open-air hot spring. The 4 of them gathered around the table, deliberating on how to proceed with their forthcoming mission. The intelligence provided by the soup ninjas indicated that the cult had been operating discreetly for some time, garnering little attention until their recent assaults on civilians for sacrificial purposes. The soup village had dispatched their own ninjas to investigate, only for them to be injured during the inquiry or unable to overpower the cult members, prompting the call for assistance from other ninja villages. First, let us prioritize investigation. Asahi decided that they should focus on gathering information before taking any aggressive action. Once they had collected sufficient intelligence, they could strike. According to the reports from the soup ninjas, there were at least 3 cult hideouts, with several members possessing Ch-Nin strength and even some J-Nin level individuals. A hasty assault could easily lead to an ambush. Although they had the mist ninjas on their side, it was uncertain whether they would be allies or betray them at a crucial moment. Meanwhile, in the mist ninja team, the leader, Kazuki Hakus, was confronted by Takaguri Shinichiro's reckless suggestion to eliminate the cult members. Hakus, infuriated by such thoughtlessness, rebuked him sharply. Can't you think for a moment? Our purpose here is to execute our mission, not to engage in a brawl with the leaf ninjas. While Haku's was enraged by Takaguri's impulsiveness, he also recognized that the Shikatsumiyaku clan was not particularly known for their intellect, their demeanor akin to that of the brawny ninjas from the Cloud Village, whose heads served merely as holders for their forehead protectors rather than instruments of thought. What truly vexed Haku's was the fact that Takaguri had acted first and failed miserably, being easily subdued by the opposing side. After all, Takaguri was someone he had trained personally, and witnessing such humiliation made Haku's question his own teaching abilities. Takaguri, unrepentant, retorted, "Who's to say which side would win if it came to blows?" After pondering this, Haku's realized that they might indeed emerge victorious. He was confident in his ability to counter Asahi's swordsmanship with his own water transformation techniques. With a team comprising a Shikatsumiyaku, an ice user, and a lava user, victory seemed probable. After a moment of contemplation, Haku's affirmed his belief in their success. Chapter 20. Investigation. The following morning, both teams set out to investigate the cult. Upon departure, they exchanged knowing glances and instinctively chose to explore in opposite directions. Summoning technique. As the fog dissipated, a small white cat appeared in the summoning circle. Meow, meow, meow. The newly summoned Shiratsu did not greet Kanashi, but instead lay on the ground, rolling over and scratching her ears adorably. The four ninjas watched in silence as Shiratsu displayed her charms, while Kanashi turned away, relieved that the cat was not her own summon. "Your summon is just as adorable as you are," Hinata Shuyuki teased lightly, having known Shiratsu for quite some time. She couldn't resist jesting at Kanashi every time the cat was summoned. "Shiratsu, enough with the cuteness." Kanashi feigned ignorance to Shirayuki's remarks and hurriedly curtailed Shiratsu's playful antics. "I need your assistance to gather intelligence on the cult members in the vicinity." Shiratsu flipped over, lamenting the lack of gratitude from her summoners. It seemed that every time she was summoned, it was to perform labor. Sigh, such is the fate of a summoning beast. After her complaints, Shiratsu flicked her tail and leaped onto a wall. In combat, Shiratsu's capabilities were rather average, offering little aid. Yet she excelled in intelligence gathering due to her unique ability to communicate with other animals. Whether it be domestic cats, wild cats, mice, lizards, or birds, Shiratsu could engage with them to varying degrees, providing her with an unparalleled advantage in intelligence collection. While Shiratsu was tasked with gathering information in the town, Asahi and the others scoured the area for traces. They spent the day collecting intelligence, planning to reconvene in the evening. After much contemplation, Asahi resolved to split up for this mission. Given that there were multiple hideouts and a considerable number of adversaries, it was imperative to gather sufficient intelligence swiftly. However, they were instructed not to engage recklessly if they encountered anyone, as the objective for the day was solely to collect information. Before they separated, Asahi issued this directive to the other three. Although they were capable fighters, the intelligence indicated the possible presence of J-mean-level ninjas among the cultists, making impulsive action a potential hazard. Understood. The three responded in unison before dispersing in different directions. The first location Bladeheart chose was a nearby village, which was not very large, but housed a few families. Due to the recent cult activity, the villagers were apprehensive even during the day, fearing abduction by the cult. Bladeheart concealed himself in the shadows of a building, ensuring he would not be detected before commencing his investigation. While cultists were known to abduct randomly, the majority of victims tended to be the elderly, women, and children, far easier targets than adult men. Most of the men in the village were out tending to the fields, leaving only two to keep watch. Bladeheart had been lurking there for an entire morning. Although he had not witnessed any abductions, he sensed the presence of someone nearby. Signs of broken twigs, trampled grass, and an unsettling feeling of being watched indicated movements that would be difficult for an ordinary person to detect, yet were apparent to a ninja. Are they hesitant to act? It seems the cultists in this area lack strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cautious about abducting male villagers. Following the traces, Bladeheart stealthily advanced and soon spotted an unremarkable man standing nearby. These individuals are remarkably vigilant, aren't they? If they fail to capture anyone, I might become the next sacrifice. The man muttered anxiously to himself, torn between the desire to act and the fear of doing so. It was surprising to discover that this group enforced such strict penalties. It is evident from the man's words that there exist punishments within the cult. If he fears such repercussions, why does he remain? Perhaps the benefits outweigh the risks, or he is paralyzed by fear of withdrawal. Observing the man's statements, Rinshin considers him a viable target. Regardless of whether he has captured someone, he must still interact with other cult members, presenting an opportunity for either a decisive action or continued surveillance. In the afternoon, the cultist has yet to find an opportunity to seize anyone, and Rinshin has been trailing behind without a chance to act. Should I resort to entrapment? Just as Rinshin is preparing to take matters into his own hands, a girl cautiously traverses a narrow path, seemingly wary of the nearby cultists. The cultist spots her and, seizing the moment, rushes out from the underbrush to capture her. The girl resists slightly, but is swiftly subdued. From his perch in the trees, Rinshin observes this unfold, feeling the coincidence is rather suspect. However, after the cultist secures the girl, he prepares to whisk her away, prompting Rinshin to follow closely behind. These cultists are exceedingly brazen, Rinshin muses. From their perspective, he simply cannot comprehend such reckless behavior. While they may be part of an organization, these lower-tier cultists lack even basic chakra. They are merely robust individuals, suggesting that the threshold for this organization is alarmingly low. Furthermore, untrained individuals are prone to leaking information. It is crucial to remember that this is not a lawless land but the land of Soup, where, despite its perceived shortcomings, Soup Hidden Village is still a ninja village. Even if Soup Hidden cannot resolve the issue independently, they can always solicit assistance from other ninja villages. Foolhardy? After much contemplation, Rinshin concludes that the cultists' arrogance resembles that of fools who, having acquired some power, believe themselves invincible and intent on world destruction. Continuing to trail the cultist, he observes as the man nears a cave. As twilight approaches, Rinshin contemplates retreating but hesitates, considering the girl he would leave behind. What fate awaits her if he withdraws? Given their designation as cultists, her prospects cannot be good. Yet, should he intervene, it might alert others and jeopardize the mission, an outcome Rinshin wishes to avoid. After a moment's hesitation, Rinshin resolves to act. Missions can be restarted, but the death of an innocent would be irrevocable. He leaps down from the tree, swiftly catching up to the cultist and delivering a punch that easily knocks him down. He refrains from killing him, not out of mercy, but because he intends to interrogate him. As the cultist collapses, the girl he had been carrying also tumbles to the ground, just as Rinshin prepares to rouse her. She turns her head, a look of resignation in her eyes. To his surprise, Rinshin's classmate appears unexpectedly kind. Rinshin. Chapter 21. The operation commences. The girl's gaze is filled with resignation, and as a plume of smoke envelopes her, she reverts to her true form. Hyuga Shiryuki. How unexpected. After fishing for so long, the bait turns out to be his own teammate. Shiryuki had not anticipated that Rinshin would follow the cultist, and she appreciates his decision to intervene. She would have done the same had she witnessed a girl being abducted. As they approach the cave, Shiryuki grapples with whether to continue the ruse or withdraw, given their rendezvous with the team by nightfall. Failing to arrive could instill a false sense of danger among her teammates, an unacceptable risk during a mission, as impulsive actions could lead to peril. Shiryuki had only vented her frustrations about Rinshin earlier. His intervention might not be such a bad thing after all. What should we do with him? Rinshin inquires. Kicking the downed cultist. Should we kill him outright or interrogate him first? Shiryuki, eager to extract information, asks Rinshin, do you have any effective interrogation techniques? Were Kanagawa present? A mere glare from his Sharingan would yield any desired intelligence, but Rinshin lacks such an advantage. Rinshin shakes his head. What about beating him? Shiryuki's expression darkens. Suppressing a laugh, Rinshin appears quite serious. Let us give it a try, she concedes. Interrogating him is a worthwhile endeavor, even if he divulges nothing. The outcome cannot be worse than simply killing him. Exchanging a glance, Shiryuki signals Rinshin to act swiftly and prevent the cultist from shouting. Once Rinshin holds a kunai to the cultist's throat, Shiryuki strikes his head with a palm, channeling chakra to awaken him. Where am I? The cultist blinks, disoriented, and as he attempts to scream, he feels the sharp edge of the blade shift against his neck. Silence, Rinshin commands, instilling immediate obedience. What is the purpose of your abductions? Shiryuki inquires. Though the cultist possesses a formidable physique, he is merely an ordinary man, and the threat to his life terrifies him. We capture individuals for sacrifice. Sacrifice? This explains why they would abduct even ordinary people. These lives are mere expendables in their eyes. A flicker of disgust crosses Shiryuki's face as she presses for more details. Be more specific. However, the cultist, as a low-ranking member, knows little more than what he has stated, his tone laced with fear. I don't know. The elder instructed me to capture people for sacrifice. And that is all I am aware of. The elder? The elder mentioned by the cultist likely represents higher-ups in the cult, who would possess more knowledge than these peripheral members. You willingly serve them without knowing their true intentions? Rinshin questions, perplexed that the cultist, seemingly unbrainwashed, would work for them for some promised benefit. Power, he replies. They said that successfully conducting the sacrifice would grant us strength. Rinshin and Shirayuki exchange glances, realizing the urgency of alerting the others. If the cultist's claims of gaining power through sacrifice are true, they are potentially mass-producing formidable individuals, making any delay increasingly dangerous. After a thorough inquiry, they conclude they have gleaned all they can, deciding to cease questioning. With a swift motion, Rinshin slits the cultist's throat, ensuring the scene is tidied before he and Shirayuki hastily make their way to the assembly point. As dusk descends, Shirayuki leads the way, with Rinshin following. How did our paths cross? Rinshin recalls that their positions were quite dispersed when they separated, making this coincidence perplexing. I discovered this cave earlier today, but it was guarded. I feared detection if I charged in recklessly, hence the charade, Shirayuki explains. I see, Rinshin acknowledges. Given her Byakugan, locating the cave was indeed straightforward. The challenge lay in bypassing the guards. I disrupted your plan, Rinshin apologizes. Shirayuki shakes her head in response. Had you not intervened, I would have given up on entering. It would have been too perilous to go in alone. The cave's conditions are unknown, and there are certainly skilled cultists among them. If one were to enter alone and be discovered, it could spell disaster. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, Asahi Dan held a notebook tightly, diligently recording various observations. While Kanai listened intently to the report from the summoning cat, Shirakuro. What have you found? Asahi inquired. Having gathered information that indicated at least 2 elite Jonin-level adversaries were involved, a considerable disadvantage for their mission. He could only hope for better news from the investigations of the others. Gently stroking the summoning beast, Shirakuro, Kanai shared intelligence gathered in the town. For today alone, we have discovered that there are at least 20 cultists in the area. Their strength remains uncertain. Rinshin and I have located a cave where they hold their rituals. We should be able to uncover more there. Upon hearing this, Kanai immediately turned to Hinata Shirayuki, pondering how the two had managed to regroup instead of conducting their tasks separately. Asahi continued to jot down notes, asking, what direction? Hinata Shirayuki replied, southeast. Then we shall prepare for action tonight. Meanwhile, Kaido Hakazai wiped the blood from his hands, followed by 3 panting disciples. The numbers of cultists were indeed substantial. Unlike the preliminary investigations in Konoha, Kaido's strategy was to directly strike the cultist hideout based on the intel from Takigakure, intending to eliminate a few before further engagement. However, he was taken aback by the fierce resistance of the cultists. Even with him, a Jonin, intervening, they managed to hold out for quite some time. Captain, these foes are exceedingly peculiar, Komai reflected, adjusting her chakra while recalling the earlier battle details. Some of the cultists, despite being subjected to her Doton techniques, remarkably survived. Her Doton, a powerful bloodline limit, dealt significant damage. Typically, without specialized defenses, opponents would either be gravely injured or dead. Yet, these cultists not only endured but continued to fight back, leaving her in self-doubt. One had even survived being pierced through entirely. Jutoku Shinichiro echoed similar sentiments. Recounting the oddities of the confrontation, he was certain his bone spikes had pierced the vital points of his opponent, yet they remained mobile, eventually engaging him in a struggle before collapsing. Kaido Hakazai transformed his right hand into water, flipping over the body of a cultist to reveal their corroded internal organs and exposed spine, yet they still breathed. What is this? Chapter 22. Fierce Battle Outside the Cave. The cultist who had been executed by Rinshin trudged heavily, a small girl slung over his shoulder. Entering the cavern, the spacious interior contrasted sharply with the narrow entrance, filled with foul air and dampness, likely to cause illness if one lingered too long. A drop of water fell onto the girl's head as she murmured against the cultist's chest, walk carefully. The cultist hushed her, be quiet. As evening approached, Asahi Dan contemplated the intelligence he had gathered, realizing the cultists' numbers were considerable. Fearing unforeseen complications if they delayed further, he resolved to act immediately that night. Currently, the cultist was Rinshin in disguise, and the girl was Hinata Shirayuki, with Asahi and Kanai stealthily following behind. The cave was deep. After several minutes of walking, they finally spotted a flicker of firelight ahead, along with the silhouettes of two individuals. The cavern was otherwise empty, and Rinshin's footsteps went unmasked, making it easy for the cultists to hear him approach. "Hey, who goes there?" A voice echoed from the firelight. "I am Kusui," Rinshin replied, having acquired the name during earlier inquiries. "At last, you've arrived. We thought you had fled." As he approached, carrying Hinata Shiryuki, he added, "Let me in quickly. I am utterly exhausted." The cult organization was expanding rapidly, recruiting members of varied capabilities, and these peripheral members lacked counter-surveillance awareness, allowing Rinshin to pass through with ease. Asahi and Kanai traversed the cave's ceiling, utilizing chakra to walk as if on flat ground. Illuminated by the firelight, they discovered a large hall deep within the cave, marked by signs of recent activity, with several small stone altars surrounded by torches casting a dim orange glow upon a stone statue. The statue, approximately 10 meters high and composed of the same stone as the cave, bore a human-like form with limbs and facial features. Yet the sinister smile gave it an unsettling aura. Upon closer inspection, they noticed individuals lying on the altars, eyes closed, barely breathing, with blood seeping from their robes. "Are they dead?" Rinshin hesitated, preparing to investigate further when a man in a gray robe emerged from the shadows beneath the statue. "Have you captured new offerings?" he inquired, his lifeless gaze locking onto Rinshin. "Wait, you are not one of us." The casualness of his words sent a chill down Rinshin's spine. The man's ability to see through his transformation technique indicated formidable strength. "Engage," Asahi commanded, and in an instant, the four sprang into action at his signal. Rinshin and Hinata Shiryuki dispelled their transformation, positioning themselves on either side. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Hinata declared, while Rinshin executed the Leaf Village's sword technique, the essence of which emphasized speed. Asahi, a master of swordsmanship, had developed his own unique style, characterized by rapid strikes. Rinshin, currently only adept at the introductory draw technique, was surprised to find his speed marginally surpassed that of Hinata Shiryuki. Asahi descended from the cave's ceiling like a flash, while Kanai followed closely behind, albeit at a slightly slower pace. Ninjutsu, blood demon consumption. The gray-robed man remained unfazed as he stood his ground, forming hand seals. Blood erupted from his body, coalescing into a blood wolf at his right hand. With a sweeping motion, the wolf's form expanded into a half-circle attack zone, enveloping the 4 attackers. Asahi was the first to approach, his blade flashing as he cleaved through the blood wolf. Yet to his astonishment, the remaining portion of the beast continued its assault. Rinshin attempted to strike the blood wolf as well, but unlike Asahi, he found its body incredibly resilient. The clash of his blade against the wolf produced a sound akin to metal striking stone, forcing him to retreat. Hinata, witnessing Rinshin's predicament, abandoned her offense and shielded his back, defending against the blood wolf's onslaught. Kanai activated her Sharingan, swiftly adjusting her position midair, using the wolf's form to evade the attack. The extensive area attack technique was not only powerful but also executed with remarkable speed, allowing the caster a degree of control. Asahi closed in on the gray-robed man, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Yet the man's blood continued to morph ninjutsu, wicked appendages. The blood coalesced into several tendril-like forms, rapidly lunging towards Asahi. He pressed forward, transitioning from offense to defense, severing the tendrils as they approached. The gray-robed man retreated while countering Asahi's relentless assault, offering him no respite. Ninjutsu, blood corpse escape. With the utterance of these words, the gray-robed man's form swiftly disintegrated into a pool of blood, leaving Asahi without a target. Standing atop the sanguine puddle, he wore a grave expression. "Where are you?" As Asahi's attack target vanished, he hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to unleash a wide-area assault to obliterate the pool of blood. However, the thought of the immense chakra expenditure weighed heavily on his mind. Utilizing such a technique would jeopardize his stamina for the ensuing battle. "Captain, the real body is beneath the statue," Kanagawa promptly informed Asahi, her Sharingan enabling her to discern the flow of chakra. Although the pool of blood was saturated with chakra, the most concentrated essence was indeed gathered beneath the statue. Beneath the statue, Asahi's gaze shifted, revealing a shadowy figure coalescing in crimson. This was troublesome. His secret technique had been so easily deciphered by the young girl. Time was of the essence. The gray-robed man recognized the formidable threat Asahi posed. If he did not act swiftly, his situation would become perilous, especially with the support of others on the opposing side. He resolved to awaken them immediately. With determination, the gray-robed man emitted a bone-chilling howl, resembling that of a beast or a monster, reverberating throughout the cave. Outside, the two sentinels collapsed into unconsciousness upon hearing the sound, while Asahi and his companions felt disoriented, clutching their ears as their heads spun. Was this an illusion? While Bladeheart struggled against the onslaught, he analyzed the situation. Upon channeling his chakra for resistance, he realized that this was no mere genjutsu. It was a direct assault on the mind, conveyed through sound waves to the brain. After enduring the sonic attack, as Bladeheart regained his mobility, he witnessed the figures on the altar slowly rising. Chapter 23. The living dead. The individuals on the altar, once presumed dead, were enveloped in a grayish hue and descended from their perch. "Eliminate them," commanded the gray-robed man, and the living dead immediately launched an assault against Bladeheart and his three companions. There were 5 undead in total, plus the formidable gray-robed man, whose strange and powerful techniques posed a significant challenge. Only Asahi stood a chance against him, as the gray-robed man managed to engage Asahi, the strongest among the 4, preventing him from assisting the others. "I'll take 2, Kanagawa will take 2, and Bladeheart will handle 1. Asahi quickly assigned roles. Hinata Shiryuki engaged 2 adversaries with her gentle fist techniques, moving with the grace of a butterfly, her actions a mesmerizing blur of strikes. 8 trigrams palm. While attacking, Hinata Shiryuki maintained her clan's ancient tradition, infusing chakra into her opponents to seal their chakra pathways. Coupled with her Byakugan's omnidirectional vision, the undead were unable to ambush her, and the 2 cultists found themselves overwhelmed. As Hinata Shiryuki gained the upper hand, Kanagawa faced no significant pressure either. The dynamic vision afforded by her Sharingan allowed her to effortlessly read her opponent's movements. Whether facing 1 or 2 foes made little difference, as the cultists' movements were clumsy and slow. Had it not been for their high resilience, Kanagawa could have swiftly dispatched them. Bladeheart confronted the last cultist. Draw and slash. The speed of his drawn short blade was augmented, striking the cultist before he could react. However, beneath the ragged clothing lay a layer of blood-bound inscriptions that protected the cultist from being cleaved in two. Bladeheart applied more force, yet his blade could not penetrate deeper. In close quarters, the cultist lunged to grasp Bladeheart, who anticipated the move, withdrawing his blade and creating distance to assess the others. Asahi's battle against the gray-robed man was intense, the latter's prowess in taijutsu rivaling Asahi's. Complemented by an array of bizarre ninjutsu, Asahi wielded his long sword, but the gray-robed man evaded with a swift retreat, summoning 5 blood-red tendrils that surged toward Asahi. Undeterred, Asahi advanced, severing the tendrils as he moved forward, yet the severed appendages morphed into blood, quickly ensnaring his legs. Asahi struggled to free himself, realizing he needed to break the binding before continuing the fight. With his sword's tip embedded in the ground, he channeled wind chakra along the blade, swiftly shattering the blood bonds while leaping to evade the snapping jaws of the wolf head formed by the tendrils. In the cavern's vaulted ceiling, Asahi subtly maneuvered his long sword, locking eyes with the gray-robed man below. This was troublesome. Meanwhile, Hinata Shiryuki's attacks accelerated, and the 2 cultists grew increasingly sluggish, their chakra pathways obstructed by continuous strikes. With the perfect opportunity at hand, Hinata Shiryuki deemed it time to conclude the battle. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. An ethereal bagua array manifested at her feet, with the cultists positioned before and behind her. Assuming her stance, her Byakugan locked onto both adversaries simultaneously. 2 palms. Her hands struck in unison, channeling chakra into the cultists' bodies. 4 palms. The tempo quickened, 2 strikes leading into another 2. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. With each successive technique, the speed of her gentle fist intensified, the time taken to execute each successive strike equal to that of the initial 2. By the time Hinata Shiryuki retracted her fists, the 64 palms had been fully executed, and both cultists collapsed simultaneously. Taking a deep breath, she regulated her breathing. On Kanagawa's side, the battle was even simpler. The cultists' sluggish movements failed to touch her. In no time, she dispatched 2 cultists with her kunai. With the other's foes neutralized, Bladeheart prepared to accelerate his assistance to Asahi. However, Just as the three began to move, the previously downed cultists began to exhibit a transformation. Blood-gray energy coalescing towards the gray-robed man. The air within the cave stirred, the once calm atmosphere rippling like a tide, distorting even the amber light as an ominous aura spread, akin to black ice expanding. What is happening? Bladeheart felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps erupting as the temperature around him plummeted. Not far away, the gray-robed man's aura surged, suggesting a rise in power. The chakra was increasing rapidly, swirling rapidly in his hands. Kanagawa, utilizing her Sharingan, analyzed his next move and suddenly witnessed the gray-robed man condensing chakra in his hands. He was about to attack. The blood rapidly spread, transforming into tendrils that filled their vision, as if to engulf the entire cave, the tendrils moving like sentient beings exploring their bloody surroundings. The gray-robed man's attire became drenched in crimson, transforming into a vivid red cloak. Sinister tendrils. Run. The attack threatened to consume the entire cave. In such circumstances, both defense and offense were perilous. The optimal choice was to flee beyond the reach of this assault. The four dashed towards the cave's entrance, casting ninjutsu and detonating explosive tags to buy time. Fire style, Grand Fireball. Bladeheart and Kanagawa combined their fireballs, incinerating the blood-red tendrils. The flames evaporated some of the tendrils, creating a momentary reprieve, yet they swiftly reformed and advanced once more. The explosions from the tags shattered parts of the tendrils, but they appeared inexhaustible, reforming immediately. Upon encountering the tentacles, Asahi swiftly pursued a few individuals, channeling chakra as a faint azure hue enveloped his blade. Wind release, vacuum cutter. He then swung his sword backward, causing the wind-infused chakra to detach from the blade, expanding in the air. This vacuum cutter exhibited tremendous power, severing the encroaching tentacles and creating a vast space, thus granting the group precious time to flee. Chapter 24. Blood. The cavern deep underground collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending debris flying as if the earth itself were upheaved. Trees splintered, and startled birds and beasts attempted to escape, only to be ensnared by the blood-red tentacles and dragged below. Amidst the rubble, a cloud of dust arose as a few figures coughed and pushed aside the stones to emerge. The tentacles of the gray-robed man spread widely, causing significant destruction. And despite the continuous barrage of explosive tags from the group, the cavern ultimately succumbed to the onslaught and collapsed. They are not dead. Be cautious, Hinata Shiryuki remarked, her Byakugan allowing her to see through the stones and discern the gray-robed man, unharmed and shielded by the tentacles. Below, the blood-red tentacles surged, tossing aside the debris and soil, allowing the gray-robed man to leap out from the depths. You little rats, how swiftly you scurry, he sneered, his gray robe somewhat tattered, revealing his face to the group for the first time. His skin was grotesquely decayed, flesh hanging loosely, one eye clouded, and the exposed cheekbones displayed a grim sight of teeth without skin or flesh. Disgusting, Kanako remarked, her expression reflecting her desire to retch. Is this the extent of your power to capture the living? Asahi questioned the gray-robed man. The man's strength had surged dramatically after absorbing the essence of 5 fallen undead, surpassing what Asahi had previously deemed manageable. Power? The gray-robed man tilted his head and laughed. This is something far more potent than mere strength. It is immortality. Rin, however, scoffed at the notion. If immortality leads to a visage like yours, death is preferable. Her words struck a nerve, and the gray-robed man, visibly agitated, lost a semblance of his composure. Die, you brat. Blood technique. 1,000 blades. Blood energy coalesced in the air, forming countless needles aimed at Rin. The onslaught was vast and swift, each needle shimmering with lethal intent, showcasing their formidable power. 100 needles loomed before Rin, her perception slowing as she contemplated her defense options. Evading? No, the sheer speed and scope of the attack, coupled with her allies nearby, rendered evasion impossible. Defense? The speed of her water barrier technique could match it, but could it truly withstand such an onslaught? As Rin hesitated, a graceful figure stepped before her. Heavenly Return. Hinata Shiryuki spun rapidly, channeling chakra to create a high-velocity defensive wall that deflected the blood needles. With the crisis averted, the gray-robed man's fury escalated as he prepared to attack. Before he could launch his strike, Asahi took the initiative. Offense was his forte, and he believed it the best course of action. Hungry blood, man-eater. The technique, though similar, unleashed a vastly different power. The blood-red wolf head transformed into a deep black, expanding the attack's range exponentially, considering the retreat route for Rin and her companions. Follow the captain. Shirayuki understood that pressing the attack alongside Asahi was their optimal strategy, as remaining behind would only expose them to the gray-robed man's assaults. Rather than cowering at the back, they charged directly at him, allowing Asahi to protect them in close combat. Konoha-style sword technique, gentle breeze stab. Azure chakra enveloped Asahi's blade, flowing from the edge to the tip, enhancing its piercing capabilities to the utmost. Observing the trio trailing behind Asahi, the gray-robed man realized he must eliminate him first. The black blood wolf had shifted from a sweeping motion to a direct charge. Asahi stood his ground, the tip of his blade aimed straight at the wolf head. Upon contact, the black blood wolf head held for only a moment before being pierced through by the gentle breeze stab, erupting in a shower of black blood as Asahi surged forward. Damn it, I can't withstand this power? The gray-robed man, who had undergone significant enhancement, was taken aback by Asahi's relentless advance. As Asahi drew closer, the gray-robed man attempted to transform into blood to evade the attack, but Asahi's voice rang out. Prepare for fire release. Uncertain of the fire technique's effect on the gray-robed man's blood pool, Asahi merely sought to test it. Probing an adversary's weaknesses during combat was a customary strategy. Previously, the gray-robed man had withstood Asahi's physical attacks by transforming into blood, but he hesitated to do so against ninjutsu. Sinister hands, winding. The blood tentacles returned, but this time their scale was significantly reduced, utilized solely for defense, as repeated use would deplete his strength. The tentacles that approached Asahi's sword were shredded by the wind chakra, while the side tentacles were dealt with by Shirayuki, Kanako, and Rin. As Asahi closed in, he transformed his thrust into a slash, cutting the gray-robed man in half from the upper left to the lower right. Is it over? Kanako, though familiar with Asahi's speed, remained in awe of his swiftness. Her double Tomo Sharingan was unable to track his movements, and she doubted that even with the 3 Tomo, she could keep pace. Once assured that the lifeless body on the ground had ceased all signs of life, Asahi sheathed his blade and retrieved a sealing scroll. It wasn't until he had successfully sealed the gray-robed man's corpse that he finally felt at ease. At the Hot Spring Hotel in Yukikure, when Tamaki opened the scroll and beheld the gray-robed man's body, astonishment and joy washed over her. This fellow is an elder of the cult. I didn't expect you to capture him so swiftly. Ah, he's an elder? Are there others of his caliber? If so, we may have to abandon the mission, Asahi remarked, his tone laced with frustration. However, Tamaki, far from being angered, merely chuckled wryly. It's unlikely. There are only 2 of his level in the entire cult. They are responsible for the deaths of many of our ninjas. Considering the immense strength displayed, Asahi realized that even at the upper ninja level, he couldn't guarantee victory against such foes. If there were more, Yukikure would likely fall before they could even request aid. Upon returning to their quarters, Rin began to tend to their wounds. Though none had sustained severe injuries, close combat invariably led to scrapes and bruises. Usually, a simple bandage would suffice, but having someone skilled in medical ninjutsu was a welcome advantage. Chapter 25, Conflict, Part 1. The following morning, Kanako opened the door with a serious expression, addressing the group. They are preparing to strike. They? The cult? Asahi speculated. Considering the likelihood given their recent assault on an enemy hideout and the elimination of their second-in-command, there was no way the opposition would remain passive. No, it's the Mist Village folks. Understood. As the dawn broke, Asahi closed his eyes, contemplating the subsequent actions of the Hidden Mist. Yesterday, they had successfully dismantled one of each other's strongholds, and it was likely that the enemy still had another base of operations. The cult leader would be there. Reflecting on the arduous battle of the previous day, Asahi resolved to send the members of the Hidden Mist to scout the situation first. Let us rest for a day and assess the situation tomorrow. Since neither party belonged to the same hidden village, and no orders for cooperation had been issued from their respective villages, Asahi did not feel any guilt even if he witnessed the Hidden Mist ninjas falling. However, he would not allow them to perish without a fight, for the enemy of one's enemy is a potential ally. Should the cultists prove too powerful, collaboration would be necessary. Hinata and Kanagawa were to follow them tomorrow, but from a distance. Just as Asahi prepared to observe, there was a knock at the door. It's us, the Hidden Mist ninjas. Them? Asahi raised a hand, signaling his companions to remain still. "Come in." Upon receiving permission, Kirigikure's Hakazai entered, followed by 3 of his teammates. "I heard you faced a fierce battle yesterday." "Indeed," Asahi replied, fixing his gaze on them. "What brings you here?" Noticing the tension between their respective teams, Hakazai clapped his hands. "Why act as if we are enemies?" As he spoke, Rinkai nearly chuckled. It had not been long since the Second Ninja War concluded, and several nations had been embroiled in fierce conflict just a few years prior. It was quite restrained that neither side had resorted to spitting at each other upon their meeting. "We have come to exchange intelligence and discuss the next cult stronghold." The information from the hot springs indicated that there were at least 3 cult bases. After 2 days of investigation, both sides had nearly confirmed that the cult had only 3 strongholds, one dismantled by Konoha, another by Mist, leaving the last one likely where the cult leader resided. However, Hakazai's visit was not solely for these matters. During our assault on the cult base yesterday, the enemy displayed peculiar resilience, almost transcending human limitations. The ninja world is vast, with a plethora of ninjas, yet most are characterized by high offense and low defense. Even those of the shadow rank, capable of altering landscapes, could succumb to a well-placed kunai. Techniques such as lightning release from the Cloud Village merely enhance defense. Similarly, the steel release of bloodlines offers little beyond that. Yet, the cultists they encountered yesterday could continue fighting even after sustaining severe injuries, a rarity indeed. What was the enemy's strength? Asahi inquired of Hakazai, eager to ascertain whether the Mist team had encountered any methods of enhancement similar to the gray-robed man from the previous day. Very strange, Hakazai mused. After a moment's thought, while their combat skills were lacking, their physical prowess was remarkable. They often braced themselves against attacks rather than evading, revealing vulnerabilities that were difficult to exploit. They possessed an abundance of chakra, yet their ninjutsu execution was crude. Their strength seemed akin to that of a child infused with adult power, lacking the ability to adapt or utilize it effectively. Listening to Hakazai recount the battle's details, Asahi and his companions recalled their own experiences from the previous day. The gray-robed man displayed strength at the J-nin level and seemed to grow stronger as the fight progressed. His techniques were powerful, yet lacked the awareness typical of a ninja of his caliber. It was likely that their abilities were not inherent, but rather derived from the cult's rituals. Understanding this, the 2 captains resolved to collaborate in dismantling the final cult stronghold. However, cooperation simply entailed an agreement to refrain from deliberately harming each other's members during combat. It would be too obvious for a taijutsu user to engage the enemy, while another launched broad-range ninjutsu attacks from behind. Even to this extent, the arrangement would facilitate the mission's progression, as ninjas feared betrayal more than their opponents. The agreement reached. Konoha's team would need to replenish their explosive tags and shuriken before setting out tomorrow. Although the Hot Springs was not a large ninja village and lacked exceptional ninja tools, they still had shuriken and kunai, which would be provided free of charge. Unfortunately, the feel of these tools was somewhat unfamiliar. While Rinkai assessed the weight of the kunai in his hand, he was suddenly confronted by an incoming figure. Sensing the presence, he sidestepped but was still slightly too slow, resulting in a collision. "Hey, Konoha ninja," a familiar voice rang out. Rinkai turned to see Torai Shinichiro from the mist, flanked by 2 teammates, creating an encircling posture. Though Rinkai was alone, he was not intimidated. "Are you blind? You bumped into me despite my attempt to yield," he retorted, concluding that the encounter was deliberate and unnecessary. This audacious remark resonated with Rinkai's Uchiha lineage, and his opponents showed no surprise at his demeanor. However, their intent was indeed to provoke, and Rinkai's comment played right into Takatori's hands. "You two just watch." While Torai was eager to engage, his goal was merely to prove his superiority over Rinkai, not to win at any cost. "I think it would be wise for you to refrain from fighting," Mizuki suggested to Torai, not doubting his ability to win, but fearing the chaos it might incite. "Rest assured, I do not intend to take his life." Chapter 26, Confrontation, Part 2. What about their intelligence? Rinkai recalled the day Torai had been subdued by Hinata Shirayuki, attempting to glean insights from that encounter, only to conclude that Shirayuki was too powerful and Torai too weak. With little time to gather intelligence, he resolved to strike first. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Rinkai swiftly formed the hand seals, concentrating chakra, and unleashed several fireballs from his mouth. As the flames erupted, he hurled several rapidly spinning shuriken into the inferno, which were engulfed by the flames as they sped forward. The Phoenix Flower Jutsu required a high level of skill in both fire release and shuriken techniques, but the synergy between the two yielded significantly enhanced speed and lethality. Ten-finger piercing. Take-Torai unleashed bone projectiles from his fingers, intercepting the shuriken amidst the flames, causing them to fall. The Phoenix Flower Jutsu, stripped of its shuriken enhancement, lost momentum and accuracy. Recognizing that Take-Torai had countered his technique, Rinkai discerned his opponent's bloodline ability. The bone release. The bone release of the Hidden Mist is said to trace its origins back to Kagaya Tsutsuki, ranking alongside the Sharingan and Byakugan. Its wielder can manipulate the growth of their bodily tissues, granting them a unique advantage in close-quarters combat. Has he already deduced Takatori's combat style? As she observed the cautious demeanor of Rinshin, who was reluctant to advance, Kagaya may pondered whether he had already discerned the combat techniques of the corpse bone path. Typically, one might assume that after their mid-range probing attacks had been countered, an individual would resort to close-quarters combat for further testing. This approach is generally sound. However, against an adversary as formidable in martial arts as Takebudo Shinichiro, such a tactic could lead one directly into a trap. Noticing Rinshin's hesitation to attack, Takebudo Shinichiro boldly closed the distance, lowering his stance while propelling himself towards Rinshin with his hands clasped behind his back. Rinshin launched 2 shurikens, yet Takebudo did not evade. The shurikens merely grazed his skin before ricocheting off. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches, and in that instant, Rinshin felt as though he had struck a solid iron block. Given Takebudo's momentum, Rinshin found himself compelled to retreat several steps to dissipate the force of the blow. Unyielding, Takebudo pressed on, continuing to grapple with Rinshin. As Rinshin blocked a punch, Takebudo swiftly transitioned to an elbow strike. Initially, Rinshin had intended to evade this move, but unexpectedly, a bony spike extended from Takebudo's elbow, thrusting directly towards Rinshin's chest. The spike was sharp and formidable, a direct hit would surely cause grievous harm. Rinshin grasped the spike with one hand, pulling it aside with all his might, narrowly avoiding a direct strike. Song of the Tang Song, Takebudo coldly uttered, as his muscles tensed and began to rotate, causing spikes to erupt across his entire body. At such a close distance, Rinshin realized there was no escaping this technique. He could only shield vital areas and lean back as far as possible. Yet, the length of the spikes proved daunting, and almost instantaneously, Rinshin felt pain shoot through his arm and thigh. Fortunately, he had not been ensnared in Takebudo's grasp. Had he been caught, the spikes would have pierced him thoroughly. The two continued to exchange blows for dozens of strikes, with Takebudo utilizing his spikes for offense and defensive bone membranes to frustrate Rinshin's efforts. Given that Rinshin was not particularly adept in martial arts to begin with, he found himself at an utter disadvantage against Takebudo, who specialized in such techniques. Had Hinata Shiriki been present, the battle would have undoubtedly been one-sided. Her gentle fist could penetrate Takebudo's bone membranes, and with her Byakugan's all-seeing vision, she would have faced no concerns regarding his spikes. Should I draw my sword? Rinshin speculated that Takebudo's bone density was not inferior to that of his blade. Even if he unsheathed it, he might not breach Takebudo's bony defenses. To sever those bones would require imbuing the blade with elemental chakra. Abandoning the notion of swordplay, Rinshin could only retreat while dodging, while Takebudo relentlessly pursued him. Like a slippery eel, Takebudo was acutely aware that if he could not resolve this with his martial prowess, he would be at a loss against Rinshin. However, Rinshin's own martial skills were commendable. Despite sustaining a few injuries over the prolonged bout, he remained largely unaffected. Yet, in that moment, it seemed Rinshin's reaction faltered slightly, and when Takebudo's leg swept towards him, Rinshin failed to evade entirely. Struck by the bony spike on Takebudo's leg, Rinshin's calf was injured, causing him to stumble. Takebudo seized the opportunity. Twisting his waist, he became as supple as a whip, launching a downward kick towards Rinshin. With both hands pressed against his shoulders, Rinshin braced himself against the force of the kick, attempting to grapple Takebudo to the ground. However, Takebudo swiftly retracted his leg, leveraging his position to deliver 3 consecutive kicks to Rinshin's chest. In pain, Rinshin staggered back, medical chakra illuminating his hands as he pressed against his chest. His gaze fixated on the lacerated skin of Takebudo. The wound did not bleed. Instead, a layer of white bone membrane beneath protected it. Having previously shielded against Rinshin's shuriken assault, The capabilities of the corpse-bone path were indeed formidable, with the opponent's martial arts being their forte and shurikens proving ineffective. Rinshin could only rely on ninjutsu. As Tekabuto prepared to advance once more, Rinshin hastily formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball. The expansive fireball enveloped Tekabuto's trajectory, and even with the protection of his corpse-bone path, he dared not charge through the searing flames. Sensing the intense heat ahead, Tekabuto shifted his form, softening the bones within his body to execute a movement uncharacteristic of human anatomy, contorting himself to evade to the left. At that moment, a sudden tugging sensation gripped his right leg, and a glimmer of wire became apparent. Was that steel wire? When had it been affixed? Mizuki Sora, who had been observing the entire confrontation, had failed to notice Rinshin's maneuver. Kagaya-me recalled the moment when Tekabuto's kick struck Rinshin's chest, surmising that it was then that the wire had ensnared Tekabuto's ankle. Was Rinshin's leg injury a feigned weakness? With no time to dwell further, as the great fireball was about to descend upon Tekabuto, Kagaya-me acted swiftly. Water release, water wall. Just before the fireball could collide with Tekabuto, a rising water barrier emerged, successfully blocking the fiery assault and causing steam to rise. Hey, did I say you could intervene? Tekabuto had intended to withstand the fireball directly. In Chapter 27, the official confrontation commenced. Could the corpse-bone path endure the onslaught of the great fireball, especially one from the Uchiha clan? Tekabuto believed he could withstand it, while Kagaya-me sensed that even if he did manage to endure, it would cost him dearly. To her, this was merely a spirited spar, not a life-or-death struggle, and she felt it unnecessary to continue the fight. Enough, Tekabuto. The Uchiha youth, Rinshin, had yet to even activate his Sharingan, yet he was already evenly matched with Tekabuto. While Tekabuto claimed he still had hidden techniques, what about Rinshin? I have not lost. Tekabuto's expression suddenly morphed into one of ferocity. As a prodigious bloodline ninja of the Mist Village, being consecutively defeated was undoubtedly a bitter pill to swallow. Do we continue this? Although Rinshin lacked the Sharingan, he distinctly sensed that Tekabuto was about to unleash a powerful technique, and his hand instinctively moved toward his sword's hilt. This Tekabuto truly lacked discernment. Their exchange was merely a friendly spar. Even if he found himself at a slight disadvantage, it held little significance. Yet, Tekabuto's expression resembled that of a man confronting a sworn enemy. The two locked eyes, tension palpable in the air. Rinshin was uncertain of Tekabuto's next move, yet he inferred that the opponent would employ his bones as weapons, and the lack of intent to close the distance suggested that the impending attack would have considerable range. As leaves drifted down, a chilling voice resonated. Mist Village, are you bullying our people? Hinata Shiryuki emerged before Rinshin, her Byakugan activated and fixed on Tekabuto. Defeated foe. If you wish to fight, let it be with me. Kanai joined behind Kagaya-me, a kunai poised at her throat. Best not to make any sudden moves. Seeing one comrade restrained and another under vigilant watch, Mizuki Sora felt the weight of pressure intensify. Should he strike, the situation would spiral out of control, leading to a full-blown conflict among the six of them. Raising his hands, Mizuki Sora signaled his desire for peace. Tekabuto, I will say this one last time. You have lost. With a kunai at her throat, Kagaya-me's tone turned menacing. Initially, they had approached the battle with a spectator's mindset, but as the situation escalated and Tekabuto continued to act recklessly, her patience waned. Feeling the threat embedded in Kagaya-me's voice, a flicker of fear stirred within Tekabuto. He could not ignore it. He simply blamed Kagaya-me for the psychological toll she had exacted upon him. Her dissolution technique countered him more effectively than Hinata's gentle fist. With a subtle retreat, Takaguri Shinichiro stepped back, relinquishing his stance. Forget it, he remarked before turning away, clearly eager to depart without delay. Observing his withdrawal, Kanagawa sheathed her kunai and approached Rinshin. Are you all right? Rinshin, appearing far more disheveled than Takaguri, was beset with blood from the bone spikes of the corpse-bone pulse, his garments riddled with tears. Just a minor issue, he replied, channeling healing chakra to mend his wounds. Aside from the gaping injury he had intentionally exposed, the rest were superficial. They throbbed painfully but posed no significant threat to his well-being. Remaining here would only incite further conflict. With Terumi-me and Mizuki Sora departing, Hinata Shiryuki suggested softly, let us return. Upon arriving back at the inn, Hinata Shiryuki and Kanagawa inquired about the nature of Rinshin's altercation. Upon learning of the skirmish with Takaguri, Kanagawa expressed mild astonishment. It seems you have become more normal. Indeed, Rengshin replied. The Uchiha clan is typically characterized by its taciturn and amiable members. The more combative and tumultuous individuals are the norm. Hinata Shirayuki appeared to perceive Rengshin anew. You don't seem like it. Rengshin, however, felt no sense of abnormality. Even if I had retreated today, they would have sought to engage me in combat to gauge my abilities. I too was keen to test theirs. Among the trio, the girl appeared to possess the most formidable strength, as evidenced by her capacity to restrain Takaguri and another. Truly, talent manifests in various forms. Rengshin gleaned valuable insights from the encounter with the corpse bone pulse. He had consistently trained in taijutsu, yet his companions were equally skilled. Asahi Dan was a master of swordsmanship, Hinata Shirayuki employed gentle fist techniques, and Kanagawa had awakened her Sharingan. All three surpassed Rengshin in martial prowess, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of inadequacy. When one is surrounded by formidable individuals, self-doubt inevitably arises. With his garments stained in blood, Rengshin first removed his clothing, bandaged his wounds, and commenced washing the fabric. Despite his injuries, he felt a sense of achievement. Takaguri's martial skills were commendable, and the bone spikes of the corpse bone pulse were unexpectedly formidable. Many combat techniques he typically employed proved ineffective against Takaguri. For instance, when a common punch was thrown, the focus was solely on countering that strike, whether by blocking or evading. However, Takaguri posed a different challenge. When he struck, one had to be wary of the bone spikes sprouting from his hands. Blocking would result in injury from the spikes, while evasion required caution against the expanded range of attacks. Some maneuvers appeared avoidable, yet even a successful dodge could lead to an unexpected spike injury. Compounded by Takaguri's ability to execute peculiar movements, engaging him as one would a conventional taijutsu ninja proved exceedingly arduous. Often, Rengshin relied not on experience, but on instinctive reactions, a sensation both mystifying and error-prone. As night fell, Rengshin meditated cross-legged, consolidating healing chakra to restore his body. While complete recovery by morning was unlikely, he aimed to staunch the bleeding. Early the next day, as the group emerged from their quarters, the four from Kirigakure awaited them in the lobby. Are you prepared? Asked Kirigakure's Gazuki Byaku. Asahi Dan nodded in response. Let us proceed. The 8 of them leaped across the branches, maintaining a careful distance, neither too close nor too far, allowing them to observe one another without provoking friction. It was evident that both sides maintained a delicate balance. Rengshin, how are your wounds? Hinata Shirayuki inquired, glancing at the bandages on his leg, clearly concerned for his well-being. Nothing too serious. Rengshin felt slightly unaccustomed to her sudden care. After taking hemostatic medicine the previous day, his wounds had improved considerably, and with the aid of healing chakra, he was confident it would not impede his combat abilities. Chapter 28. Annihilation above the valley. The teams from Konoha and Kirigakure halted, their gazes fixed upon the dense fog enveloping the gorge. Is this the place? Asahi Dan queried, seeking confirmation from Hinata Shirayuki, who understood his intent. Byakugan. Channeling chakra into her eyes, she activated her Byakugan, her vision piercing through the fog to reveal a village within. There were 32 individuals in total, 26 men and 6 women. From the chakra signatures, 1 was of J-Nin rank, 5 were Ch-Nin, while the remainder were Genin. After reporting the numbers, Hinata Shirayuki began to specify the locations of traps. Gazuki Byaku regarded her with admiration. Your Byakugan from Konoha is truly remarkable. In the realm of reconnaissance, the Byakugan held a dominant advantage, enabling one to accurately assess personnel configurations and trap placements with a mere glance, something other ninjas could achieve only through arduous means. For instance, sensory ninjas might discern the number of opponents via chakra, yet they were powerless against traps, and training sensory ninjas was notoriously challenging, relying heavily on innate talent, often yielding only 1 or 2 per ninja village. The Byakugan, though a bloodline limit, offered a broader range and greater numbers. Anyone who activated it could achieve such feats. Oh, Asahi Dan sensed that Gazuki Byaku had something on his mind, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Gazuki Byaku averted his gaze, focusing below. Given their numbers, we might first reduce their ranks before concentrating our efforts on the remainder. I have a plan. After discussing strategies, the 2 teams consented to employ Gazuki Byaku's proposed tactics. 7 individuals leaped down from the cliff, directly assaulting the cult village. as neither team concealed their presence. It wasn't long before their approach was detected. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The foremost, Asahi Dan and Gazuki Byaku, sprang into action. With a flash of blades, heads rolled. Water release. Water transformation technique. Gazuki Byaku transformed his right hand into a massive water hand, seizing one opponent, who soon slumped lifelessly. With 32 foes, now only 30 remained. The 7 moved swiftly, penetrating the village without delay, yet the cultists quickly responded to the commotion. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Mizuki Sora formed hand seals as a water dragon surged forth, eliminating another adversary. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Kanagawa unleashed a fireball, dispatching another foe. Simultaneously, Rinkshin hurled 6 shuriken, claiming yet another life. After the 7 dispatched 3 more enemies, the cultists were thoroughly alerted. Typically, at such a juncture, the groups would separate to combat. Given that each ninja possessed unique fighting styles, proximity could inadvertently harm allies. However, the 7 persisted in their cohesive assault, which compelled them to exercise caution with their strikes. The remaining 27 cultists swiftly cornered the 7. Had they opted for stealth, it would have been a prudent choice. Had Asahi Dan led, he likely would have chosen that route. Yet, these cultists were peculiar. Even a critical hit might not guarantee a kill, rendering stealth ineffective, as they would soon be ensnared in the enemy's encirclement. The strategy proposed by Zuki Aimwan is quite distinctive. He suggests that the 7 members of the team act as decoys to draw the attention of the cultists, effectively turning the entire group into bait while ensuring that they do not become isolated, thereby providing one individual the opportunity to strike. As the cultists draw nearer, Zuki Aimwan issues the command, attack. As the words leave his lips, Terumi Mei, who has been concealed nearby, swiftly forms hand seals. Dissolution technique. A corrosive solution erupts from her mouth, its reach extensive, consuming many unsuspecting cultists before they can react. The potency of the dissolution is formidable, rapidly eroding the flesh and blood of those engulfed. In an instant, the cultist ranks dwindle by 15, leaving only 12. Thanks to the 7 remaining members staying together and Terumi Mei's careful choice of angle in deploying her jutsu, the dissolution liquid spares their own team from harm. Truly a terrifying maneuver, Kanai remarks. This Misty Girl's bloodline not only boasts a vast range, but also formidable power. In a one-on-one confrontation, Kanai feels unperturbed by such a technique, yet the prospect of eliminating so many foes at once is daunting. The bone pulse, known as the dissolution, is accompanied by another. It appears that within the opposing team, there are 2 bloodline limits. The remaining one, Bladeheart speculates, is likely another bloodline limit. Thus, it seems the configuration of this mist team is quite luxurious. Lord Cult Master, one cultist, witnessing the rapid decrease in their numbers, momentarily loses composure and hurriedly queries the cult master at the forefront. The elderly cult master, unfazed, scoffs, "Humph, a mere batch of expendables. If they perish, so be it. It's a pity we didn't sacrifice them sooner." The cultists care not for the lives of their subordinates, intent on sacrificing others to gain power. The land of soup has already taken notice of us. We must eliminate these pests immediately. The cult elder acknowledges that his recent actions have drawn the ire of the land of soup, but he has no regrets. Without the sacrificial rituals, he would have long since succumbed to age. Ninja art, blood 1,000 books. The cult elder raises his hand, unleashing a torrent of blood that transforms into thousands of projectiles, inundating the 8. Reversal heaven. Hinata Shiryuki rushes forward, covering her body with chakra, her rapidly spinning technique deflecting the onslaught of projectiles. Water style, water barrier. Terumi Mei conjures a water barrier to shield against the blood projectiles. Once the barrage concludes, Asahi Date and Zuki Aimwan exchange glances, and together they charge towards the cult elder. Among the remaining 5, Bladeheart and Kanai pair off to confront 3 Nin level foes, while Mizuki Sora and Taketorai Jinai tackle the other 3. Meanwhile, Hinata Shiryuki hurries over to Terumi Mei, who, having expended considerable chakra on her dissolution technique, has little left for further combat. "Brother, I'll use the phoenix flower, you prepare the shuriken." Upon hearing Kanai's words, Bladeheart immediately comprehends, gripping 10 shuriken in his hand. Fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. After Kanai unleashes the flames of the phoenix flower, Bladeheart swiftly throws the shuriken into the fiery blossoms, forming the phoenix flower's red claws. The 10 shuriken, imbued with the flames, strike a single cultist, reducing their body to a mere skeleton. Yet, to their astonishment, the cultist remains standing, swaying unsteadily. Chapter 29, Undying? Undying, a pursuit for many who tread this earth. As life approaches its end, this yearning intensifies into an obsession. Disgusted, Kanai grimaces as the undead cultist's flesh contorts to seal the wounds, becoming increasingly grotesque. 3 cultists surround Blade Heart and Kanai. One's arm morphs into a long blade, another into a whip, and the last into a spike. Kanai activates her Sharingan, holding her ground against 2 opponents, while Blade Heart finds himself in a more uncomfortable position. Blade draw, instant slash. With a swift motion, the blade slices through the air, striking the cultist's neck. However, instead of decapitating the foe, the cultist's blood-fleshed arm blade swings towards Blade Heart. The blade narrowly misses his hair, and up close, the stench of decay is palpable. Is there any viable strategy? I'm truly infuriated. Blade Heart hears the shout as Take Torai Jinai here, his body sprouting bone spikes. Pierces a cultist woman, yet she remains standing, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Jinai here is correct. The cultist's offensive techniques lack finesse, yet their regenerative capabilities allow them to hold their ground. The 2J Nin remains silent, solely focused on battling the cult elder, the strongest among them. If they can defeat him, they will have the upper hand. Yet, the elder's tenacity is formidable, and his arsenal is vast. Even when confronted by 2J Nin, he shows no fear. Blade Heart blocks a strike from the cultist, but the opponent's strength overwhelms him, forcing him down. With a swift sweep, Blade Heart trips the cultist and lands 3 strikes upon him. Futile, the cultist retorts. You ninjas are nothing but a joke, always looking down on others. Yet here you are, being overpowered by me. Looking down? Who in this world can truly look down upon others? Blade Heart smirks, driving his knife into the cultist's chest, then pivoting the blade horizontally to rupture the lung, delivering a kick to his chin that sends him flying. Fireball. A fireball erupts, scorching the cultist's skin to a charred state. Care to continue? The cultist, with a punctured lung and scorched flesh, finds himself unable to speak. Cough, cough. The cultist, struggling to breathe, grows increasingly enraged, lunging towards Blade Heart. He sidesteps, thrusting a kunai into the cultist's abdomen before leaping back. Explosion. The kunai, adorned with an explosive tag, detonates violently, knocking the cultist to the ground. Fireball. Once more, Blade Heart unleashes the fireball technique, this time infusing it with a substantial amount of chakra, enhancing both its temperature and duration. For a full 10 seconds, the fireball reduces the cultist to ashes, no matter how resilient he was. Prolonged exposure to such heat ultimately leads to his demise. Puffing heavily, Blade Heart reflects on the nature of ninja techniques. Their power and hand seals are typically fixed. However, with mastery, one can reduce the number of hand seals and actively choose the strength and duration of their jutsu. The Uchiha clan is renowned for their mastery of the fireball technique, which is why when Blade Heart expends a significant portion of his chakra, the technique's might is truly terrifying. Brother, be cautious. Kanai's voice echoes as she regains her breath. Sensing danger nearby, Blade Heart swiftly dodges. His arm grazes, skin and muscle torn as if sliced away, revealing a blood-soaked whip adorned with barbs. Forgive me, I couldn't hold them. Kanai acknowledges that the 2 cultists have effectively countered her, yet the rhythm of their assault remains in the hands of their foes. For the cultists, defeating Kanai is no simple task, but they can still attempt to ambush Blade Heart. This is the nature of life and death combat. Ninjas epitomize high offense and low defense. A moment's oversight can lead to one's demise. Blade Heart bears no resentment towards Kanai. She is already enduring a greater burden by facing 2 opponents, and it's uncertain whether she can keep them occupied. We must eliminate them swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Blade Heart charges towards the cultist whose arm has transformed into a whip, gripping his blade tightly. A single hand cannot battle while losing blood rapidly. The left hand is untrained with the blade, and indeed, its offensive capability is significantly diminished. However, it suffices for him to merely hold the opponent at bay to alleviate Kanai's pressure. Upon seeing the blood streaming from Rinshin's hand, Kanai understood that she must hasten her efforts. Her eyes, adorned with the double Tomo Sharingan, locked onto the cultist man's gaze. In an instant, his already wavering resolve was drawn into the realm of illusion. As bamboo leaves drifted down, he looked down to find his body suspended, pierced and immobilized by dozens of sharp bamboo stakes. In the real world, Kanai subdued the cultist man, wielding a kunai to sever his head. Having dealt with the immediate threat, she swiftly rushed to aid Rinshin. Their combined strength far surpassed that of the cultists, and in a mere few exchanges, they triumphed over their foes. With Kanai freed, she continued to support others, while Rinshin hastened to bandage his wounds. The barbs of the cultist wielding the whip caused injuries distinct from ordinary blade wounds, tearing flesh and resulting in significant trauma. Thus, immediate first aid was imperative, lest Rinshin succumb to excessive blood loss. After applying ointment and wrapping the bandages, the battles in various corners were drawing to a close. Takaguri Shinichiro, after dispatching his opponent in a one-on-one confrontation, moved to assist his teammates. On the other hand, Hinata Shirayuki single-handedly eliminated the majority of her adversaries. While Terumi may regain some chakra at the last moment to utilize her dissolution technique once more. Ultimately, only the battle involving the J-Nin remained unresolved. The elder cultist, having extended his life through malevolent sorcery, remained impervious to numerous attacks, even when besieged by two J-Nin. Wind release, vacuum cutter. Asahi Dan enveloped his long blade in a layer of azure chakra, swinging it to unleash a wind blade that sliced the elder cultist in half. Yet, even in his severed form, blood vessels remained connected. Malignant blood, man-eater. The upper half of the elder transformed into a blood-red wolf's head, lunging at Asahi Dan. At once, Akatsuki Haku employed ninjutsu for defense. Water release, water dragon tooth technique. Akatsuki Haku partially transformed, channeling his body as a medium to summon a deep blue water dragon that surged from his right arm, clamping down on the blood-red giant wolf. Unable to continue his assault, the elder cultist immediately dispelled the wolf head. However, the water dragon followed the trail of his blood, remaining latched onto his shoulder. As the elder retreated, Akatsuki Haku seized the opportunity to counterattack. Water release, water prison technique. The water dragon, still gripping the elder's shoulder, swiftly transformed into a water sphere, enveloping him entirely. Chapter 30, Phase 2. A torrent of chakra was infused to suppress him. Within the deep blue water sphere, the elder cultist was ensnared, unable to move. The Mist Village's water prison technique is formidable, especially when executed in a suitable environment, and the Hozuki clan's mastery of water release surpasses that of other ninjas, leading to many defeats at the hands of Akatsuki Haku's water prison. Have we captured him, Captain? Mizuki Sora inquired of Akatsuki Haku, as everyone had exerted their full strength to quickly subdue their foes, resulting in significant chakra depletion. Akatsuki Haku, with one hand transforming into a stream of water connected to the water prison, wore a grave expression. It has failed. The next moment, the water prison was flooded with scarlet blood, as the chakra used to suppress the elder was reversed, causing the prison to collapse. Are they all dead? Quite commendable. The elder cultist emerged from the water prison, standing amidst the encirclement of 8 ninjas from Konoha and Mist. He surveyed his surroundings and chuckled softly. At least I won't have to lift a finger. With that, he formed a hand seal, and the surrounding mist thickened, shifting from gray to dark red. The air became tinged with a pungent metallic scent, and Rinshin and the others were astonished to see the ground beneath them faintly glowing. Shirayuki. Kanai urgently called to Hinata Shirayuki, for only her Byakugan could perceive the entire battlefield's dynamics. What is this? Through Shirayuki's vision, the ground where they stood began to illuminate, revealing what seemed to be a formation pattern. Had the Elder's seal activated this formation? What might be its effects? However, the answer soon became evident. My wound. Rinshin raised his arm, and the hastily bandaged wound reopened, bleeding anew. Although chakra had staunched the flow, how could it resume? Was this the formation's effect? Blood seeped from the wound, dissipating into the air, merging into the scarlet mist. This phenomenon was not unique to Rinshin. The others around him experienced the same fate. Yet the primary target of this sinister technique was not the living, but rather the fallen cultists. As the red mist enveloped the battlefield, their corpses rapidly decayed, becoming part of the crimson fog. This mist not only drained the stamina of the living, but also replenished the Elder's chakra. I had intended to conserve my strength, but it seems I cannot leave you all unscathed. With those words, the Elder's body underwent a swift transformation. His once-aged visage gradually regained youth, his gray hair returning to black, and his withered skin regaining elasticity. Ninjutsu, Blood Dragon Bullet. The rejuvenated cultist unleashed the blood dragon bullet, as the blood mist coalesced into a massive crimson dragon that descended upon them. Water release, water dragon bullet. Akatsuki Haku attempted to counter the blood dragon with his own water dragon, but the latter's size and power far surpassed that of Haku's, overwhelming even his specialized technique. Everyone, defend. Seeing his water dragon obliterated, Akatsuki Haku quickly warned the others. Asahi Dan cleaved through the blood dragon before him, while Hinata Shirayuki positioned herself in front of Rinshin and Kanai, employing her reversal technique. Water release, water barrier. Terumi Mei activated the water barrier for defense. However, they knew it would not withstand the blood dragon. Mizuki Sora swiftly used ice release to freeze Mei's water barrier, as the blood wave surged forth. When the crimson tide receded, the group stood unharmed in their positions. Truly tenacious. The elder cultist cursed in anger. Asahi Dan, wielding his azure blade, charged forward. But the elder, sensing danger, attempted to evade. Yet a sudden pain pierced his back, freezing him momentarily. Upon glancing back, he discovered Akatsuki Haku had emerged from the water, piercing him with a kunai. Utilizing the water transformation technique, Akatsuki Haku had evaded the blood dragon's onslaught by transforming his body into water, stealthily approaching the cultist from behind. As Asahi Dan's attack drew the elder's attention, Haku seized the moment to strike. When did a pool of water appear? The elder finally realized the ground beneath him had transformed into a watery expanse. With no time to ponder further, Asahi Dan had already reached him, unable to escape. The elder's body was pierced by Dan's long blade, pinning him in place between the two. The elder found himself caught, his back impaled by Haku's kunai and his throat pierced by Dan's blade. Yet, at that moment, he was far from defeated, forming hand seals with determination. Ninjutsu, Blood Lotus. Sensing imminent danger, Asahi Dan and Akatsuki Haku leapt into the air just as countless red spikes erupted from the ground below. Had they not acted swiftly, the spikes would surely have pierced their bodies. Two jonin distanced themselves, while the remaining ninjas dared not make a move. The cultist found himself encircled, despite his ferocious attacks. None had yet been vanquished. The crimson mist thickened ominously. Taking a deep breath, the cultist inhaled, and the gaping wounds on his body swiftly healed. As his chakra surged dramatically, with a thunderous roar, the cultist's skin cracked, and his flesh swelled within, causing his form to expand grotesquely. In mere seconds, he transformed from a human into a grotesque monster of flesh and blood. His scarlet body was not merely muscular. Even the veins protruded into the air, and his mouth morphed into a colossal orifice brimming with sharp teeth, resembling a creature ravenous for blood and flesh. Disgusted, Kanai felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of the cultist's transformation, instinctively hurling a few shuriken. The cultist did not even flinch, allowing the shuriken to strike him, as if they were mere paper, failing to pierce his skin. With a single, menacing gaze, the bloodthirsty monster fixated on Kanai. Crawling towards her, the two jonin sprang into action, but the creature flung a blood-red chain, ensnaring Asahi and causing him to lose his balance and fall. Meanwhile, the moment Akatsuki attempted to move, he found himself trapped by bloody hands emerging from the pool beneath him, rendering him immobile. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Rinkai, standing beside Kanai, attempted to thwart the monster with ninjutsu. The dragon flame shot forth in a straight line, yet the creature seemed utterly unfazed, continuing its relentless advance. In desperation, Rinkai pushed Kanai aside to protect her, only to be struck himself. The impact sent him crashing into a large tree, and he felt a sharp pain, realizing many of his bones had likely been broken, leaving him with little strength to rise. Chapter 31. Success Brother. Rinkai struggled against the tree trunk, half of his body numb and immobile. The others engaged in a fierce battle with the transformed cultist. The monster swung a massive fist, and although Hyuga Shirayuki sidestepped, the creature's crimson arms sprouted spikes, injuring her thigh before she could react. Take-Torai Genichiro charged forward, but the cultist's enormous hand seized him. Despite the crushing grip, Genichiro smiled. Dance of the Pine. Numerous bone spikes erupted from within his body, piercing the cultist's palm. Blood dripped to the ground, yet the cultist did not flinch, tightening his grip even more. Genichiro struggled to breathe under the tremendous force, blood trickling from his mouth. Ice style, Ice Demon Shuriken. A massive icy shuriken struck the cultist's arm, embedding itself without inflicting significant damage. Kanai swiftly approached, delivering a powerful kick to the central grip of the shuriken, severing the cultist's arm and causing Genichiro to fall. Get back! Dissolve monster technique. As Kanai jumped back and Genichiro fled in haste, a corrosive solution surged from Terumi Mei, engulfing the blood monster. Smoke billowed as the creature emitted agonized cries. Is it still not resolved? Terumi Mei inquired of Hyuga Shirayuki. At this moment, everyone appeared drained. Shi and Mizuki had exhausted their chakra, Shirayuki was injured, and Genichiro and Rinkai lay incapacitated, while Kanai was likely nearing her limit. If this dissolve monster technique does not succeed, Shirayuki's expression darkened as she kept her gaze fixed on the swirling solution. Within the corrosive liquid, a crimson figure leapt forth, parts of its body visibly skeletal, yet it absorbed the mist and began to heal rapidly. The blood monster, recovering, extended its tongue to sense its surroundings, quickly locating Terumi Mei's position. There was no escape. The speed was too great. Her chakra was depleted, leaving her without the strength to evade. Mei's mind dulled, paralyzed by uncertainty. Wind style, vacuum blade. A flurry of azure blades sliced through the air, severing the blood monster's tongue in rapid succession. Water style, great exploding water colliding wave. Just as the creature prepared to act, a colossal water column surged forth, crashing into the monster and propelling it away. Though the two Jonin had been momentarily ensnared, they swiftly extricated themselves, preventing further casualties among their allies. Knowing that they could not afford to hold back, Akatsuki understood the urgency. The chakra expended in the great exploding water colliding wave had been substantial, effectively driving the monster out of the formation below. Once the monster was pushed out of the formation, it instinctively sought to return, but before it could act, Asahi was already upon it. Draw and slice. The azure blade, infused with wind-style chakra, descended upon the creature's head. The monster's severed arm bled profusely, solidifying into a crimson blade that parried Asahi's strike. Known for his rapid attacks, Asahi continued his relentless assault, overwhelming the creature in close combat. Sustaining multiple blows, the monster's recovery rate faltered outside the formation. It, desperate to return to the safety of its sanctuary, took a step only to step into a water pit. Water style, water prison technique. Akatsuki, having emerged from the water, ensnared the creature within the watery confines. With the opponent immobilized, Asahi wasted no time, channeling chakra into his leg and blade, swiftly decapitating the monster. The creature, though beheaded, did not die immediately. Blood surged forth as it attempted to reattach its head. Having already witnessed this maneuver, they could not allow it to succeed. Before the severed head could rejoin the body, several explosive tags affixed to the monster ignited. When the creature's thought process is sluggish, it finally noticed the explosive tags that Asahi had affixed during their close combat. Boom! The explosive tags detonated, obliterating the monster's form, scattering crimson flesh across the ground, while the head continued to scream in agony. I am unwilling. Thus perished the cultist, who had survived for centuries amidst chaos, finally meeting his end, powerless against the inevitability of fate. As the battle concluded, Asahi felt the weight of exhaustion. The chakra expended was considerable. With several mist ninjas still present and his comrades gravely injured, he remained vigilant. Drawing a deep breath, he swung his long blade, casting a cold glance at Akatsuki, who returned the wary gaze. Both factions were composed of prodigious bloodline ninjas, and the relationship between the hidden mist and leaf was tenuous. Should they eliminate one another here, the hidden sound ninjas would surely arrive post-haste. The atmosphere was tense as Asahi Dan took the lead to speak. Despite the shortcomings of the hidden village's ninja, it was not too difficult for him to track the others' traces to this location. It was about time they arrived. Indeed, replied Hozuki Baiwu, before turning to examine Takeuchi Shinichiro's injuries. Ultimately, the two did not engage in combat, as both sides had expended considerable energy and suspected that the other still possessed hidden cards. Without a guaranteed victory, the outcome of a fight was uncertain. After approximately half an hour, the hidden village's ninja finally arrived. They did not participate in the battle, but were primarily responsible for cleaning the battlefield and post-battle arrangements. Everyone bore some injuries, with Rinkshin and Takeuchi Shinichiro sustaining the most severe wounds. Both required a period of rest and recuperation. As Rinkshin was being carried away, he took a final glance at the canyon, where, with the death of the cult elder, the blood-red mist began to dissipate. Chapter 33. Recovery in the Hidden Village's Hospital. Rengshin lay on the bed. Beside him was Kanai, who had cut some fruit for him. With his unbandaged hand, Rengshin picked up a piece of apple and took a bite. "Would you like some?" Kanai asked, and without waiting for Hinata Shiryuki's response, she began to peel another apple. The hospital room was a shared one. Rengshin occupied one bed, while Hinata Shiryuki lay on the other. Among the six, Rengshin, Hinata Shiryuki, and Takeuchi Shinichiro had sustained the most serious injuries, requiring several days of recuperation in the Hidden Village's hospital. The others had only experienced excessive chakra fatigue and were otherwise unharmed. Kanai, the only one among the three who was not severely injured, took on the responsibility of caring for them, changing dressings, and providing nourishment. Reflecting on the difficulty of the mission, Rengshin thought to himself, "If we had been a single team, we would likely have failed." Out of the 8, 6 possessed bloodline limits, and the 2 Jainin were formidable in their own right. Given that so many had been injured in this mission, it was evident that had there been only one team, they would have faced dire consequences. The strength of the opposing leader was on an entirely different level. "I am still too weak," Hinata Shiryuki mused, gazing at the ceiling as he mentally reviewed the battle. The cult elder's power was not without reason. He was a creature that had lived for hundreds of years. The others had only gained their heightened abilities through forced sacrifices upon his awakening, most of whom lacked the knowledge to effectively wield their newfound strength in combat. "Don't dwell on it too much. We won, and that is what matters," Kanai said lightly, though there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. What did she feel for Rengshin? A brother? Family? Despite living under the same roof, their time together was limited. Kanai had graduated early, while Rengshin had trained alone. Their familial bond, maintained largely through old Granny Stone, was tenuous at best. Yet, seeing Rengshin now, lying in a hospital bed with injuries sustained while protecting her, stirred something within Kanai. Silence enveloped the three of them, but they could hear voices from the next room. "Don't move around. Just focus on your recovery," a girl's voice chimed, that of Terumi Mei. "I'm fine. I can get back to fighting in no time," came the rather reckless reply of Takeuchi Shinichiro. "Oh, come on. You're injured internally, not just a broken bone." "You can't be fine," replied a somewhat indifferent voice, presumably that of Mizukage Suigetsu. The three could not help but chuckle at the sounds from the next room. The Hidden Village boasted an abundance of hot springs, to the extent that even the hospital had a medicinal hot spring. Soaking in it, Rengshin felt a delightful sense of recovery mingled with a bit of sweat, as not far away, Takeuchi Shinichiro was also recuperating. "What? Do you want to fight me?" Takeuchi Shinichiro initiated, but Rengshin, aware of their mutual frailty, was disinclined to engage in conflict. He turned his head away, choosing silence. A week had passed, and their injuries had nearly healed. Rengshin was now able to move, and it was time to prepare for their return. The Hidden Village had promised to send the remaining payment for the mission to Konoha upon their return. The difficulty of the task had indeed exceeded the initial description provided when they accepted it, and thus it warranted an increase in compensation. Fortunately, the Hidden Village was not short on funds and was willing to pay. By the time they returned to Konoha, Rengshin's injuries had nearly healed. While the Hidden Village's combat capabilities were not particularly outstanding, their logistical support was commendable. Whether it was the hospital treatment for Rengshin and his companions or the effects of the medicinal hot spring, they were among the best in the ninja world. Having just returned from a mission and all bearing injuries, Asahi Dan specifically instructed everyone to refrain from taking on any new tasks for a while, emphasizing the importance of recuperation. In addition to physical recovery, Asahi Dan believed it was essential for the group to reflect on their encounters with opponents far stronger than themselves. In reality, gaining strength was not as simple as leveling up in a game. True strength came from introspection and learning from one's shortcomings, honing one's skills through targeted training. In the forest training ground behind the Uchiha clan, Rengshin sat cross-legged, breathing in rhythm with the surrounding air. A leaf fell upon his head, but he remained oblivious. Suddenly, a face appeared upside down before him. It was Kanai, hanging from a branch. "Brother," she exclaimed. Rengshin opened his eyes. "What is the matter?" Kanai jumped down and removed the leaf from his head. "Why are you hiding out here alone during your break? Come with me to buy something." The reward from the recent mission in the Land of Water was substantial, and even after the village took its share, it would be enough for a while. Pulled up from the ground by Kanai, Rengshin dusted off his pants. "What do you want to buy?" "I don't know." The two strolled through the streets of Konoha, with Kanai munching on snacks while Rengshin walked slightly behind her. "This grilled fish tastes good," Kanai offered, extending her skewer toward him, but Rengshin had no intention of eating. Not necessary. Kanai halted, her meaning clear. You must eat. Reluctantly, Rengshin took a bite, and as he did, he caught sight of a familiar figure in white not far off, who also paused, curiously observing the brother and sister duo. While such behavior was acceptable at home, it would be rather awkward to be seen by others outside, especially if the observer was a familiar face. Maintaining his composure, Rengshin greeted Hinata Shirayuki with a smile. Hello. Hinata. Upon hearing Rengshin's voice, Kanai froze, mechanically turning her head to confirm that he was indeed speaking to Hinata Shirayuki, who stood there. The wide eyes seemed to say, Hey, why did you stop feeding him? Kanai's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in silence. Rengshin seldom witnessed this shy side of Kanai, but rather than teasing her, he chose to intervene. Shall we go for a stroll together? Hinata Shirayuki, initially out on business, instinctively nodded in response to Rengshin's suggestion. All right. Chapter 32. Family meeting. The three walked through the streets of Konoha, Rengshin laden with various bags. Being swept into the shopping escapades of the girls was a daunting task, especially as the only male among them. And the burden of carrying the bags fell entirely upon him. Did you often go out like this before? Rengshin inquired of the two. Huh, how could that be? Kanai retorted, asserting that while she and Hinata Shirayuki were indeed teammates, their interactions within the team were rather limited. This had long been a concern for their captain, Asahi, as despite the formidable abilities of their small squad, the members tended to operate independently. Fortunately, the situation had improved significantly since Renshin's arrival. Being Kanai's brother and Shirayuki's desk mate, he adeptly connected the two. It was reminiscent of the original Naruto series, where Sakura was chosen as a teammate for Naruto and Sasuke for her ability to bridge the gap between them. Who would want to go out with someone like her? Hinata Shirayuki, typically taciturn and aloof, wore an expression as if others owed her millions, offering little response even when engaged in conversation. Initially indifferent, she felt discontent upon hearing Kanai's remark. Indeed, after all, I'm not Uchiha's dear big brother. This statement seemed to strike a nerve with Kanai, who shot her a glare in response. Their eyes met, and it was as if sparks flickered in the air. Caught in the middle, Renshin found himself sweating as the two teammates appeared on the verge of conflict. There's a ramen shop ahead. I remember it being quite delicious. Hoping to defuse the tension, Renshin quickly diverted the conversation, dashing towards the Ichiraku ramen. Seated at Ichiraku, Renshin set down his bag, relishing a moment of respite amidst the brewing discord between his teammates. The proprietor, with narrowed eyes, prepared the ramen with remarkable speed, and within minutes, a steaming bowl was served. On the streets of Konoha, sunlight bathed the pedestrians as the three sat engrossed in their culinary battle. After meandering through the village, evening approached, prompting Renshin and Kanai to head home. Renshin yearned to practice his swordsmanship for a while before sleeping, and as they walked towards the training grounds behind their family estate, Kanai, who had previously sported a serene expression, now appeared somewhat somber, perhaps due to the waning light that cast half her face in shadow. She took a deep breath, her gaze betraying hesitation, and her fingertips trembled as she recalled Elder Ryukawa's words from that morning. Brother, Kanai called out to Renshin, who halted, sensing something in her tone. Is something the matter? After a day of relaxation, both Renshin and Kanai were in a light-hearted mood, yet Kanai's sudden interjection shifted the atmosphere to one of gravity. Elder Ryukawa wants you to attend tonight's family meeting. A family meeting? Upon hearing those words, Renshin's mind struggled to comprehend, only to realize he was now entangled in the Uchiha clan's sphere of influence. Kanai frequently attended such meetings, and Renshin was aware that as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, she had been the recipient of considerable resources for her development. Though such cultivation was not without ulterior motives. As a disciple of Uchiha Ryukawa, Kanai's mindset leaned towards clan honor, influenced by Ryukawa's hawkish stance. Curiosity piqued, Renshin, not expecting any significant implications from attending, nodded. Let's go. At the Uchiha shrine, dozens of Uchiha clan ninjas gathered, seated according to their standing within the clan. Renshin and Kanai, being the rising stars, found themselves at the back of the assembly. At the forefront sat the clan patriarch and elders. However, with the previous patriarch having fallen in battle, the clan had yet to elect a successor. Therefore, several elders occupied the front, their seats oriented towards the clan members below. Although 5 elders were present, they were not seated equidistantly. Uchiha Ryukawa sat with one elder, while 2 others occupied positions slightly closer together. 3 factions? Rinshin couldn't help but chuckle at the thought that within the Uchiha clan, under the weight of Konoha's pressure, there existed 3 distinct factions. How could they ever contend with Konoha? Yet, this complexity was a testament to the brilliance of the Hokage system, which had sought to suppress and then co-opt the Uchiha clan since the second Hokage's tenure. Following the second Hokage's death, his disciple, the third Hokage, inherited this strategy, albeit with a nuanced difference in approach, as the third Hokage seemed more inclined to integrate the Uchiha. This led to the Uchiha clan harboring 3 perspectives towards Konoha. The Hawks prioritized clan interests, the Doves championed the village's welfare, and a faction of ambivalent moderates oscillated between the two. Once the assembly settled, Rinshin discovered his seat aligned with the hawkish faction. As Kanai, a disciple of Uchiha Ryukawa, naturally occupied a hawkish position, Rinshin found himself inadvertently categorized alongside her. Though the seating arrangement appeared inconspicuous, the meeting's proceedings remained unaffected by their arrival, and the elders at the forefront continued their debates without resolution. Initially intrigued, Rinshin found his attention waning and eventually succumbed to slumber in his seat. Have we forsaken the honor of the clan? Stability, what shall we do? He vaguely heard amidst his dreams, until an exasperated sound signaled the meeting's conclusion. Suddenly, Rinshin felt a gentle prod, prompting him to awaken. Let us go? Kanai, surprised by her brother's nonchalant demeanor during the meeting, noted that while the clan members were divided into 3 factions, they still paid heed to the elders' words, even when their views diverged. Unlike Rinshin, who had seemingly disregarded the proceedings altogether. Once outside the shrine, they encountered Elder Ryukawa, who emerged as if awaiting their exit. Elder, Rinshin greeted, to which Ryukawa responded. I would prefer you call me Grandpa Ryukawa. I hear you've recently hit a plateau in your training? Though Ryukawa's tone was amiable, it carried an implication of insight into Rinshin's progress. Considering Kanai was his disciple, it was not surprising that he could easily glean information about Rinshin. Indeed, Rinshin conceded, acknowledging that his greatest asset lay in balance. However, that balance meant no particular aspect stood out. His chakra levels, ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and taijutsu all remained at a standard chunin level. Rinshin had become a quintessential template of a Konoha chunin. To advance to jonin status, he needed to excel in a specific area. Yet Konoha and the clan maintained strict oversight over such knowledge. While self-study had sufficed for reaching the chunin level, aspiring to become a jonin posed a formidable challenge. I have a suggestion for you. Chakra nature transformation. Ryukawa's smile remained warm as he handed Rinshin a scroll. If you wish to hone your swordsmanship, mastering chakra nature transformation will undoubtedly prove beneficial. Holding the scroll without opening it, Rinshin fixed his gaze on Elder Ryukawa. What, then, must I offer in return? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Rinshin is well aware of this. Uchiha Longchuan would undoubtedly expect a return on his investments. It is too premature for you now. It would be best to wait and discuss later. After speaking, Elder Longchuan departed, leaving Rinshin and Kanai in place. Rinshin stowed the scroll, fully aware that Uchiha Longchuan would likely demand something from him in the future, probably requiring his assistance during the factional disputes. Yet he tacitly accepted this transaction. Brother, you won't hold this against me, will you? Kanai was reluctant to involve Rinshin in the Uchiha family's conflicts. Although it was his destiny as a member of the Uchiha clan, the person pulling him into this turmoil made Kanai feel quite uneasy. Torn between his brother and the obligations to his family and mentor. I don't blame you. The elder has done nothing wrong by me. In fact, I should be grateful for his guidance. Rinshin replied with a smile, ruffling Kanai's hair. Let us return home. Chapter 34. The direction of the future. The transformation of chakra nature refers to the understanding and mastery of a particular chakra attribute. Mastering chakra nature transformation not only enhances the potency of single attribute ninjutsu, but also significantly amplifies certain attributes in other aspects. For instance, it can increase the power of fire release, accelerate and penetrate with lightning release, and devastate with wind release. Rinshin now felt the pressing need to further his understanding of chakra nature, particularly since he possessed both lightning and fire attributes. The transformation of fire release had a legacy within his family, while mastering the nature transformation of lightning release would greatly benefit his swordsmanship. The scroll Elder Longchuan provided contained teachings on fire release chakra nature transformation, which, unlike other attributes, had no application in either sword or body techniques. The intense heat would damage both metallic weapons and flesh. Thus, the purpose of fire release chakra nature transformation was to amplify the power of ninjutsu. Flame release is an advanced upgrade of fire release, characterized by higher temperatures and stronger combustion adherence. However, mastering chakra nature transformation is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Even if Rinshin were to focus solely on practicing fire release, he might not achieve mastery in a short span of time. Thus, he contemplated training in both fire and lightning nature transformations simultaneously. I have fire release here. But what about lightning? Although there were ninjas in his clan who had mastered lightning release, none had achieved its nature transformation. In later generations, Sasuke learned it only with Kakashi's guidance, who himself had yet to master it, making it impossible for Rinshin to seek his tutelage. Gazing at the scroll detailing fire release chakra nature transformation, Rinshin pondered whether he could independently learn the nature transformation of lightning release. He recalled that within the principles of fire release chakra nature transformation, one could ignite with using pure chakra without relying on ninjutsu. Thus, he wondered if he could extrapolate this concept, using pure chakra to inflict lightning damage upon the wood. Resolute, Rinshin struck a piece of wood, envisioning flames engulfing his hand, and began to channel chakra into it. After a long while, the wood remained unresponsive. Indeed, it is not so simple, he mused. It was akin to training to walk on water. The principle is to gather chakra at the soles of one's feet to tread upon the surface. But in practice, how much chakra to gather, when to increase it, and when to decrease it all required repeated practice to master. From dawn till dusk, Rinshin sat in the woods, diligently practicing fire release chakra nature transformation. 10 days elapsed, and Rinshin saw no progress in his mastery of fire release nature transformation. The only change in the wood was the imprint left by his hand. Burning, high temperature, transmission. He incessantly repeated these words in his mind, yearning for a change in his chakra, yet the wood remained still, prompting him to recline on the ground. No more practice. After a prolonged period of stagnation, Rinshin sensed the need for a mental respite and a shift in approach. The sky was bright, with wisps of clouds drifting above and leaves gently swaying, one of which fell upon Rinshin's face. If only life could remain this tranquil. Yet, he was acutely aware of the impossibility of such a dream. The tensions between the great nations were escalating, and war seemed imminent. Should the third great ninja war commence, the entire ninja world would once again be engulfed in flames of conflict. Reflecting on this, Rinshin muttered to himself, "How forgetful I am." Just a few years had passed since the conclusion of the second great ninja war, and now the third was on the verge of erupting. The Sage of Six Paths established the ninja religion but failed to end the wars. Even the powerful Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, founders of the ninja villages, could not bring about lasting peace. What was the reason behind this? As these thoughts consumed him, Rinshin drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, it was already late at night, a chill in the air causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. A cold breeze swept past, making him realize that autumn had arrived. While ninjas generally possess superior physical condition and can withstand the winter in light clothing, it does not mean they are oblivious to the changes in temperature. At that moment, a white dove flew over and landed on Rinshin's hand, a summoning beast from Asahi. Removing the note tied to the dove's leg and reading it in the moonlight, he found the message, "Gather at the village gate the day after tomorrow." Understanding that a mission awaited him, Rinshin rose early the next morning. After refreshing his shuriken and kunai, replenishing his explosive tags and food pills, he returned home for a day of rest to recover from the fatigue of his recent training. At the entrance of Konohagakure, when Rinshin arrived, he found only one person waiting, a slender figure clad in immaculate white, unmistakably Hyuga Shiryuki. "You're here quite early." Having spent the day resting at home, Rinshin had awakened early, unable to return to sleep, and arrived at the meeting place ahead of time. Surprised to find someone had come earlier than him. "It's not as if I had anything to do at home." Shiryuki seemed indifferent toward her family, preferring to stand outside alone in the cold rather than remain within her clan. Although the morning was still chilly, she appeared unaffected, her delicate fingers turning red from the cold, hanging limply by her sides. Just then, a hand reached out. "Would you like a bun?" Gazing at the steaming, fragrant bun before her, Shiryuki instinctively considered declining, but the bun was already nearly thrust into her hand. Thus, she accepted it while shaking her head. Rinshin was uncertain whether she wanted it or not, but since it was in her hands, he assumed she would eat it. The coldness of her small hand met the warmth of the bun, and Shiryuki squeezed it tightly. Taking a small bite, while memories of certain events from their time at the Ninja Academy flooded her mind. At the gate of Kanehagakure, the two stood together, dry leaves swirling around them in the wind. Rinshin, classmate. Rinshin was puzzled by Shiryuki's sudden formal address. The bun is quite delicious. Just then, Kanai arrived, tilting her head as she observed her two teammates, sensing that something had transpired between them in her absence. Rinshin felt a shiver at Kanai's scrutinizing gaze and asked, "Did you not sleep well? Why are you looking at me like that? Did you wake up with a stiff neck?" Earlier that morning, he had called out to Kanai, but she had claimed it was too early to rise. Seeing her head tilted, Rinshin initially thought she had not slept well. "You're the one with a stiff neck." Kanai straightened her head and shot back at Rinshin, looking once more at Hinata Shiryuki. Despite her expressionless demeanor and the absence of any emotional shifts in her eyes, Kanai felt an inexplicable sense of impending crisis. Chapter 35. The chill the biting wind lashed against the faces of the four, raising flurries of snow that settled on their garments, forming a delicate layer, while their feet left shallow impressions in the snow. Kanai's nose had turned a bright shade of red from the cold, and she could not help but rub her face with her hands. "Captain, we haven't spotted any traces. There's a cave ahead. Shall we take a moment to rest?" The captain, Asahi Daitsu, glanced back at his team, recognizing their waning energy, and nodded in agreement. Inside the cave, next to the flickering fire, after brushing off the snow from their bodies, Rinshin shivered. Why is the Iron Country so frigid? It's merely autumn in the land of fire. Yet here, heavy snow has already begun to fall, and the temperature is significantly lower. Among the 5 great nations, our land of fire boasts the most favorable climate. The land of earth is barren, the land of wind is all sand, the land of water receives little sunlight, and the land of lightning is dominated by mountains. Asahi Daitsu added, "This is also why our land of fire has the most conflicts with the other nations." In Rinshin's hand, a stick pierced through the freshly skinned snow rabbit, his eyes glimmering with the light of the fire. War? The recently concluded conflict seems poised to resurface. And as a ninja, I will undoubtedly be entangled in the 3rd Great Ninja War. Still no leads. Shiryuki, who was roasting by the fire, retracted her Byakugan and responded to Asahi Daitsu. Their mission was to track down a renegade samurai who had absconded with a scroll of great significance to the Iron Country. However, the samurai were formidable in combat, likely not inferior to ninjas, yet they lacked proficiency in tracking and pursuit. Consequently, these warriors had entrusted the task to Konoha, hoping the ninjas could either capture or eliminate the defector to prevent the scroll's contents from being divulged. After 2 days in the Iron Country, following the leads provided, their search had reached a standstill today in the midst of these mountains. The heavy snowfall obscured many traces, and the defector's awareness of the need to cover his tracks rendered even the Byakugan's assistance futile in locating him. Are there truly no traces left? After uttering this, Asahi Daitsu gazed out at the raging snowstorm outside the cave, a realization dawning upon him as he gently rubbed his hand against the hilt of his sword, his expression growing somber. "It's ready." Rinshin's sudden interjection broke Asahi Daitsu's train of thought. The captain shook his head slightly, pushing aside lingering worries. The 4 of them could barely share a single wild rabbit among themselves, but being on the road, they relied primarily on military rations to stave off hunger. Indulging in a bit of meat was merely a means of satisfying their appetites. Once they finished their meal and prepared to rest, Asahi Daitsu announced his intention to step outside for a moment, taking his sword with him as he exited the cave. The 3 remaining sat huddled around the fire. Rinshin held his palm close to the flames, feeling their warmth while attempting to manipulate his chakra's nature transformation. Kanai inched closer to Rinshin. "I sense that something will transpire during this mission." Their objective was clear, to locate and apprehend the traitorous samurai. However, Kanai's remark hinted at an intuition that something more, something ominous, was on the horizon. "I too feel it won't be so simple." Shiryuki reflected on the traces and clues they had discovered over the past 2 days. The defector had concealed his tracks expertly. Many signs bore the hallmark of a professional's handiwork, indicative of a ninja's style. While the samurai excelled in direct confrontation, a rogue ninja would be unable to obliterate those traces on their own, suggesting the involvement of other ninjas along the way. Could it be from another village? Kanai speculated, pondering which village the remnants of evidence might align with. Konoha was ruled out. Had it been their own village, there would have been alerts, preventing conflict over a shared mission. Is it from the mist-hidden village? Some traces in the snow appeared too coarse. If they were indeed from the mist, they would have been more meticulous. Could it be from the sand-hidden village? The sand style leaned closer to Konoha, suggesting a lineage but with a notable inferiority. That left them with two possibilities, the earth-hidden and the cloud-hidden villages. Typically, these two villages would obliterate the terrain, leaving no discernible traces as to their movements. Cloud-hidden, Rinkshin concluded. He recalled lessons from his teacher, although their methods of dealing with clues bore resemblance to the earth-hidden. The cloud-hidden's approach was more brutish and straightforward. The manner in which the evidence was concealed, while somewhat misleading, was characteristic of the cloud. Hearing Rinkshin's deduction, Shirayuki nodded in agreement, aligning her thoughts with his conclusion. This is becoming perilous. Having encountered mist ninjas in the land of water, where their missions had not conflicted yet tensions had almost erupted, the possibility of combat arising from a clash of objectives with the cloud hidden was inevitable. If they became aware of pursuing ninjas, they might even launch an attack. The crackling of firewood echoed softly as Rinkshin settled cross-legged, closing his eyes. Let us not dwell on it. We should rest. As the captain, Asahi Daitsu remained outside, and for now, their priority was to recuperate and prepare for the impending confrontation. Both Shirayuki and Kanai understood Rinkshin's reasoning. Worrying further would be of little use, and they too closed their eyes, surrendering to rest. Inside the cave, the flames danced. Rinkshin appeared to have fallen asleep, yet his hand remained directed toward the fire. Shirayuki and Kanai nestled within their sleeping bags. Around 4 a.m, Asahi Daitsu returned, shaking off the accumulated snow from his body before sitting beside the fire. I'll keep watch, you should rest. Rinkshin refrained from inquiring about the events outside, instead burrowing into his sleeping bag. Before drifting off, he sensed he had grasped something regarding chakra transformation, though he could not articulate it. Pondering fruitlessly, he resolved to let it go for now and succumb to slumber, aware that mastering this concept would not be straightforward. The following morning, as dawn broke, Rinkshin opened his eyes to find Kanai and Shirayuki slowly emerging from their sleeping bags. Noticing their awakening, Asahi Daitsu immediately ordered them to embark. We must hurry, otherwise, we risk losing their trail. Throughout the night, Asahi Daitsu had scoured the surroundings for potential clues left behind by the renegade. And only at daybreak did he ascertain their position. A night of rest had revitalized the team considerably, and with a clear target in sight, the quartet moved with greater speed, reaching a snowy mountain where their quarry awaited in less than half a day's time. Chapter 36. Thunder and Snow. A samurai clad in armor traversed the snowy expanse with haste. Hurry up, we shall soon be overtaken. For cloud-hidden ninjas accompanied him, one of whom, observing the samurai's sluggish pace, urged him to quicken his steps. The samurai's speed was indeed lacking compared to that of the ninjas, which had delayed their passage through the Iron Country. Humph, it's not my fault you arrived so late to fetch me. The samurai displayed no fear of their numbers, retorting with defiance. A few months prior, the Cloud Hidden had extended a lucrative offer to invite him to their village, and he had agreed to defect from the Iron Country. Yet, their retrieval team had only just arrived, and their slow pace was understandably frustrating to him. Yin Yin's leading ninja remained silent, yet he understood that the village was on high alert for war, thus their movements during this period were exceedingly cautious. Suddenly, as though sensing something, he executed a swift roll and fell to the ground, shouting, "Get down!" Boom! Almost instantaneously after his command, an explosion erupted, creating a massive crater in the snowy terrain, scattering snow and mud in all directions. Is everyone all right? Yun Yin's Jae-nin, Lei Yun, glanced at his comrades and noticed that 3 subordinates and the warrior were relatively unharmed. Before he could relax, a long blade suddenly thrust up from the snow-covered ground. Activating his lightning-release chakra, Lei Yun narrowly evaded the strike, but despite the surge of speed, his calf sustained an injury. Drops of crimson splattered onto the pristine snow, resembling exquisite flowers, while lightning flickered over his wound, cauterizing it to halt the bleeding. Captain, the remaining 3 Yun-in ninjas quickly rallied around him, forming a protective circle. Ri-Dan stood amidst the snow, his expression devoid of emotion. The previous ambush had not been entirely successful, had he eliminated the Yun-in Jae-nin outright. The ensuing battle would have been considerably simpler. Leaf's ninja, Lei Yun glared at Ri-Dan's forehead protector, his voice laced with fury. If you dare strike us, be prepared to face death. With that, Lei Yun charged forward. The inherent volatility of Yun-in ninjas, compounded by the injury inflicted by Dan, ignited Lei Yun's temper. Brilliant arcs of lightning surged from his body, enveloping him entirely, his hair standing on end, and his eyes shimmering with electric energy. Lightning release chakra mode, one of Yun Yin's top secret techniques, demanded an exceptional physique from its practitioner. Failure to meet the requirements could result in self-injury. Yet, once mastered, it enhanced the ninja's abilities in all aspects. Although Lei Yun had only recently acquired this skill, its effects were truly remarkable. "He's too fast," Kanai remarked. With her double Tomo Sharingan, she was unable to even catch a glimpse of Lei Yun's afterimage. The lightning release ninjutsu enhanced both speed and defense, placing Lei Yun among the swiftest in the ninja world. Nevertheless, even at such velocity, Dan unleashed a blade strike. The long sword clashed against Lei Yun's palm, the swirling lightning released chakra surrounding him acting as armor. Lei Yun gripped the sword firmly, declaring, "I've got you." However, as the blade became immobile in his grasp, he suddenly felt a sharp pain and instinctively released it. Blood trickled from his hand, a deep gash carved into his palm by the blade. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, his hand would have been severed. Impossible. How could the lightning release armor be breached so easily? Lei Yun's gaze fell upon Dan's blade, and in the next moment, he understood why. Wind release chakra? The azure chakra enveloping the sword possessed elemental properties that countered lightning release, enabling it to pierce through Lei Yun's armor in such a brief span of time. Though Lei Yun's lightning release armor granted him substantial enhancement, Dan's wind release blade was perfectly suited to circumvent it, rendering Lei Yun hesitant to act. Meanwhile, the three ninjas and the warrior beneath Lei Yun simultaneously launched their assaults. "Leave the warrior to me," Ren Xian instructed his two companions, drawing his long sword to strike fiercely at the warrior. With the prowess of Hinata Shirayuki and Kanai, they should have no trouble dealing with the three opponents. Ren Xian also saw this as an opportunity to hone his swordsmanship against the warrior. Clang! The warrior's long sword intercepted Ren Xian's attack, twisting his arm to force Ren Xian's blade down before thrusting forward. Ren Xian sidestepped just in time, but the warrior swiftly redirected, transforming the thrust into a horizontal slash. After 3 exchanges, Ren Xian found himself forced to retreat, resorting to substitution techniques to evade the warrior's strikes. The blade clashed against the substitute wooden post, splitting it cleanly in two. Seizing the opening, Ren Xian lunged from below with a thrust. "Your technique is too slow," the warrior scoffed, fully anticipating Ren Xian's move. He didn't even need to employ his chakra-infused blade to easily suppress this young ninja with sheer skill. The warrior kicked, knocking Ren Xian's sword askew, then brought down his blade with tremendous force. Ren Xian was compelled to block, managing to deflect the strike, but he could not withstand the immense power behind it. Kneeling on one knee, he could only watch as the blade descended closer and closer. In a critical moment, Kanai swiftly unleashed a great fireball jutsu, forcing the warrior back and granting Ren Xian a brief respite. "His swordsmanship exceeds mine," Ren Xian noted, surveying the battlefield. The two Nin were evenly matched, yet Dan's elemental advantage allowed him to dominate the Yun Nin. Hinata Shirayuki and Kanai's battle appeared somewhat easier, but the three ninjas on the Yun side were not without their own prowess. The conflict was intensely stalemated, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, save for Ren Xian, who faced a significant disparity in strength. With this realization, Ren Xian cast a glance toward the distant woods, formulating a plan as he swiftly sprinted away, seemingly attempting to withdraw from the battlefield. The warrior, witnessing Ren Xian's retreat, prepared to pursue the Yun ninjas, only to be intercepted by a flurry of shuriken. Turning, he found Ren Xian standing firm, his intent unmistakable. "Follow me." In this expansive area, devoid of anything but snow, the warrior's strength was at its peak. Engaging him directly left Ren Xian with little chance of victory. He needed to lure him into the woods, where the constraints on the warrior's swordsmanship would afford him a fighting chance. The warrior, understanding Ren Xian's intentions, followed him, confident that even in the woods, he could slay this leaf ninja. Chapter 37, The Supreme Eye. Not fleeing anymore, the warrior taunted as Ren Xian halted. "This battlefield is already in my favor. What is there to flee from?" The warrior tightened his grip on the long sword, sneering, "In your favor? Prepare to meet your demise." The warrior swung his blade horizontally, prompting Renexian to step back and use a tree trunk to shield himself. The forest, dense with trees, provided Renexian with a semblance of cover. And as the warrior's blade struck the trunk, a smile crept upon Renexian's lips. He realized that he had successfully led the warrior into the woods. Is this your strategy? The warrior's eyes gleamed with derision beneath his mask. In the next instant, chakra surged into his blade, and the tree trunk was severed as easily as butter meeting a hot knife. Renexian narrowly evaded the strike, a few strands of hair drifting through the air. Severed by the blade. A chakra blade? Renexian pondered. Such sharpness could only be achieved with a chakra-infused weapon. Understanding this, he realized his miscalculation. While using cover could limit the effectiveness of the warrior's swordplay against a chakra blade, the cover became irrelevant. It seemed the warrior had held back earlier. Had he unleashed the chakra blade from the outset, Renexian would likely have sustained serious injuries in their initial confrontation. The warrior ceased his verbal sparring and unleashed a relentless assault, resembling a tiger unleashed, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Renexian. The samurai's swordsmanship was masterful, combining sweeping motions with the enhancement of the chakra blade, as if he were reaping wheat in the forest. Trees fell one after another, crashing into the snow and leaving deep impressions in the ground. Renexian dared not confront the onslaught directly, instead mustering every ounce of skill to evade. Lacking mastery over chakra nature transformation, he was unable to wield the chakra blade and could not withstand a single strike from the warrior. Rinshin understood that a resolution was imperative. Evasion was not a viable option. Sooner or later, a misstep would occur, and should he be struck, it would either lead to his demise or grievous injury. His gaze flickered towards a great tree nearby, igniting a spark of determination within him. He resolved to take a bold stand. As he deftly maneuvered, he sprinted up the massive tree, its trunk several meters in diameter, allowing him to traverse its surface as if it were flat ground. The warrior pursued him relentlessly, intent on his elimination. A flurry of smoke bombs were cast from Rinshin's hands, enveloping him in a shroud of purple mist that obscured his figure, momentarily thwarting the warrior's ability to target him. The warrior, ever vigilant, assumed a defensive stance with his blade, acutely aware of the need to guard against surprise attacks. A lesson learned through generations of warriors who paid with their lives. At that moment, a voice erupted from below. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Seizing the opportunity, Rinshin unleashed his most powerful ninjutsu, the Great Dragon Fire, extracting the majority of his chakra to execute this technique. The dragon-shaped flames erupted forth, warping the very space around them with immense heat and breath, aimed solely at eliminating the warrior in one decisive strike. The speed of the Great Dragon Fire was astounding. Rinshin had lured the warrior to the tree to attack from below, ensuring that the opponent had no avenue for escape, thus increasing the technique's likelihood of hitting its mark. Given the sheer potency of the Great Dragon Fire, a successful strike would undoubtedly spell the end for the warrior. As the flames surged forth, the warrior reacted swiftly, cleaving the tree trunk with a single strike. The sturdy wood splintered under the blow, allowing the warrior to slip into its hollowed interior. Could this be sufficient? The Great Dragon Fire possessed tremendous might, yet it demanded a significant amount of chakra. For Rinshin, this was akin to revealing a trump card. If this assault failed to eliminate the warrior, he would find himself devoid of chakra and left to await his fate. The tree blazed, its intense heat searing the warrior sheltered within, yet the most potent wave of the Great Dragon Fire had been evaded. The subsequent heat posed less of a threat. As the flames subsided, the warrior emerged through the charred remnants of the trunk, exhaling a hot breath as he landed upon the ground. "You have failed," he declared. The prowess of the ninja's techniques was formidable. Had he been struck directly, he would have been incinerated, or perhaps the prolonged flames would have consumed the tree, leading to his demise. Yet, such is the nature of battle, a single opportunity seized can reverse fortunes. Rinshin felt a chill in his heart, yet his hands continued to weave seals, channeling chakra in an attempt to summon the Great Dragon Fire once more. However, the warrior would not grant him another chance. Chakra coalesced in his legs, propelling him forward like a bolt from a crossbow, a thrust that stirred the snow beneath him. Covering a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, the warrior's blade was poised at Rinshin's heart. At that moment, Rinshin seemed to hear the name of the warrior's technique, Demon Goddess Blade. Am I to perish? Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, yet none offered an avenue for escape. Blood surged in his eyes as the double Tomo Sharingan manifested, awakening instinctively in the face of imminent danger. Yet even with this enhancement, Rinshin could not evade the incoming strike. With the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan, the blade drew closer. Memories of Konohagakure flooded his mind. Thoughts of the Uchiha clan, of Kanai, Hinata Shiryuki, and Uzumaki Koiki, alongside reflections on his own past. Then, darkness enveloped him. The anticipated scene of Rinshin being pierced through the heart never materialized. The sharp chakra blade was halted by an imposing wall of darkness. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a wall, but rather a colossal ribcage. What is this? The warrior was taken aback, for his chakra blade could effortlessly penetrate steel. Yet this obsidian bone impeded his strike. How could this be? Within the Susanoo, Rinshin lost consciousness as seals manifested around his eyes, transforming his gaze into a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, blood trickling from his orbs and pooling onto the ground. Destruction technique. At that moment, the chakra radiating from Rinshin was as if he had transformed into a different being. The cold and ominous chakra nearly froze the warrior's very blood. A massive hand of black bones seized the warrior, rendering him utterly immobile in midair. Rinshin exerted force through the skeletal hand, but paused, realizing that killing the warrior in such a manner would leave an indelible mark that would be difficult to justify. After a brief moment of contemplation, he withdrew a short blade from his back and thrust it into the warrior's heart. With this act completed, Rinshin collapsed, drained of strength, and fell to the ground unconscious. Outside the forest, upon the snowy expanse, the cloud-hidden ninja, Reikyun, bore numerous wounds after a prolonged struggle with Asahi Daku. The wind-based chakra proved excessively constraining for one who primarily wielded lightning techniques. Defeating Asahi Daku on his own was an impossibility. Casting a glance towards the woods, he noted that the Konoha ninja and the warrior had been inside for quite some time. Why the protracted delay? Did the adversaries possess such formidable strength? In disbelief, Reikyun shouted the warrior's name, Santai. Yet silence reigned in response. A foreboding thought crept into Reikyun's mind. Had the warrior been defeated by that Konoha brat? Without further hesitation, he unleashed his chakra to push back Asahi Daku and charged into the forest. The speed at which he burst forth, empowered by lightning chakra, was astonishing, and Asahi Daku could only barely keep pace. However, upon reaching the grove and discovering the lifeless body of the warrior, Reikyun realized that his mission had failed. Though unaware of the events transpiring within the woods, he understood that victory was now unattainable. Without hesitation, he issued a retreat command to his subordinates. Withdraw. For a ninja, defeat was undeniably shameful. Relying on mission rewards for sustenance, each failure tarnished the reputation of their village. Yet some missions permitted withdrawal, and Reikyun deemed it unworthy to sacrifice 3 esteemed ninjas over a chakra blade training technique. Upon witnessing the signal flare from within the woods, the 3 cloud-hidden ninjas outside coordinated an assault, launching an initial barrage before decisively retreating. Kanai longed to pursue further, but Hinata Shiryuki restrained her with a single hand. The situation with Rinshin takes precedence. Hinata Shiryuki's words illuminated Kanai's understanding. Their mission was to capture the warrior, not to eliminate the cloud-hidden ninjas. Thus, the departure of the enemy's forces held little significance. The paramount concern was the warrior within the grove. When they arrived at the woods, Asahi Daku had already assisted Rinshin into a hollow of a tree to rest. Kanai hurried to assess Rinshin's condition. "Captain, is my brother all right?" Asahi Daku had already examined Rinshin's body and confirmed that he was unharmed, merely suffering from excessive chakra depletion. "He is fine. He only needs to rest properly to awaken," he reassured, casting a glance at the warrior's corpse with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, contemplating his thoughts. Chapter 38, Snowball Pain. This was the singular sensation experienced by Rinshin. His head throbbed, his muscles ached, and his bones felt as if they were shattered. Every inch of him was engulfed in agony, as if his body had been thrown into a shredder and hastily reassembled with glue, each part feeling like fragmented shards of suffering. As he opened his eyes, a wooden ceiling loomed overhead, and particles of dust hung suspended in the air, appearing to move in slow motion. This was the power of the Sharingan. Clutching his still painful head, Rinshin sat up in bed and deactivated his double Tomo Sharingan. Fuzzy memories surged to the forefront of his mind as he began to contemplate what had transpired. All I remember is that I was on the brink of death, my heart about to be pierced by a warrior's blade, and then The subsequent events are a complete blur. As I pulled back the covers and prepared to rise, I heard the sound of morning greetings outside my door. Though I remain unaware of how you dealt with the warrior, your body has endured considerable strain, and it would be wise for you to rest more. In the corridor, I saw the snow scene outside while sipping wine, and upon hearing the sound of you returning to bed, I felt a sense of relief. Not far away in the snowy expanse, Kanai and Hinata Shiryuki were engaged in a sparring match, their graceful forms and fierce exchanges creating quite the spectacle. Everyone harbors their own secrets. I shall not pry into the techniques you employed to defeat that warrior. Maintaining trust within the team is the cornerstone of unity, and my current task is to ensure that you recover properly. In truth, even you are uncertain how you vanquished that warrior, whose strength undoubtedly surpassed your own. The earlier clashes were merely a prelude, as the opponent had not been fighting at full capacity. When he finally did, you nearly lost your life. Was it your doing? You murmured, recalling what Akane's grandfather had said about the malevolent chakra within you. After lying in bed for a day, though pain still lingered, you felt significantly better and finally managed to stand. Kanai informed you that you had been unconscious for 2 whole days and nights. Had it not been for the doctors in the Iron Country assuring that you were not gravely injured, Kanai would have been deeply concerned. Have you opened your eyes? Kanai asked, astonished at the crimson hue in your gaze as you wielded your short blade. Hearing Kanai's voice, Hinata Shiryuki and Asahi Dan turned to you as well. One of the Uchiha clan was among the team, so they understood the significance of awakening the Sharingan for those of your lineage. Setting aside the already formidable enhancements of the Sharingan, many techniques of the Uchiha clan are reliant upon its activation. Without the Sharingan, much of their knowledge would remain incomplete. Now that you have successfully awakened it, your prowess is bound to increase significantly. I still have much to master with the Sharingan. Would you practice with me? Having recuperated sufficiently, you felt it was time to move and test the enhancements the Sharingan could provide. Kanai nodded and activated her own Sharingan, assuming the starting stance. Taking a deep breath, you summoned a modicum of chakra, but were immediately struck by a sharp pain in your eyes. Rinshin, seeing you collapse, Hinata Shiryuki rushed to support you. You gestured, indicating that you were not severely affected, albeit unsteady on your feet. Your desire to practice temporarily diminished. Recognizing that mobility was not yet an option, you decided to rest further and utilize this time to study. From a distance, Asahi Dan tossed you a scroll, and upon catching it, you inquired, "What is this?" Upon opening it, you discovered it contained techniques for utilizing chakra blades. The warriors of the Iron Country do not employ ninjutsu. Their standing in the ninja world is due to their exceptional swordsmanship and the insurmountable chakra blades they wield. This mission arose from a defection among the warriors, seeking to share the knowledge of chakra blades with the cloud-hidden ninjas, which prompted the Iron Country to issue this commission. It's nothing. It's a bonus from the Iron Country for your efforts on this mission, Asahi Dan replied. Upon returning with a severely injured you, the warriors of the Iron Country felt a twinge of guilt and, recognizing your dedication to swordsmanship, decided to share their secret techniques with you. Both Asahi Dan and the warriors of the Iron Country are adept with chakra blades. Although the techniques they use may appear similar, their understanding of those techniques is distinctly their own, akin to the Uchiha clan's fireball jutsu, where each individual possesses their own insights and interpretations. Throughout the day, you practiced with chakra blades while Kanai and Hinata Shiryuki trained together. As night fell, you rested. And after 2 days, once your injuries had begun to heal, Asahi Dan resolved to return to Konoha the following day. Although the hospitality in the Iron Country was commendable, providing them with a private residence complete with a courtyard, Asahi Dan felt a lingering unease, typical of a ninja's instincts, and preferred to return to Konoha sooner rather than later. Under the eaves, you sat cross-legged on the wooden floor of the corridor, gripping your short blade, attempting to channel chakra into it. A blue hue gradually emanated from the blade, with electric currents beginning to spread along its length. Finally, a breakthrough. You felt a genuine sense of achievement. Previous training had yielded little progress, and this change signified advancement. As long as your direction remained true, success was surely within reach. Setting down the short blade, you closed your eyes and leaned against a post to rest. After an undetermined period, you suddenly sensed something flying toward your head. You swiftly turned to evade it, but were unable to escape entirely. A somewhat hard, round object struck your head, not painfully, confirming it was not a hidden weapon. A snowball? You looked at the shattered pieces in your hand, and quickly deduced who the prankster was. Glancing toward the courtyard, you indeed saw Kanai laughing, tossing another snowball into the air before launching it at you once more. With your Sharingan activated, you captured the motion of the snowball with clarity, sidestepping it effortlessly, a smile gracing your lips. Too slow. No sooner had the words left your mouth than you felt another impact on your head. Glancing toward the source, you saw Hinata Shirayuki gripping a snowball as well. While a 2-on-1 match might seem underhanded, you accepted the challenge, flipping into the courtyard. "Allow me to demonstrate my snowball technique," you declared, scooping up a handful of snow and flinging it, splitting it into 6 as it simultaneously rushed toward both sides. Your proficiency in Shuriken Jutsu translated seamlessly to snowball throwing, allowing you to effectively dominate Kanai and Hinata Shirayuki in this playful skirmish. Though they had the capacity to evade, they found themselves thoroughly suppressed, unable to mount a counterattack. Realizing that victory was slipping from their grasp, Kanai devised a bold plan. She braced herself against several snowballs and charged at you, wrapping her arms around you and exclaiming, "Shirayuki, now's your chance." Touched by Kanai's resolve, Hinata Shirayuki quickly shaped a snowball and hurled it your way. Unable to escape Kanai's embrace, the snowball struck your face, causing you to tumble backward, both of you collapsing together into the snow. Lying in the snow, with the girl in your arms giggling softly, Hinata Shirayuki raised her hands in triumph. And you gazed up at the swirling snowflakes with a smile, thinking to yourself, "You too." Chapter 39. Training in lightning release. This journey to the Iron Country nearly cost you your life, yet it bore remarkable rewards. Not only did you awaken the Sharingan, but your understanding of chakra blades has also reached a foundational level. After dozing through an hour of the family meeting, you emerged to find Uchiha Ryukawa seeking a conversation. You finally awakened your eyes. He placed a hand on your shoulder, his tone resembling that of a compliment. "It was merely luck," you replied, aware that your survival was closely tied to the sealed chakra within you. Otherwise, you would have perished in the Iron Country. Thus, awakening your eyes did not fill you with joy. Surviving this ordeal only deepened your resolve to grow stronger. Otherwise, you would not endure in the forthcoming ninja wars. "Few your age awakened the double tomo. You are truly among the top talents," he declared, before tossing you another scroll. "The third great ninja war is on the horizon." And you had captured this crucial intelligence during the family meeting. While it was labeled as critical information, the truth is that everyone had been preparing for it all along. As tensions between nations escalate, the animosity lingering since the last ninja war remains palpable. Many can sense that conflict is imminent. Even the casual conversations of passers-by hint at the impending war. Yet, as the specter of battle looms closer, an unexpected sense of relief washes over everyone. At last. It has arrived. This thought resonates within the hearts of the ninjas from various villages as they face the onset of the third great ninja war. With the specter of war approaching, teams have ceased undertaking missions due to the exceedingly high mortality rates during such times. Asahi Dato, considering the trio, has decided to utilize this final period to enhance their abilities, believing that even a slight increase in strength could improve their chances of survival in the impending conflict. On a mountain outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Rinshin sits cross-legged on a stone, eyes closed in meditation. Nearby, his two teammates are engaged in a fierce training session, attacking their captain, Asahi Dato. The ground around them bears the scars of their battle, marked by craters and altered terrain from their strikes and jutsu. Yet their combat persists undeterred. With each breath, Rinshin feels the surge of lightning coursing through the short blade resting on his lap. The training plan devised for Hyuga Shirayuki and Kanai involves Asahi teaching them combat skills, while they are encouraged to develop their abilities independently in other areas. Rinshin's specific task is to expedite the cultivation of a chakra blade. Given its lightning nature, once Rinshin successfully manifests the chakra blade, he can harness lightning chakra to enhance his speed and reflexes, coupled with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This could yield the most significant enhancement to his power under the current circumstances. Unexpectedly, he has begun to cultivate lightning release before mastering the fire release, leading Rinshin to feel somewhat diverted from the path traditionally followed by the Uchiha clan. When he thinks of lightning release, he recalls the techniques Chidori and Raikiri, which exemplify the pinnacle of lightning transformation. However, even Kakashi has yet to master them. Seeking him out for discussion might lead to him being perceived as eccentric. Activating the body with lightning appears to present two approaches. One is to achieve activation through meticulous control without harming oneself. while the other involves reinforcing the body to minimize damage from lightning. The latter requires extensive training, which Rinxin lacks time for, compelling him to focus on precise chakra control. As more electric sparks flicker along Rinxin's arm, he strives to amplify the output of his lightning chakra while ensuring it does not harm his body, guiding it with precision towards the blade's edge. The bandages on his hands are scorched by the electricity, sending sharp pains through his skin. Yet the lightning surging from the blade becomes increasingly prominent. 3 days later, Kanai and her companions continue their training while Rinxin has been meditating for 3 days without sustenance. Wholly absorbed in the pursuit of mastering the lightning chakra blade, a previously unclear thread of understanding is suddenly grasped, akin to opening a door. Abruptly, Rinxin's eyes snap open, his entire being crackling with electricity, the blade radiating an unmistakable aura. However, the chakra output remains excessive, leading to significant bodily strain. If he could achieve more precise control. In an instant, Rinxin dashes forward, leaving behind only an afterimage and a trail of lightning in the air. The ground beneath him bears a straight line scorched by the electric discharge, remnants of lightning still faintly visible in the soil, a testament to Rinxin's incredible speed. So swift, even Kanai, with her activated Sharingan, is unable to track his movements. A nearby boulder erupts as Rinxin maintains his thrusting motion with the short blade. Could he solely utilize the chakra blade? With this thought, Rinxin attempts to cease the flow of lightning chakra from his body, focusing exclusively on the blade. However, as the lightning chakra dissipates from his form, it vanishes from the blade as well. Once again, he finds himself unsuccessful, breathing heavily, as if drained of all energy. Rinxin collapses to the ground. He realizes that stimulating his body with lightning and enhancing the blade must occur simultaneously. He is not yet proficient enough to separate the two. Much like Naruto initially required shadow clones to assist with the Rasengan. Nevertheless, he is momentarily satisfied with the power and speed he has achieved. He names his technique Lightning Flash. This technique, however, carries numerous drawbacks. Its range is limited to less than 10 meters, and due to its immense energy consumption, Rinxin struggles to maintain the lightning chakra mode for extended periods, necessitating an immediate strike upon activation. Furthermore, it can only execute linear attacks. While the speed in lightning mode is staggering, forcing his body to change direction could result in injury. Yet its advantages are undeniable. It is so swift that even Kanai's Sharingan cannot discern his movements, and Hyuga Shirayuki is rendered defenseless. Asahi cannot claim to possess a technique faster than Rinxin's. As war approaches, Asahi decides to grant them this final moment for personal pursuits, aware that once the conflict begins, there will be no respite. He acknowledges that this might be the last sliver of freedom they experience, as countless talented ninjas have perished in wars, and he cannot guarantee their safety. In this final period, Rinxin examines the fire release scroll given to him by Elder Uchiha Rikawa, but finds there is no time to study its contents. Instead, he dedicates himself to honing Lightning Flash, striving to master it further. Chapter 40. New Year. This new year, perhaps the last before war, dawns upon a hidden leaf village blanketed in snowfall, transforming it into a picturesque winter wonderland. Rinxin halts his training and ventures out with Kanai for shopping. Cradled in Kanai's arms is Shirakumo, a white cat, yawning and visibly displeased, having been unceremoniously removed from the warmth of the hearth by its owner, much to its chagrin. Consequently, Shirakumo playfully scratches Kanai's arm in retaliation. That little girl, whom Shirakumo refers to, is none other than Uzumaki Kurenai. Kanai's gaze shifts to Rinxin, her expression laced with scrutiny as she asks, "Brother, are you quite concerned about that girl?" Rinxin, oblivious to any underlying implications, simply replies, "Her family has helped me in the past. I fear for her safety, so I arranged for Shirakumo to protect her." "Is that so?" Kanai refrains from pressing further, though an inexplicable discontent lingers within her. Upon stepping beyond the family gate, they spot a white-haired girl standing gracefully beneath a tree, adorned in a white fur hat, white snow boots, and fluffy white gloves, resembling a snow fairy capable of vanishing into the wintry landscape. Snowflakes have settled atop Hyuga Shirayuki's head, and she appears entranced, as if she might be mistaken for a snowman if she continues to stand still. "Shirayuki," Rinxin calls out, prompting the girl to snap back to reality and turn her gaze toward him. "You two have arrived." She brushes the snow off her shoulders and strides over to Rinxin. "Are you certain you wish to celebrate the new year at my home?" Rinshin is taken aback. It seems extraordinary that the heiress of the Hyuga clan would choose to celebrate at the Uchiha household, setting aside her own feelings. He contemplates the implications of the Hyuga family's consent. No matter, she continues. The Hyuga clan is currently preoccupied with preparations for war, and many are absent from the clan. I seized the opportunity to deepen bonds with my teammates by joining you here. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan enables them to excel as scouts, as were looms. The Hyuga family must prepare diligently. Many members have ventured out, leaving little regard for whether Hinata Shirayuki remains at home. However, the primary reason lies in her aversion to the familial atmosphere. She is reluctant to spend the new year at home. Our household lacks comfortable bedding, which might be unfit for the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. Kanai sought to tease Hinata Shirayuki, only to find that she was utterly indifferent. It's fine for us to share a bed, Hinata Shirayuki declared, prompting Kanai's discontent. Throughout her life, she had never shared a bed with anyone, and even the presence of another girl made her feel bashful. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Rinshin interjected, "Indeed, our home lacks sufficient rooms. And as a boy, my room is even less appropriate. We must share." Kanai stomped her foot in frustration, unable to retort. The streets of Konoha were not crowded, and procuring simple ingredients, some meat and vegetables, proved swift. Along the way, Rinshin encountered Donghua and Yamanaka Ryota, conversing briefly before parting ways. By the time they returned home, it was nearing noon. Rinshin headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal, while Hinata Shirayuki volunteered to assist. Due to the kitchen's limited space, Kanai settled by the stove to keep warm. Another year had swiftly passed. Granny Shir peeled an orange, sharing half with Kanai. Reflecting on how Uchiha Ryuchuin had entrusted her with the care of these two children, ostensibly to aid the clan. Yet, Granny Shir understood that in truth, it was also a means of helping herself. Suddenly, she coughed softly, audible to Kanai nearby. "Granny," Kanai said, attempting to rise, but Granny Shir halted her. "It's nothing. Just a slight discomfort in my throat. Such is the plight of old age." Seeing that Granny Shir was otherwise well, Kanai felt relieved. "Are you truly here to help?" Rinshin inquired upon noticing Hinata Shirayuki standing motionless. Her fair visage flushed slightly, betraying her embarrassment. "I have never cooked before and do not know where to begin," she admitted. Recognizing her status as the Hyuga clan's heiress, Rinshin was sympathetic. The main dish was hot pot, which required minimal preparation, merely gathering the ingredients. "You can help by cutting these vegetables into segments, approximately this length," he suggested, demonstrating with his fingers. Hinata Shirayuki, observing his gesture, earnestly mirrored it with her own fingers, ensuring the lengths matched perfectly. As Hinata Shirayuki diligently sliced vegetables, Rinshin fried shrimp in hot oil. When he turned to glance at her, he noticed her Byakugan had activated. "Is it truly necessary to exert oneself so?" he mused, though despite her somewhat clumsy movements, the vegetables were impeccably cut, matching the length he had indicated. Although Rinshin felt it unnecessary to strive for such precision, he was nonetheless impressed by her diligence. With only 4 individuals present and limited culinary experience, they managed to prepare a modest New Year's feast. The small table was adorned with a hot pot, brimming with various meats and vegetables, and crowned with a lobster, a luxurious ingredient Hinata Shirayuki had procured from her family's store. Surrounding the hot pot were fried shrimp, potato dumplings, a lettuce salad, steamed fish, and some slightly dry side dishes. Seated at the table, Bairu nestled in Kanai's embrace, eagerly devouring shrimp, her slightly swaying tail revealing her satisfaction with the dish. "Rinshin, I find you quite agreeable. Henceforth, you may serve as my personal chef," she declared. Rinshin stuffed another shrimp into Bairu's mouth to silence her. For the quiet moments were when the little cat was at her best. As the meal was about to commence, Kanai raised her glass of orange juice. "Cheers, and Happy New Year." As their glasses clinked, Rinshin felt a momentary daze. Having arrived in this world, he had found family and companions. Unbeknownst to him, a tear escaped the corner of his eye as their glasses collided. Sensing no one had noticed, he discreetly wiped away the tear from his face. "Happy New Year." Hinata Shirayuki seemed to sense something, casting a lingering glance at Rinshin, yet she said nothing further. After the meal, Kanai began to clear the dishes while Rinshin and Hinata Shirayuki moved 2 chairs to sit beneath the eaves. The snow outside had ceased, and the icicles hanging from the eaves reflected the silhouettes of the two. "This feels wonderful," Hinata Shirayuki remarked, crafting a small snowman and offering it to Rinshin. "What does it feel like?" Rinshin accepted the snowman, examining it closely. It bore a resemblance to him. This feeling of being together with family, he pondered, clutching the snowman tightly, lost in thought. Family, indeed. Chapter 41. The third great ninja wore the warmth of the new year had yet to dissipate, when the news of impending war struck like a frigid deluge. The third great ninja war erupted abruptly, as if ignited by a bomb. The disappearance of the third Kazekage served as the immediate catalyst. A month after his vanishing, the Sand Village, having found no trace of him, erupted in fury, directing their ire towards the Rock Village and declaring war. The entire ninja world soon felt the reverberations, and thus, the third great ninja war commenced. Toriyama Castle has been captured. During a family meeting, Rinshin, who had intended to rest, was jolted by this announcement. Some members of the clan, already privy to the news, exhibited little surprise, while others sprang to their feet. Elders, what is happening? How could such an important location fall so swiftly? Has Kumogakure also intervened? The Uchiha clan's ninjas murmured among themselves. Although there were tensions between the clan and Konoha, they remained united against a common external threat. The elder at the forefront remained silent, striking his cane forcefully. Silence. The elders held considerable authority within the clan, and soon, the room quieted. War? Rinshin's hair obscured his eyes as he sat in contemplation. Just as the world had recently emerged from one conflict, another loomed ominously ahead. As if the hatred within the ninja realm were inextinguishable, this war would likely claim many lives within the clan. In these final moments, he yearned to cherish time with his family. As the discussions gradually diminished, Rinshin lingered in place until Kanai gently tugged at his sleeve, alerting him that the meeting had concluded. The following day, Hinata Shirayuki sought out Rinshin. Our mission has been assigned. We are to accompany Lord Orochimaru's forces to reclaim Toriyama Castle. In the courtyard, Kanai's pupils dilated upon hearing this. Are you mad? Kumogakure seized Toriyama Castle with such speed. Their strength is evident. Are we merely walking into our graves? Hinata Shirayuki understood Kanai's concerns. While ninjas were tools of war, it did not mean they were willing to embrace death. Resistance to perilous missions was entirely reasonable. With one of the legendary three, Orochimaru, leading us, we still have a chance for survival, Rinshin reassured Kanai, though his heart sank. At this juncture, Orochimaru enjoyed high esteem in Konoha, possessing formidable abilities and a strong likelihood of ascending to the position of the fourth Hokage. Thus, aligning with him offered at least a glimmer of hope. Yet Rinshin harbored unease regarding Orochimaru's methods. Thus, we have endured numerous battles. Although we have not faced large-scale wars, our experiences surpass those of many newcomers. Hinata Shirayuki offered words of comfort, fully aware that this was not an optimal choice. Her attempts to console Kaname also served to comfort herself. Kaname sighed deeply. After conversing for a while, Hinata Shirayuki prepared to return and gather her ninja tools. As she departed, she did not look back but softly uttered, "Don't die. I will reach Tsukakuji before night falls. I must hasten my pace." Despite Rinshin's initial thoughts regarding war, participating in this shinobi world conflict made him realize he had previously underestimated its severity. Following Hinata Shirayuki's notification, they received a mission assignment the next afternoon. Rinshin and his comrades were swiftly gathered with other ninjas from the village. Their squad remained intact, yet they were directly assigned to the front lines of the Land of Lightning, under the command of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru merely cast a cold glance over the dozens of ninjas from the village before leading them out of Konohagakure. The journey to Tsukakuji took a full 2 days without any respite. Although everyone was fatigued on the first day, no one voiced their discomfort. However, when Orochimaru persisted in pushing them the following day, dissent arose, leading to a swift and brutal punishment as he executed the dissenter with a snake, causing a chill to run down the spines of the remaining ninjas. Ultimately, they arrived at Tsukakuji by evening on the second day. Despite its name suggesting a connection to Earth, Tsukakuji belonged to the Land of Fire, strategically located amidst treacherous mountain ranges. Within a day of declaring war on the Land of Fire, Kumogakure swiftly seized Tsukakuji. Orochimaru's singular mission from Konoha was to reclaim the city before the main forces of Kumogakure could arrive and to establish a defensive line against their assault. As dusk approached, Rinshin halted his march and beheld the city ahead, enveloped in smoke. Before he could catch his breath, Orochimaru commanded, "Prepare for the assault." The lengthy trek had undoubtedly taken its toll, yet no one dared to defy Orochimaru's orders. The atmosphere within the team was heavy and resigned. Some understood that this mission was a march towards death, but felt powerless to resist. They silently consumed their military rations to replenish their strength and focused on refining their chakra in preparation for the impending battle. Minutes later, Orochimaru, without uttering a word, signaled for the attack. As Asahi Daku nodded to his 3 disciples, they surged forward, followed by the rest of the squad, while Orochimaru remained stationary, his keen eyes fixed upon Tsukakuchi. The defenders from Kumogakure were undoubtedly prepared. As the Konoha ninjas charged from the tree line, they unleashed their ninjutsu in retaliation. A tempest of lightning engulfed Renshin's vision. Only through the activation of his Sharingan did he manage to evade some of the lethal strikes. While some fellow ninjas successfully dodged, yet others perished instantly due to their lack of skill. Out of 70 ninjas, over half were lost in an instant, including many Nin and even Nin who succumbed to the onslaught of ninjutsu. Fortunately, after this wave of attacks, the Kumogakure forces needed a moment to recuperate, allowing the remaining Konoha ninjas to press forward. However, as they approached the city walls, Renshin suddenly heard, Ranton, Rari no Tachi. A massive electric net descended from the dark clouds above. Kumogakure ninjas were prepared for Konoha's advance. A dazzling brilliance erupted as countless bolts of lightning rained down, targeting each ninja with lethal precision. Asahi Daku swung his sword, dispersing the lightning above several comrades, yet many within other squads were not so fortunate, falling victim to the Ranton assault. Is this the limit of our bloodline? Orochimaru mused, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing. It was evident that only a bloodline limit user of such caliber could seize Tsukakuchi so swiftly. A direct assault was undoubtedly unwise, yet the defenders were also ninjas, trained to anticipate ambushes. Rather than risk a counter, it would be more prudent to strike before they could react, capitalizing on their moment of vulnerability to surge into Tsukakuchi. The extensive range of their ninjutsu would surely deplete their chakra reserves. They must endure. The battlefield was entirely enveloped in Ranton ninjutsu. Realizing they could not advance, Renshin bit his finger and summoned Kuchios no Jutsu. A white, stone-beckoning cat materialized on the battlefield, shielding Asahi Daku's squad beneath its paws. Is this what war truly entails? Renshin surveyed the battlefield with his Sharingan, witnessing comrades who had journeyed alongside him just a day before, now reduced to charred corpses. In this moment, human life had become the least valuable commodity. As the Ranton attacks began to wane, it was clear that the Kumogakure ninjas were running low on chakra, and the Konoha forces seized the opportunity to launch another attack. A dozen ninjas reached the base of the city, scaling the walls directly. Chapter 42. The Battle of Tsukakuchi. When Kumogakure initially captured Tsukakuchi, the operation was executed with remarkable speed, resulting in significant losses on their part. Most of the Kumogakure ninjas within Tsukakuchi had sustained injuries. As the chakra of the Ranton users depleted, the ensuing close-quarter combat favored Konoha. As a Nin proficient in swordsmanship, Asahi Daku dispatched the Ranton ninja in merely 30 seconds, primarily due to the latter's exhausted chakra, but also due to the inherent strengths and weaknesses of their abilities. While the Ranton user excelled in wide-ranging ninjutsu in one-on-one combat, they were at a distinct disadvantage against Asahi Daku. On the walls, the cramped space was overcrowded with fighters. Close combat relied heavily on kunai and shuriken, as ninjutsu required hand signs and proved less effective in the heat of battle. In such circumstances, the utility of swordsmanship and taijutsu became paramount. With a swift draw, Renshin's blade flashed like a streak of white lightning, its speed too rapid for ordinary ninjas to perceive. In a heartbeat, a head rolled to the ground. As the path ahead cleared slightly, Renshin stepped forward, bending his knee and lowering his body, as thunder began to crackle around him. The efficacy of techniques could only be truly assessed in the crucible of battle rather than in the training grounds. Raijin, like a tempest, Renshin's figure flickered across the city wall, instantly slaying 3 Kumogakure ninjas within a 10-meter radius. What swiftness! The remaining Kumogakure ninjas were struck with fear. 2 genin and 1 nin stood no chance to counter before being annihilated. Such strength is not typical of a child. Upon exhausting his Raijin technique, Renshin felt a slight numbness in one foot. Had the immense output of lightning caused injury? This brief moment of hesitation allowed the Kumogakure ninjas to recognize his vulnerability, prompting 2 of them to converge upon him, intent on ensuring he did not escape. Gentle fist. Before the Kumogakure ninjas could strike, Two Konoha Kunoichi positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Hinata Shiryuki executed her soft fist technique with remarkable swiftness, sealing the chakra points of an enemy within 3 strikes. The Cloud Ninja, whose chakra flow was disrupted, was immediately pursued by Hinata Shiryuki, who delivered a blow that resulted in internal bleeding. Meanwhile, the adversaries on Kanagawa's side fell victim to her Sharingan, entrapped in a Jinjutsu before they could even mount a resistance, leading to their demise. Ah, what promising talent! Orochimaru observed from his elevated position, his slitted eyes fixated on the battle atop the city walls. He assessed the performance of Rinshin and others. While Konoha has always boasted a wealth of exceptional talent, few manage to thrive. Those who survive the crucible of war are destined for greatness. The trio from Asahi Dantu immediately caught Orochimaru's attention. Their commendable strength, excellent teamwork, and potential for future growth were attributes Orochimaru himself had not fully realized at that age. Setting aside their strength, even then, his coordination with his teammates lacked such harmony. After a careful observation, once he confirmed that victory was within reach, Orochimaru made his move. Summoning Jutsu. With the appearance of the summoning array, several 30-meter-long giant snakes materialized atop the walls, tipping the scales against the Cloud Ninjas. These colossal serpents nearly filled the space on the walls, their imposing gaze instilling a profound sense of dread, particularly as the Cloud Ninjas were already on the verge of defeat. Faced with imminent victory, ninja might fight to the death, even when hope is faint. However, not all possess the courage to engage in a battle that seems utterly lost. We surrender, with the first Cloud Ninja casting down their weapons. The remaining forces began to follow suit. When the fighting ceased, Rinshin realized that scarcely more than 10 Konoha ninjas remained standing, and with the injured accounted for. The total number of survivors was a mere 15. Among these, only Orochimaru, as the commander and the strongest, had emerged unscathed. The rest bore wounds, leaving only the trio from Asahi Dantu intact. It was worth noting that they had set out with a contingent of 70, and now, under the guise of victory, less than a quarter had survived. It is truly fortunate that everyone is alive, Orochimaru chuckled, a tone laced with sarcasm. It was only due to his formidable strength that he remained unchallenged, while his rapid assault strategy yielded success. Treating fellow villagers as mere tools would inevitably sow seeds of distrust in the hearts of the people. Fortunately, it was Orochimaru who achieved victory. Otherwise, dissenting voices among the remaining ninjas would have grown louder. Once they reclaimed the Tsukiyama Castle, Orochimaru promptly drafted a letter requesting reinforcements. Their team's objective had been accomplished, and now they required Konoha to allocate more personnel to secure the area and establish a stronghold against the Cloud Ninja. The Tsukiyama Castle boasted a unique geographical advantage, with surrounding mountains acting as a barrier, isolating the land of fire from the outside world. Only through the Tsukiyama could passage be made. A crucial reason Orochimaru was willing to sacrifice so much to reclaim it. As night fell, the weary fighters rested in a corner of the castle walls, with Hinata Shiryuki occasionally activating her Byakugan to survey for enemy movements. Rinshin, having sustained considerable injuries, found that his wounds primarily stemmed not from combat with enemies, but from the excessive speed of his Raijin technique, which had caused numerous muscle strains. During their respite, his arms and calves were completely bandaged. Although further combat in the following days was unlikely, he could at least move freely. In the initial stages, his chakra control was commendable, yet he had faltered in maintaining the output rhythm, resulting in excessive speed that outstripped his control. With closed eyes, Rinshin mentally replayed his earlier Raijin execution, diligently identifying and addressing each flaw before gradually refining his technique. The completion of many ninjutsu follows this meticulous process. The creation of original techniques is no simple endeavor. While jinjutsu or defensive techniques may be relatively easier, many offensive ninjutsu can lead to injury or even death if not properly controlled. Orochimaru remained at the highest point of the Tsukiyama Castle walls. Though the likelihood was slim, he could not dismiss the possibility of the Cloud Ninja launching a second assault. Should such a scenario occur, he would choose to retreat, as the mission of the vanguard had been fulfilled. If enemy reinforcements led to a defeat, it would not significantly concern Orochimaru. However, should his insistence on staying lead to the deaths of his comrades, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation in Konoha, a consequence he wished to avoid. Chapter 43. Recruitment and Release of Tension. Fortunately, the situation Orochimaru feared did not materialize. the elite forces of the Cloud Ninja were limited, and multi-front warfare had depleted their strength. The Storm-style ninja were the pinnacle of Cloud Ninja secret techniques, exceptionally suited for battle. Thus, after suffering losses here, the Cloud forces had no further capacity to retaliate. In the days that followed, Rinshin focused on recuperation. The insights gained from practical combat vastly differed from those acquired during training. His injuries, while significant, proved beneficial in fostering growth. Although the squad was in a wounded state, Orochimaru showed no intent for them to continue resting. Aside from those unable to move, all others were assigned to patrol the perimeter. In the forest, Rinshin crouched atop a tree, sensing movement in the nearby grass. Though the Cloud Ninja had no intention of launching another attack, several reconnaissance teams continued to approach the Tsukiyama. Orochimaru, wishing to keep the defensive vulnerabilities concealed, ordered the elimination of any encountered scouting parties. 5 down, judging by the rustling in the grass. It seemed the enemy consisted of only one individual. Despite their adept concealment, Rinshin managed to discern a few flaws. Sharingan. The double Tomo Sharingan activated. The flow of chakra immediately reflecting in Rinshin's eyes, rendering the enemy's disguise futile. Upon pinpointing the opponent's exact location, Rinshin crouched slightly on the branch, his legs crackling with electric arcs. Raijin. He surged down from the tree, the lightning striking down upon the hidden Cloud Ninja, cleaving them in two. Once he halted, Rinshin still had the energy to perform a flourish with the short sword in his hand. The journey from development to perfection of a ninjutsu is gradual. Initially, Raijin was energy-consuming and detrimental to himself, but Rinshin had now mastered the technique. Not only had he extended its range, but he had also significantly reduced its chakra consumption. In the beginning, a single use of Raijin would deplete his chakra reserves, but now he could execute it 3 times. With adept control over lightning chakra, he minimized physical strain, suggesting that Rinshin had now fully mastered Raijin. As for further enhancements to this technique, that was a matter for the future. Just as Sasuke's Chidori and Kakashi's Chidori were in their perfected forms, subsequent techniques like Raikiri and variations of Chidori were mere improvements. An exceptionally fine technique, Uchiha Rinshin. A soft voice echoed nearby, causing the hairs on Rinshin's back to stand on end. Orochimaru? When did he appear behind me, without me sensing a thing? Lord Orochimaru. How may I assist you? After contemplating for a few seconds, Rinshin deduced that Orochimaru had no reason to attack him, allowing himself to relax slightly. I merely wished to observe the village's promising junior. Orochimaru's intention was clear. He sought to recruit Rinshin due to his remarkable talent. A ninja aspiring to become a leader must not only possess formidable strength and renown, but also require multifaceted support. The relationship between disciples is the most manageable, as exemplified by Orochimaru directly accepting Rinshin and Hinata Baiwe as his students. Consequently, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan would become Orochimaru's allies in his quest for the Hokage position, which represents a form of investment for both clans. Moreover, Rinshin's innate prowess greatly appeals to Orochimaru. Having awakened the Sharingan at such a young age, her future as a Jonin is assured, and even the possibility of becoming a Kage is entirely feasible. However, Rinshin cannot afford to get too close to someone like Orochimaru, known for his human experimentation. Her current teacher, Asahi, treats her well, and she is proficient with her blade, rendering the need to learn Orochimaru's ninjutsu unnecessary. Nevertheless, she cannot outright refuse Orochimaru, for he is the most unpredictable of the legendary Sannin, while the other two would likely show leniency due to their shared village ties. Thus, Rinshin must feign ignorance, replying, I do not fully comprehend Lord Orochimaru's intentions. I already have a Jonin teacher. Anticipating this response, Orochimaru does not express anger, but rather allows his serpentine pupils to widen slightly. He chuckles, licking his lips, before vanishing into the earth. A few moments later, after confirming his departure, Rinshin exhales in relief, grateful that she remains unseen by Orochimaru, who could initiate his experiments at any moment. Shortly after Orochimaru's failed recruitment of Rinshin, he appears a few kilometers away within Hinata Bayue's perimeter. Emerging suddenly from the ground, he inquires, have you considered becoming my disciple? His previous failure has left him in a less than jovial mood, prompting this more direct inquiry. However, Hinata Bayue harbors no fondness for the legendary Sannin. Although Orochimaru's strategies have led to victories, such triumphs achieved at the expense of comrades' lives are deeply repugnant to her. I do not require such an arrangement, she replies. Her initial shock transforming into a resolute refusal. Her straightforward nature compels her to reject his proposition without hesitation, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Orochimaru is perplexed. Do the younger generation within the village not understand the art of subtlety? After a moment of silence, his irritation becomes palpable, yet he remains composed, well aware of the unpredictable nature of the battlefield. With a hint of malice, he intimidates Hinata Baiwe before disappearing once more using the earth release technique. As for the Uchiha girl, having faced 2 setbacks, Orochimaru's mood soured, and he decided against pursuing her. On the 6th day, the main force of Konoha finally arrived at Suigon Castle, comprising over 500 shinobi. While this number is not vast, Konoha is currently engaged in multiple fronts, and against the unannounced aggression of the Cloud Village, they have opted for a defensive strategy. Too slow, Orochimaru remarked ominously, his gaze fixated on the leading shinobi, a member of the Nara clan, who found himself sweating profusely under the intensity of Orochimaru's stare. The Nara shinobi wished to explain that the original plan involved Orochimaru leading an elite team to launch a surprise attack on Suigon Castle, with the main force following afterward. However, Orochimaru's sudden criticism left him at a loss for words. If your tardiness causes us to lose Suigon Castle again, I shall take your head, he warned coldly, instilling no doubt that he would act on his threat. The Nara shinobi understood the battlefield's volatility, recognizing that established plans could shift due to unforeseen circumstances. Faced with Orochimaru's ire, he dared not retort, bowing his head in silence. After a prolonged moment, Orochimaru finally withdrew his gaze, declaring, "Consider yourself fortunate this time." Chapter 44. Unending strife. With the arrival of Konoha's main force, the pressure on the shinobi who had accompanied Orochimaru diminished significantly. The ample manpower thoroughly fortified Suigon Castle, a city designed as a ninja stronghold. Though it housed civilians, these individuals merely needed to hide during warfare. Even the battle-hungry shinobi of the Cloud Village would not stoop to harming ordinary civilians. After all, the conflict lies between the 2 nations, with the deaths of ninjas merely a consequence of war. Ninjas are tools of combat, expendable in their roles. However, the mass slaughter of civilians would be deemed madness. Under the moonlight, Rinshin, Kanai, and Hinata Baiwe sat atop a rooftop, savoring rice balls as the wind brushed against their faces, relishing the rare tranquility. They shared a tacit understanding not to disrupt the silence. Each wished to preserve this moment of peace. Presently, the defensive measures at Suigon Castle no longer concerned them. The directive was for Asahi to lead them into the buffer zone with smaller nations in a few days. Large nations rarely engaged in warfare on their own territory. Instead, they would tactfully select the smaller nations caught in between as battlegrounds, often coercing their ninjas into participation. It was not uncommon for them to plunder civilians during such conflicts, and to erase any traces of their actions. They would sometimes resort to killing the very civilians they had exploited. From beneath the rooftop, faint whispers of children could be heard. "Grandfather, why must they go to battle?" The voice was soft yet reached Rinshin's ears. "Because it is our nature," the elder replied, though the child did not fully grasp the meaning. "Grandfather, I do not understand." The elder continued, "Mutual suspicion, distrust, and harm. These are inherent to our existence. Even the Sage of 6 Paths could not resolve this issue. The world is caught in this cycle." "The Sage of 6 Paths? I want to hear. I want to hear." The childish voice echoed as the elder began recounting stories of the sage. Legend has it that long ago, the world was rife with conflict, engulfed in flames of war, leaving the populace in despair. A figure known as the Sage of 6 Paths emerged, unable to tolerate the suffering in the shinobi world. He shared his chakra with the people, giving rise to the ninjas of today, hoping they would use chakra to connect with one another and feel each other's hearts. Aspiring for world peace. The child gradually succumbed to slumber as the elder's voice lowered, enveloping the night in deeper darkness. "The Sage of 6 Paths," Hinata Baiwe murmured, contemplating the name. The trio listened intently to the tale, aware that their backgrounds afforded them a deeper understanding of the sage's significance than the average person. Yet, hearing it recounted in such a manner was a novel experience. It appears that the Sage of 6 Paths is not omnipotent. At least the shinobi world does not reflect his hopes for peace. Kanai remarked, "His journey remains incomplete." With eyes closed, Rinshin pondered the names that surfaced in her mind: the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of the Shinobi sect, and Hashirama Senju, the creator of the shinobi villages, each striving to alter the world through their strength and longing for peace. Despite the ongoing conflicts, they had exerted their efforts toward that end. Rinshin, what path do you wish to pursue? Hinata Baiwe inquired, her delicate thumb rubbing against her index finger's knuckle. Me? Rinshin replied, still perceiving herself as an inconsequential pawn in this world. For now, I shall focus on survival. Rin's response left Hinata Shirayuki feeling somewhat dissatisfied. After all, she had always desired to learn more about Rin, yet he provided an answer akin to a formula. Rin was reluctant to elaborate, and Shirayuki, disinterested in further inquiries, felt an inexplicable annoyance brewing within her. On the following day, before a towering tree, Rin closed his eyes and took a deep breath as chakra surged through his body. Muscles in his legs tensed, the energy coursing through his waist and back to his shoulders, ultimately transferring to his hands. With a vigorous swing of his upper body, he brought the axe down forcefully upon the tree before him. With a mischievous thought, Rin glanced around and saw his teammates laboriously chopping down trees, sweat glistening on their brows. Shirayuki and Kanai were among them, while only a few Nin and commanders were supervising the efforts. If you're not keen on chopping wood, you could always move sandbags. Saku appeared from behind the tree. Noting how both their captain and teacher had assumed the role of overseers, monitoring the ninjas as they felled trees. Actually, I find it quite agreeable. Rin hastened his movements, fearing he might be assigned to the more laborious task of moving sandbags. Once the larger Leaf Village contingent arrived, the camp needed to be established. In truth, the ninjas could suffice with mere tents for shelter. However, the primary purpose of chopping trees was to clear space, creating an area for habitation, with the construction of living quarters being secondary. The reason Rin was reluctant to move sandbags was that the sand was located far by the river, necessitating a long trek. And even then, he would have to dig and transport it himself. After felling several trees, Rin took a seat upon a fallen trunk, munching on rations to replenish his energy. Shirayuki and Kanai joined him, gulping down water eagerly. I would rather engage in battle than toil away at this menial labor. Shirayuki wiped the sweat from her forehead, reflecting that she had never undertaken such work throughout her life. At least labor is safe, Kanai replied with a pragmatic outlook. If we can finish chopping trees before the war escalates, that would be splendid. Shirayuki retorted, what about your family's honor? The tree-chopping maiden? Upon hearing the phrase family honor, Kanai could no longer contain herself and quickly countered. It's not as if we're always chopping trees. There will be plenty of opportunities for battle. Neither party was willing to yield, each flanking Rin, effectively sandwiching him between their banter. Rin, which do you prefer? Battle or chopping wood? They chorused. Rin laughed awkwardly, for he truly wished to avoid both options. Battle drained energy and was perilously dangerous. He vividly recalled the harrowing scene from days past when a single attack from a Cloud Village ninja had decimated half of the Leaf Ninjas. He had no desire to encounter such an adversary again, and few would find joy in the act of tree felling. Unsure how to respond, Rin adopted a meditative posture, observing with unfocused eyes, allowing the two to engage in their spirited debate. The ninjas worked swiftly. Within days, the frontline base was nearly completed, and the wounded had been relocated to a field hospital for treatment. Saka's formidable team soon received their orders to advance into a neighboring small nation. Shirayuki remained vigilant, while the other three spread out in formation. Beyond the 5 great nations, the ninja world was dotted with numerous smaller nations, some of which had stable governance, and thus names, while others were plagued by incessant turmoil, their rulers in constant flux, often lacking even a name. The larger nations disregarded these smaller territories, viewing them solely as buffer zones for conflict. Contrasting the terrain of larger nations, these buffer zone nations exhibited harsh landscapes, making basic survival a challenge. The civilians encountered along the way were often gaunt and destitute. Are these refugees not provided for? Shirayuki felt a pang of compassion upon seeing a frail little girl not far off, and she offered a rice ball from her pack. The girl, cradled in her mother's arms, accepted the offering but dared not make any other move, though the refugees craved food. The presence of the 4 ninjas instilled a sense of fear in them. Their plight is a consequence of our actions. How can we speak of solutions? Rin's gaze drifted further afield. With the onset of war, The situation for the citizens of these small nations, who barely managed to survive, grew even more dire. As their meager living spaces were further constricted, let us complete the mission first. Saku reflected on the words of his younger companions, reminiscing about his own past, when he too shared their sentiments of indignation and empathy. Yet now, alone, he had perhaps grown accustomed to numbness. This mission was commissioned by Orochimaru, with orders to eliminate all Cloud Village forces within the buffer zone and to monitor their movements closely. The mission's classification was the highest Saku's team had ever received. It entailed several components. First, defense, where the four would patrol the area and eliminate Cloud Ninjas. Second, reconnaissance, which would require them to enter the Land of Lightning when necessary to gather intelligence. This kind of reconnaissance carried inherent risks, but their primary focus remained on the conflict at hand. With the war underway, the Leaf forces had already infiltrated the buffer zone, which would soon become the main battlefield. The plight of the civilians went largely unnoticed. After all, the question of preserving their own lives was paramount. Chapter 45. Beneath the Rashomon 30 meters ahead lies a trap. Shirayuki pressed her hand on Rin's shoulder and pointed in a specific direction. Unlike their usual missions, where Saku, as the guiding J-Nin, would remain close to protect them, the current war necessitated that the guiding J-Nin sometimes split from their teams due to manpower shortages. Thus, Saku found himself in a similar predicament now. The team had split into two paths, Rin and the others on one, while Saku ventured alone on the other, each gathering intelligence to reconvene at a designated location 1 week later. Thank goodness for you. Rin once again marveled at the immense advantage of Shirayuki's Byakugan in the war. The Cloud Ninjas had set numerous traps throughout the buffer zone, yet all were rendered ineffective under the scrutiny of her keen eyes. In fact, Shirayuki didn't need to maintain her Byakugan constantly. A casual scan was sufficient. Even so, Shirayuki adeptly neutralized each trap she encountered. Hearing Rin's praise, Shirayuki's lips curled into a subtle smile, and she nodded slightly. Of course, Kanai, observing from behind, felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that her brother possessed a certain talent for charming girls. Focus, you two. This is a mission, she interrupted, having noticed a peculiar occurrence ahead. In the distance, a sharp angle protruded from the desolate forest, resembling the peak of some structure. Kanai shot a puzzled glance at Shirayuki, silently questioning if she had noticed anything unusual. Something is amiss. My Byakugan does not register that object. Shirayuki frowned, reactivating her Byakugan for confirmation. As her vision expanded, the scenery around her entered her mind in a uniquely vivid manner, offering a complete 360-degree view devoid of blind spots. Yet, when her gaze focused on the area, all she could perceive was a grove of dead trees, with no sign of the building. Can't see it with the Byakugan. Is it an illusion? A sense of vigilance arose within Rinshin. It was wise to be cautious in a place where unfamiliar structures appeared. She glanced at her two companions, seeking their opinions on whether they wished to investigate the situation. After all, as a trio, it was essential to respect the wishes of her teammates. Let us proceed. Hinata Shirayuki expressed her curiosity about the location, which managed to obscure her Byakugan, and being no timid soul, she was eager to explore. Kanagawa nodded in agreement, aligning her thoughts with Shirayuki's. We shall first observe from the periphery. If danger arises, we will retreat promptly. As ninjas engaged in covert operations, shying away from reconnaissance would lead to a loss of vital intelligence, thereby exposing themselves to greater peril. Once their decision was made, the trio ventured into the desolate woods. The dry forest exuded an eerie ambience. While the sunlight outside was dim, it was still sufficient for visibility. However, upon stepping into the woods, their vision dimmed as if veiled by a translucent shroud. It seemed that the locals had utilized this barren grove as a mass grave, harboring numerous decaying bodies. Their entrance startled the crows, who were feasting on the carrion. Caw, caw. The crows screeched, taking flight and settling upon the branches, resembling blackened leaves adorning the dead trees. A sensation of being watched enveloped them. Kanagawa brushed her arm as goosebumps prickled her skin, deeply unsettled by the crow's gaze. After proceeding deeper, they finally beheld the entire structure. The wooden house, adorned with crimson walls and a glass roof, was in a state of disrepair, rendering the original colors nearly indistinguishable. Nonetheless, the remnants of its former grandeur were still evident. The plaque above the door, nearly fallen, bore the words Rashomon. The half-open gate revealed a grotesque face of a demon, sending a chill down Hinata Shirayuki's spine. Do you think there are really ghosts in this world? Shirayuki inched closer to Rinshin, her facade of composure revealing her trepidation. Are you afraid of this? Rinshin questioned, surprised by Shirayuki's unease. In battles, Shirayuki was typically the one charging forward with fists raised, showing no fear against cultists. Yet, here she seemed hesitant. It's not fear, just an uncomfortable feeling, Shirayuki replied. Her lackluster performance and feeble pretense did not fool Rinshin and Kanagawa. They were certain she was indeed frightened. Just as Kanagawa contemplated playfully scaring Shirayuki, she caught sight of a figure in her peripheral vision. Someone's coming. Kanagawa alerted Rinshin and Shirayuki, and they quickly concealed themselves. Kanagawa and Shirayuki hid behind a tree trunk, while Rinshin transformed into a black cat. Not far away, a wandering Ronin, dragging his weary body, approached, wielding a long, battered sword that resembled a mere iron rod, serving only as a makeshift cane. Will I also be devoured after death? The Ronin, scarred and with one hand severed, appeared to be on the brink of death, having come to this forsaken graveyard beneath Rashomon, likely awaiting his end. With a trembling hand, he pushed against the nearly collapsed wooden door, stumbling as he entered. The three swiftly followed him into Rashomon, where the interior was as decayed as its exterior. Yet, behind the central demon statue, a figure seemed to lurk in the shadows. Who goes there? The Ronin directed his iron-like sword forward, his voice booming, betraying a hint of bravado. An elder, trembling and shielding his head with his hands, emerged. Please, don't kill me. The elder, no fool, knew that even a wounded Ronin could easily end his life. Upon seeing the elder, the Ronin visibly relaxed, though his demeanor quickly shifted to one of aggression. What are you doing here? The elder, unable to resist, recounted his tale in full. This Rashomon is a grand hall from a nearby village, said to have existed for ages. Its origins remain a mystery, as does the reason for its abandonment. I have lived in the village nearby since my memories began. While it wasn't affluent, we managed to sustain ourselves comfortably. However, a sudden plague swept through the village, claiming the lives of all but me. The bodies of those who perished were discarded in this forest. Later, amidst unending warfare and famine, the death toll rose, prompting people to use this desolate grove as a burial ground. I have taken refuge within Rashomon, using the corpses to barter for supplies with passing wanderers. You desecrate the dead, the Ronin exclaimed in outrage upon hearing this. In those times, people held deeply entrenched beliefs, and violating corpses was intolerable. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have been expelled from Konoha for his human experimentation. The elder, sensing the Ronin's anger, immediately knelt. I had no choice. I only wished to survive. The Ronin drew his sword, poised to strike the elder, but noticed a sack of rice in the corner. Overcome by hunger, he suddenly sheathed his blade. Very well. I shall spare you. However, I will take your food. With that, the Ronin seized the rice and departed without looking back. The elder clutched the Ronin's leg, pleading, Please, spare me. Without that food, I will starve here. The Ronin kicked the elder away and retorted, I too have no choice. I simply wish to survive. With that, the Ronin exited Rashomon, leaving behind the weeping elder beneath the statue, the grotesque figure appearing to laugh, cry, and fume under the dim light. Chapter 46. The Wooden Man. Who is in the wrong? Rinshin's eyes glowed a vivid red, the three tomos swirling within. Recognizing the dual culpabilities of the elder and the Ronin, both were compelled by desperation. The elder desecrated the dead out of hunger, while the Ronin resorted to plundering the elder. As mere bystanders, they were powerless to pass judgment, forced to watch the Ronin retreat into the distance. Brother. Rinshin's activation of the three-tomo Sharingan took Kanagawa by surprise. The recent events were indeed unsettling, and while they might have struggled with moral discernment, she had not anticipated her brother's Sharingan evolving in such a manner. Perhaps the incident had profoundly impacted Rinshin, a magnitude that both Hinata Shirayuki and Kanagawa could not empathize with. Everything will be fine. As Rinshin deactivated her Sharingan, she appeared unfazed. Let us move. This place unsettles me. With that, Rinshin strode forth, and Kanagawa and Shirayuki hurried to catch up. Upon exiting the desolate woods and feeling the sunlight upon their heads, the dark aura surrounding Rinshin dissipated. Are those Leaf Village ninjas? On a hillside, for Cloud Village ninjas observed the trio emerging from the desolate woods. One youth closed his eyes to sense their presence and nodded. Only 3 of them, no Jonin. While the Byakugan possessed a vast range, certain deceptions remained undetectable. Infiltrating Hinata Shiryuki's line of sight was an effortless task for the Cloud Ninjas. Their position is confirmed. Teacher, should I eliminate them along with the sight? The girl with chestnut hair expressed her excitement, eager for action. Upon hearing these words, the leading jonin felt a sharp pain in his head. The fact that his subordinate could utter such remarks was undoubtedly a consequence of the influence from Karabi. Yomiuri, you have been led astray by Lord Karabi. I warned you against emulating him. Look at what you've become now. Yomiuri immediately retorted, wasn't it you who advised me to learn from Lord Karabi in the first place? The jonin suppressed the urge to strike the ground with his fist, taking a deep breath to patiently explain, I meant for you to learn about tailed beast control, not his approach to tasks. What should we do, then? At this stage, Yomiuri was only beginning to grasp the intricacies of tailed beast control. Although he had studied under Karabi, the time was insufficient for him to effectively wield the beast in combat. Raiden Yoko stood firm, instructing, you three will take the lead in this battle. This will serve as valuable training for you. I will support you from the rear. The implication was clear. Yomiuri and his companions were to devise a strategy for the confrontation, and unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, he would refrain from intervening. Reflecting on Yomiuri's progress, Raiden Yoko added, you may utilize the power of the tailed beast if necessary, Yomiuri. The prowess of a Jinchuriki was an indispensable asset in warfare, and mastering the tailed beast early was a task assigned to Raiden Yoko by the upper echelons of the Hidden Cloud. Upon hearing this, Yomiuri's teammates instinctively shifted away, fully aware of the terrifying potential of the tailed beasts. In the event that Yomiuri lost control, they could very well find themselves at risk. Witnessing their reaction stirred an indescribable discomfort within Yomiuri. Yet, she had grown accustomed to such treatment, adeptly concealing her disappointment, which went unnoticed by her teammates and teacher. With the enemy in plain sight and themselves concealed, the trio would not charge recklessly. They conferred briefly and soon formulated an initial battle plan. Emerging from the desolate woods, the three heard a faint cry for help nearby. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a frail little girl lying beneath a tree, her abdomen grievously wounded. Without intervention, it was likely she would perish shortly. Hinata Shiryuki prepared to assist when Kanai interjected, she's a fake. The transformation technique employed by the girl was indeed masterful, capable of deceiving the average person. However, with two Uchiha clan members in their ranks, such illusions held no sway. An Uchiha? How unfortunate. The girl quickly formed hand seals, and a blinding light enveloped her. Raikage lightning pillar. The brilliance momentarily blinded the trio, forcing Raiden and Kanai to shut their eyes, while Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, remained unaffected. Come closer to me. A flurry of shurikens surged through the light, but Hinata deftly swatted them aside. Yet, in the next instant, a lightning-infused blade pierced through Raiden's body, blood spilling forth as he suffered a critical injury to his heart. Raiden! Hinata exclaimed in disbelief as a hand landed on her shoulder, an influx of chakra disrupting her own and dispelling the illusion. Shiryuki, it's an illusion. At that moment, Raiden had activated his three-tomo Sharingan, violently shattering the cloud of deception. The presence of the Sharingan forced their hand. They could no longer rely on subterfuge. Fujimoto lamented this turn of events. When they had devised their strategy, they had not anticipated the exceptional abilities of their opponents. Their plan had relied on unexpected illusions to weaken the enemy before launching an immediate assault, but the Sharingan had nullified their tactics, leaving them with no opportunity to follow up. Yomiuri, Zeun, we need a new plan. With no other options, Fujimoto declared a direct offensive. Fire style, fire mouse technique. Yomiuri unleashed a blue flame mouse, but it was swiftly shattered by Kanai's shuriken. However, the fire mouse could split, transforming into numerous smaller blue flames that surged toward the trio. Water style, water barrier. Raiden swiftly formed seals, conjuring a circular flow of water that surrounded them. Though the blue flames were potent, water techniques inherently countered fire, and the dispersed nature of the fire mouse's attack failed to breach the water barrier's defenses. Seeing their opponent utilize water techniques, Zeun contemplated employing lightning techniques. Yet, just as he completed his seals, he heard the same technique echoed from the adversary's lips. Lightning style, earth walk. Two identical techniques collided from opposite directions, their nearly equal might resulting in mutual cancellation. As the mist dissipated, Zeun found Raiden's three-tomo Sharingan fixed intently upon him, as if it had already deciphered his move. Chapter 47. Severe injury. This is the might of the Sharingan. A saying had long circulated in the ninja world. Uchiha will always win one-on-one. Today, Ziyun experienced firsthand the truth of that statement. With the illusion shattered and ninjutsu entirely thwarted, the only recourse left was to engage in a contest of taijutsu. However, the short blade at the opponent's back and the presence of another Hyuga clan member indicated that their team's physical prowess would be formidable as well. I won't let this deter me. At this moment, Yomurin's temperament flared. Observing the ineffectiveness of ninjutsu, her nails elongated into sharp claws as she charged at Hinata. Just what I wanted. If the opponent had continued to attack from a distance with their peculiar techniques, Hinata might have felt overwhelmed. Yet with Yomurin now closing in, her anxiety dissipated. Yomurin's claws indeed expanded her reach, but Hinata, channeling chakra into her hands, effectively countered the strikes without sustaining injury. Moreover, Hinata's expertise in taijutsu surpassed that of Yomurin. When Yomurin realized her melee assault was not progressing as anticipated and sought to retreat, Hinata would not allow her to escape. Gentle Fist, one of the premier taijutsu techniques, coupled with Hinata's innate strength, unleashed a torrent of relentless strikes upon Yomurin, forcing her to retreat. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Yomurin suffered a direct hit that shattered her claws. Is this Gentle Fist? Even Steel Fist pales in comparison. Stepping back, she gazed in horror at her broken claws. Yet, Hinata pressed on, closing the distance once more. Reluctantly, Yomurin summoned her claws anew, engaging in combat once again. Yomurin, witnessing his teammate in such a dire predicament, Fujimoto you could no longer remain passive. Just as he prepared to intervene, a flurry of shuriken flew toward him from the opposite side. Fujimoto you swiftly retaliated with his own shuriken, but upon collision, he realized they were shadow shuriken, each bearing another hidden beneath. While he deflected the initial shuriken, the shadow shuriken proved unavoidable, and in a moment of surprise, two struck his thigh. Ziyun. Fujimoto Yu's heart surged with rage upon seeing his comrade injured on his behalf. I'm fine, Ziyun reassured him. As a ninja, injury was commonplace. Although the wound on his thigh would hinder his mobility, it posed no threat to his life. Yet in the next moment, a chilling voice resounded. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kanai had already prepared her ninjutsu, as Shinrin threw his shuriken. The shadow shuriken was not intended to wound the opponent, but to compel them to stand together. The searing heat of the great fireball surged forth, leaving the two from the Cloud Village no time to contemplate their next move, forcing them into a passive defense. Earth release, earth flow wall. Fujimoto pressed one hand against the ground, and a modest earthen wall rose to shield them from the fiery onslaught. Lightning flash. Although the adversary had conjured the earth flow wall, Shinrin was already ready with his lightning flash, electric currents dancing along his legs and surging through the blade he wielded. His body taut like a drawn bowstring. The instant the great fireball dissipated, Shinrin surged forth like a streak of lightning, prompting Yuki from the wood village to shout, "Get out of the way." Obscured by the earth flow wall, Fujimoto and Ziyun sensed danger but could not see Shinrin's actions beyond the barrier. When they finally caught sight of his face, a short blade crackling with lightning was already poised at Fujimoto's chest. Both Shinrin and Kanai were members of the Uchiha clan. Though not blood siblings, their bond was akin to that of siblings, resulting in an extraordinary synergy. Beyond swordsmanship, their techniques exhibited a remarkable overlap. This particular combination had been developed recently, allowing seamless coordination regardless of who initiated the attack. Many Cloud Village ninjas had fallen before their relentless pace in battle. However, this time, it appeared that Shinrin's finishing move had faltered. The hand gripping his blade, ablaze with lightning, was firmly restrained by Fujimoto, whose formidable strength rendered the blade nearly mournful under the pressure, despite its proximity to his chest. The Uchiha brat has commendable skill, Fujimoto mused, revealing the Cloud Village's secret technique, lightning release chakra mode. By enveloping himself in lightning chakra and stimulating every cell to achieve activation, he not only enhanced his reflexes, but also significantly augmented his defenses. Few in the Cloud Village could master this technique, as it placed immense strain on the user's body. Most could not endure it. Shinrin had previously encountered the Cloud Village's Jonin, Reiku, who could also wield such power, but the Jonin before him exuded an entirely different caliber. The Guardian of the Two Tails was no ordinary foe. Zongxi was renowned as the preeminent practitioner of lightning release taijutsu in the Cloud Village. Unable to withdraw his blade, Shinran pondered whether he should relinquish it. Yet before he could contemplate his next move, Zongxi's accelerated fist struck Shinran's chest with tremendous force. Heavy explosive wave. Shinran. Like a discarded sack, Shinran was propelled backward, tumbling across the ground until he collided with a large stone, blood spilling from his mouth. As he closed his eyes, a flash of crimson crossed his gaze, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. An unusual sensation. Is that protective gear? Zongxi mused, shaking his hand dismissively. What did it matter if there was protective gear? Few could survive such a close-range heavy explosive wave. You lot, unable to defeat your peers. And yet you require my intervention. How disgraceful. With that, Zongxi stepped forward, instantaneously appearing before Kanai. The double Tomo Sharingan in Kanai's eyes failed to capture Zongxi's movement. The lightning chakra enhancing Zongxi's speed to an incredible degree. Yet this time, the impact of Zongxi's heavy explosive wave did not unfold as he had anticipated. A long blue blade pierced through his forearm, not halting his fist but compelling him to cease. Should he have pressed forward? He would have sacrificed an arm to subdue a mere child from Konoha. Zongxi was not so reckless. I have arrived a tad late. It appears you and my subordinates have been enjoying yourselves in my absence. Asahi's eyes glinted with fierce resolve. Had Shinran been harmed by one of the opposing team, his ire would have been lesser, but the fact that a Jonin dared to ambush Shinran stirred a profound guilt within him. Had he arrived sooner, perhaps Shinran would not now be teetering on the brink of life and death. Impressive swordsmanship, Zongxi remarked. Few techniques could penetrate lightning armor. Yet this man had effortlessly pierced through his arm, proving that his lightning armor was ineffective against him. Wind release chakra transformation? It seems I am at a disadvantage. Chapter 48. Tailed beasts. As Shinran fell, the battle involving Hinata Shirayuki and her allies raged on. With Asahi's intervention, Shirayuki and Kanai no longer needed to worry about the Jonin, and the tide of battle swiftly turned in their favor. Fueled by rage, their attacks grew increasingly brutal. The speed of their assaults intensified. The Wood Village's Yuki found himself under immense pressure, as Shirayuki's current fighting style disregarded her own safety. Her sole focus on rushing to check on Shinran's condition. Is this woman mad? Observing the fresh scratch on Shirayuki's face, inflicted by her own claws, Yuki braced himself for the inevitable retaliation. As anticipated, a fist collided with her abdomen, the chakra surging within her body abruptly stalling. Butterfly dance. Shirayuki's movements quickened once more, her speed now beyond Yuki's comprehension. The butterfly dance technique was not only swift but also executed with an uncanny unpredictability. From a distance, she resembled a graceful butterfly in flight, an exquisite sight. Yet only Yuki, close at hand, recognized the peril hidden beneath that beauty. Her strikes came from all directions, overwhelming him with a flurry of punches and kicks that left no room for counterattack. Faced with the gentle fist technique, passive defense exacted a heavy toll. With each successful strike, Shirayuki sealed a portion of Yuki's chakra points, until he felt the flow of his chakra severely restricted. Finally, Shirayuki prepared to conclude the battle. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. In an instant, Yuki found himself rendered immobile. The onslaught of Shirayuki's fists followed like a tempest, each strike not particularly powerful, as she sought only pure speed to finish swiftly. By the time the final palm strike concluded, Yuki's chakra points were nearly sealed off. With a thud, Yuki collapsed, signaling the end of the skirmish. Shirayuki had unleashed her full might, and despite Yuki's valiant efforts to endure, he ultimately succumbed. In truth, the talents of Jinchuriki are remarkable. Just as a cup cannot contain a barrel of water, ordinary individuals cannot become Jinchuriki. Despite the aid of sealing techniques, the requirements for a Jinchuriki's vessel remain exceedingly high. Thus, even those ninjas who do not become Jinchuriki can achieve notable success. However, the role of tailed beasts in warfare is so significant that no hidden village is willing to relinquish such assets. Yet, Jinchuriki often struggle initially under the overwhelming pressure exerted by their tailed beasts, resulting in their weaker early stages. Presently, Yuki had only recently begun learning to control his tailed beast alongside Killer Bee, and his own strength was indeed lacking. With the battle concluded, Shirayuki and Kanai swiftly approached Shinran's side. Shinran, brother. As the two individuals assisted the fallen Shin, Hinata Shirayuki cast a sweeping gaze over Shin's body, while Kanai anxiously examined him. It appeared that only his internal organs had been bruised, leading to his unconsciousness. Remarkably, there were no broken bones. The power of that strike from the cloud hidden Jonin was undoubtedly formidable. The distance Shin had been flung after the impact and the destruction caused upon colliding with the rocks attested to the terrifying force of the explosive release technique. It was a miracle that he had not succumbed to death or severe injury, suffering merely from internal trauma. The wooden figure lay on the ground, its chakras sealed, yet its eyes remained alert. Nearby, the lifeless bodies of teammates reflected in its sight. Two comrades lay with their throats cut, blood still oozing, though their chests had long ceased to rise and fall. Kanai's techniques were far more brutal than those of Hinata Shirayuki, especially in moments of desperation when lethal strikes became commonplace. With a hoarse voice, the wooden figure, Tobamaru, called out the names of the two deceased. And memories flooded her mind. The three of them training, executing missions, sharing meals, and journeying together. Occasionally, Tobamaru would complain about having too much food, sharing her lunch with Shin, and there were times when she would awkwardly reprimand him for not performing well. Despite occasional disagreements, they were her first team, and the abrupt loss of two teammates was utterly unbearable for Tobamaru. Anger consumed her. That was the only emotion left within her. At that moment, her resolve wavered, and the seals began to loosen. A voice echoed in her mind, urging her to annihilate everyone. Dark, violent chakra surged from her abdomen, breaking the seals imposed by Hinata Shirayuki. Tobamaru, now resembling a wild beast, crouched low to the ground. A primal scream of agony and rage erupted from Tobamaru. Witnessing the deaths of her two teammates rendered her incapable of restraint, and she succumbed to the transformation into a tailed beast. The astonishing chakra that manifested drew the attention of the four conscious individuals present. The girl they once knew had vanished, replaced by a monstrous figure cloaked in dark red chakra, a tail sprouting from its back, creating a massive crater in the ground. With a powerful exhale, an intense heat radiated from Tobamaru's mouth, altering the very air around them. What is happening? Kanai stammered, her voice trembling. The Sharingan in her eyes revealed the immense chakra emanating from Tobamaru, a level of power she had never witnessed before, capable of flattening everything in its vicinity. Roar! Tobamaru awakened. Knowing that Tobamaru was undergoing training to control her beast transformation, Asahi Dato, a Jonin, sensed that this form was beyond her control. He extricated himself from his battle with the cloud-hidden ninja and instantly appeared before Tobamaru. However, in the next moment, a colossal hand, enveloped in crimson chakra, struck him down. The lightning release armor provided good defense against sharp weapons, but against blunt force, it proved insufficient. Tobamaru's assault was overwhelming. Even with the protection of his armor, Asahi Dato was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, rendering him unconscious. This demonstrated the overwhelming power of the tailed beast, which now seemed entirely unmanageable. Asahi Dato, a high-ranking Jonin in Konoha, was well-versed in the lore of tailed beasts, yet this was his first encounter in battle. One blow had dispatched the cloud-hidden shinobi, and now trouble loomed. He understood the defensive capabilities of Zongshur better than anyone. While he could slightly suppress Tobamaru with his wind release against her lightning release, he still felt discomfort when his blade met Zongshur's body. The sheer power of Zongshur's defenses meant that a single encounter had sufficed to bring him down. Chapter 49. Kaleidoscope with Tobamaru fully transformed into her second-tailed beast state. Her gaze fixated on Kanai. Had it not been for the intervention of the cloud-hidden Jonin, Zongshur, she would have made Kanai her primary target. Windblade, a blade of wind, imbued with chakra, was thrust toward Tobamaru. Though capable of piercing through lightning release armor, it merely grazed the surface of Tobamaru's skin, her crimson chakra compressing into a formidable shield. As the assault struck her, Tobamaru's tail expanded violently, sweeping toward Asahi Dato. He twisted his body midair, using his long blade to propel himself away, successfully evading the attack. Tobamaru's focus remained solely on Kanai. As Asahi Dato distanced himself, she moved with blinding speed, appearing before Kanai. This is bad. Asahi Dato realized too late that Tobamaru's intentions were singularly focused. The tailed beast form before him was an adversary even he could not contend with, and protecting others was an insurmountable challenge. I can't reach them. Kanai's vision was filled with the visage of the transformed Tobamaru, the heat of her breath singeing her hair as a massive hand loomed closer. Am I going to die here? Kanai stood frozen, devoid of the strength to fight back, resigned to accept her fate. Just as the enormous red hand was about to make contact, A sealing pattern appeared on the face of the unconscious Shin, who abruptly opened his eyes. Eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The four-pointed star, elongated on the outside with a triangular design within, activated as Shin's eyes opened. In that instant, Tobamaru felt herself being drawn into a different realm. Behind the vast prison adorned with fiery patterns stood a colossal cat demon engulfed in blue flames, its fierce and savage demeanor towering like a mountain. Tobamaru appeared to have lost consciousness, merely standing before the cage, step by step, inching closer. Kill them all. Once emotions reveal vulnerabilities, the tailed beast exploits them. Tobamaru was in such a state. If she continued down this path, she would be entirely overtaken by the beast. At that moment, the two-tailed beast would break free of its seal and re-enter the world. Come. The two-tailed beast's voice echoed from within the cage, imbued with an enchanting power that beckoned Tobamaru forward. However, just as her fingers were about to touch the prison, an emotionless shadow emerged behind her. Those eyes, that sinister power, cursed Uchiha. The immense ocular power radiating from the shadow overwhelmed the two-tailed beast within the cage, pinning it to the ground. The beast felt as though the very sky had collapsed upon it, rendering it immobile. The Uchiha's ocular prowess, akin to the Senju clan's would release, inherently countered tailed beasts. Moreover, Shin's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was of an extraordinary caliber, easily subduing the second stage of the tailed beast. As the chakra of the two-tailed beast was suppressed, the tailed chakra enveloping Tobamaru abruptly vanished, returning her to her original state. What had been a blow powerful enough to decapitate Kanai now merely grazed her face lightly. Unbeknownst to Kanai and Hinata Shiryuki, who were facing away from Shin, the reason for Tobamaru's sudden cessation of aggression remained a mystery. Asahi Dato, too far away to witness, assumed the seal had taken effect and the tailed beast was contained. Haha. Having escaped the clutches of death, Kanai's rigid body instantly relaxed. Collapsing to the ground, Kanai, Hinata Shiryuki rushed to support her. In that moment, she too believed Kanai was doomed, unaware that Tobamaru's transformation had been spontaneously undone. Was it the seal that had activated? Asahi Duan found it hard to believe that the lives of the three were no longer in jeopardy. It seemed almost surreal. Once he regained his composure, he realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. This was the power of the two tails Jinchuriki. Asahi gazed intently at the motionless form of the Jinchuriki lying on the ground. Though she appeared calm on the surface, tumultuous waves surged within her heart. The strategic value of the tailed beasts in warfare was immense, and villages placed great importance on them. Capturing her alive would undoubtedly provide Konoha with a significant bargaining chip. However, the next moment, violent lightning flashed once more from Zongsi, and despite enduring an attack from the tailed beast transformation, the Jinchuriki merely fell into a brief unconsciousness. Not meeting her demise, the ninjas of Konoha turned their attention to Zongsi, who drew Asahi's gaze. Blood trickled from Zongsi's mouth, yet he still managed to prop himself up. He declared, "We of the Cloud Village will absolutely defend the two tails. If you dare to make any move, I will fight to the death to hold you back. Let us see which side arrives first." His words darkened Asahi's expression. Indeed, as Zongsi had stated, they had little recourse against the two tails Jinchuriki. Defeating Zongsi, who wielded lightning armor, would be exceedingly difficult, and should the enemy leverage their speed to delay them, Asahi would find himself at a loss. This location was undeniably closer to the Cloud Village, and regarding the speed of reinforcements, Asahi could not guarantee success. With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed his long blade and nodded at Hinata Kanai and Kanai. "We must depart." The value of the two tails Jinchuriki was indeed colossal, potentially altering the tide of war with the Cloud Village. Yet, he harbored a selfish motive in his eyes. Safeguarding his three subordinates was of greater importance than capturing the Jinchuriki. Hinata Shiryuki bent down to lift Rinkai onto her back, and alongside Kanai, they followed Asahi's lead. The recent battle had made quite a commotion, and it was likely that reinforcements from the Cloud Village would arrive soon. Lingering here held no advantage. Not long after Asahi and his companions left, the lightning armor enveloping Zongsi dissipated, and he collapsed onto the ground, expelling a mouthful of dark crimson blood. This blood had long been spilled from his previous injuries, but he had forced himself to appear unscathed before Asahi. After taking several heavy breaths, Zongsi cast a complex look at the fallen Jinchuriki. "Phew, I have finally managed to protect you." In a cave located in a buffer zone between the small nations, Rinkai struggled to awaken from a stone bed. Where am I? His memories were still caught at the moment when the lightning-infused man struck him, followed by a flash of darkness before he lost consciousness. Rinkai, you're awake, exclaimed Hinata Shirayuki, perched on a log not far away. A pot simmered over a fire, and she ladled out a bowl of mushroom meat soup, approaching Rinkai. Would you like something to eat? Rinkai, unsure how many days had passed without food, felt a gnawing hunger and nodded. Shirayuki helped him sit up and offered the soup, urging him to open his mouth. Oh. Chapter 50, The Secret Base Brother. You're awake, exclaimed Kanai, standing at the cave entrance with a bundle of wild vegetables and herbs on her back and several fresh fish in her hands. She sensed a peculiar atmosphere between the two and sighed, as if something had transpired in her absence. From Shirayuki, she learned that Rinkai had been unconscious for 2 days while Asahi was out scouting elsewhere, leaving the three of them to hold the position here. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you, Rinkai said. Although Shirayuki had diagnosed him with only internal bruising, he felt pain all over, especially in his head. Reminiscent of an earlier encounter in the Land of Iron, though not as severe. Don't mention it. Just focus on recovering, Shirayuki replied. Noting that both she and Kanai bore considerable injuries from the battle, their wounds still wrapped in bandages. I'm just a bit fatigued. It's nothing serious, Rinkai said, attempting to rise for a few steps. However, his legs buckled, and he stumbled forward, but Shirayuki quickly caught him. Take it easy, she said. And being in such close proximity, Rinkai could smell the faint fragrance of orchids emanating from her. Her white hair brushed against his face, sending a ticklish sensation through him. Supported by Shirayuki, Rinkai made his way to the fire and finally exhaled a long breath. I feel that sitting for a while will do me good. In the Cloud Village, AI, the Raikage, wore an expressionless face as he stared at Zongxi, who bowed his head. His fists clenched tightly, then suddenly relaxed. You have done well. Sacrifices among ninjas in war are unavoidable. Even a Jinchuriki may fall. However, if the Two Tails were to be captured, it would spell serious trouble. Even if the Two Tails were to emerge directly, I have confidence in my ability to defeat and seal her. But if she is taken back to Konoha, that would present an entirely different scenario. The best case outcome would be that the Cloud Village pays a heavy price to negotiate for the Two Tails' return, while the worst-case scenario would see Konoha training its own Jinchuriki. At that point, with the strongest tailed beast in their possession, Konoha would gain yet another powerful ally, tipping the balance of power further in their favor. Keep a close watch on the Jinchuriki. We must ensure she does not succumb to despair. Since awakening, the Jinchuriki had fallen silent, possibly unable to accept the loss of her comrades, her own failure, or the fact that she had injured her mentor. In any case, her current state was dire, and if she continued in such a despondent manner, the seal could weaken. Zongxi nodded and then left the Raikage's office. The third Raikage, AI, sat alone, pondering whether this situation was a premeditated attack on the Jinchuriki. After commanding a surprise attack to seize Tsushigakure, Konoha had swiftly reclaimed it and dispatched a small team to the vicinity of the Cloud Village, leading to a confrontation with the Jinchuriki. AI even suspected that the interruption of the Jinchuriki's transformation might have been orchestrated by Konoha, who sought to retaliate against the Cloud Village by sending sealing ninjas to capture the Jinchuriki. The thought infuriated him. He could hardly believe that Konoha's reach had extended to the Jinchuriki. His paranoia was understandable. Once in a position of leadership, one must consider every aspect for the sake of the village. Back in the cave, Rinkai and his companions remained unaware of the Raikage's thoughts of taking action against them. Shirayuki sat on a wooden chair, patiently waiting for Rinkai to tend to her wounds. Both she and Kanai had sustained injuries in the recent battle, and they had only applied makeshift treatment. Now that Rinkai had regained some mobility, he began to address the injuries of both Kanai and Shirayuki, though their wounds were minor. Failing to treat them promptly could lead to unsightly scars in the future. As Rinkai spoke, he withdrew his hand from Shirayuki's face. Her cheeks were flushed, resembling a ripe apple, likely due to the rush of blood from the healing process. Thank you for your help, Shirayuki said, feeling her heart race. Not accustomed to such sensations. We're all teammates. There's no need for such formalities. Rinkai thought of how he had relied on Kanai and Shirayuki's care during his previous bouts of unconsciousness. Although he was currently without combat capability, he still wished to assist them with his medical ninjutsu. Due to the ongoing tasks in the buffer state, Rinshin and her companions resolved to transform the cave into their temporary stronghold. After all, while sleeping outdoors offers a semblance of rest, Nothing compares to the comfort of a stable refuge. Hinata Shiryuki arranged numerous stones at the cave entrance for concealment, while Kanagawa set up several small traps as early warnings. From the outside, the site resembled a natural feature of the Rocky Mountain. Only from the side could one discern the cave's entrance. Upon entering, a relatively narrow space allowed only one person to pass at a time, but once inside, the area opened up to a more spacious interior. The mountain itself had various holes and crevices, ensuring adequate ventilation and lighting. With minor modifications, this cave could serve as an excellent base. Beneath the waterfall, Hinata Shiryuki and Kanagawa practiced their techniques, while Rinshin, not far away in a small grove, was chopping wood. Even though it was a temporary base, it required some furnishings. Hence, Rinshin's task of cutting wood had a purpose. As she chopped, Rinshin recalled the moment she was struck by the Cloud Village Jonin. After her lightning flash was interrupted, her Sharingan allowed her to perceive Zongxi's movements clearly, yet seeing did not equate to swift bodily reaction. At that moment, Rinshin had just awakened her upgraded 3-Tomo Sharingan. Yet her physical speed had not caught up. She had long been activating her body with lightning release, but she could not achieve the full body activation like Zongxi. Her use of lightning flash merely involved targeting and stimulating her leg muscles with lightning chakra for a burst of speed. Full body activation, even nerve stimulation, remained beyond her reach. Lost in thought, Rinshin noticed that she had nearly finished chopping wood and called to the others, "Come help me carry this." Hearing her voice, the two women ceased their practice and assisted Rinshin in transporting the wood into the cave. A week later, the cave, initially a simple resting place, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The spacious interior was divided into 3 small rooms with wooden walls, and stone-carved beds were replaced with wooden constructions topped with animal hides for added comfort. In the center of the main hall were several half-hollowed tree stump chairs and a long log sofa, while flower pots hung from the stone walls, personally planted by Hinata Shiryuki. "This feels wonderful," Hinata Shiryuki remarked. Although the cave was worlds apart from her own room, the sensation of building her secret base with her own hands surpassed the comforts of her home. Chapter 51. The approaching army in the city of Tuyen. Asahi Duan reported to the frontline command regarding the mission status. For the past 2 months, the Cloud Village had only dispatched small reconnaissance units, showing no intent of a full-scale assault on the Land of Fire. However, just a few days ago, the Cloud Village abruptly halted all activities, an unusual move that immediately raised Asahi's alarm. He promptly reported this situation to the frontline. The situation is as follows. "I have a premonition that a great battle is imminent." After Asahi finished speaking, the commander of the Nara clan sighed. "Asahi Duan, your judgment is astute. Just yesterday, we received intelligence indicating that the Cloud Village is mobilizing supplies on a large scale. Small-scale conflicts do not necessitate such extensive resource allocation. Thus, the Cloud Village's actions clearly signal an impending full-scale war. Currently, the situation on the Konoha Cloud front was not optimistic. Due to the prolonged inactivity of the Cloud Village, Konoha had reassigned Orochimaru to other commands. Now, the leadership of this front lay with the Nara clan. While they excelled in strategic coordination, their combat capabilities were lacking. In the ninja world, powerful ninjas can single-handedly alter the course of a war. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo the Salamander wielded his demigod strength against multiple ninja villages, using terrain advantages and potent toxins to leave even the great nation's ninjas at a loss. Konoha's dilemma concerning the Cloud front stemmed from this very point. Should the Cloud Village deploy powerful figures, such as the Jinchuriki or the Kage, they would wreak havoc on the battlefield, leaving Konoha powerless to intervene. Commander Nara had anticipated this development, and as soon as Asahi left, he began drafting a letter requesting assistance from Konoha. In Konoha, the third Hokage, enveloped in a haze of smoke from his pipe, received this correspondence regarding the Cloud front. Despite the office being shrouded in smoke, he appeared oblivious to it. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were already stationed at the forefront of the war, making further reassignment impossible. While Tsunade was incapacitated by illness, Konoha was unable to mobilize significant forces at this stage. Some clans may still possess top-tier combatants, but they reserve those as the last line of defense to preserve their family legacies, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no authority to summon them. Although the Hokage holds the greatest authority in Konoha, not everything is dictated solely by the Hokage. The smaller clans had already committed all their forces, and the heads of the larger clans were already on the battlefield. Pressuring them further would yield little result. The Brothers of the Cloud Village had long been renowned in the ninja world, with the Raikage A as their title. Each Raikage relinquishes their original name to become A, and their partner is B. Currently, the third Raikage lacks a partner, but there are rumors of a reserve Jinchuriki, said to possess the potential of a perfect Jinchuriki, whose strength would undoubtedly rival that of a Kage. It is likely that the Raikage will remain stationed in the Cloud Village, and the brothers will inevitably join the fray. The reserve Raikage, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Should the 9 Tails Jinchuriki be deployed? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. A voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. It was his friend, Shimura Danzo. Now is not the time. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen had considered the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Other ninja villages had, to varying degrees, utilized Jinchuriki, but there was an unspoken understanding among them to employ Jinchuriki without harnessing the power of the tailed beasts, for their might could reshape the entire landscape of the ninja world. Kushina was not suited for direct combat. I will not send her into battle. The trump card must remain close. Once used, it leaves no further options. Unless absolutely necessary, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow the 9 Tails to participate in the conflict. Compassion has its limits. There can only be one choice left. With that, Danzo vanished from the Hokage's office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone within its confines. Outside the city of Tuyen, within the tents, the Konoha ninjas who had established the forward base were prepared. It was common knowledge that the Cloud Village was about to launch an offensive, and everyone was geared up to face the impending battle. Asahi Duan's team remained assigned to the flanks, with orders to secure that side and neutralize any foes passing through. Commander Nara had explicitly stated that retreat was permissible in the face of formidable enemies, including on the main line. Commander Nara understood that with their current manpower, they could hardly withstand the Cloud Village's assault. He decided to employ a guerrilla strategy centered around Tuyen, dispersing their forces nearby. This way, once the Cloud Village breached their defenses, they would need to expend time and resources clearing out scattered ninjas, lest they expose their rear to the enemy. However, the ninjas skilled in stealth and covert operations were not easily eradicated, and this would inevitably consume a significant amount of the Cloud Village's time. The rationale behind Commander Nara's tactical plan was simple: to delay the assault of the Cloud Hidden forces until the reinforcements from Konoha arrive. It is akin to sacrificing lives in the name of time. After all, this operational plan directly disperses the strength of the main forces. If Cloud Hidden proceeds to clear the area gradually, all here would meet their demise. Before the arrival of the Cloud Hidden army, Rinshin sat cross-legged on the ground, deeply engrossed in his training, with a short blade resting across his lap. A surge of electricity crackled across Rinshin's right hand, and he promptly grasped the short blade, allowing the lightning chakra to envelop it. Previously, Rinshin could not wield the chakra-infused blade independently. It could only be utilized while in the lightning flash state. During this period, with the increasing frequency of using lightning flash and having witnessed the lightning armor of the Cloud Hidden Temple, Rinshin's mastery of lightning techniques ascended to a new level. It is noteworthy that while the Uchiha clan dabbles in fire, he has chosen the path of lightning. However, there was no alternative. To enhance his strength rapidly, he resolved to train in lightning techniques, which not only revitalizes cells, but also proves exceedingly practical in close combat with the chakra blade. In the ninja world, speed often trumps sheer power. When practicing fire techniques, unless one unleashes that overwhelming area attack, it is quite challenging to strike the opponent precisely. Yet, opting for a wide area attack inevitably leads to significant chakra consumption, necessitating careful consideration. Testing its might, Rinshin placed the chakra blade against a rock and applied slight pressure. It sliced through effortlessly, akin to a hot knife through butter, leaving only a deep gash in the stone without any other damage. Unless faced with an equally formidable chakra blade, engaging in close combat would leave the opponent defenseless. The consequence of defense would be akin to that rock, cleaved open without hesitation. Chapter 52. Brothers, the elite warriors of Cloud Hidden. Their participation invigorating the morale of the other Cloud Hidden ninjas immensely. The ninja world has long revered individual heroism, as a single person's strength can indeed shift the tide of battle. During this fight, try not to utilize the 8 Tails. AI cautioned Karabi, standing beside him. Prior to their departure, the third Raikage had specifically addressed this concern, apprehensive that Konoha might possess means to counter the tailed beasts. Should Karabi unleash the power of the beast only to face retaliation, the consequences could be dire. After all, Karabi's own strength is considerable, and coordinating with him should not require the beast's power. At that moment, Karabi, seemingly taking notes, paused, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Due to his sunglasses, AI failed to notice Karabi's subtle shifts in expression. Only Karabi himself understood what mischief he was up to. Lightning flash. In an instant, Renshin transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking down an unsuspecting enemy 30 meters away. You bastard! The remaining two cloud-hidden ninjas, witnessing their comrade's demise, immediately swung their blades at Renshin. Yet in the next moment, a three-tomo Sharingan etched itself into one of their minds. I can't control myself. Run. Under the illusion's grip, the cloud-hidden ninja swung his blade at his ally, who was swiftly dispatched by Renshin's short blade. In a matter of moments, he had slain 3 adversaries, a swift advancement in strength that left Asahi astonished. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan truly lived up to its reputation. With the conclusion of this war, it seemed inevitable that Renshin would achieve the status of a Jonin. For him, it was merely an assessment of his capabilities. Standing beside Asahi, Hinata Bayuki clenched her fists, reflecting on Renshin's journey from barely reaching Chunin status upon joining their team to now unlocking the three-tomo Sharingan, his prowess skyrocketing and instilling a sense of urgency within her. Renshin excelled in fire, lightning, and water techniques, adept in shuriken jutsu, taijutsu, and blade skills, while possessing a portion of knowledge in jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. His versatility earning Hinata's admiration. Kanai felt similarly. Though she often remained inconspicuous, she understood that if she were to engage Hinata in earnest combat, she might stand a 50% chance. However, against the current Renshin, she sensed her likelihood of defeat had significantly increased. Sensing the dissatisfaction in the hearts of the two, Asahi nodded slightly. The essence of companionship lies in mutual growth, encouragement, and fostering a sense of urgency amongst one another, thereby facilitating collective advancement. Asahi believed that the future achievements of these 3 children would be remarkable. The prospect of them becoming the new legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha was not far-fetched. His duty, in this final stretch as their teacher, was to safeguard them with utmost dedication. On the battlefield, AI tore through Konoha's front line like a streak of lightning, his body clad in lightning armor, heedlessly charging forth, disregarding everyone in his path. After crushing the neck of a Konoha ninja and discarding the body like refuse, AI furrowed his brow. The ease of his success filled him with unease. The Konoha ninjas were scarce and feeble, a stark contrast to the intelligence he had received. Karabi, why haven't you made a move? Is it that without utilizing the tailed beast, you don't know how to fight? Witnessing the fervor of the battle around him, while Karabi remained preoccupied with his lyrics, ignited a spark of irritation within AI. Brother, your involvement is sufficient. These minor characters are hardly worth our combined efforts. Karabi, adopting a peculiar tone, shrank back slightly, not out of reluctance to act, but rather due to a lack of opportunity. He feared that a single move would expose his true self. Fortunately, AI nodded at Karabi's words, acknowledging a semblance of reason in his statement. Although he yearned to execute their brotherly combination technique, the lightning plow hot blade, there was none present with the requisite qualifications. As Karabi prepared to charge again, he observed the Konoha ninjas fleeing without a backward glance, and anger surged within him. Are these Konoha ninjas cowards? Unable to face battle? Seeing the cloud-hidden ninjas push forward, he had intended to be the first to eliminate those timid souls, yet the Konoha ninjas continued to flee, even in the absence of a supervisor. At that moment, a cloud-hidden ninja approached AI, stating, Lord AI, they aim to delay us here. Upon hearing this, AI immediately grasped Konoha's strategy. The Konoha ninjas had not crumbled as expected, but rather skillfully scattered their forces, intending to engage him in guerrilla warfare. A foolish notion. I shall methodically eliminate them all. The absurdity of Konoha's plan amused AI. Did they truly believe that delaying him by a day or 2 would alter anything? Even when Konoha's main forces arrived, both he and Karabi were confident in their ability to contend with them. Moreover, with the number of allies he brought, Konoha had effectively abandoned their own, leaving them at a numerical disadvantage. In the next moment, several shuriken flew toward him, each affixed with an explosive tag. A futile attack that made AI chuckle. With his lightning armor, he could endure the explosion effortlessly. Yet, Karabi's reaction was peculiar. He dodged and bore a cut on his face. AI's keen eyes quickly detected something amiss, for the fluid oozing from the wound was not blood, but ink. You've exposed yourself, Brother, Karabi chuckled awkwardly, sensing that he would certainly face repercussions later, though it bore little relevance to him now. As Karabi transformed into a puddle of ink and vanished, AI let out a thunderous shout. Karabi! But suddenly recalling the third Raikage's warning about Konoha's capability to capture tailed beasts, AI felt a sense of foreboding. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he urgently instructed a nearby ninja, immediately locate Karabi and maintain sensory awareness. Should tailed beast chakra manifest, inform me at once. Killer Bee was well aware of his own impulsive nature. He understood that the guardianship of the tailed beasts in the hidden cloud village was quite stringent. While he yearned for a brief escapade, his foremost priority remained the safety of Killer Bee, which he deemed paramount. Regardless of what Killer Bee engaged in nearby, whether victorious or defeated, the moment there was a fluctuation of the Eight Tails chakra, the sensing ninja below in the hidden cloud would immediately be alerted, ready to provide swift assistance. Chapter 53. Killer Bee. These individuals possess considerable strength. On the battlefield's flank, Killer Bee stood atop a stone, surveying the four combatants below. The leading swordsman exhibited the prowess of a jonin. Given Killer Bee's own exceptional swordsmanship, he readily discerned the nature of the ninjutsu employed by Asahi and the level of his sword technique. The Uchiha boy wielding a short blade seemed to have a rudimentary grasp of swordsmanship, though his Sharingan provided formidable support. The Hyuga girl displayed remarkable taijutsu, her gentle fist techniques executed with both speed and power. The final Uchiha girl appeared to be holding back during combat, relying on basic taijutsu and shuriken techniques with ease. All three were bloodline limit users. Indeed, they were impressive. Killer Bee noted in his journal. The three bloodline users from Konoha shall meet their demise at the hands of the great Killer Bee. With that proclamation, he leaped from his elevated position, akin to a colossal stone plummeting downwards. Someone approached. Hyuga Shirayuki activated her Byakugan, remaining on high alert. Although this state was exceedingly draining, she was willing to expend her energy to safeguard her comrades on the battlefield. Hearing her voice, Shin Uchiha looked up to see a robust man in sunglasses rapidly descending from the sky. The sun's glare momentarily obscured his features. Who is this? The intelligence database had logged Killer Bee's characteristics and combat style, allowing Asahi to swiftly identify their adversary. The host of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee. The impact of his landing stirred a massive cloud of dust, obscuring Killer Bee's form, momentarily hindering Shin's ability to discern his movements. Shirayuki, Shin shouted, utilizing his Sharingan to perceive the chakra fluctuations within the opponent's body, confirming that their strength was anything but trivial. Coupled with his ostentatious entrance, a sense of foreboding settled in Shin's heart. Shirayuki's Byakugan, sharp as a hawk's eye, remained keenly focused on Killer Bee's figure. As subtle movements emerged from the smoke, she promptly alerted her companions, an attack is incoming. Several kunai infused with chakra tore through the haze. Asahi quickly positioned himself before Shirayuki, channeling wind chakra into his long blade to intercept the kunai. Meanwhile, Shin and kunai adeptly evaded the trajectory of the kunai, guided by the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. It seems attempting to ambush you is still too challenging. Do reveal your names, so that if I slay you, I may at least know who you were. And remember my name, Killer Bee. Killer Bee? Shin's pupils constricted. The enormity of Killer Bee's strength was underscored by the title of Perfect Jinchuriki. Even if they managed to defeat him, he could still transform into the Eight Tails. Defeating both him and the Eight Tails, they would have to contend with his brawny brother capable of wielding lightning armor. Asahi Uchiha, Shin Uchiha, Shirayuki Hyuga, kunai Uchiha. The four understood that a fierce battle was inevitable, with their chances of survival slim. After announcing their names, they observed as Killer Bee jotted down notes. Simultaneously, they tensed their muscles, prepared for the imminent confrontation. A bird soared through the sky. Its feathers, dislodged by the wind, began to fall. All eyes followed the feather as it drifted slowly between the two parties, and at the very moment it touched the ground, Killer Bee halted his writing. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Kunai and Shin initiated a combined ninjutsu, with Shin launching shuriken and kunai unleashing the fire technique. Asahi drew his sword and charged towards Killer Bee, his blade gleaming with a cerulean light, aimed to strike. Shirayuki followed closely behind, noticing their movements. Killer Bee hurled the pencil from his grasp, its surface shimmering with lightning chakra, momentarily halting Shirayuki's advance. He then drew his short blade, parrying Asahi's chakra-infused sword. In a sudden twist, several short blades appeared around Killer Bee, deftly blocking Kanai's Phoenix Flower Jutsu while simultaneously pushing back Asahi. After dodging the pencil, Shirayuki delivered a powerful punch to Killer Bee's abdomen. However, Killer Bee displayed no defensive posture, allowing her strikes to land, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Asahi. With a single, effortless counterattack, Asahi found his leg pierced, as Killer Bee's multitude of blades struck with unexpected angles, overwhelming him. The intricacies of swordsmanship relied heavily on experience rather than mere reflexes, and Killer Bee's simultaneous use of multiple blades left Asahi at a disadvantage. Lacking the necessary experience to counter such an assault, Shirayuki unleashed a flurry of punches against Killer Bee, each strike infused with increasing internal energy. Despite Killer Bee's resilient exterior, his internal organs were not equally impervious. After another punch landed, Killer Bee finally diverted his attention. "Let us deal with you first." 7 short blades radiating with lightning chakra surrounded Killer Bee. At such close range, should Shirayuki be struck by his attack, she would likely suffer severe injury or worse. There was no escape. The execution of her gentle fist required close-quarters combat, yet this placed her squarely within the enemy's attack range. At this distance, she could not create the necessary separation. What about using Kaiten? Kaiten could defend against ordinary blade attacks, but whether it could withstand chakra-infused blades was uncertain. Shirayuki estimated it might not suffice, but she had no choice but to attempt it. "Return." She barely uttered the first syllable before Shin's voice resonated in her ear. Lightning flash. As Killer Bee's attack was poised to strike Shirayuki, both Shin and Asahi simultaneously drew their blades to parry Killer Bee's assault. Shin wielded a short blade in one hand and a kunai in the other, successfully blocking one blade with the short sword, while another kunai caught another. Asahi's long sword engaged with 3 of Killer Bee's short blades. Although it seemed he had blocked 3, in reality, one of Killer Bee's blades was used to thwart Asahi's sword, indicating that if Asahi altered his grip, Killer Bee would be harmed. 11 weapons glimmered with chakra, casting a radiant glow upon the faces of the 4, even catching Killer Bee off guard, his eyes gleaming with admiration beneath his sunglasses. Such brilliance. Seizing the moment when Killer Bee appeared momentarily vulnerable, Kunai launched an enormous wind-infused shuriken towards his back, while simultaneously advancing with a kunai. Shirayuki recognized the opportunity, channeling chakra into her palm. 128 palms of the gentle fist, with blades blocked and his body constrained. Confronted by Shirayuki's gentle fist and Kunai's surprise attack, Killer Bee remained unfazed, calmly declaring, "Dance, Killer Bee." Chapter 54. The Killer Bee. What does it feel like to face the simultaneous onslaught of 7 short blades? Shin could provide the answer. Swift, painful, chaotic. The characteristics of Killer Bee's 8-blade flow amalgamated into a torrent of motion in the instant he began to dance. Even the most perceptive among them could not evade the inevitable cuts. After repelling 3 adversaries, Kurabi wielded 7 short blades and relentlessly pursued Asahi Dan, delivering a flurry of vicious strikes. Asahi Dan struggled to defend himself, yet was continuously wounded. The pace was frenetic and chaotic, with the 3-tomo Sharingan reflecting the movements of the 2 combatants. The Blade Heart found it impossible to predict Kurabi's actions. Every part of Kurabi's body could be the origin of his next strike, and he constantly adjusted his angles. Even as an observer, the Blade Heart felt immense pressure. Facing Kurabi directly, Asahi Dan sustained numerous injuries. His wrists, face, abdomen, thighs, and shoulders were all lacerated, blood flowing from every wound, soaking his garments. Suddenly, 4 short blades slipped from Kurabi's grasp, spinning through the air like bullets aimed at Asahi Dan. He managed to dodge 2, but the remaining 2 pierced through him. "Captain," Kurabi mused, noticing Asahi Dan still breathing on the ground. "You blocked the fatal blow. Will you endure 2 more strikes?" Quite a commendable judgment. The 4 blades aimed directly at Asahi Dan's vital points, yet he realized he could not evade them. He could only deflect 2 and adjust his body to redirect the incoming blades away from his critical areas. Nevertheless, even with this adjustment, Asahi Dan was gravely injured. Observing this, Kurabi leaped into the air, poised to deliver a lethal blow. "This strike will be your end." Lightning flash. The Blade Heart initiated a lightning charge, rushing to stand before Asahi Dan, blocking the blow with his weapon and absorbing the impact. The ground beneath them fractured under the tremendous force, and the Blade Heart felt a jolt of pain radiating through his arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip on his weapon. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After blocking Karabi's attack, the onslaught did not cease. Karabi continued to apply pressure. The blade heart, unable to evade, could only watch helplessly as his short blade was forced downward. Blade heart, brother. Hinata, Shirayuki, and Kanai appeared behind Karabi, launching simultaneous attacks in an attempt to force him to retreat. However, Karabi remained unmoved, a hint of mockery flashing in his gaze. Two massive octopus tentacles emerged from behind Karabi, ensnaring both Hinata, Shirayuki, and Kanai. Thus, the four members of Asahi Dan's team were rendered incapable of fighting. Asahi Dan lay wounded on the ground, the blade heart on the verge of collapse, while Hinata, Shirayuki, and Kanai were immobilized. The outcome for the quartet was all but sealed. Even the eighth blade need not be drawn. You are simply too weak. With that, Karabi exerted force on the short blade, preparing to conclude the battle. At that moment, a shuriken suddenly flew towards him. Karabi furrowed his brow and dodged slightly before preparing to continue his assault. A voice rang out from behind him. This ends now. A golden-haired man held a shuriken against Karabi's throat. Any further movement would result in the weapon piercing his windpipe. When did he arrive? Karabi's senses had failed to detect his presence. Was the opponent's speed truly this extraordinary? Who? In the current ninja world, only one individual could match such speed, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing that the four were unscathed, Minato let out a sigh of relief. He had sensed the eruption of battle from a distance and rushed with all his might, arriving just in the nick of time. He fully understood the defeat of the four. Karabi was a seasoned warrior, and within Asahi Dan's team, only Asahi Dan was an established jonin. The other three, no matter their innate talent, were at a disadvantage due to the age gap. It was truly a hopeless situation. Karabi was not a bloodthirsty individual. Recognizing the impasse, he opted to abandon the pursuit of their lives. Moreover, additional ninjas from Konoha had already arrived. Prolonging the engagement would only be detrimental to him. With this in mind, Karabi retracted his octopus tentacles, releasing Hinata, Shirayuki, and Kanai, before sheathing his weapons. Let us call it a day. I'm quite fatigued. The confrontation with Asahi Dan's team had been little more than a game for Karabi, who, as a perfect Jinchuriki, had overwhelmed the four without even utilizing the power of the tailed beast. When the blade heart was helped up by Kanai, he found one of his arms completely numb. After receiving medical attention, Asahi Dan's condition stabilized and his injuries would not worsen. Minato led the remaining forces to continue supporting the battlefield, as the situation was dire, and he could not afford any delay. Currently, Asahi Dan's team had sustained varying degrees of injury, with Asahi Dan being the most severely affected, followed by the blade heart, while Hinata, Shirayuki, and Kanai fared slightly better. The four were incapable of further combat, thus they returned to their main camp. Inside the camp's tent, medical ninjas tirelessly tended to the injured. Minato's arrival had finally bolstered the morale of the troops. With allies capable of countering, they might still hold the line. After lying on a cot for a day, the blade heart regained his ability to move, though his right hand remained bandaged and temporarily unusable, hindering his mobility. Noticing Kanai and Hinata Shirayuki sitting in a corner with their heads bowed in apparent despondency, the blade heart approached them. What troubles you? Kanai, poking at an ant on the ground with a stick, looked up upon hearing his voice. Brother, we were utterly dominated in this battle. Kanai, a prodigy within her clan, had always been among the best of her peers in Konoha. However, the severity of their defeat was overwhelming, nearly pushing her into despair. This was the first time she had faced such a setback, making it difficult for her to accept. The blade heart gently ruffled her hair and consoled her. There are those stronger than him in this world. We are still young. If you feel discontent, then strive to grow stronger. Strive to grow stronger? Hinata Shirayuki, who had been listening, pondered the words. Often, feelings of disappointment arise not from the need for action, but rather from companionship. A simple conversation can significantly uplift one's spirits. Seeing Kanai nod in agreement, the blade heart turned to Hinata Shirayuki, who still kept her head down, her expression inscrutable. Shirayuki? Hinata Shirayuki merely responded with a sound, not lifting her gaze. Are you all right? Given that Hinata Shirayuki had also suffered a crushing defeat, it was entirely reasonable for her to feel disheartened. As her teammate, it was his duty to provide her with support. As he contemplated his next words, ready to offer encouragement, Hinata Shirayuki interrupted, Don't speak. The ants are about to catch that worm. The blade heart, taken aback, followed her gaze. Indeed, a swarm of ants had surrounded a plump worm on the ground. Despite its desperate struggles, it was no match for the multitude of ants. What the blade heart failed to notice was that, beneath the hair that concealed her expression, Hinata Shirayuki wore a faint smile, her Byakugan reflecting a gentleness. He remains unchanged. Chapter 55. The battlefield hospital. The arrival of Minato Namikaze brought with him a cadre of formidable allies, with the Akimichi and Inazuka clans contributing their strength, thus shifting the tides of battle. During his days of recuperation in the camp, the Blade Heart had gained a clearer understanding of the current situation. The Sand Village, driven into madness by the disappearance of the third Kazekage, had ignited the Ninja World War. Yet, without a leader, the Sand Village floundered without direction, their chaotic strikes lacking focus. Initially, they claimed they would attack the Rock Village, only to later ally with other ninja villages to assault Konoha, and ultimately faltered when those villages joined the fray. As time progressed, Sunagakure found itself engulfed in a profound distrust towards all the ninja villages. Each village sought to conduct investigations, unwilling to provoke Sunagakure. In Kirigakure, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan served as the primary forces to address the conflicts on that front. However, it was said that Kirigakure also lacked unity with the other two villages, expending considerable military resources to contain them. The battlefield in Iwagakure was fiercely contested, with a staggering number of casualties, and reinforcements of ninjas were continually dispatched. Yet, Iwagakure refrained from deploying its entire military might, seemingly biding its time for a significant offensive. Lastly, the front line of Kumogakure was also embroiled in intense skirmishes. Initially, these were small-scale battles, with neither side deploying their main forces, but recently, Kumogakure began mobilizing its brothers in preparation for a decisive clash. Among the 5 ninja villages, suspicion lingered among them. Should the other 4 truly unite to assault Konohagakure, it might indeed find itself unable to withstand the onslaught. Yet, backstabbing and treachery were the true nature of ninjas, were they not? During this period, Renkshin became acutely aware that his remarkable activities on the battlefield since the commencement of the war had garnered him considerable fame. He had even achieved a degree of recognition as a prodigy within his village. However, such notoriety bore its own perils. Early fame often meant attracting unwanted attention, and there was a possibility that the black market might soon place a bounty on his head. The youthfulness associated with his name implied that he had yet to fully mature, and the various ninja villages had a notorious penchant for eliminating the talented ninjas from rival villages. Renkshin harbored no desire to encounter one of those bounty hunters during his missions. As Asahi lay recuperating, Kanai and Hinata Shirayuki returned to the fray. With one arm still incapacitated, Renkshin found himself unable to participate in combat. With some idle time on his hands, he resolved to assist in the field hospital. You can actually perform medical ninjutsu? Renkshin's recent exploits had made his name known among many, and the head of the field hospital, Kyoko, was pleasantly surprised that someone of his caliber would come to aid their medical department. I learned a bit in the past, Renkshin replied, aware that his medical skills were not particularly advanced. His presence was not only to assist, but also to enhance his own proficiency in medical ninjutsu. What is your knowledge of pharmacology and clinical procedures? Kyoko inquired. A competent medical ninja, she explained, must be adept in pharmacology for toxin treatment, as well as surgical skills to stitch wounds and realign bones. Yet, Renkshin's response left her somewhat disappointed. I've studied pharmacology a little, but I lack experience in clinical procedures. This was to be expected. While pharmacology could be learned through reading and memorization, clinical procedures required extensive practice, something Renkshin could not afford given the time he devoted to his own training. That is still commendable, Kyoko mused, realizing perhaps she had been overly ambitious in her expectations. At such a young age, merely being able to utilize chakra for healing was impressive. If he were also proficient in pharmacology and surgical skills, she felt she might as well have lived her years in vain. Then, why not assist here? We are rather short-handed, and there are merits to be earned here as well, albeit modest ones. The systematic training of medical ninjas in Konohagakure was a suggestion proposed by Tsunade, later adopted and implemented by the village's higher-ups. Yet, how long had it been since then? Those who graduated early were often the exceptionally talented and typically did not opt for the path of a medical ninja. The journey from exposure to medical ninjutsu in the Ninja Academy to graduation required 6 years, and within a decade or so, only 2 generations could be trained. Many held the belief that ninjas should charge into battle rather than heal others, which further complicated the cultivation of medical ninjas. With the onset of war, the numbers of the injured and deceased only swelled, while the number of medical ninjas remained alarmingly low, leaving the field hospital in a perpetual state of high demand. Nevertheless, the standing of medical ninjas had risen significantly compared to the past. Field doctors like Kyoko could now accrue merit, though the mechanism for merit acquisition was governed by their internal regulations. Upon hearing Kyoko mention merit, Renkshin remembered that he had also accumulated a fair amount. Compared to executing missions, participating in warfare bore greater risks, yet offered additional opportunities to earn merit and corresponding rewards. The number of enemies slain was a crucial criterion for evaluating merit. Since arriving at this front, Renkshin had even downed A.J. Nin from Kumogakure, with countless Ch Nin and Jinin to his name, thus racking up significant merit. Once he returned to Kanahagakure, he planned to exchange some of his merits for advanced ninjutsu. With familial support for fire release techniques, he could request assistance from the Uchiha clan, so his need for fire release was not pressing. However, the catalog of lightning and water release techniques from his clan was rather limited, prompting him to seek more advanced techniques in those elements to broaden his offensive capabilities. After all, relying on the same few techniques against any opponent was far too confining. In the field hospital, Kyoko assigned Renkshin the task of controlling bleeding and revitalizing wounds. On the battlefield, ninjas suffered various injuries, and if not treated promptly, wounds could deteriorate significantly. Medical ninjutsu could revitalize wounds, allowing previously dead cells to regain vitality. Renkshin's role was straightforward. While others performed surgeries and bandaged wounds, he would utilize his medical ninjutsu to stabilize the conditions of the injured. "Doctor, my hand is broken." A ninja rushed in, clutching his injured left arm. The attending physician, seasoned and composed, did not appear overly surprised. The break was clean, suggesting a sharp object had caused it, which made suturing and healing more manageable. Renkshin observed as the doctor inspected the arm. "Indeed, that is your hand. We can commence the surgery," he stated. The broken arm ninja was momentarily at a loss for words, prompting Renkshin to ask, "Is it possible that someone could be mistaken?" The attending physician nodded. Last time, a fellow had a broken leg, and his teammate brought him in, only to discover they had inadvertently carried in someone else's leg. Renkshin and the broken arm ninja shared a laugh, the latter curiously asking, "What happened next?" The physician rolled his eyes and replied, "What do you think happened?" He lay here while his teammate went to retrieve his own leg. That was when the surgery began. The broken arm ninja burst into laughter, but just as quickly. The physician applied disinfectant to the injury, causing him to yelp in pain. Take it easy." The physician disregarded his protests and instructed Renkshin, "Revitalize the arm. We are preparing for the suturing." Renkshin placed a hand upon the injury, his green medical chakra illuminating as the bleeding ceased, and the blackened muscle began to regain its vibrant red hue. The attending physician wielded a scalpel, commencing the procedure, while Renkshin stood by, observing quietly. 3 days passed, during which Renkshin had been assisting the attending physician while simultaneously employing his medical chakra to heal himself. After 3 days, he finally regained movement in his right arm. Upon removing the bandage, the first thing Renkshin said to Kyoko was, "Sister Kyoko, I wish to attempt a surgery myself." Initially taken aback by his request, Kyoko felt a surge of anger. Life was no trifling matter. Had it been in Kanahagakure's hospital, she might have allowed him to assist, but on a battlefield, working with injured ninjas posed a significant risk if he were to practice improperly. "I understand youthful eagerness, but how much have you truly learned about clinical procedures? Others have spent years, even decades, to reach their current level, yet how much can you truly learn in just 3 days?" Renkshin could empathize with Jingzi's feelings. He silently activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and remarked, "Have you learned all that can be learned?" During those 3 days, numerous surgeries, both minor and major, were conducted at the battlefield hospital, with Renkshin primarily observing the larger operations. The Sharingan allowed him to meticulously replicate their actions, requiring only slight organization of the gathered information. The ability to copy clinical surgeries with the Sharingan was something Jingzi had never encountered before. In the Uchiha clan, those possessing the Sharingan often held an air of superiority, and the thought of them becoming doctors seemed far-fetched. This was a situation Jingzi had never faced, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Given the mysterious nature of the Sharingan and its rumored power, Jingzi remained uncertain about how much Renkshin had truly absorbed. "Shall I let you try?" However, if it fails, I will immediately interrupt your surgery. Rinshin felt confident and nodded in agreement. Very well. 10 minutes later, an injured ninja was brought in, suffering from a penetrating abdominal wound that had compromised internal organs. Abdominal injuries fall into two categories. If the organs are unharmed, the cavity requires no cleansing and can be treated with medical ninjutsu and simple suturing. If the organs are damaged, resulting in contamination of the abdominal cavity, it necessitates thorough cleansing before suturing, significantly complicating the procedure. I will fetch saline, you maintain the injury. Washing with saline is a necessary protocol, yet Rinshin had other ideas. No need, Dr. Jingzi. With his Sharingan activated, the patient locked eyes with him and immediately lost consciousness. Rinshin then plunged his hand into the patient's abdomen. Activating medical ninjutsu as a green light enveloped the area, swiftly healing the internal injuries. Having assisted in medical ninjutsu over the past few days, Rinshin optimized both healing efficiency and chakra consumption, and within mere seconds, the patient's internal organs had regained their integrity. Using Jinjutsu as an anesthetic? This was an unprecedented scenario for Jingzi, yet the results were remarkably effective, compelling her to continue observing. Rinshin then formed seals with his left hand, summoning a stream of water. Are you planning to use Suetun for cleansing? This technique had never crossed Jingzi's mind, although it appeared as a simple stream of water. Deploying it within a person's abdomen required exceptionally precise chakra control to prevent further harm to the internal organs. Medical chakra could protect cells, ensuring that the water would only wash away impurities without injuring the patient. As the cleansing of the abdominal cavity concluded, Rinshin seized the surgical needle and thread, swiftly commencing suturing. The actions he had copied with the Sharingan flashed before his eyes, and his muscles responded instinctively, allowing him to modify the movements as needed. This technique rivals my own. Rinshin acknowledged that a significant portion of the technique was indeed inspired by Dr. Jingzi over the past few days. He had stealthily learned much from her surgeries, as she possessed the most refined skills in the vicinity. When the final stitch was completed, Rinshin amplified the output of his medical chakra, staunching the bleeding and completing the surgery. As the wound was bandaged, Dr. Jingzi felt a tumult of emotions. This was the first time she sensed profound unfairness in the world. After years of honing her skills, Rinshin had learned everything merely by observing. Fortunately, your clan members do not pursue medicine. Otherwise, we would be out of business. Rinshin believed it was improbable for the Uchiha clan to take up medicine. In this world, strength predominantly held sway. More individuals gravitated towards paths of power. Jingzi, however, scoffed at this notion, her brows slightly furrowing as she reflected on certain matters. What good is power? It leads only to killing, at least as a doctor. One can save lives. Rinshin nodded in agreement. Perhaps it is useless, or perhaps it is not. The man known as Minato Namikaze fought valiantly alongside his brother on the battlefield against Kumogakure, emerging victorious and gaining fame for his incredible speed, earning the moniker the Yellow Flash. Despite their disadvantage, the brothers felt no fear, for the numbers favored the Cloud Ninjas, and they possessed a trump card, the Jinchuriki. However, while the Cloud prepared for their decisive battle, a sudden thunderous eruption sent shockwaves through the ninja world. The Wagakure launched a surprise attack on the unguarded Kumogakure, driving the brothers into a frenzy. They had agreed to unite forces to assault Konoha, yet as they prepared for battle, news of their home being invaded reached them. By the time the message arrived in Konoha, the third Raikage had already perished at the hands of a Wagakure, having fought valiantly for 3 days against overwhelming odds before succumbing to exhaustion. The Cloud's retreat was inevitable, although it was a prime opportunity for pursuit. Konoha's situation was hardly better. With battles raging on 3 fronts and one line of conflict diminished, the remaining 2 fronts remained fiercely brutal. Consequently, following the Cloud's withdrawal, Konoha too prepared for a hasty retreat. Rinshin had now become the chief physician at the battlefield hospital, with Dr. Jingzi assigning him 2 intern nurses as assistants. Was it truly possible to win the war while performing surgeries and teaching? Upon exiting the battlefield hospital, Jingzi grasped Rinshin's hand. If you ever wish to cease being a ninja, you can always come to Konoha Hospital. I will arrange a position for you. Before Rinshin could respond or bid farewell to the 2 nurses, he was abruptly pulled away by Kanai, who was genuinely apprehensive about her brother being swayed into becoming a doctor. Chapter 57. Homecoming. The footsteps of war always arrive unexpectedly and depart silently. They come like a tempest and leave like autumn leaves drifting away. What remains on the battlefield, besides the fallen comrades' lifeless bodies, is scarcely worth taking back. Their lives are like dandelion seeds scattered by the wind, eternally left on that foreign land. As the troops began to withdraw, an indescribable emotion filled the air. Some rejoiced at having survived, while others mourned their fallen comrades. Standing atop the walls of Tuching, Rinxin gazed at the mountains gradually shrouded in twilight. The sunset elongated his shadow, seemingly stretching towards the battlefield. He instinctively touched the short blade at his waist, its scabbard still stained with remnants of blood. Except for a few individuals ordered to remain at Tuching, the remaining ninjas followed Minato Namikaze on the journey home. The return journey was surprisingly quiet. There were no victorious cheers, nor were there light-hearted conversations of survival. Each person walked in silence, their footsteps echoing sharply on the tranquil mountain path. Kanai walked beside Rinxin, occasionally glancing at the sky, perhaps searching for something or simply trying to hold back tears. When they finally laid eyes on the familiar silhouette of Konoha, the sunset bathed the village in a golden hue. This should have been a comforting sight, yet Rinxin felt an inexplicable sense of unease. This foreboding was confirmed as they stepped into the Uchiha compound. The news of Obasan's critical condition struck them like a heavy blow to the heart. Obasan. Kanai knelt by the bed, tightly grasping Obasan's hand. Upon sensing the warmth of her palm, Obasan's once cloudy eyes fluttered open. Kanai, is that you? Since the death of her son in battle, the health of Granny Sure has been steadily declining. The sole reason that sustains her existence is the presence of these two children before her. During the days when Rinxin and Kanai ventured to the battlefield, she could distinctly feel life ebbing away, yet she clung to a fragile breath, yearning only for one last glimpse of them. It's me, Granny. Tears streamed from Kanai's eyes. And at that moment, the young girl appeared utterly helpless. Is Rinxin there? Is Rinxin with us? Rinxin, who had been lingering behind, quietly approached and took hold of both Kanai and Granny Sure's hands. Granny, I'm here. At that moment, Rinxin could feel that among the three hands clasped together, only Granny Sure's palm was icy cold. Perhaps she heard Rinxin's voice, or perhaps she sensed the warmth of his hand. At last, Granny Sure exhaled a long breath, as if she could no longer hold on. Granny is leaving. You two must live well from now on. Rinxin, you are the elder brother. You must take care of her. The words were abruptly cut off. That frail hand suddenly lost its final trace of strength, gently slipping from their grasp. The room fell into a terrifying silence. Even the sound of breathing vanished. Rinxin understood that this elderly woman, who had nurtured them and bestowed warmth and love, had departed forever. Granny Sure lived her life without children, and all her close ones had passed away one after another. On the day of the funeral, the gloomy sky seemed to mourn alongside them, with only Elder Long Chuan from the Uchiha clan attending to pay his respects. Fine raindrops fell silently, soaking the tombstone and the garments of the three individuals standing before it. Birth, aging, illness, and death are inevitable for everyone. Elder Long Chuan gazed at the tombstone of his old friend, his voice heavy with sorrow. Raindrops streamed down his wrinkles, indistinguishable from tears. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, he should be enjoying his later years, yet he still toiled for the clan, making him appear even older in this moment. Rinxin and Kanai kept their heads bowed, rainwater dripping from their hair ends, mingling with the tears that seeped into the earth. As the final shovel of dirt was placed, a flash of lightning cut through the sky, illuminating the simple inscription on the tombstone and the complex emotions flickering in Rinxin's eyes. I've heard that you performed quite well in the hidden cloud. Soon, you will be transferred to the hidden mist. The clan members are there. Rinxin, you should familiarize yourself. Rinxin replied tersely, his voice hoarse. He understood Elder Longchuan's intention. With his current strength, he had already garnered the clan's attention. But his connections with the family were still too few. Furthermore, the battlefield in the hidden stone had become a meat grinder. Avoiding that hell was undoubtedly a blessing. Although the hidden mist was perilous, at least there were clan members to watch over him. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the documents in his hand and exhaled a puff of smoke. You've done exceptionally well, Asahi. In such a short time, you have cultivated 3 jonin. You are the first to achieve this. Standing not far from the desk, Asahi Dan, bearing a long sword and standing tall, replied, No. It is also due to the exceptional talent of the 3 of them. Moreover, the assessment has yet to be completed, so they cannot yet be considered jonin. In these extraordinary times, we need not adhere to formality. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. Upon your return, transfer them to the Umbu. The Konoha Umbu is a special department, with each member possessing strength at the Jonin level. While they have some weaknesses, they excel in certain aspects. All missions undertaken by the Umbu require masks and code names. Entering the Umbu is akin to disappearing. Yes, Asahi Dan responded solemnly. Yet a hint of bitterness welled up within him. The rapid growth of his disciples was a bittersweet burden, as it seemed he had little left to teach them. In the Katagen city, Rinshin sat dazedly to the side, while a plump cat was hammering away at Rinshin's short sword. This sword has had a rough time with you. Not only does it lack a name, but it is also riddled with hidden damages. If you don't repair it soon, it will break. The fire in the forge made the surrounding air somewhat warm. Now that Rinshin was more financially stable, he seldom labored in Katagen city. And this visit was solely to repair his short sword. What do you mean it has no name? I just haven't thought of one yet. Feeling a bit embarrassed about the short sword, Rinshin recalled that when he first acquired it, he had no idea what to call it, and with the onset of war, he had neglected the matter. The plump cat struck the sword with the hammer and said, "Well then, just give it a name, and I will engrave it for you." A name? Gazing at the fine rain outside the blacksmith shop, Rinshin replied, "Let us call it Fine Rain." Hearing this, the cat blacksmith couldn't help but scoff. That's a rather casual choice, but whatever. In the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Bayuki sat cross-legged in the bamboo grove, the wind gently stirring her white hair. At that moment, she appeared as if in a trance, motionless, until a small insect landed on the bamboo stalk. Hyuga Bayuki suddenly sprang up, pushing herself off the ground with one hand and leaping into the air. 8 trigrams, empty palm. A surge of immense chakra surged towards the insect, yet moments later, the insect remained unharmed, leisurely crawling atop the bamboo, while the surrounding bamboo was shattered, leaves scattering everywhere. After her training, Hyuga Bayuki changed into a simple, elegant kimono. With the recent news weighing on her mind, she decided to check on her 2 teammates. Though ninjas are accustomed to life and death, Granny Sure was the only family for Rinshin and Kanai. Having heard too many stories of Uchiha clan members whose personalities changed drastically due to grief, she couldn't help but feel concerned. I should go check on them. With this thought, Hyuga Bayuki knocked on Rinshin's door. The one who opened the door was Kanai. Looking somewhat haggard, her hair appearing unkempt. "Bayuki." Kanai's voice sounded listless, and upon seeing her, Hyuga Bayuki realized that the past few days had not treated her well. "Where's your brother?" Hyuga Bayuki felt a pang of anger. Rinshin should be taking responsibility to care for Kanai. Even if both of them were feeling unwell, he was still the older brother. He's training. Following Kanai's indication, Hyuga Bayuki made her way to the backwoods, where Rinshin was leaning against a tree, his hands covered in wounds, fast asleep. Seeing him in such a state, Hyuga Bayuki's heart softened, and the admonition she intended to deliver faltered on her lips. "Sigh. I really don't know what to do with you two." Chapter 58. My teammates cannot be this adorable in his dream. Rinshin felt as if he were floating above an endless sea of flowers. Pure white blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, and dewdrops on the petals refracted a spectrum of colors, resembling countless tiny diamonds scattered across this white ocean. The grass beneath him was astonishingly soft, akin to the finest velvet, and a warm breeze, carrying the fragrance of flowers, tenderly brushed through his hair. Colorful butterflies danced around him. One particularly bold blue butterfly alighted delicately on the tip of his nose. Instinctively, Rinshin attempted to shake his head to dislodge this mischievous visitor, but suddenly felt a warm hand gently pressing against his forehead. A familiar voice, tinged with playful reproach, reached his ears. "Don't move." The voice held a hint of shyness and nervousness, causing Rinshin's heart to quicken its pace. It was Hyuga Bayuki's voice. Slowly, Rinshin opened his eyes, his gaze gradually focusing. The first thing to come into view was the close-up of Hyuga Bayuki's face, her fair cheeks adorned with a delicate blush, captivating like the first bloom of cherry blossoms. Several strands of silvery hair fell from her ears, gently brushing against Rinshin's cheek, sending a tingling sensation through him. The girl averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, stubbornly staring into the distance. Yet Rinshin could clearly see her long eyelashes trembling with unease. At that moment, Rinshin realized he was resting on Hyuga Bayuki's soft lap. This realization caused his ears to flush with warmth. The proximity between them allowed him to distinctly smell her unique fragrance, reminiscent of the first snow melting. mingled with a faint scent of white plum blossoms, accompanied by a hint of warmth as if sun-kissed clothes. What made his heart race even more was the fact that he could hear the girl's heart beating at an unusually rapid pace within her chest, the sound resonating distinctly beneath the tranquil trees. "Get up right away." Hinata Shirayuki seemed to have suddenly come to her senses, her voice tinged with a hint of urgency. However, she did not immediately push Renkei's away. Instead, she allowed him to lie there for a while longer, before gently nudging his shoulder as if she had made a resolute decision. Reluctantly, Renkei sat up, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the spot where their heads had rested. Still warm with the lingering heat of their shared presence, he lifted his gaze towards the distant leaves, attempting to calm his racing heart, and inquired, "What brings you here?" He could only recall that after a grueling day of training at the dojo, he had exhaustedly leaned against the tree to meditate and recuperate. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern upon him, while a gentle breeze carried the coolness of late autumn. The rustling of leaves stirred by the wind seemed to gradually soothe his heart, and as these sounds faded, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Hinata Shirayuki adjusted her crumpled skirt, her gaze softly directed towards the horizon. "I heard that Granny Shir passed away a few days ago." Her voice was gentle as a feather, expressing concern for him and Kanai, prompting her to check on them. This statement acted as a key, unlocking the emotional barriers that Renkei's had deliberately constructed. His pupils constricted slightly as the image of the old woman, always hunched yet steadfastly preparing their meals every day, surfaced before him. Granny Shir's miso soup was always rich and flavorful. She would say that growing children needed ample nourishment. Though he had long known that the elderly woman would eventually depart, the reality of that day left him with a profound emptiness, causing him sleepless nights. Renkei's throat tightened, a flicker of emotion shining in his eyes. He opened his mouth to articulate something, only to find that all words seemed feeble and inadequate. Ultimately, he lowered his head and softly uttered, "Thank you," his voice so faint it was nearly swept away by the wind. "It is a bit easier to bear sorrow when someone is by your side," Hinata Shirayuki said softly, her gaze drifting afar. She recalled a day many years ago when, upon losing a loved one, someone had whispered similar words to her. The warmth of that memory transcended time, igniting a desire within her to convey this comfort to the seemingly stoic boy before her. Renkei, upon hearing her words, suddenly looked up, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Had he not heard those words before? Before he could ponder further, Hinata Shirayuki stood up, extending her hand towards him. Sunlight cascaded behind her, enveloping her in a golden halo, her smile radiant against the light, making it difficult to look away. "Let us go?" Renkei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed his hand in hers. Her touch was warmer and softer than he had anticipated, yet bore the calluses characteristic of a ninja. With a gentle tug, Hinata Shirayuki pulled him up from the grass, and hand in hand, they departed from that place. The streets of Konoha bustled with life, the sounds of vendors and laughter intertwining harmoniously. Kanai and Renkei silently followed behind Hinata Shirayuki, the trio forming a peculiar tableau. Kanai's once vibrant eyes now appeared dull, devoid of vitality as if all her energy had been siphoned away. Even her signature black hair lost its luster, hanging limply over her shoulders. "Where are we going?" Kanai's voice was weak, drifting in from a great distance. Renkei turned to his sister, a pang of sorrow tightening in his chest. Ever since Granny Shir's passing, Kanai had sequestered herself in her room for 3 days, and upon her emergence, she appeared like this. Renkei wished to offer comforting words, but found himself mired in the same depths of despair, unable to console even himself, let alone anyone else. Hinata Shirayuki glanced back at the siblings, a flicker of compassion in her eyes. She deliberately adopted a cheerful tone. "Let us go see the Hokage Rock. From there, you can see the entire landscape of Konoha." Hokage Rock? Kanai echoed softly. In her memories, it was merely 3 massive stone faces, each etched with the solemn expressions of past Hokages. As a child, she used to sneak up there to play ninja games atop the first Hokage's head. Yet, ever since she began her formal training, she had not visited in quite some time. The winding staircase leading to Hokage Rock ascended steadily, with Hinata Shirayuki in the lead, Kanai in the middle, and Renkei bringing up the rear. Sunlight poured over the steps, and a bird soared across the azure sky, leaving a graceful arc in its wake. "Shirayuki, your dream is to become Hokage, right?" Renkei suddenly spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the stairs. Hinata Shiryuki paused momentarily, her silver hair glinting in the sunlight. Yes, why? Her response was succinct and decisive, devoid of hesitation. The aspiration to become Hokage and alter the fate of the Hyuga clan had deeply rooted itself in her heart since that day. Renkei's observed her silhouette, a playful thought emerging within him. I just wonder, if your face is carved on a Hokage rock, what if someone defaces it with graffiti? He imagined Hinata Shiryuki's statue adorned with exaggerated glasses and a mustache, unable to suppress a chuckle. Hinata Shiryuki turned around, hands on her hips, feigning anger as she glared at him. Yet soon, a glint of mischief danced in her eyes. Then I'll have my elite bodyguards, Uchiha Kanai and Uchiha Renkeis, capture him and administer a thorough punishment. She deliberately emphasized the word thorough. Kanai, who had been walking in between, caught wind of their banter and felt a surge of indignation, immediately protesting. I will be the Uchiha clan leader in the future, and my brother is my right-hand man. How could he serve as your bodyguard? Though her voice still held a hint of weakness, it regained a semblance of vitality. Renkeis watched the two spar, then interjected. Why can't I be both the Uchiha clan leader and Hokage, and you two serve as my bodyguards? This statement was like a bombshell, causing both girls to whirl around in unison, their sharp gazes converging on Renkeis. Hinata Shiryuki narrowed her eyes, while Kanai puffed her cheeks, both exclaiming, How can you say that? Are you trying to ruin the dreams of two girls at once? Kanai added indignantly, believing that Hinata Shiryuki was already greedy enough, only to find her brother's aspirations even more outrageous. Hinata Shiryuki nodded in agreement. Indeed, Renkeis, you are quite the glutton. She deliberately employed the term they used in class, though her lips betrayed a smile. Thus, Renkei's momentary jest rendered him the target of their united opposition. Throughout the remainder of their journey, he found himself subjected to their alternating threats. He was not to become Hokage, nor compete for the position of clan leader, but rather, he was to obediently serve as their assistant. With no alternative, Renkei surrendered, promising to support whichever of them achieved their dream first, be it Hinata Shiryuki becoming Hokage or Kanai becoming clan leader. In this light-hearted and jovial atmosphere, the three of them inadvertently reached the summit of Hokage Rock. A refreshing breeze swept through, carrying the distinctive scents of Konoha, smoke from cooking, the aroma of leaves, the dust from training grounds, and the faint fragrance of flowers wafting from a nearby shop. A green leaf danced in the wind, landing gracefully in Renkei's hand. Sunlight filtered through the delicate veins of the leaf, revealing an intricate pattern akin to a meticulously crafted map. This is Konoha, Renkei's murmured. The leaf's main vein branched out into smaller ones, which in turn divided into even finer threads, ultimately sustaining the life of the entire leaf. How reminiscent it was of their village, where each individual played an indispensable role. Yet, he pondered, where did his own place lie? His gaze shifted from the leaves to the distance, once again capturing the sight of a bird soaring freely in the azure sky. Simultaneously, he sensed a marked improvement in Kanai's mood. A renewed sparkle illuminated the girl's eyes. Thank you, Shiryuki, Kanai said earnestly, her voice soft yet devoid of the earlier despondency. Hinata Shiryuki gently nudged her with her elbow, saying, What are you talking about? We are all teammates and should continue to support one another. Her smile shimmered in the sunlight, as if capable of dispelling all gloom. Just as the three reveled in this rare moment of tranquility, a shadowy figure clad in a white hawk-beaked mask appeared beside them like a specter. The third Hokage has summoned you. Came the brief announcement before the figure vanished as mysteriously as it had arrived, leaving only a few leaves swirling to the ground. Inside the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the window, casting orderly patches of light on the floor. The three stood before the expansive desk, a faint scent of tobacco lingering in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage's hat, focused intently on the documents before him, with tendrils of smoke rising from his pipe, enveloping him in a delicate haze. The clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, and the trio waited in silence, the only sound being the rustle of paper. At last, the third Hokage set down his pen and tapped his pipe gently against the ashtray. I apologize for the wait, he said, lifting his gaze. Time had etched deep lines on his face, yet his eyes still sparkled with vitality, as though they could see into the depths of one's soul. Hinata Shiryuki quickly bowed, saying, It's no trouble at all, Lord Third. What urgent matter requires our presence? Her tone was respectful yet composed, reflecting her exceptional ninja training. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over the three, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. He seemed to envision three young figures from years past standing in this very spot: Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Unbeknownst to you, you have all developed remarkable strength, he murmured softly, his voice imbued with the unique satisfaction of an elder. As Hokage, he had witnessed the growth of countless ninjas. Although he could not personally guide every child, those with exceptional talent always garnered his keen attention. These three, under his silent watch, had gradually transformed from inexperienced students into capable ninjas. I have summoned you today, the third Hokage continued, retrieving a scroll from his drawer, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, because you have all demonstrated the requisite strength to partake in the CH-NIN exams. I will assign you a special mission. Should you succeed together, you shall be promoted to CH-NIN. Chapter 59. How are you also a young lady? Hizashi, these children possess considerable potential. Grant one to me. Shimura Danzo had, unbeknownst to them, taken his place behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, his single eye glinting with calculating intent, leaning on his cane with one hand. The other concealed within his voluminous sleeves, he exuded an aura of danger akin to a drawn blade. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his back turned, was shrouded in smoke that obscured his expression. Hizashi, the root organization requires fresh blood, particularly that Uchiha brat. The potential of the Sharingan is invaluable. Kanai is a disciple of Uchiha Ryukawa, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, turning to face Danzo, his gaze sharp as a blade through the smoke. Are you seeking to incite a rebellion within the Uchiha clan? Danzo scoffed, a hint of pain flickering in his bandaged right eye. And what of that Hyuga girl? The legitimate daughter of the Hyuga clan? Do you think Hizashi would consent? Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe, ash cascading down. Danzo, do not set your sights on them. The atmosphere in the office became momentarily charged. Danzo's exposed eye narrowed slightly, resembling a serpent fixated on its prey. He understood his old friend's nature too well. Beneath a facade of gentleness lay an unwavering stubbornness. I shall extract a few more from the three major clans, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, Danzo insisted, his voice tinged with an undeniable firmness. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to the window. The streets of Konoha bustled with life. Children trained in the ninja school playground, and everything seemed so peaceful and idyllic. He was acutely aware of the shadowy deeds the root organization had undertaken for Konoha, recognizing that someone had to engage in such acts. Enough. Ultimately, the third Hokage merely uttered this single word. Outside the Hokage building, sunlight poured down, causing the three to squint. Rinkai raised a hand to shield his eyes, while Kanai narrowed her dark orbs. In a hushed tone, Rinkai said to his companions, "We set off for the land of water in a week. We must prepare diligently during this time." Kanai nodded, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the kunai pouch at her waist. "I need to replenish some ninjutsu scrolls and explosive tags." "So do I," Hinata Shiryuki gently echoed. "I will exchange for a few jutsu." Rinkai mentally calculated his battle points, frowning slightly. He had amassed a fair amount during the battle in the Land of Lightning, yet it likely would not suffice. Hinata Shiryuki nodded. "You do require quite a few ninjutsu. I am well off, for my family has a dedicated taijutsu instructor, so I shall not need to exchange for additional training." "Me too," Kanai said, twirling a shuriken in her hand. "The Uchiha fire release scrolls will suffice for my practice." Rinkai sighed, gazing at the lengthy list of items he needed to exchange: lightning release, water release, and knowledge of pharmacology, each demanding substantial battle points or currency. "I am still too impoverished." He chuckled wryly. The ninja profession appeared glamorous on the surface, yet earning a living proved challenging. Ordinary missions barely sustained one's existence, while gaining strength necessitated vast resources. Even the legendary Rinnegan wielder, Nagato, had accumulated funds by serving as a mercenary for years with the Akatsuki. Lightning release, shockwave. A surge of electricity erupted from Rinkai's mouth, plunging into the river below, where flashes of lightning coursed through the water, resulting in the surfacing of several fish carcasses. A question flickered through his mind. Did this count as electrocuting fish? After retrieving the fish, Rinkai skewered them onto a wooden stick and positioned them before the fire to roast. In recent days, he had been diligently practicing his newly acquired jutsu, and although his mastery did not yet match that of the long-practiced Raijin and Great Fireball techniques, it sufficed for combat. What more do I lack? Within the fire, The wood crackled as air expanded, producing faint explosive sounds. The fish skin turned golden and began to cook. Strength remained an ever-present topic during his genin phase. Rinkai felt powerless to effect change, and even as a ch-nin or j-nin, he pondered if anything would alter in the future. The fish roasted nearby were done. Rinkai ceased his contemplation, taking 2 off to eat, leaving the remaining 2 to bring back for Kanai. Let us first survive this impending ninja world war. Currently, the conflict with the Land of Lightning had ceased, yet Konoha still faced pressure from various fronts. Battles in the Land of Earth and the Land of Mist remained intense. Even with family members cooperating on the battlefield, survival could not be guaranteed. Upon returning home, he found Kanai practicing the shadow clone technique. 2 versions of Kanai were engaged in close-quarters combat in their modest yard, while a third, with her Sharingan activated, sat in a chair observing their skirmish. "Kanai," Rinkai called, offering her the roasted fish before activating his own Sharingan. The shadow clone technique was peculiar. It divided the user's chakra, meaning the more clones created, the weaker the original became. Moreover, these clones could not sustain damage. Once injured, they would vanish, fortunately returning memories and chakra to the original. Thus, at times, it served as an excellent means of gathering intelligence. In the midst of combat, Kanai's shadow clone engaged in battle while Rinshin observed quietly from the side. Kanai's martial arts differed significantly from Hinata Bayu's. She employed the standard Uchiha-style techniques, characterized by their simplicity and audacity, with certain moves appearing rather peculiar. For others, mastering the Uchiha style is an arduous task, and even upon mastery, its effective application is challenging. For these techniques are inherently designed to be used in conjunction with the Sharingan, which can perceive an opponent's movements. For an ordinary person to practice this style could lead to counterproductive results. After taking a bite of the grilled fish Rinshin handed her, Kanai remarked, "Brother, Master Longchuan seeks you." At this moment, the shadow clones ceased their movements, dissipating into smoke, and Kanai rose to her feet. "Follow me." In all honesty, Rinshin was not particularly eager to engage with Elder Uchiha Longchuan, the staunch leader of the hawkish faction within the Uchiha clan. The Hawks displayed a more aggressive stance regarding the relationship between the village and the clan, often exacerbating tensions. In contrast, the dovish faction leaned towards allegiance with the village, aspiring for the Uchiha to be recognized as part of Konohagakure. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan's annihilation revealed the Hawks had gained dominance within the clan. Yet the outcome was the complete obliteration of the clan itself. This was primarily why Rinshin wished to avoid the Hawks, even if they ultimately triumphed. The result was still failure. Elder Longchuan's courtyard was situated near the heart of the Uchiha estate, adorned with the clan's fan emblem, symbolic of their proficiency in fire techniques. As the fan stirs flames, Kanai knocked on the grand door, and moments later, a maid opened it. Young Mississippi Rinshin raised an eyebrow, pondering how, despite both being orphans, Kanai had come to be addressed as the young lady. The maid led them inside, and Kanai, feeling somewhat bashful, quietly explained to Rinshin, "Since I am the master's disciple and often visit here, everyone calls me that." Chapter 60. Clan and Village. The Uchiha clan grounds in late autumn were shrouded in a veil of chilly rain. The cherry blossom tree in the courtyard was drenched, and the fallen petals had long since turned to mud, while the moss along the stone slabs had lost its verdancy, turning yellow. Elder Uchiha Longchuan's tea room nestled within this melancholic scenery, the paper door slightly ajar, revealing the rain-washed stone lanterns glimmering in the courtyard. Inside, the mingling scents of sandalwood and tea created a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Elder Longchuan sat in the main seat, his silver hair meticulously tied back, and his wrinkled hands deftly maneuvered the tea implements. The teapot before him emitted wisps of steam, the tea within the jade cup exhibiting an amber hue. "Come in," he said, his voice deep and authoritative, without raising his head. The paper door gently opened to reveal 2 figures, a tall boy with jet-black hair obscuring his eyes, and a shorter girl, appearing even younger, her delicate features exuding an unwarranted composure for her age. Elder Longchuan, they both greeted in unison. "Sit," Longchuan gestured subtly, his gaze lingering on the boy for a moment longer. The boy, known as Rinshin, had just returned from the battlefield of Yunhiden, rumored to have awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan during the conflict, making him one of the rare geniuses of the Uchiha clan in recent years. Rinshin nonchalantly knelt, lifted the teacup before him, and drained it in one gulp, the scalding liquid sliding down his throat without a hint of discomfort on his face. "How is the taste?" Elder Longchuan inquired, stroking his grizzled beard, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He had always been confident in his tea-making skills and was eager to have this young prodigy sample his brew for the first time. "A bit hot," Rinxin replied bluntly, devoid of any flattery. The petite maid in the corner stifled a chuckle, her shoulders trembling as she suppressed her laughter. She discreetly observed the young ninja, surprised at how forthright the renowned genius was. Kanai, however, maintained her composure, gracefully lifting her tea cup, gently blowing away the steam, and sipping the tea. "Master's skills remain as exceptional as ever," she remarked softly, her voice akin to a melodious spring. "Indeed, it is my disciple who truly appreciates my craft." Elder Longchuan nodded with satisfaction, a few smile lines forming at the corners of his eyes. As he refilled Rinxin's cup, he casually lamented, "Recently, those old fellows have been drawing closer to Kanahagakure, and many within the clan have been discussing this matter." The old fellows he referenced were evidently the elder members of the dovish faction, his tone laced with undisguised contempt. "Let them stir as they please." Kanai's voice suddenly took on a sharper edge, contrasting sharply with her petite stature. "As long as the majority of our clansmen support us, that is sufficient." Being Longchuan's favored disciple, her allegiance naturally leaned towards the Hawks. Rinxin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the teacup. The surface of the tea reflected his blurred visage, and something flickered deep within his eyes. He drained the cup once more, his movements swift and decisive, akin to executing a mission on the battlefield. "Tea tasting should be savored slowly, much like Kanai does," Longchuan advised, pouring more tea for Rinxin, the water arcing gracefully from the teapot. He abruptly shifted the topic. "I am aging. Once this war concludes, I shall have Kanai take my place." A glint of cold light flashed in Rinxin's eyes, his fingers instinctively tightening around the cup. He had always been reluctant to become embroiled in family disputes, but after the Third Shinobi World War, both he and Kanai would ascend to the rank of Jonin, inevitably becoming pawns in the ongoing struggle. Especially as Longchuan's disciple, Kanai was destined to be entangled in this vortex. "Kanai is still too young," Rinxin said in a low voice, as if the words were forced through clenched teeth. He understood that allowing his sister to become the hawkish leader would place her at the forefront of Konoha's animosity. In his view, the Uchiha clan's survival hinged on coexistence with Konoha. "Brother, I am no longer a child," Kanai asserted, gazing unwaveringly at her brother, her black eyes shimmering with determination. "It is time for me to alleviate Master's burdens." Her slender fingers gently caressed the rim of her tea cup, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Longchuan, pleased, refilled Kanai's cup, yet his gaze remained fixed on Rinxin. "Rinxin, as Kanai's brother, you will stand by her side, will you not?" His tone was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The air in the room grew thick with tension. Longchuan savored his tea, Kanai's eyes pleading, while Rinxin gripped the cup tightly. The scalding tea seeped into his palms, yet it paled in comparison to the turmoil within his heart. The sound of the rain outside suddenly became clearer, each drop echoing like a countdown, urging him to make a decision. "I will protect Kanai," Rinxin declared, his desire to converse extinguished as he rose to leave, the wooden floor creaking softly beneath him. As he turned at the door, his eyes transformed. The three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated within, emanating an eerie glow as he added a final statement to convey his resolve, even if it means opposing all of Konoha. Rinxin's spirits were as bleak as the rainy day, forcibly tethered to the clan's war machine. He sat alone atop the highest rooftop of the estate, allowing the icy rain to drench his garments. From this vantage point, he beheld the orderly arrangement of Uchiha residences, clansmen training vigorously in the fields, and the distant, elusive Hokage rock. Raindrops cascaded from his hair, splattering against the tiles below. He recalled the earlier conversation in the tea room, Elder Longchuan's words acting like an invisible shackle, binding him firmly. Though he was acutely aware of the other's machinations, he felt utterly powerless. Kanai's imploring gaze made it impossible for him to refuse. "You seem rather distressed." A gentle voice came from behind him. Rin Xian did not turn back, yet every muscle in his body was taut, poised to confront any potential assault. The newcomer was a member of the Uchiha clan, someone he had seen at the clan meeting, though the name eluded him. "Who are you?" Rin Xian inquired coolly, maintaining a vigilant stance. Noticing the other did not recognize him, Uchiha Shursui smiled nonchalantly. casually sitting beside Rin Exine without a care for the slick tiles beneath him. I am Shursui. I have heard of your remarkable performance on the battlefield of Cloud Hidden. His voice was as warm as a spring breeze, a stark contrast to the dreary weather. As a newly minted genius of the three-tomo Sharingan, Rin Exine had naturally become the center of attention upon his return. If Long Chuan represented the hawkish faction, then the individual before him was undoubtedly the embodiment of the dovish camp. Shursui. Rin Exine searched his memory for the name, vaguely recalling the incident involving the deity of the heavens and its tragic conclusion. At that moment, the then unfamous Shursui was merely an inconspicuous youth within the clan. The rain blurred his vision, obscuring the other's expression. Under normal circumstances, Rin Exine might have engaged him in discussion, but at this moment, he was not inclined to entertain such thoughts. It's merely a personal matter. There's no need for concern. His voice was colder than the rain. Most would have taken the hint and departed, yet Shursui clearly had ulterior motives. I have heard Elder Long Chuan intends to recruit you. The third Hokage has specifically instructed me to look after you. As a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, Shursui inherited his ancestors' will and maintained a close relationship with the third Hokage. His tone was sincere, devoid of any condescension. The third Hokage? Rin Exine's words dripped with sarcasm as he finally turned to meet Shursui's gaze. Is it appropriate for a member of the Uchiha clan to be so closely associated with the Hokage? Raindrops cascaded down his cheek, blurring the line between rainwater and tears. Under different circumstances, such comments might have provoked ire, but Rin Exine, in a foul mood, was indifferent. Shursui, however, was accustomed to such skepticism. He gazed towards the distant Hokage rock shrouded in rain and retorted, "And what is your perspective on this?" "What perspective?" Rin Exine clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "Does the village truly trust you? Even if the clan compromises, will relations improve?" His voice was laced with profound weariness, as if he had already foreseen a certain outcome. Shursui understood the difficulties all too well. As the rain began to diminish, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating his resolute features. "I am both Uchiha Shursui of Konoha and Shursui of the Uchiha clan." His voice, though quiet, was resolute, with steadfast perseverance. One day the village and the clan would reconcile and restore the splendor of their founding days. A gust of wind swept by, lifting the hem of Shursui's garment and tousling Rin Exine's hair. In his bewildered gaze, a flicker of determination began to emerge. In the distance, on the training grounds, a group of Uchiha children were practicing shuriken techniques, their youthful voices faintly audible. "This is not a task I can accomplish alone." Shursui extended his hand towards Rin Exine, sunlight casting a warm glow upon his palm. "With your assistance and the strength of our collective efforts, we can undoubtedly alter the current circumstances." Chapter 61. Mist and fog. The waters along the border of the land of water are perpetually shrouded in mystery. The inky black sea glimmers with an eerie phosphorescence under the moonlight, while thick white fog looms like an invisible wall, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. In this silent sea of death, a small wooden boat glides silently through the waves. The oarsman's paddle cuts through the water without disturbing even a ripple, as if the entire vessel has melded into the mist. The 3 passengers aboard were drenched in moisture. Hinata Shirayuki's waist-length hair was adorned with glistening droplets, sparkling with a pearl-like sheen in the moonlight. Kanaya's purple hair tips dripped incessantly as she irritably twisted her locks, the droplets plopping into the sea with a soft sound. Uchiha Rin Exine maintained a vigilant posture, his 3-tomo Sharingan flickering in the fog. "How much further?" Kanai whispered, the excessively humid environment provoking her annoyance. "Byakugan." Hinata Shirayuki did not respond immediately. She formed hand seals, veins bulging around her temples. "Byakugan." Chakra surged into her unique eyes, and the scenery 1,000 meters away suddenly became crystal clear. Through the thick fog, she spotted the small island of mist-hidden village, enshrouded in a blue barrier, serving as a crucial frontline supply transfer station. Rin Exine rose, the tomo in his Sharingan beginning to spin slowly. Through the lens of chakra, he could distinctly perceive the flowing energy patterns of the barrier ahead. "This is as far as we go." He retrieved a scroll from his pocket and handed it to the oarsman before gracefully leaping onto the water's surface. Chakra coalesced beneath his feet, allowing him to tread as if on solid ground. Both Rin Exine and Hinata Shirayuki possessed little experience with barriers, leaving only Kanai with any knowledge in that regard. The trio stood on the sea, facing the intangible barrier. Kanai stepped forward, activating her Sharingan as well. Her slender fingers brushed against the barrier's surface, chakra extending like fine threads. No good. She shook her head moments later. This barrier employs an encrypted structure. I cannot breach it at present. Faced with the complications posed by the mist-hidden encampment, the three had no choice but to temporarily retreat and seek a strategy for infiltration. The conflict between Mist-Hidden and Konoha had made this island's encampment a vital hub for logistical operations. Destroying it would severely impede Mist's supply lines at the front. Their assessment as J-Nin was to capture and dismantle this crucial location, but such a significant site would not be left unguarded, and the barrier presented the first challenge they had to confront. Should they attempt to breach the barrier without deactivating it, they would be met with the camp's primary firepower, exposing themselves to the view of Mist-Hidden shinobi. Even if they emerged victorious, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Among the jagged rocks, they discovered a cave barely large enough for three. Kanai promptly unfurled her scroll containing barrier techniques, studying it under the faint light, hoping to find a solution for breaching the barrier. Rin, Xin, and Shirayuki circled the island's perimeter, scouting for opportunities. Look over there. Shirayuki suddenly grasped Rin Xion's sleeve. In the distance, a cargo ship emblazoned with the mist-hidden insignia was slowly approaching the shore. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Rin Xion's eyes. An opportunity has presented itself. Kanai and Hinata Shirayuki, having heard Rin Xion's plan, briefly considered it before nodding their agreement. The inky waters and the unusually dense fog enveloped the area like a damp, cold veil. The cargo ship quietly docked at the pier, where several mist-hidden shinobi were engaged in conversation, utterly oblivious as Rin Xion and his companions stealthily crept into the cargo hold like phantoms. This shipment is taking far too long, one guard yawned, complaining while impatiently tapping his fingers against a nearby tree trunk. The front lines cannot afford delays on these bandages and medical supplies. If ninja tools and medical provisions fail to arrive on time, many lives could be lost. The boatmen carrying cargo exchanged anxious glances, and the leader hurriedly bowed in apology. Forgive us, my lord. We encountered a storm at sea, which delayed our journey. The guard scoffed, raising a hand to halt the approaching cargo box, roughly flipping open the lid. Inside, neatly arranged yellowed bandages awaited inspection. Just as he reached out to sift through them, a deafening explosion resounded from afar. Boom! The eastern sky erupted in a billow of black smoke. Even the thick fog tinged with a leaden gray. The guard instinctively withdrew his hand, his blade already unsheathed by several inches. What is happening? Get inside. He barked at the stunned boatman, while he warily gazed towards the direction of the explosion. Several boatmen, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly dashed into the shadows of the cabin, oblivious to the Sharingan patterns subtly appearing in their pupils. Within the encampment, J-Nin Mizunozuki rushed to the barrier's maintainer upon hearing the explosion. Is the barrier affected? He inquired. The ninja maintaining the barrier shook his head. No one has entered. Everything remains secure. Shui Wualan lowered his head as he exited the tent, confronted by three students under his guidance. Teacher, have we encountered an attack? Given this pivotal hub for transit and logistics, an assault was a matter of inevitability. Otherwise, a high-ranking jonin would not have been dispatched to oversee the area. After a moment of contemplation, Shui Wualan formed a judgment and addressed his students. Guangxi, take them to investigate the source of the explosion. Nodding in agreement, Guangxi led his companions toward the sound of the blast, while Shui Wualan vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Rinshin, having successfully infiltrated the barrier through the main gate, emerged from a crate, concealing himself among the trees. The illusions cast upon several boatmen dissipated silently, leaving them unaware of their susceptibility to Jinjutsu. In the forest, Hinata Baiwa activated her Byakugan, scanning the entire island. A conservative estimate revealed the presence of 1 jonin, 4 chunin, and 7 genin, totaling 12 individuals. The numbers were significant, and with a jonin among them. Considering the mission's objective was to destroy supplies rather than to engage in lethal confrontation, a direct conflict was unnecessary. What are the locations for the supplies? Rinshin had already placed explosive tags within this batch of materials, ready for activation to create a detonation. However, he understood that the supplies were likely not stored in a single location, necessitating further action at several sites. There were 3 locations in total, quite distant from one another. One has been set up. We still have 2 remaining, Kanai inquired of her companions. Should we split up or go together? The placement of the explosive tags would require some time, and they could not detonate them immediately. At least all 3 sites needed to be addressed before triggering the explosions. Splitting up would be more time efficient, while acting together would ensure greater safety. Let us divide, Rinshin asserted, recalling the wisdom of not lingering too long in enemy territory. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. He remembered that seemingly prudent actions could sometimes bring about peril. The explosion from Kanai's shadow clone had likely alerted the Mist Village, and any further delays could risk their discovery. I'll go solo, Hinata Baiwa stated, believing herself to be the strongest among the trio, capable of holding her own against a Jonin. However, Rinshin disagreed. No, you two will pair up. He was the fastest among them, and should he encounter a Jonin, his first instinct would be to flee rather than fight, making solo action more advantageous. The two remained at an impasse, unable to sway one another, until Kanai, unable to bear the tension, proposed a feasible solution. Why not settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors? The winner decides. Both Rinshin and Hinata Baiwa agreed. In a clearing of the woods, they stood facing each other, fists raised to head level, intently watching one another's hands, chanting together, rock, paper, scissors. As they made their moves, Rinshin quickly analyzed Hinata Baiwa's gesture, and she reciprocated with the same scrutiny. The words rock, paper, scissors echoed. Yet neither made a move until the very last moment. He intended to throw paper. Hinata Baiwa, noticing Rinshin's fingers twitching, quickly deduced his choice and extended 2 fingers for scissors. However, as their hands met, one formed scissors while the other made a fist. You cheated. Hinata Baiwa's fair cheeks puffed up like an indignant pufferfish, her pink lips slightly pursed, eyes shimmering with a mix of grievance and resentment. Clenching her fist, the delicate fingers turned pale from exertion, clearly vexed by Rinshin's underhanded tactics. With a subtle shake of his fist, Rinshin allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. His voice laced with mockery, all's fair in war. He had feigned a gesture of throwing paper, his long fingers dancing in a deceptive flourish, even slowing his movements at the last moment to mislead Hinata Baiwa into believing victory was assured. Yet, as her fist came down, his fingers firmly formed the shape of scissors. He had won. Though Hinata Baiwa felt a surge of frustration, she swallowed her retort. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her tumultuous feelings. Ultimately, though unwilling, she accepted the outcome and turned, leaping toward the designated warehouse. Before departing, she cast one last glance at Rinshin, who was heading toward another perilous area alone. His tall and upright figure was clad in black combat attire, gently swaying in the night breeze. You fool, she murmured, her voice tinged with an indescribable emotion. He could have assigned the tasks more safely, allowing Kanai to accompany him. Yet he stubbornly chose to shoulder the most dangerous segment alone. He always acted this way, professing to seek tactical superiority while displaying an obstinate nature. Outside the warehouse, 2 guards engaged in casual conversation. I hear you're getting married? One guard, lazily leaning against the wall with a blade of grass between his lips, queried. Indeed. We'll hold the wedding once this mission concludes, the other guard replied with a grin, eyes sparkling with anticipation. She's waited for me for 2 years. Finally, I can give her a proper answer. Make sure to invite me to the celebration. Of course, we won't leave until we're all drunk. Before he could finish, a glint of cold steel pierced his chest like a venomous serpent. The left guard's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the blade protruding from his chest as blood dripped along the cold metal. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to speak, but only coughed up blood before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The right guard's pupils dilated, instinctively reaching for his weapon. Yet his movements froze as a pair of crimson eyes ignited in the darkness, 3 tomo revolving slowly, devouring his consciousness like an abyss. He felt as if countless blades had impaled him, waves of pain crashing over him, dragging him into an endless void. Rinshin, expressionless, withdrew his short blade, flicking away the blood, and deftly pushed open the warehouse door. Inside, mountains of medical supplies were neatly stacked, bandages, potions, surgical instruments. These materials, once transported to the front lines, would greatly enhance the combat endurance of the Mist Village's shinobi. Rinshin swiftly navigated the shelves, his nimble fingers applying explosive tags with precision. These specially crafted talismans, infused with his chakra, could be detonated with but a thought. His movements were exacting and efficient, devoid of any superfluity. With this, The supply lines for the Mist Village would be significantly hampered for a while. He silently calculated the timing, ensuring all detonation points were set. However, just as he prepared to withdraw, whoosh, a sharp sound sliced through the air from behind. The Sharingan instantly detected dozens of ice needles hurtling toward him, each glinting with lethal cold, their angles so acute that they nearly sealed off all avenues of escape. Rinshin's gaze sharpened, and he unsheathed his blade. Clang, clang, clang. The blade sliced through the air, intercepting all the projectiles with precision. As the ice needles were severed, they exploded into a fine mist of frost in midair, an icy chill permeating the surroundings. Rinshin swiftly pivoted, encountering a Jonin adorned with a Mist Village forehead protector standing at the entrance, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. No wonder you could block my needles. Shui Wuyuelan narrowed his eyes, ice crystals beginning to form around him, as if the moisture in the air were drawn by his chakra, coiling into tendrils of cold around his fingertips. It seems I cannot underestimate you, Uchiha brat. The battle was imminent. A second wave of ice needles surged forth. Rinshin swung his blade to block, yet this time, frost spread rapidly across the blade like a spider's web. The biting cold surged up the handle into his arm, rendering his muscles rigid as if encased in ice. Instantly, he abandoned his weapon and retreated, but his right hand was already coated in a thin layer of ice, his fingertips tingling. Shui Wuyuelan launched a direct punch, and Rinshin raised his hand to defend. I've got you now. Shui Wuyuelan let out a cold laugh, seizing the opportunity to grip Rinshin's left hand with astonishing strength. A triumphant smile graced his lips as he swiftly formed the hand seals for the Water Dragon Bullet technique. However, within the crimson depths of the Sharingan, three tomo spun rapidly. Rinshin's restrained fingers suddenly began to form seals as well, and Shui Wuyuelan could sense that the opponent was guiding his fingers to seal along with him. In the very instant Shui Wuyuelan completed his final seal, Rinshin simultaneously finished his own. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Lightning Release, Thunder Wave. Before the Water Dragon, formed from condensed vapor, could launch its assault, the lightning surged upward, engulfing the entire dragon. In the center, both Shui Wuyuelan and Rinshin endured the brunt of the electric damage. Yet, being a practitioner of lightning release, Rinshin had prepared in advance, utilizing lightning chakra to mitigate the impact of the thunder wave, thus appearing battered but unscathed. Conversely, Shui Wuyuelan, who took the brunt of the thunder wave at close range, would have sustained severe injuries had it not been for the Water Dragon Bullet and Rinshin's shared burden of damage. You have underestimated me, Shui Wuyuelan gasped. The sensation of lightning coursing through him was far from pleasant. What had begun as his advantage was swiftly turned against him by Rinshin. The younger generation's combat awareness is astonishingly sharp. They can perceive and interrupt my ninjutsu, then counter with lightning release. Such prowess is not common among ninjas. He flung several ice senbon, but this time Rinshin did not engage directly. Instead, he deflected a few with shuriken, evading the remaining ones. Shui Wuyuelan's ice senbon was a secret technique of his ice release, a skill few in his clan could wield. Many ninjas had their weapons rendered useless and limbs frozen by this technique. Although it succeeded against Rinshin, he had seen through it and rendered it ineffective for a second attempt. Contemplating this, Shui Wuyuelan produced a kunai, aiming to engage Rinshin in hand-to-hand combat while he was incapacitated in his right arm. However, Rinshin was unfazed in physical combat. With his three tomo Sharingan, he could read Shui Wuyuelan's movements, proving himself a formidable opponent even with a single hand. They exchanged blows for several rounds, but Rinshin suddenly realized that they were within the Mist Village's encampment. If he could merely prolong this battle, his enemy would be at a disadvantage. Whereas if he failed to secure a quick victory, reinforcements would only heighten his peril. Lightning chakra surged into Rinshin's legs, and in a sudden burst of speed, Shui Wuyuelan was caught off guard and struck on the knee. The jolt to his fragile joint was excruciating, and Shui Wuyuelan felt as though his kneecap might shatter. Gritting his teeth, he managed to push Rinshin back, his eyes ablaze with fury. Truly, the Uchiha clan is formidable. Such talent at this age. I must resort to my true strength. Mirror Ice Crystal. Countless ice crystals erupted from the ground, ensnaring Rinshin at the center of a mirrored array. Each ice mirror reflected Shui Wuyuelan's image as he moved at an incredible speed, nearly leaving an afterimage in his wake. The first strike was easily evaded by Rinshin, but the second came from the opposite angle. A a sharp ice blade, leaving a crimson mark across his back. Ow! Rinxin gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the wound. He surveyed the surrounding ice mirrors, his Sharingan spinning wildly as he attempted to pinpoint his opponent's true form. Chapter 63, Thunder and Fire. The man in the mirror had blood dripping from his kunai, and Rinxin now bore a 10-centimeter gash on his back. An attack from behind. The mirror ice crystal technique enhanced Shui Wuyalan's speed, allowing him to strike and retreat into the mirrors to launch further assaults, catching Rinxin off guard. Shui Wuyalan raised his kunai once more, bracing for the next onslaught. Rinxin's 3-tomo Sharingan locked onto him, and as a figure darted through, Rinxin was ready to counter. Yet Shui Wuyalan was elusive, skimming across the surface like a dragonfly touching water, disappearing into the next mirror. To the left, Rinxin parried once more, and indeed, Shui Wuyalan emerged from the left mirror, as anticipated. Behind, by deducing where his opponent would emerge next, Rinxin turned without hesitation, using his kunai to block the blow from Shui Wuyalan's rear attack. Excellent judgment. Shui Wuyalan praised Rinxin, noting that his mirror ice crystal had been seen through before, but only Rinxin had managed to do so with such rapidity. Both warriors bore injuries. Shui Wuyalan sustained damage from the lightning release and a wounded knee, while Rinxin's right hand was hindered by the ice release and his back was injured. Their conditions were not particularly favorable, yet they stood on equal footing. With this in mind, Shui Wuyalan resolved to quicken the pace of his attacks. If one can see through a single direction of attack, what of multiple angles? Upon this thought, every ice mirror reflected Shui Wuyalan's figure, all raising their kunai, poised for simultaneous assault. From all directions, front, back, left, right, and above, dozens of figures surged forth from the ice mirrors, converging upon Rinxin. Surrounded by flickering lightning, Rinxin pushed his speed to its limits, utilizing the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan to deflect all the incoming assaults with just one hand. When the flurry of attacks ceased, Rinxin bore numerous superficial wounds, yet nothing deeper. Meanwhile, within the ice mirrors, Shui Wuyalan gazed incredulously at his right hand, observing the injuries he had sustained. How did you accomplish that? The pressure on the attacker differs from that on the defender, as Rinxin successfully parried attacks from numerous angles. He also pinpointed Shui Wuyalan's true form for a counterattack. Such combat talent is akin to that of a monster. Though your attacks come from many directions, your true form remains singular. The Sharingan can unveil the opponent's essence. Rinxin's task was to defend against the remaining strikes while retaliating against the true entity. It may appear simple, yet the multitude of attacks and their rapid execution placed immense pressure on him. Both warriors breathed heavily, their bodies wounded and chakra reserves severely depleted. Maintaining the mirror ice crystal had drained a considerable amount of Shui Wuyalan's chakra, while Rinxin's reliance on lightning release chakra had taken a significant toll on him. Neither could afford to prolong this exchange. Taking a deep breath, Shui Wuyalan seemed to resolve himself, conjuring ice crystals in one hand, the chilling aura nearly freezing his arm. This technique could very well cost him his hand, but to slay you here would be worth it. Allowing you to grow unchecked would surely make you a grave threat to the Mist Village. Even if it meant sacrificing my right hand, I must end this battle. With his declaration, a dazzling, transparent kunai manifested in Shui Wuyalan's right hand. Upon grasping it, Frost spread up his arm. The next attack would be decisive. As Rinxin perceived his opponent preparing a technique, he sought a means to counter it. The previous ice sunbon had inflicted significant pain upon him. If he could not evade this next strike, bracing for it would undoubtedly result in his being encased in ice. However, the space within the mirror ice crystal was limited, and the frequency of Shui Wuyalan's attacks was high, leaving no room for evasion. Ultimately, Rinxin's gaze fell upon the frost-laden short blade, Drizzle. Aware that his palm was becoming numb, Shui Wuyalan understood there was no time to waste and unleashed his ultimate move. Ice Release, Death Ice. Dozens of figures wielding ice crystal kunai surged towards Rinxin, the radiant ice glimmering ominously, a harbinger of death. Should he be struck, Rinxin would be frozen into a mere statue. How to break the deadlock. Rinxin recalled his initial training in Lightning Release's nature transformation, where he first practiced the nature transformation of Fire Release Chakra. However, due to time constraints and the limited application of Fire Release, he had not pursued it further. At the precipice of life and death, Rinkai resolved to take a gamble. His right hand surged with the fiery chakra of Fire Release, while his legs flickered with the lightning chakra of lightning release. Amid the onslaught of Mizuki Ran's numerous clones, Rinkai pressed forward, grasping his short blade, Drizzle. With a flash of lightning, the fire release chakra infused into Drizzle, causing the ice crystals atop it to melt away upon contact with the intense heat, evaporating into the air. Simultaneously, Drizzle brimmed with the most violent energies of both lightning and fire release chakra. Rinkai charged straight towards the true form of his opponent, his speed surpassing that of Mizuki Ran, who had activated the ice crystal technique. A straight line formed, streaked with a hint of fiery red in the midst of the lightning, until Rinkai collided with Mizuki Ran's true body. The crimson chakra blade met the icy kunai. As the chill and heat clashed, ultimately allowing the cutting ability of the lightning release to shine through. How is this possible? Mizuki Ran gazed in disbelief at the darkened area of his chest, utterly astonished that his secret technique had been shattered head-on. As Mizuki Ran fell, the remaining clones vanished, and the ice crystal technique dimmed, deprived of chakra. Rinkai, half kneeling and gasping for breath, suddenly felt a searing pain in his right hand. Glancing down, he saw that Drizzle remained at a high temperature, causing his skin to burn. Hastily, he dropped Drizzle and deactivated his Sharingan, using the scant chakra he had left to mend his right hand and the wounds on his body. A wave of dizziness swept over him, a consequence of excessive chakra and energy expenditure. He would surely face the wrath of the blacksmith back in Cat Town. The blacksmith was merciless in his scolding, and the damage caused by the transformation of fire release chakra on the blade was significant. Drizzle would require extensive repairs once again. The thought of the mission's reward contrasted sharply with the cost of repairing Drizzle, leaving Rinkai with a bitter taste in his mouth. After cooling Drizzle with water release, he finally picked up the short blade, ready to leave this place. The battle with Mizuki Ran had already consumed too much time. Any further delay could prove disastrous. Before he could finish this thought, from the corner of his vision, hundreds of shurikens and a water dragon surged towards him. Chapter 64. Konoha Hospital, the 8 trigrams, air palm. The explosive chakra shattered the water dragon, intercepting the shurikens in the process. Rinkai, sensing the commotion, turned around to find Hinata Shirayuki standing behind him, her expression filled with ire. Don't let your guard down. From the shadows, Kunai pounced on the 2 genin attempting to ambush Rinkai, utilizing her Sharingan in conjunction with Taijutsu, swiftly dispatching them. How did you sustain such injuries? It was evident that Rinkai was embroiled in a fierce battle against formidable foes. Kunai furrowed her brow as she surveyed the battlefield. Jonin. The missed Jonin, Mizuki Ran, had already been documented, and given the traces of ice release surrounding them, it could only be him. Rinkai nodded, attempting to rise, but feeling drained. Well done. The warehouse on that side has been prepared. How about you? Hinata Shirayuki assisted Rinkai to his feet. On the other side, she and Kunai encountered their own obstacles. But as they were only Jinin and Chunin, overcoming their opponents posed little challenge. The explosive tags have been set. We must evacuate immediately. With Rinkai on her back, Hinata Shirayuki and Kunai hurried away from the island. Once the 3 boarded the small boat, they formed hand seals. The chakra embedded in the explosive tags was activated, and a series of explosions obliterated the 3 warehouses. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed behind them, and smoke billowed from the island as Kunai paddled the boat while Rinkai tended to his wounds. They were still deep within the land of water, and the trio dared not linger. Hinata Shirayuki kept her Byakugan activated for navigation, and only when they reached Konoha did they finally exhale in relief. In the hospital bed of Konoha, the acrid scent of disinfectant made Rinkai uneasy as Dr. Kyoko bandaged his back. With all these injuries, you might as well join me in the medical field. Dr. Kyoko had not forgotten Rinkai's talent for healing and still hoped to recruit him. Rinkai placed his pharmacology book down, offering a wry smile. Dr. Kyoko, please don't tease me. The village's combat strength is so strained right now. My family would be the first to oppose my becoming a doctor. Seeing Rinkai's defiance, Dr. Kyoko pinched his arm firmly. In times of war, even someone your age can avoid the battlefield. That's true in peacetime. But during war, all resources will be utilized. Who cares if you're a child or an adult? Upon hearing Rinkai's pained plea for mercy, Dr. Kyoko finally released her grip and departed. Deep down, she understood her words lacked substance. Yet she could not bear the thought of this junior perishing on the battlefield. As a healer, she had witnessed too many lives lost. Once Dr. Kyoko left, Rinkai picked up his book again, only to be interrupted by Hinata Shirayuki, who entered holding flowers. Congratulations, you've become a jonin. Rinkai set the book down, gazing at her in disbelief. Aren't you as well? Hinata Shirayuki shook her head. The village claims your performance was the best in this mission. Kanai and I contributed nothing and failed the assessment. Rinkai's mouth dropped open in shock. What? We completed the mission together. How could there be such a judgment? Could it be that Saratobi Hiruzen is getting old and confused? Seeing Rinkai's astonishment, Hinata Shirayuki burst into laughter, akin to a mischievous child who had successfully played a prank. I was joking. The three of us have all been promoted. We're just waiting for you to be discharged for a celebration. Typically reliable. Hinata Shirayuki occasionally displayed this playful demeanor around Rinkai and Kanai. After placing the flowers on Rinkai's bedside, she picked up an apple. Would you like an apple? A flicker of hope sparked within Rinkai. Could it be that Hinata Shirayuki would peel an apple for him? Nodding eagerly. He was disappointed as she merely took a bite herself. If you want it, just get it yourself. Uncertain of who taught Hinata Shirayuki such treatment for patients, Rinkai struggled to turn over from the bed and retrieved an apple from his bag. The apple was large and vividly colored, undoubtedly purchased at a high price by this young lady. As he munched on the apple, Rinkai reflected on the significant damage inflicted on Drizzle during the mission. It had reached a point of irreparable harm and would require complete reforging. After chatting for a bit, Hinata Shirayuki mentioned she had matters to attend to in her clan and took her leave from the hospital room. Once she departed, Rinkai felt a sense of boredom and picked up his book, only to be interrupted once more by Kanai, who entered holding a bag of oranges. Brother, Shirayuki and I failed the assessment. The village said we did not contribute enough during the mission and are not qualified to become jonin. So we will be separated from now on. Rinkai looked at Kanai with a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend why their accounts sounded so similar. Noticing Rinkai's incredulous gaze, Kanai recognized her deception had been exposed and offered an awkward smile. Just kidding, brother. Come eat an orange. Fortunately, Kanai was not like Hinata Shirayuki. She at least showed some consideration for him as a patient. After peeling an orange, Kanai even attempted to feed him, but Rinkai declined. Though my right hand is incapacitated, my left is perfectly fine. I can eat an orange myself. Kanai lingered for a while longer, but eventually mentioned she had matters to discuss with Elder Ryukawa and took her leave. After the two departed, Rinshin placed her hands on the book, hesitating whether to pick it up. After a while, when no one entered, just as she prepared to reach for the book, a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar voice resonated from outside. Rinshin, congratulations on becoming a jonin. Even before Donghua entered, the voice had already made its way into the hospital room. As Uemura Yoshimitsu gently reprimanded her, "This is a hospital. Keep your voice down." Then Rinshin saw Donghua stealthily enter like a thief, accompanied by two familiar faces, Uemura Yoshimitsu and Yamanaka Ryota. The appearance of the trio had not changed significantly since their last separation. Uemura Yoshimitsu still bore the demeanor of a middle-aged man, his drooping eyes betraying a lack of vitality. Meanwhile, Donghua, upon noticing the fruit beside Rinshin's bed, wasted no time and sat down to indulge. That as for the patient, Donghua, Yamanaka Ryota seemed a bit more cheerful than before, a stark contrast to his previous reticence. "It's fine. I can't finish it anyway. As long as she is happy," he replied. The four of them had indeed seen little of each other since the division of their teams, each occupied with their own duties. This visit came after their return from the border of the Wind Country, where the war was rumored to have reached a negotiation stage. Among the 5 hidden villages, Konoha was already in talks with Kumogakure and Sunagakure, leaving only Kirigakure and Iwagakure. If the negotiations proceeded smoothly, it was likely that the conflict would soon come to an end. Peace, perhaps, Rinshin pondered, her gaze drifting towards the window, only to then notice another person in the adjacent bed, their figure obscured by the curtain, silently sitting there, visible only as a shadow. Chapter 65. The death of White Fang. The man known as Konoha's White Fang, Hataki Sakumo, lay in silence on his hospital bed, listening to the conversation from the neighboring position. A companion, perhaps? Outside, withered leaves fell, and Sakumo's heart felt as if it had turned to ash. During Rinshin's recuperation, a significant event had transpired in Konoha. The hero, Konoha's White Fang, renowned alongside the legendary 3 ninjas, had chosen to abandon a mission to save his team, resulting in its failure. Consequently, the hero had become the target of widespread condemnation. Rinshin found it rather peculiar that such voices were so prevalent. It is vital to remember that Konoha was a ninja village, not an ordinary town. Although it was not under martial law, speech and behavior were still heavily regulated. Logically, someone of Hitaki Tsukumo's stature would not have their failures exposed to the masses. The higher-ups would have swiftly suppressed any news of the incident. Now that the matter had escalated to such an extent that nearly the entire village was aware, it was evident that someone was stirring the pot behind the scenes. Considering the ongoing negotiations with Sunagakure, and recalling that Tsukumo had once slain the son and daughter-in-law of the current ruler of Sunagakure, Chiyo, Rinshin understood Konoha's motives. The pressure on the front line was simply too great. The Wagakure continued to send reinforcements, while Kirigakure was in a state of acute anxiety. Kumogakure had just secured a victory, and if Sunagakure failed to reach an agreement, Konoha might very well find itself in dire straits. However, such matters should not be handled openly by Konoha. It would be far too damaging to the village's image to openly cast aside a war hero. It was a matter that would have to be resolved by Hitaki Tsukumo himself. Now that the entire village was aware, what could Tsukumo possibly do? Host a village-wide apology meeting to seek forgiveness? Or perhaps redeem himself through outstanding achievements in battle? He found himself with no viable options left. At the barbecue restaurant, Rinshin, Kanai, and Hinata Shiryuki sat at the same table, with their cups filled with orange juice and a grill laden with various dishes before them. Due to Uchiha Rinshin's weapon being damaged during battle, she had no funds left for the celebratory feast, so Hinata Shiryuki and Uchiha Kanai graciously covered the expenses, planning to have Rinshin treat them in the future once she earned her rewards. With a resigned smile, Rinshin said, "Thank you, ladies." Upon finishing her words, the three exchanged smiles and raised their glasses. "Congratulations on your promotion to Jonin. What benefits does being a Jonin confer?" First and foremost, it was an affirmation of a ninja's strength, which held immense significance in a world where power reigned supreme, both within the clan and the village. One's influence would undoubtedly increase, including a considerable voting power in the selection of the Hokage. Hinata Shiryuki aspired to become Hokage herself and needed to penetrate this circle to cultivate her connections, as this would garner her the necessary support. The Jonin status was her ticket, while her family name served as a bonus. The same could be said for Kanai. Thus, both had taken a significant step towards their dreams. As a drink slid down her throat, Rinshin hastily placed a slice of beef on the grill. Previously, she had not felt this way, but after lying in the hospital and consuming healthy meals every day, the aroma of grilled meat made her mouth water. The grill's flames were fierce, and the thin slices of beef cooked swiftly. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, she noticed Hinata Shiryuki had already snatched the beef away. However, instead of consuming it herself, Hinata Shiryuki dipped it in sauce, wrapped it in lettuce, and placed it in Rinshin's bowl. This way is tastier. Rinshin sampled the dish, and the combination of beef and fresh vegetables indeed elevated the flavor significantly. Kanai observed Hinata Shiryuki, who rested her chin on one hand while holding her chopsticks with a radiant smile, as if the one eating was not Rinshin, but herself. Feeling a surge of competitive spirit, Kanai hastily followed suit, placing her own lettuce-wrapped beef into Rinshin's bowl. "Yes, you've just recovered from a serious illness. You must replenish your strength." Once Rinshin finished eating, she noticed her bowl was once again full, so she buried her head and continued to eat. In truth, it was not as severe as it seemed. A ninja's physical constitution was inherently robust, and given her proficiency in medical ninjutsu, what appeared to be grievous injuries had already healed significantly after treatment. Originally, Hinata Shiryuki had merely intended to teach Rinshin how to eat, but upon witnessing Kanai's actions, her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she perceived a challenge. Thus, Rinshin's bowl was continually filled with grilled meat, starting from the lettuce-wrapped beef to pork belly and various vegetables. Rinshin found herself eating nonstop until she was full, yet her bowl still brimmed with food. "I'm full." Although uncertain about the sudden enthusiasm of her two teammates, she realized that if she did not intervene soon, she might very well burst from overindulgence. Just as Hinata Shiryuki and Kanai continued their contest for the right to feed Rinshin, the voices of other patrons at a nearby table interrupted them. "That Konoha White Fang is truly a pest. Indeed, he jeopardized the village's interests for his personal feelings. Such a person is unworthy of being a ninja." The comments from the adjacent table halted the trio's actions, leaving their expressions somewhat complex. As members of Konoha's prominent clans, Hinata Shiryuki and Kanai were naturally more aware of the intricacies at play. They understood the concept of exchanging interests, and hearing the villagers discuss these matters left an inexplicable bad taste in their mouths. Let us go? Noticing that her two teammates had lost their appetite, Hinata Shiryuki stood up, preparing to leave. Rinshin, realizing they had yet to settle the bill, but lacking any money herself, hesitated, unsure whether to call out to Hinata Shiryuki or remain silent. As Hinata approached the front desk, the shopkeeper greeted her, "Miss, we look forward to welcoming you back next time." Rinshin, trailing behind, inquired, "This isn't another one of your family's establishments, is it?" Hinata Shiryuki wore a calm expression, yet her words betrayed her thoughts. Guess. What a futile endeavor to guess. One could simply walk out without paying, and such behavior could only be termed as dining and dashing. It was evident that this establishment belonged to her family. To this day, however, Rinshin remained oblivious to the extent of Hinata Shiryuki's family's holdings in Konoha. That morning, as Rinshin rose to have breakfast, Kanagawa informed him that the famed Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hitaki, had taken his own life at home the previous night. Shortly after his death, Sunagakure signed a peace treaty with Konoha, effectively ceasing hostilities between the two nations. Chapter 66. Leaving the village in the bustling cat town, a plump blacksmith cat sat beside a massive hammer, perched atop it as he scrutinized Rinshin's short sword, Misty Ring. "Did you toss this blade into the furnace?" he inquired. A few taps with his paw against the blade revealed its journey through extreme heat and rapid cooling, leading to inconsistent rigidity. This resulted in a blade that, while formidable, was prone to chipping and likely to shatter upon further use. Rinshin shook his head. It was merely an unfortunate incident during battle. He recognized that the transmission of fire-release chakra into the weapon could cause substantial damage. But in the face of life and death, he had no choice but to sacrifice Misty Ring. "Can it be repaired?" Rinshin, accustomed to using the sword, hoped for its restoration. The blacksmith shot him a disapproving glance. "You've handed me a piece of scrap metal, and yet ask if it can still be used. You pose quite the dilemma." However, after a moment's contemplation, he added, "If you can procure some additional materials, I could forge a new blade using this one as a base." Hearing this, Rinshin cautiously inquired, "Will it cost me?" Ultimately, the blacksmith, with a stern demeanor, ushered him out. As Rinshin sat atop the roof, a white cat named Shiryuki leaped onto him. "I hear you owe quite a sum of money, haha?" the cat teased. The mockery deepened Rinshin's sense of bitterness. He had initially only invested his earnings, yet now he found himself in debt. From being merely a struggling chunin to becoming a jonin, the notion of incurring debt felt like a regression. In the distance, the setting sun painted the sky a deep crimson, the clouds swirling like red ink on the canvas of the heavens, while the youth sat on the rooftop, the white cat relishing the massage he received. After a prolonged period of enjoyment, the cat finally spoke. "The fish population in the waters near